Chapter 376, Legendary Doubts and Aerodynamics. Lydia couldn't put it down and stared at the drawing for a while, thinking about the meaning of every change. After seeing the tail wing specially drawn by Lin En, she couldn't help but ask, "Master Dean, what is the tail used for? Why do we need two wings? Front and rear? Look, don't all birds have tail feathers? That's where the inspiration for the tail came from," Lin said with a smile. Lydia was stunned for a moment, and quickly realized that it was true that both powerful monsters and ordinary birds had long tail feathers at the back. Even the giant dragon also had a long tail. "That's for maintaining balance and assisting steering." "Right," Lydia quickly guessed. "Not bad." Lin En nodded. Taking nature as a teacher is often an extremely important part of obtaining design inspiration. After understanding, Lydia pointed to the modified wing. This was what surprised her even more. The wings on both sides of the wings drawn by Lin were not completely straight, and the ends were raised. This was very strange. But there were no birds whose wings were raised at the tips. This involves aerodynamic knowledge. To put it simply, it can block the wingtip vortex, reduce induced drag, and increase the finite aspect ratio, Lin explained eloquently. Lydia's head felt dizzy when she heard it. She didn't even know what the wingtip vortex or aspect ratio was. "Well, let's try folding two paper airplanes." Lin thought for a while, and then said. Lydia immediately got excited. Paper airplane was taught to her by the dean. It is a very interesting flying toy that can be made with only a piece of paper. The principle of flying is very similar to the aircraft she made, like a scaled-down, self-powered aircraft model. During this time, she also developed a new folding method that allowed her to fly very far. Lydia trotted all the way, and quickly brought two pieces of paper of the same size, handed one to Lin, and then folded it quickly. A delicate paper airplane soon appeared in the girl's palm. After looking at Lin, who was still folding paper, Lydia made a running motion, and threw the paper airplane out. As the saying goes, great efforts can produce miracles. With Lydia's full force, the paper plane flew nearly 30 meters away with a whooshing sound before landing staggeringly. Lydia folded her arms happily, and looked back at the dean. This was the farthest paper airplane she had ever made. "Is it my turn?" Lin En folded the wings into an upturned position without intending to stand up. Nor did he use too much effort. He found the right angle, and just sent it off gently, and the paper airplane flew away, out of his hand. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. The paper plane's decline was still not obvious, and it even circled in the air and returned to Lin En's hand. Lydia was so dumbfounded that she began to wonder if the dean had secretly used magic to cheat. But I immediately thought that the dean couldn't use magic now. "You can try it yourself," Lin En shrugged, and he naturally saw the girl's doubts. Lydia picked up her paper airplane without believing it, made a small change on the wings, and then tried it again immediately. Due to the different angle, the paper plane did not fly back, but it easily broke through the 50-meter mark. "It's amazing," Lydia said in surprise. Just such a small change can increase the distance of the paper plane by more than 70%. It can only be described as an exaggeration. In an instant, Lydia became very interested in aerodynamics again. This was so interesting. After Lin En demonstrated the superiority of the new design with practical actions, he discussed with Lydia the issue of materials for manufacturing new aircraft. Lin En is also very concerned about this thing. Planes are a real weapon in air combat, and using airships for air defense is not the way to go after all. This time, they used the newly developed laser magic to catch the opponent off guard and wipe out an entire group of Griffin Knights. But such a tragic lesson will also make the Holy See become vigilant. They have used it more than once, both in the defense of the royal capital and in naval battles. Now that the information about laser magic has been exposed, it will be difficult to have such a good record next time. And this new aircraft will become their new ace in air combat. For the next 2 days, Lin En stayed in the manor, enjoying the luxurious life with clothes on his back, food on his hands, and his mouth open. From time to time, he would guide Lydia in making an aircraft. During this period of time, the Holy See has been very quiet and has not made any major moves. At least the airship they sent out to conduct reconnaissance did not find that the Empire intended to invade again. Lin guessed that the disastrous defeat of the two expeditionary armies was enough to hurt the entire Empire. In addition, the Empire's expedition fleet may still be floating on the sea at this moment, and there should not be another war in the short term. It's just that although the strength they displayed is powerful, it is far from enough to make the Holy See feel afraid. At most, it is a little fearful. It can be predicted that once the opponent launches another attack, they will inevitably organize a more powerful force. After 10 days of training, the vague pain in his brain had completely disappeared, which also meant that he had restored his ability to cast spells, and could finally fool several legendary speakers in the magic field. This is undoubtedly the top priority now. Firstly, it is to guide the wizards to explore more microscopic areas and find ways to defeat the false god, Ella. Secondly, it can also contribute to his magic network and improve more calculations. Strong support. Although the computing power of the magic network is now sufficient, and even exceeds the maximum limit he can bear, it is always right to plan in advance. Taking the risk of brain death this time also allows Lin En to control and master the magic power better. Taking a step closer, he felt that he was getting closer to the five-ring wizard. By the way, 071, weren't you able to mobilize the wizard's computing power beyond the previous level? Lin En suddenly thought of a question and asked silently in his mind. When he was only an official wizard before, he tried to see if he could mobilize the computing power of a great wizard like Anthony. But the response he got was that he couldn't. The other party's spiritual level was higher than his, and he couldn't bear the power of any great wizard. It was only after a successful breakthrough that I received a positive response. In Lin's opinion, the gap between the great wizard and the legendary wizard should be quite large. He was somewhat surprised that he was able to mobilize Harev's computing power just after he entered the realm of the great wizard. Chapter 377 Harev, I suspect their legend is different from ours. According to the judgment, the target of the agreement is under serious life threat, and user protection is temporarily lifted. It is expected that the target will survive for an additional 7 minutes and 26 seconds without escalating the battle and without rescue by medical staff. It's better to die later than to die early. Well, that's quite smart. Lin En complained secretly in his heart. The current 53 users linked to the magic network have not completely surpassed the current spiritual level of the agreement users. Lin En couldn't help but pause when the smart brain reminder sound sounded again. After asking 071 to call up the user analysis on Harev, he suddenly discovered that the legendary speaker's mental power rating was actually the same as the 6th ring. The great wizard Anthony is on the same level. It's just that the computing power is much stronger than Anthony. This discovery surprised Lin, and it took him a while to suddenly realize that the so-called ratings were determined by people. From the 1st ring to the 7th ring. From official wizards to legendary wizards. The division of these levels, and even the methods of promotion are all figured out step by wizards. If they are happy, they can also divide them into junior 1st level wizards, high level 1st level wizards, etc., and subdivide them into countless levels. It's just that there were very obvious signs between each major level before. For example, formal wizards can use magic to mimic elements, and great wizards can control metal elements, build domains, and so on. Is it possible that the level of the great wizard's spiritual power has reached its limit, and going up is only a quantitative rather than a qualitative improvement? Lin En thought secretly in his mind, but quickly rejected this guess. Because the false god, Ella, is a good example. The other party is much stronger than them. It can be said that the two are not at all a level. After thinking about it for a while, Lin En asked again in his mind. 071. Based on the previous battle, can you analyze the status of Edwell and the false god? Target Edwell's initial vital signs were weak. After resurrection, there were no obvious vital signs. The target, Ella, is an unknown creature, a powerful energy body, and extremely dangerous. In other words, Edwell may not be a human being. And Ella is definitely not a human being? Lin said in surprise, and soon thought of all the incredible things Edwell performed during the battle. Such as being hit by a laser, you can still survive even if your body is cut off. And you can even appear elusive and easily hide yourself from perception. Judgment. Both life and spiritual levels exceed the agreed goals. This time, Lin was not surprised but shocked. Jinhao's analysis was completely beyond his expectation, which made him wonder whether the thing had failed due to lack of maintenance for too long. Forget about Ella. Even Edwell's spiritual level is higher than them. This shouldn't be right. Although Edwell is powerful, he can barely cope with it after mobilizing the computing power of the magic network. There is nothing he can do about the electron-robbing properties of chlorine trifluoride. It may not be as good as Haha. Rove and other speakers are great. Lin En frowned and fell into deep thought. Although both Harev and Adwire are called legends and possess combat power beyond the level of a great wizard, their status seems to be significantly different. Strong energy body, Lin En murmured secretly. This is Jinhao's name for Ella, which may mean that the other party has abandoned the physical body and exists in the form of an energy body. After Pierce's reminder, In the previous battle, he had noticed that all the divine spells that Adwell performed beyond the level of the Cardinal were made with the help of divine words and the expanded realm of the Kingdom of God. Obviously, this is not entirely the power that Avadel possesses. Countless doubts flashed through Lennon's mind one by one. But there was too little relevant information. He was only a fourth-ring great wizard now, and he was still far away from becoming a legend. He couldn't analyze much useful things. Perhaps we can use the words of several legendary speakers at this discussion to see if they know some inside information. Lynn took out 2 rings of secret magic that had been made in advance, carefully packaged them, and then called Alok and asked him to hand them over to the 2 speakers in person. Alok accepted the 2 rings, and then asked with concern, "Master Dean, how is your injury? According to Master Hein's prediction, you should start to get better in the next 2 days. It's getting better, but it will take about 4 or 5 days to recover." Lin replied with twinkling eyes. It would be better to stagger the time for his recovery from the injury, and the time for the legendary seminar. In the evening, in a courtyard of the palace, a group of speakers gathered here. They had received the message from the ring. The time of the meeting was exactly midnight tonight. Although the gathering is through the arcane ring, which projects the holder's spiritual magic into a special space, it can theoretically be held anywhere. But Herav still deliberately recruited both of them, just to remind Aurora and Vittorio that if they encounter any doctrine or theory that they don't understand at all during the discussion, it would be best to don't make it too obvious, and they can come back and discuss it later. In short, don't lose the face of the wizarding land. "Is that secret magic society really as magical as you said?" Vittorio asked with a steady expression. "We are all legendary wizards, even if they specialize in different fields. There will not be any gaps in knowledge." Herav did not explain at length, but said playfully, "I think you have already studied the secret ring." "Right. How is it? Have you cracked it?" Vittorio smiled awkwardly. As a legendary alchemist, he was very interested in the alchemical creations used to communicate between members of the Arcane Society. The secret magic ring was sparse and nothing special. He could copy the structure at a glance. However, when he was studying the transmission of magic power and reverse positioning through the messages sent by the other party, he encountered a huge problem. Hinder. The magic frequency used for communication changes almost every minute and every second. He spent an entire afternoon and couldn't find any pattern, let alone crack it. Judging from this point alone, that secret magic society does have some skills. Although Vittorio did not say it directly to save face, the expression on his face was clearly revealed, and Herav could naturally see that the other party had hit a wall here. In fact, he had already made similar attempts, but with the same results. After a pause, Herav spoke again with a solemn expression. "Also, I suspect their method of promoting legend is different from ours." Chapter 378 Bohr's Atomic Theory. "It's different. How is it different?" Vittorio asked, slightly confused. "Is there any other way to become a legend?" Herav pondered for a while, seeming to be thinking about how to describe it accurately, and then suddenly thought of something, and spoke. "I think they might be in a similar state to that one." "You mean that false god?" Aurora interrupted in surprise. Herav nodded cautiously. He had not thought about what this strange feeling was before, but after a head-on confrontation with Ella, he suddenly realized the similarities between the two. "Is it possible that they also use the faith method?" Aurora frowned. Although she is not opposed to using this method to gain strength, compared to the oldest and weird soul-robbing promotion methods of psychic wizards, this is still relatively peaceful. But this thing has huge flaws and can profoundly change a person's thinking, so it was abandoned by them. Herav spoke to interrupt Aurora's speculation. "It's just similar. I've communicated with them in the small universe. These people's thinking is very sharp. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with them. There is no theory or doctrine that is related to belief. Instead, they are based on exploring the laws of the world like us. Could it be that they have found a way to avoid that flaw?" Vittorio said hesitantly. "How is it possible? If this is the case, how can the Empire and the Holy See be so stable now?" Herav shook his head. "To use the belief to become a god, you must have a large number of believers. So many legends. With so many gods, the entire continent has long been reduced to a pot of porridge, and it is impossible for them to live in peace, because they are each other's biggest enemies." "Anyway, don't you know it if you go and see it for yourself?" Aurora said with a smile. The ring of secret magic on her hand faintly glowed with magical fluorescence. "It's exactly 12 o'clock at midnight now." Vittorio nodded, and almost at the same time, the three of them activated the rings in their hands. with active cooperation. The magic power wrapped in their will was quickly projected out at the speed of light. The next second, several people felt that their vision was cut open, and a dark space appeared in front of them. Is this the small universe? Aurora looked around. Countless bright stars were shining in the endless void in the distance, and a huge, hot star was right at their feet. From a distance, it looked like a huge fireball. The flame on the surface was constantly rising and expanding, releasing extremely strong light outwards. It was also the most majestic existence Aurora had ever seen in her life. The two sides were separated by who knows how many kilometers, but they could still clearly feel the terrifying sense of oppression, which made people tremble from the bottom of their hearts. Aurora quickly figured out that this was by no means a simple phantom. The star was surrounded by several equally huge stars, spinning and revolving around the star over and over again. The Arcane Society actually recreated the scene of stars surrounding it. This made Aurora, who was proficient in astronomy, extremely intoxicated. Time seemed to be accelerated 1,000 times here, so that she could clearly see the laws of star movement. Instead of relying on calculations and astronomical observations to make it out of thin air in her mind. Fantasy. Vittorio is no exception. Anyone who faces these huge stars for the first time will be shocked. Welcome to Beyond Time. A gentle voice sounded behind them. Aurora immediately calmed down her emotions, turned her head, and looked behind her. I don't know when, for figures have appeared there, just standing in the void. It seems that these few are the leaders of the Secret Magic Society. I don't know what to call them, Aurora asked with a smile. The controller does not count. There is no so-called controller here, whether it is the Secret Magic Society or this magic field. They are just tools for exchanging knowledge, the old man on the far right said casually as he spoke. The scattered white hair on his head swelled up, like the boundless starry sky. Aurora was dubious. This place was not as simple as a place for communication. Just for this small universe and the galaxy scene I just saw, I don't know how much energy it takes to realize it. According to Herav, a point of light in the void represents a star, and such a scene can be found throughout the entire small universe. The name is just a code name. If you have to call me Einstein, just call me Einstein. The white-haired old man continued to add. The three people beside him also introduced themselves. Maria Sklodowska-Curie, Isaac Newton, Niels Bohr. The last person said with a smile. Aurora nodded and said her name again. Vittorio was observing the people in front of him. Like Herav, he had faced Ella, descended from the gods. So he quickly noticed that these four legends of the Secret Magic Society. The feeling given to me is indeed somewhat similar, but slightly different from that one. Herav's focus is on another place. His eyes have been focused on the man with curly hair. So you are Newton who was hit on the head by an apple? The last time he came to this small universe. Due to shock and continuous blows. The meeting was over before he could understand everyone's name and identity. So it was only now that Herav had the most basic understanding of how many people there were. Understanding. Now that everyone is here, let's start today's discussion. Newton stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers, and the huge red fireball under their feet began to collapse inward, and then exploded violently. Another supernova explosion. Endless light and heat spreading everywhere, lighting up the dark void. A spectacular scene of star collapse destroying the entire galaxy. They stood very far away, and it took several minutes for the light to arrive. However, the terrifying energy and radiation waves did not cause any harm to them. It was like they were separated by a thin film, and they could only vaguely feel the radiation. When the wave passes, it feels so hot that it feels like your soul is being burned. After waiting for the strongest shock to pass, Newton, Einstein, and Curie looked at the wizard aside. You initiated this rally, right, Bohr? Yes. What I want to talk about today is atoms. Bohr nodded and said comfortably. Chapter 379 Gravity is the ruler. Time and space is the curtain. The legends are shocked. Atom? Vittorio paused and asked, slightly puzzled. That is, elements. Bohr added, and then continued to ask. How much do you know about it? Seeing that the topic of this discussion was related to elements, Herav was relieved. If he continued to discuss topics such as the starry sky and the birth and death of the universe, it would be difficult for him to even interrupt. Elements are the foundation of everything in the world. We rely on them to perform most of the magic. It is also the oldest magic school. Vittorio said first. Elements is undoubtedly the most important magic subject, and together with psionics, it is called the foundation of the magic system. Some elemental wizards even arrogantly believe that whether it is alchemy, potions, or shaping, They are all using elements in the final analysis. Strength. After years of exploration in the Wizarding Land, they have found a total of 49 basic elements and developed thousands of magics based on them. It can be said that they have created a prosperous age of magic. Aurora then continued Vittorio's words and talked about the composition and application of composite elements, as well as the rules of magical reactions between various elements. After finishing speaking, the two of them looked at the legends of the Secret Magic Society together. Lin In, as Boar, was listening to the two men's explanation of elemental science. Seeing that Vittorio and Aurora stopped after explaining some basics, he couldn't help but speak. That's it? What about the others? Vittorio frowned and spoke. That's about it for the current research on elements in the Wizarding Land. It seems like you have more insights? Of course. I think your understanding of elements is too shallow. Boar shook his head and sighed. After staying in the Land of Wizards for more than 2 years, he also has a rough understanding of the magic theories of wizards, which is about the level of a junior high school student in his previous life, and may not even know as much as a junior high school student. It was just that Lin In had heard that the element controller, Altok, had tried to move into a more microscopic field. So he tentatively asked Aurora and others how much they knew about this aspect. The result disappointed him. But this is normal when you think about it. They are all standing on the shoulders of giants. Every theorem and formula they learned was studied and summarized by physics and chemistry masters who spent their entire lives. Wizards, on the other hand, need to deduce something from scratch. Although magic itself provides a lot of conveniences, it may also blind one's vision, leading to many years of hesitation in a certain field. Boar's flirtatious words made Aurora narrow her eyes involuntarily, and Vittorio also had a slightly displeased look on his face. But before they could get angry, they heard the other party continue to speak. In addition to the most basic chemical properties, I think the weight, density, melting point, boiling point, molecular weight, period, etc. of elements are all topics worthy of study. Boar said a lot casually, which made Vittorio feel dizzy and couldn't help but interrupt. Wait a minute. Let's not talk about molecular weight and period. But how should we calculate density and weight? The size of the elements is very small. So small that it cannot be seen clearly with the naked eye. And it is constantly moving. Where can they find such a small ruler and scale to accurately measure this thing? Moreover, elements like hydrogen will generate upward buoyancy in the air. So weighing is a complete fantasy. It is impossible to calculate the negative weight. Right? Vittorio looked mocking. The so-called weighing was simply a fantasy. Without a ruler and scale, wouldn't it be possible for us to evaluate the weight and volume of an object? Boar said with a smile. Otherwise, how can we calculate it? Vittorio was quite dissatisfied and wanted to retort. But he was stunned the next moment, because he suddenly thought that when they calculated the weight of the planet, they did not use such a thing as a scale. The two properties are exactly opposite. One is maximal, and the other is minimal. What do you mean? Herav immediately thought of a possibility, and looked at Boar in astonishment. The latter did not reply, but wrote a series of numbers in the void with his hand. 6.67 times 10 11 lm 2/kg 2. How about using this as a ruler? Boar said playfully. This is the gravitational constant? Several people present immediately noticed it. When Lin In calculated the gravitational constant, Herav and Aurora were both present, so they were naturally deeply impressed by this thing. You mean, use space and time as the curtain, and use the fixed gravitational constant as the ruler? Herav was the first to react. Yes, I have also heard about the experiments done by Master Lin In the Wizarding Land. I have to say that they are very exciting, Boar said with appreciation. As we all know, the mass of an object affects space and time. This value can be calculated using the formula of universal gravity, and the gravitational constant cannot be changed. It is the best ruler. Although the perturbation of a single atom on space is minimal and difficult to measure accurately, we can create a vacuum field, gather single elements, and then use the microdeformation amplification method to amplify their perturbation on space. And finally calculate when you remove this multiple. You can in turn estimate the mass of the element. This method is not a trick, but Lin In came up with it based on the characteristics of the wizard. After all, the technological school in the previous life did not have such good methods for spatial perception and atomic manipulation. So Newton's second law of motion F equals ma was used to calculate the direction of the atomic mass. A is the acceleration of an object with mass m when it is acted upon by force F. Then you only need to transform the formula to get that mass m is equal to the force F divided by the acceleration a. Of course, because atoms are so small, A mass spectrometer is needed. He couldn't get that thing out in a short time. Fortunately, wizards naturally have wizard methods. They have the ability to manipulate atoms and perceive space. This is a unique advantage in the direction of Moyen. And they naturally have to take advantage of it. As for the problem, it is not without problems. For example, multiple atoms will disturb each other and affect the measurement results. Fortunately, they can slowly find this ratio by adjusting the number of atoms, thereby minimizing the interference term. What an amazing idea! Vittorio was completely convinced. He was really impressed by the imagination of these arcane society wizards. When the planet's circumference was measured before, it was calculated based on the simplest triangle formula, the Pythagorean theorem. But this time, it was calculated based on the universal gravitational constant. Chapter 380, ranking all elements, the periodic table. Aurora and Hera, like Vittorio, were immersed in this exquisite atomic mass measurement experiment. They don't know how tiny the elements are, because there are hundreds of thousands or even millions of water elements in a drop of water. And water elements are composed of two basic elements, hydrogen and oxygen. They can only use incredibly tiny elements to describe. If it weren't for the ability to perceive using magic, many wizards would doubt whether elements existed. It is almost impossible to measure the volume and weight of such a tiny element. However, Bohr made the impossible possible. When Lin En was calculating constants before, he used a similar experiment to amplify the undetectable gravitational interference between two iron balls with light, thus accurately calculating it. This is totally doable. While several people were still sighing, Isaac Newton said impatiently, "This should be more than what you want to say today." Right. Bohr, there is no need to mention these superficial things anymore. Shallow. Vittorio's face became very strange. But he couldn't refute it, because they hadn't even figured out these superficial things. Vittorio's mind couldn't help but echo the words someone said when he first arrived in the wizard's land. The theory of magic in the land of wizards has long been out of date. Vittorio and Aurora looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Hera shook his head. He had already said that they must be careful in their words and deeds here, so as not to expose their lack of knowledge. While helpless, the three of them also looked at Bohr, very curious about what the other party's purpose was in calling them. Of course, I have more to say than that. Bohr followed Isaac's words and said rather arrogantly, I'm actually getting ready to align all the atoms. Bohr snapped his fingers, and a huge form appeared in front of everyone. The tables are arranged horizontally and vertically, but there are no numbers or symbols filled in on them. It is just an empty table. I haven't completed this table yet, because there are still a few key factors missing, which may affect their ranking order. So I hope you can help improve it, Bohr said sincerely. Your Excellency Bohr, don't you already know the elements very clearly? Vittorio asked in confusion. Since the other party can even calculate the mass of the elements, the volume should be no exception. Coupled with the so-called density, molecular weight and other things, the elements are simply turned upside down. No one dares to say that they completely understand everything about atoms. And I am no exception. Bohr shook his head and sighed. Although I have done some superficial research on atoms, there is still one thing I haven't fully understood yet. And that is the structure of atoms. Structure? You mean the shape of the elements? Aurora suddenly asked. No, it's the internal structure, Bohr emphasized. I think atoms are divisible. Bohr's words are undoubtedly a challenge to the mainstream magic theory in the land of wizards. Because every wizard will be told when doing magic that elements are the most fundamental substances that make up the entire world. The argument that elements are inseparable has been proven through experiments time and time again. Even under tens of thousands of degrees of heat and colliding with each other, the elements themselves remain as solid as a mountain. It is no exception when cutting matter. The sharp weapon penetrates through, but the elements inside are not damaged at all. Element controller Artok even concluded that elements will repel each other, and there is a minimum distance between them. In conclusion, some wizards even believe that elements are the hardest substances in the world and cannot be destroyed. However, due to the fact that Bohr just explained a very wonderful method of measuring atoms, which turned the impossible into a possibility, the three of them did not rashly refute, and could only listen to the discussions of several legends from the secret magic society. Is the internal structure of an atom a solid ball, a raisin, or a watermelon shape? These theoretical theories about the structure of atoms are not pure fantasy. They are at least logically self-consistent and have a certain basis for reality. Bohr also specifically conducted experiments to determine whether the inside of an atom is solid or hollow. At this moment, both Vittorio and Aurora felt deeply the same feeling of pins and needles that Hera felt when he participated in the seminar for the first time. It's like a wizard apprentice mixed into a group of formal wizards to discuss how to use magic to mimic elements. It can only be described as being at a loss. Facing the constant inquiries from several people, Vittorio's forehead broke out in cold sweat, and he reluctantly said a few words to fool them. The only thing that made him feel fortunate was that Bohr and others did not seem to have fully understood the internal structure of the atom. At present, these theories are still in the stage of theoretical perfection, but lack of substantive evidence. This is also the goal of this seminar: to explore the nature of atoms and create a ranking table of elements based on their characteristics. If it succeeds, there is no doubt that this element ranking table will become the foundation of the entire magic system. This means that wizards' understanding and use of elements will reach a new level. But can atoms really be separated? And what kind of force can cut an atom in half? Vittorio fell into deep thinking. Another speaker of the parliament, Artok, had made similar conjectures and tried to study more microscopic fields. No one knew whether he succeeded. On the contrary, he seemed to be going crazy. Every day he was deliriously muttering about some elemental ghost, and the manuscripts he left behind were full of nonsense. Because of this, they stopped their experiments and research on elements. Now it seems necessary to pick it up again. This discussion about the nature and internal structure of atoms lasted for more than an hour. Several possible models were presented in the void in the form of magical mimicry, leaving Harov, Aurora and Vittorio open-minded. Vision. Just as the seminar was coming to an end, Aurora took a step forward and started talking about business. Everyone, I think you all know something about the recent war between the Holy See and the Kingdom. Right. I have indeed heard something. Einstein, who was listed on the left and had white hair and beard, nodded, and then continued. Didn't you already win this battle and expel the Church's crusade from the kingdom? Victory? Harov shook his head helplessly. Rather than saying it was victory, it was better to say that they were lucky enough to escape with their lives. Chapter 381. The Sixth Ring. Great Wizard is the limit that humans can reach. Seeing Harov's ugly face, Bohr couldn't help but chuckle. It seems like you guys are in some trouble? This trouble is not just ours. Aurora took over the topic and said tit for tat. The Empire and the Holy See threaten the survival soil of all wizards. This matter is not only related to the Parliament, but also to the Arcane Society. Isn't it? Compared to the isolated land of wizards overseas, the members of the Arcane Society are most seriously threatened by the Holy See. Legendary wizards like Bohr may not care about hunting down, but ordinary members are not all so powerful. Also, the plan for the Magic Kingdom was proposed and implemented by members of the Arcane Society. This matter is the internal affairs of the Arcane Society. Vittorio on the side also added. Although one of their purposes for participating in this legendary gathering was to seek allies, neither Aurora nor Vittorio was obviously willing to lose the initiative. And in a few words, they reversed the responsibility. Now it is the members of the Arcane Society who are fighting against the Holy See, and the Wizarding Land is taking the overall situation into consideration before helping to help the building. It would be unjustifiable for a senior member of the Arcane Society like Bohr not to take action. Aurora's plan is undoubtedly very loud, but the Arcane Society legends obviously will not be easily deceived. Madame Curie said with a smile. We are different from you. The Arcane Society does not restrict the freedom of movement of its members. They have the right to decide what they want to do and should be responsible for what they do. In other words, the Magic Kingdom's plan was not made by them, and they also have no responsibility to rescue a certain member. Aurora was quite surprised by the casual attitude of several people. According to her previous assumptions, Lennon should have a high status in the Secret Magic Society, and should at least be a certain legendary disciple. With his talent and strength are things that no wizard organization can abandon. Are you sure that the other party will not be in danger? Or do you really not care? Newton, who had flowing curly hair, answered Aurora's doubts. In fact, it's not convenient for us to take action in our current situation. Even if we wanted to help you, we wouldn't be able to. Inconvenient to take action. Does it mean that you have been hit hard in some way? Or, Harov and Vittorio were thinking about various possibilities in their minds, while Aurora asked directly, Please speak up. Everyone, if you have any trouble, you might as well speak up. Maybe we can work out a solution together. Lennon secretly had a headache. Aurora was much more difficult to deal with than Harov. This woman really said whatever she thought of without any scruples. After thinking for half a second, Len controlled Bohr to speak. You can understand that we are not on this continent now. Then, without waiting for a few people to ask, he spoke again. If you want to deal with Ella, I have some information and suggestions here. I have met the false god and the legend of the Holy Sea. Please forgive me. Their spiritual power level and life level are higher than yours. In other words, your spiritual power level seems to be only that of a great wizard. Lin Un's words successfully attracted the attention of Aurora and others. In an instant, no one asked why they were no longer on this continent. Vittorio was shocked, and then hurriedly asked, "Is it possible that you have found a way to break through that limit?" Limit. Lin Un didn't know how to answer for a moment with such words. But Herav and Aurora knew very well what Vittorio was talking about. The six-ring Great Wizard is the limit that humans can reach. This is like a solid wall, standing in front of every Great Wizard, different from the previous obstacles to class jump. This seems to be the pinnacle that the human race can reach due to the limitations of the physical body. Of course, if there are limits, then there will naturally be people who break through them. Some ancient psychers, by devouring and plundering the souls of others, transformed quantitatively into qualitative changes. Possessing powers that far exceeded those of the great wizards, they called themselves gods. At the same time, there are also a very small number of wizards, who have obtained power comparable to those evil gods through various tricks. In order to distinguish the two, a unique title was set up above the great wizards, called legends. Because of this, legends do not have clear boundaries and universal promotion methods like formal wizards and grand wizards. In other words, there is only one criterion for measuring a legend, and that is whether it has a level of power that surpasses that of the great wizard. They have been looking for a perfect promotion path over the years they have stayed in the wizarding land, and have made many attempts. For example, 150 years ago, a black dragon with terrifying power crossed the border through the time and space gate of the Magic Stone Mine, causing huge destruction in the wizard's land. In the end, they worked together to imprison him and use secret methods to annihilate each other's soul, allowing Fleas, the most powerful psychic wizard at the time, to occupy the black dragon's body and become the fifth legend of the council. However, this process can only be described as thrilling, and more than 90% of the success is due to luck. According to Fleas, he was not able to fully control and integrate this body. His soul seemed to be contained in a powerful MTSH L, and he could only exert 60 to 70% of the opponent's strength. Compared to us, maybe you can be called a true legendary wizard, Herav said with a sigh. Since Boar can see that his mental power level is still at the level of a great wizard, it probably means that the other party has found a way to break through that limit. It seems that the wizarding land has indeed been closed for too long. Although Lin Un didn't know the inside story, he guessed a rough idea based on the reactions of Herav and others. With a thought, Einstein, who was in a small universe, shook his head and said calmly, "The road to magic is rugged. We are all just exploring the way forward in the dark. No one can be sure that he is on the right path." Herav, Aurora, and Vittorio are all very interested in the breakthrough methods of the Arcane Society legends. But they also know that this is the biggest secret of every legendary wizard. They are not willing to reveal how they became legends, and naturally have no right to ask the other party to tell them, thinking of the fact that Boar and others were inconvenient to take action. Aurora couldn't help but suspect that the method of these people's breakthrough might not be so perfect. Chapter 382. The macro is just the appearance of things. The micro is the root of everything. The discussion about the legend did not last long. Due to the lack of information, Lin Un did not dare to talk more here and quickly changed the topic. According to my guess, Ella has probably abandoned her physical body and exists in the form of an energy body. Regarding the difference between energy and mass, Lin has related explanations in his previously published magic theory, and Herav and others are no strangers to this term. You mean the one who abandoned his body and existed in the form of a soul? Vittorio said thoughtfully, stroking his long beard. At this time, he had realized the similarities between Boar and the others and the false god. Their bodies were constantly exuding power, as if they could distort time and space just standing there. But there were some differences between the two. Ella felt to him like a powerful aggregation of divine magic, while Boar felt more like the star they just saw. The soul should also be a type of energy, and this speculation emerged in Vittorio's mind. At the level of a great wizard, the soul can leave the body and stay in the outside world for a long time, but it will still suffer some damage. Just like a naked person, exposed to the cold wind, he will freeze to death sooner or later. But they still don't know whether the legendary level soul body can survive forever without the body. No, it's definitely more than that. Lin shook his head and rejected Vittorio's guess. If it was just like this, Shina would definitely give him a hint. After all, Soul Body 071 was absorbed and recorded in the database. If it's not a soul body, what is it? Everyone present was lost in thought. If you can, you might as well arrest a legendary priest of the Holy See and study it carefully. Maybe you can gain something. Lin suggested while controlling Boar. This was also the first thought that came to Lin's mind when Gino reminded him that Ella and Edwell's spirit and life levels were above the Great Wizard. That is to capture the two of them and study them carefully. It's just that Ella was a bit too powerful. So Lin had no choice but to give up the tempting idea of capturing the god, and instead focused on the next level legendary priest. Vittorio couldn't laugh or cry at Boar's proposal. The legendary priests are basically the top leaders of the Holy See, and their own strength is also extremely powerful. It is not easy to defeat them, let alone capture them for study. When it came to Boar's mouth, it was as simple as eating and drinking. Lin ignored it, and after instilling the idea of capturing people for research into Herav and others, he controlled Boar to speak again. Ella has a high degree of control over the atomic level. It is not easy to defeat her from this aspect, but you can start from a more microscopic level and find a way to defeat her. The macro is just the surface of things. The micro is the foundation of everything, and the true path to legend may be hidden in it. Macroscopically. Microscopically. Herav muttered softly. After thinking for a while, Aurora and Vittorio were about to ask again, but at this moment, the bright and intense light around them fell rapidly, and the entire space turned into extremely deep darkness again, under the acceleration of time tens of millions of times. The light brought by the supernova explosion has disappeared. Herav looked regretful, and he knew exactly what this meant. Sure enough, the next moment a majestic and old voice sounded in everyone's ears. That's it for this seminar. The person who spoke was Einstein. And then the entire small universe began to tremble violently, expelling Herav and others. At exactly 2 o'clock in the middle of the night, Herav, Aurora and Vittorio broke away from the magic field. Their faces were full of confusion. Shock and confusion. They had not yet recovered from the huge amount of information at this discussion. Break free from the information. It seems that what you said before is right. Herav, this secret magic society really needs to be treated with caution, Vittorio said with a solemn expression. Even though Vittorio had already overestimated these legendary wizards as much as possible before entering the magic field. After this exchange meeting, the fear in his heart only increased. Especially that Boar. He could see their true identity at a glance. The strength can only be described as unfathomable. I've warned you a long time ago that you should be more careful, Herav said helplessly. After a pause, he continued to speak. What do you think about the elements they mentioned? That is, the internal structure of atoms? Although there is no complete evidence yet, this possibility does exist, Aurora said in agreement. Of course, there are elements that are much smaller than basic atoms, such as thunder elements, light elements, and those elemental ghosts. It's just that they couldn't sense it before, so they couldn't be sure whether these elements really existed. The Thunder Magic School founded by Anthony has proven that the thunder element is real and can be controlled by wizards. In this way, the basic element is not the tiniest substance they know. Thinking of this, Aurora had a thought in her mind. We'd better order people to find all Altox notes. They may be useful in research in the microscopic field. Herav and Vittorio nodded solemnly. Since the microscopic realm is very likely to involve the promotion of legend and the method of killing gods, then their next energy must be focused on this. As for that elemental ghost, there is always a solution. In order to reach a higher realm, they are not afraid of risks. If they can figure out why Artok and the elemental wizard suddenly went crazy, there may be a chance to save these people. The power of every legend is extremely valuable. The Holy See officially has 5 legends. As for the Wizards' Council, even counting the crazy Altok, they only have 4 legendary wizards. Not only are they lacking in top power, but they are also slightly lacking in high-end combat power. There is also the element ranking list. We also need to pay attention to it, Vittorio added. This is the foundation of the entire magic system. According to his estimation, the Secret Magic Society follows an elite route. Although each member is very powerful, the total number of members should not be too large. Now that they knew how to measure the mass of an element, all that was left was to implement it. By working together, they may be able to improve this ranking list faster than the Arcane Society, and even explore a new legendary path. Chapter 383. A legend is a demigod, and a demigod is a legend. Finally done! Lin En, who had withdrawn from the magic realm, breathed a sigh of relief. It was not easy to fool these legendary wizards. However, This meeting also allowed him to get a lot of information about hiring wizards. First, the limit a wizard can reach with his own talent and hard work is the 6th ring Great Wizard. Lin still doesn't know why this is the case. Judging from the positive attitude of Haroth and others, it is not without purpose. Second, Shinao's rating is not wrong. Whether it's Haroth, Aurora or Vittorio, their spiritual power level is no different from that of the Great Wizards. But their combat power is higher than that of ordinary 6th-ring Great Wizards. Much more powerful. In other words, it's okay to call them pseudo-legends. This explains why Intelligent Brain can mobilize and crack the computing power of these speakers. Because the other party is at the same level as himself. As for Edwill and other church leaders, although according to the judgment of Jinao, their mental power and life level are higher than that of the Great Wizard, Lin En feels that there is a high probability that these people are also pseudo-legends. He has personally played against Edwill, so he is naturally qualified to make an evaluation. In addition, Aurora also met with a legendary priest of the Holy See when she was in the Sea of Mist. Even if the battle did not last long, she could still handle it. Lin couldn't help but wonder if Ella was the only one who really took that step. And the Holy See judge and other senior officials may have relied on the strength of each other to step into this level. Like the speakers, they all have considerable power. Limitations. They are also among the pseudo-legends. In the past few days, under the continuous torture of those priests and bishops, they have also dug out more information. For example, there are 2 conditions for the selection of the top leaders of the Holy See. One is to become a 6th circle priest, and the other is to obtain divine enlightenment, given the power of God. What the power of God is, even the captured bishops don't know. It is probably one of the most important secrets of the Holy See. Lin guessed that this should be related to the reason why Avadel and others were able to perform the real divine descending technique, and then fell into the realm, and may even die. Apprentice Official Wizard Grand Wizard Legend, God. Lin En reviewed the information about the spiritual power level jump in his mind, and asked Jinao to record it. After hesitating for a moment, he rejected the word God and changed it to demigod, or an incomplete god. If Ella can solve the problem of the poison of faith and combine the computing power of hundreds or even tens of millions of believers with herself, then I am afraid she will be a true god. Thinking of such a scene, Lin En felt a lot of pressure. What he urgently needed now was to find a way to advance to legend, or something that could check and balance the Holy See and make the other party take advantage of it. Lin doesn't have much idea about the former yet. It's not easy to open up a new promotion path, so he plans to start with the second route first. This is why he specifically guided Haroth and others to explore the atomic structure, in order to confirm whether the atomic model of the previous Life Federation was correct, and whether the mass energy equation could be applied in this world. If it is accurate and uranium ore is found, we can use it to develop a large nuclear explosion. This is definitely magic beyond the knowledge of all wizards today. It can easily destroy a city. It is the power of a star. Lin En expected that with the intensity of the nuclear explosion, even if it could not kill the gods, it could still serve as a powerful deterrent. If the situation really reaches the most critical moment, they can blow up the entire empire, thus greatly weakening Ella's power. After all, each believer can provide a part of the computing power blessing to the other party. In turn, the power of God is also supported by believers. Killing these believers is destroying the foundation of the opponent's power. Of course, Lin had no intention of doing this unless absolutely necessary. After all, these are millions of casualties. The speakers paid more attention to the elemental ranking list than Lin En imagined. 2 hours after coming out of the magic field, they were invited to attend a meeting overnight. Haroth concealed the discussion and information about the promotion of the legend in the magic field, and then very concisely explained the theory of divisible atoms, and the argument of finding ways to defeat the false gods from the more microscopic field. The members of the House of Representatives present were astonished and had mixed opinions about the divisibility of atoms. All wizards will be told the moment they learn magic that basic elements are the basis of everything, and are the tiniest and hardest things in the world. The current theory of atomic divisibility by the Arcane Society is undoubtedly challenging their cognition. However, because Lin is a magic star, the Arcane Society's reputation is strong enough, and several speakers tend to believe that this theory is correct. So even those who opposed it did not risk it. Ren refuted it verbally. If I remember correctly, Element Controller Lord Artok once tried to step into a more microscopic realm, but was attacked by elemental ghosts. A council member looked frightened and worried. Said, everyone present fell silent for a moment. They had all heard of the terror of the elemental ghosts. They had caused a legendary wizard, 3 great wizards, and dozens of official wizards to go insane inexplicably. And some even committed suicide because of it. No one knows what kind of power can cause such a serious mental blow to these wizards, who are proficient in elemental science. Although the elemental ghosts are blocking our exploration of the microscopic realm, it has now become a problem that must be solved. Vittorio said solemnly. Our time is very tight, and we cannot stop for a moment. The Holy Sea's crusade may come back at any time. They have found the location of the wizard's land. This time we have no way out. Vittorio's words made the members of the House of Representatives frown. The false god, who was so powerful that even the legendary speakers could not deal with it, was like a sharp sword hanging over everyone's heads, and might fall at any time. Everyone. This matter is not only about defeating the false god. Elements are the basis for magic. If we can cut it open, we can completely crack the mystery of magic. Harib stood up and looked around at the people around him. The truth of magic and the truth of the world is now before our eyes, bound in those small elements, waiting for us to find and dig it out. Whoever can complete the ranking list of elements will be awarded a Silver Moon Medal. And whoever cuts atoms and constructs an atomic model, I will give him a nomination for the Corona Medal. Chapter 384: The Method of Destroying Atoms and the Devil's Stone. Harib's words instantly aroused the enthusiasm of the wizards. This is the Order of the Sun, the highest honor in the wizarding world. Whoever gets it will be able to go down in history and become the next highly anticipated magic star. And now this opportunity is in front of them. Raphael and other great wizards began to think about how to divide and destroy the elements. The formal wizards did not expect to win the Sun Crown Medal, and they quickly set their sights on the elemental ranking list. You must know that there are a total of 49 kinds of basic elements. As long as you can research the data of 2 or 3 elements, you can be nominated for a Morning Star Medal no matter what. After about 10 minutes of discussion, the first person to speak was Adela, who developed the fire element theory. Although the eternal flame that Lennon brought out last time hit him hard in the face, making the 3 laws of fire full of loopholes, Adela did not get depressed because of it, but instead absorbed Lennon's suggestion. Part of the theory about combustion introduced the more rigorous 3 elements of flame. This time his idea was also very simple, which was to use violent high temperatures to destroy atoms. When Adela was studying fire magic, she discovered that high temperatures can dissociate substances into the form of basic atoms. Even the structure of steel will be destroyed at high temperatures of thousands of degrees. So if the temperature continues to rise, then may be able to dissociate atoms. We can use magic power to bind a large number of elements in a fixed space and continuously raise the temperature. If 10,000 degrees is not enough, then 50,000 degrees. If 50,000 degrees is not enough, then 100,000 degrees. Or even 200,000 degrees. Or 300,000 degrees. When Adela said, she was excited. She clenched her fists and hammered heavily on the table. No matter how strong the element is, there is always a limit. All we have to do is find this limit and break it. A very good idea. Raphael and others suddenly felt their eyes light up. The temperature has not yet found the upper limit, so Adela's proposal has great feasibility. The advantage of this method is that it can gather the power of everyone, and the combined efforts of several great wizards are enough to raise the temperature to an incredible level. I think maybe I can give thunder a try, Anthony on the side suggested. The thunder element is much smaller than the basic element. Using thunder to destroy the basic element should be a good choice. With the collective efforts, a lot of strange ideas were quickly proposed, such as putting pressure on an extremely solid substance to crush atoms, or using magic to accelerate 2 elements to collide with each other, or even space cutting and so on. Master Lennon, what do you think? Just as the discussion became more intense, Sanchez looked at Lennon, who had never spoken, and asked, This well-known magic star is famous for his ideas, regardless of his previous beam calculations or gravitational constant experiments. They all marveled at him. There was such silence now, which surprised Sanchez. Hearing this, everyone present also looked over. Under the spotlight, Lennon spoke thoughtfully. I think your proposals have a certain degree of feasibility. The specific method of decomposing atoms requires further experiments to verify. But there is one thing that is equally important as analyzing the structure of elements, and that is to find new elements. Lennon didn't believe that there were only so many types of atoms in this world. The wizards previously thought that there were only 49 types of basic elements because the wizard's land was too small. Now that they have arrived in the kingdom, they may be able to find more newer elements. Driven by the threat from the Holy See, exploring the truth of magic, and gaining endless glory, the wizards burst out with unimaginable enthusiasm. After returning home, They didn't sleep and put their ideas into practice. The first is the measurement of atomic mass. Hera personally led a group of wizards who were proficient in force field magic to create a vacuum field, and then used formulas to perform calculations through space perception. Vittorio was invited by Adela to prepare a powerful alchemy circle to create a huge amount of high temperature and dissociate atoms. Anthony also summoned the wizards of the school and prepared to start with thunder magic. In addition, he was very interested in why there is repulsion between atoms and the minimum distance between atoms. This reminded him of the repulsion caused by magnetism. Under such an upsurge in research, novel academic papers are published in the Magic Daily almost every day, and even the citizens of the royal capital are overjoyed. It's not that they can understand these novel magic theories, but a new decree has been issued in the royal capital. The wizards want to find some new elements. Anyone who finds something weird can submit it. If you can pass the screening and be accepted by the wizards, you will be rewarded with up to 50 imperial gold coins. Such a high reward is enough to drive people crazy. So much so that the citizens of the royal capital are rummaging through boxes and cabinets at home. Some people even picked up a random stone on the way, hoping to make up for it. If they can get away with it, they will get a lifetime reward. Unearned wealth. Within 2 days, Yolanda, who was responsible for looking for new elements, received a large amount of messy debris, which gave him a headache. He had to have a sign set up outside, such as pots, pans, wooden benches, etc. Don't take it over. Those poor people who try to fish in troubled waters will be severely punished. Just when Yolanda thought that today would be fruitless, a strange stone was placed in front of his case. This is an irregular spherical thing. Judging from the luster on the outside, it looks like some kind of metallic substance. Yolanda let out a light sigh, stretched out his hand to pick it up and weighed it, and immediately discovered that it was much heavier than the same volume of iron. Realizing this, Yolanda's expression immediately became serious, and he began to try to use magic to perceive and decompose it, but failed. It cannot be destroyed or manipulated. Is it really some kind of metallic element? What is this? Where did you find it? Yolanda quickly turned to look at the people who presented the stone and asked eagerly. This is probably a new element that is beyond their knowledge. The miner in his 50s beside him lowered his head humbly and answered tremblingly. Replying to the wizard, this is a devil stone. I heard the priests call it that. Chapter 385 Demon Stone and Elemental Electronic Theory. Devil Stone? Hearing this title, Yolanda suddenly became interested and asked curiously, do you know why it's called that? The old miner didn't dare to hide anything and quickly explained. This strange ore was dug from a mine in the royal territory. The owner of the mine bought several nearby mountains in preparation for mining copper, but found something strange like crystal in this mountain. Ordinary ore. In addition, a strange luminous monster was also discovered. They seemed to be feeding on this ore, and the things they excreted were silvery white and shiny, very similar to silver ore, but they were different, much heavier. The owner of the mine immediately realized that this mine was the source of his wealth, and immediately organized a large number of manpower to carry out excavation work, and hired a master sculptor to make the natural crystal-like ores into jewelry. And that silver-white unknown metal was also sold to some interested nobles and wealthy businessmen at a high price. However, the good times did not last long. After working for a period of time, some miners working in the mine suddenly contracted a malignant disease. Inexplicably, they became dizzy and weak, had difficulty breathing, and even their skin began to fall off and ulcerate. The mine owner who received the guard's report didn't care at first, thinking it was the mine slaves trying to be lazy again. It wasn't until several nobles who purchased the ore jewelry showed similar symptoms, which led to an investigation by the church, that they realized it. The seriousness of the problem. Unfortunately, it was too late. Not long after, the church closed the mine. Then, there was a rumor in the royal capital that these strange ores were cursed by an evil wizard. The owner of the mine was also accused of colluding with the followers of the evil god, who was tied to the stake and burned alive on the pretext of using witchcraft to murder the kingdom's nobles. After listening to the miner's narrative, Yolanda became more and more interested in the ore in front of him. He could naturally see that this thing had no magic reaction at all, and should be a natural creation. However, the name of the Devil's Stone still made Yolanda cautious, and he changed from holding it with his hands to using the mage's hand to lift it. Master Wizard, look at this. Seeing Yolanda's face change slightly, the old miner said uneasily, somewhat worried that offering such an evil thing would cause displeasure to the other party. If the reward hadn't been too tempting, he wouldn't have dared to take the risk. You did a good job. Here are 50 imperial gold coins. Take it, Yolanda said with a smile. And with a thought, shiny gold coins flew out one after another, and were piled on the table. In order to encourage the citizens of the royal capital to bring out good things, Yolanda directly gave the highest bonus. A full 50 imperial gold coins. Thank you, Lord Wizard, for your generosity makes the stars dim. Seeing the pile of gold coins, the old miner knelt down excitedly and kept kowtowing his head to express his admiration and gratitude. Then, with Yolanda's permission, he swept away all the gold coins with a trembling wrist into the pocket. The citizens of the royal capital who were queuing up behind were jealous when they saw the old miner exchanging a piece of devil's stone for dozens of gold coins. They were also sighing in their hearts that these wizards really kept their word. Such a large amount of money is given as soon as you say it. In the past 2 days, hundreds of people have said various strange objects, but all of them have been rejected. So much so that they have begun to wonder if these wizards are deliberately entertaining themselves. Now it turns out that they just didn't find the right thing. These wizards even wanted the demon stone. You will be in charge here for the time being. Yassos, if a new element is discovered, send someone to notify me, Yolanda solemnly reminded him, and then took the devil's stone and hurriedly reported it. In fact, if possible, Yolanda would like to study it on his own in private. If a new element can be thoroughly studied, it will be easy to obtain a Morning Star medal. However, considering the rumors of the demon stone, Yolanda put away this small thought and reporting it was the best result. At the same time, in the manor in the royal capital, Lin En was looking at today's Magic Daily. There was a shocking headline on the front page. Thunder is the ultimate answer to all magic on the internal structure of elements. Yes. Have you discovered that electrons may exist inside elements? Lin En secretly admired. It had only been 2 or 3 days. Sure enough, after breaking away from the indivisible barrier of atoms, the imagination and creativity of the wizards were very high. He was quickly aroused. The person who published this paper was naturally Anthony. Although his electrolysis atom experiment failed, he had many unexpected gains. For example, it was verified that 2 atoms do produce a repulsive force when they are extremely close. This tiny distance was calculated. This repulsive force is very similar to the phenomenon of like-pole repulsion between 2 magnets. So Anthony made a bold conjecture that there is electricity inside the atom. The corresponding, elemental purple fruit, model is also given. Purple fruit is a specialty of the kingdom of Hadrada, a kind of thing filled with fruit particles inside, similar to a pomegranate. According to Anthony's idea, positive and negative charges are like purple fruits filling atoms. The inner layer of most elements is positive charge, and the outer layer is negative charge. When they are close, they will generate repulsive force due to the repulsion of the same sex. The structure of other elements is just the opposite. The outer layer is positively charged, and the inner layer is negatively charged. So the two can combine together to react, producing light, heat, and even flames. The entire paper was filled with thousands of words, and took up the entire page. Lin read it with great interest. Although the conclusion was wrong, the derivation process and imagination were very interesting. It can really explain some phenomena to a certain extent. For example, Anthony believes that the reason why the elements are in motion all the time is because they are attracted to each other by the gravitational force, and then bounced away by the repulsive force. So they are always under the alternating action of these 2 forces. Just when Lin was about to read the newspaper to find out if there were any other novel theories, he saw Alok hurriedly running in from outside the courtyard. What's wrong? Did something happen? Seeing Alok's eager look, Lin immediately put down the newspaper in his hand and asked solemnly, Dean Lin En. Element. It's a new element. Alok breathed heavily, with a strong look of excitement on his face. Yoland, who is responsible for collecting novel objects today, discovered a Devil's Stone. After testing, it should be a new element that has never been recorded before. Chapter 386 Uranium Mines and God's Favor. This is part of the sample sent by the council, Alok said, taking out a piece of gravel the size of a thumb from his arms. When Lin En saw this thing for the first time, he couldn't help but stood up from his seat, stretched out his hand, and the gravel spontaneously levitated and floated in front of him. This is uranium ore? Lin En had a look of extreme surprise on his face, and he quickly recognized it. Because he was worried, he even asked Jinao to test it, and the result was the same as he expected. It is indeed uranium ore, and it is the refined kind. Although it has not been specifically tested, the uranium content must be very high. As for natural uranium ore, the content of each gram of ore should be only a few thousandths, or even a few thousandths of a gram. Where was this thing found? Lin En asked curiously. 99% of uranium, or with such a high content, is not naturally formed. I heard that it is in a mine more than 10 kilometers away from the royal capital. The parliament has sent people to search for it, Alok said excitedly. The discovery of a new element is enough to make any wizard who is proficient in elemental science excited. They couldn't sleep, so some congressmen set out overnight to prepare for an on-site inspection. By the way, the person who sent this were called it the Devil Stone. Alok told him all the information he had learned about the uranium mine. Lin En was not surprised by the title Devil Stone. Generally speaking, uranium is a radioactive element with a relatively long half-life. In addition, the natural uranium or content is low, so it has little impact on the human body. But the Devil Stone in front of you is different. The uranium content is extremely high. If you carry this thing with you for a long time, it will definitely be affected by radiation. As for the monster that Alok talked about that feeds on uranium ore, Lin's brows jumped when he heard about it. Could this thing be Godzilla? However, judging from the fact that not all the miners who mined the ore were killed, those things may be non-carnivorous creatures. I have to say, the animals in this magical world are really fierce. The fur of the fire lion can withstand high temperatures and is used to make filaments. The skeleton of the griffin is very light but very tough. They are all excellent special materials. Go and call Orlando and the others over. Let's go to the laboratory. Lin dropped the newspaper in his hand. He needed to do a test on this Devil's Stone. If it goes as he expected, then there is hope for the great nuclear explosion technique. Just when the wizards in the royal capital were rejoicing that they had found a new element, in the seaport of the holy city of the Seekas Empire, known as the Heaven on Earth and the Land of Shining Stars, the Empire's expedition fleet, which had been floating on the sea for more than a month, finally landed. Less than half of the more than 300 ships that went on the expedition were left, and more than a dozen ships in the front row were severely damaged. Even the main ship had a long gash on its hull. I can barely hold on until now. Such a tragic scene shocked the guards in the harbor. But they all firmly believed that the followers of the evil god and the minions of the devil must have been sent to H.L. because under the gaze of God, they were invincible. Of Cardinal Jacob, who came to contact him, was not so optimistic, because they had received a secret report just 10 days ago. Edwell, who led a large number of elites to the kingdom to suppress the rebellion, died, and the entire crusade was nearly wiped out, with less than 1/10,000th of the people who escaped. The entire hierarchy of the Holy See was shocked. But the news was too shocking. So it is still under lockdown. Many people are counting on the expedition fleet to make a triumphant return, wipe out the lairs of the wizards, and wash away the previous shame with a great victory. When he saw the bishops and priests on the ship walking down the deck with dark faces, Jacob knew that what the expedition fleet brought this time would probably not be good news. Some thoughts flashed through Jacob's mind, but he rushed forward immediately, put his hands on his chest, and saluted respectfully. Lord Judge, I want to see the Pope and His Majesty Lucia. Now! Immediately. The presiding judge's tone was very serious, full of undoubted questions. But the two adults are presiding over the celebration now, Jacob said hesitantly. Hearing the word celebration, the presiding judge paused for a moment, and then quickly thought that today was a harvest day. It is recorded in the Genesis chapter of the Bible that the 7th day of September every year is the day when the great moon goddess arrives from heaven to the world. She will bless the entire earth with her magic and make sweet fruits ripe. Everyone will experience this, the joy of harvest. Then the meeting will wait until after the celebration. The presiding judge immediately softened his words. The annual Harvest Day celebration was extremely important and could not be easily interrupted. Due to the news blockade, the shadow of the kingdom's rebellion did not affect the Harvest Day celebration. Hundreds of thousands of people gathered in the huge holy city, waiting in front of the towering Sky Tower. It is rumored that this giant tower was the residence of the moon goddess when she came to the earth. It took 50 years to build. It is more than 300 meters high. The spire shining with divine magic seems to penetrate the heaven and earth, like a god projecting onto the human world. A huge sword. Anyone who sees the Sky Tower will be shocked by its majesty. Many devout believers have traveled thousands of miles to the holy city from all over the empire, just to devoutly repent of their sins and cleanse themselves in front of the Sky Tower. So, vaguely, waves of mystium sounded in the sky, and a holy figure soon walked out of the Sky Tower. He looked about 23 or 4 years old, wearing a white holy robe, with a shawl flying in the wind. The green eyes were filled with luster like stars. It's your Majesty, Lucia! The faces of the believers gathered on both sides of the Sky Tower were full of fanaticism. The saints of the Holy See are the people closest to God in the entire Holy City. They are carefully selected from the nuns in the empire and rotated every 5 to 10 years. After completing their missions, they can go to heaven and become gods of attendance. Saint Lucia walked up to the high platform under the gaze of everyone, chanting the words of the harvest day in her mouth loudly, and little stars of divine light continued to fall from the sky. After being exposed to the divine light, those believers with hidden illnesses who came to worship in the Holy City immediately felt that their bodies were much lighter and felt an indescribable sense of relief. One of the devout believers even found that he had lost his ability. The finger that fell off actually grew back, and he knelt down to worship excitedly. This is God's favor. The Lord's favor. Chapter 387 Saint Lucia who defiled the gods. Great Lord, thank you for your grace. May your glory spread to every corner of the world. I will do what you promised me until the end of my days. The devout believers gathered outside the sky tower, shrouded in divine light, knelt down and prayed one after another. They believed that God's eyes had been focused on this. If they prayed devoutly enough, they would definitely get his favor and be able to survive after death. Enter the eternal kingdom of heaven. The misty chants became louder and louder, and the realm of the kingdom of God centered on the sky tower, spreading to all directions, and soon enveloped the entire holy city. On the ground on both sides of the road, wisps of emerald green grass sprouted from the soil, and vines drilled out from the gaps in the bricks and wrapped around the houses and the exquisite sculptures. Time seemed to be sped up. Under the witness of hundreds of thousands of people, tens of thousands of fruit trees rose up all over the holy city, gradually growing from a wisp of buds into towering trees tens of meters high, with thick and thick branches. The straight and dense tree crowns cover the sky. Green and crystal clear fruits hang on the branches, and the rich fruity fragrance permeates the whole city. The towering sky tower was now entangled with countless vines, as if a huge emerald palace stood in the center of the holy city. Such a miracle shocked the believers, who were participating in the celebration for the first time. Lucia, who was sitting on the high platform, stopped praying to God. In her green eyes, another more mysterious world appeared before her eyes. On the kneeling believers below, invisible golden threads appeared in their heads, and the end point of the threads was the huge sky tower behind them. After the miracle was performed, the number of devout believers increased by approximately 20,000. After confirming this, Lucia announced that this year's harvest celebration has officially begun, and all the people of God who come to the holy city can enjoy the delicious food. During the celebration, this is the kingdom of heaven on earth. There is no distinction between nobles and poor people. Everyone has only one identity. That is, a believer in God. Tens of thousands of attendants placed pots of roasted potatoes, fried steaks, stewed meat soup and other delicacies on long tables placed in the streets of the holy city, serving hundreds of thousands of people to enjoy, many of which only nobles are eligible to enjoy on weekdays. Fine wine and prime camel meat, with the permission of Saint Lucia and the leadership of her attendants. Believers who traveled thousands of miles to the holy city joined today's celebration, picking sweet fruits from the trees, or walking in the holy city. Feel free to grab and enjoy your food. There is no crowding or fighting. Even the hungry and gluttonous people will become respectful and polite under the inspiration of divine light. What's more, there is an unlimited supply of food, and the fruits on the trees will grow again within 10 seconds after being picked. Nanda is an ordinary poor man in Nordland, but unlike others, he has the most devout faith in God. After learning that the holy city will hold a harvest day celebration every year, even the most humble poor people and even slaves can enter the holy city and admire the glory of the Lord. For this dream, Nanda spent more than 10 years and used the money he saved to redeem himself. With perseverance, he walked thousands of miles and crossed the barriers of the mountains from the border of the empire to the holy city. Along the way, Nanda was attacked by bandits and almost killed by ferocious monsters. It took a full year to reach the foot of the holy city. Although this journey was difficult, everything was worth it at this moment. The sky tower was more majestic than in his dreams, and the divine light summoned by the benevolent Saint Lucia healed the scars on his body that had begun to fester. The delicacies filling the streets of the holy city and the fruit trees growing out of thin air are a scene that only exists in South Germany's fantasy paradise. Although such a celebration only happens once a year, as long as they are pious enough, they will be able to ascend to the kingdom of heaven after death. Then every day will be a celebration day, and the sufferings they have suffered in this life will be turned into honors. That is after passing the test of God. They deserve the reward. In his increasingly determined thoughts, his faith was sublimated. Nanda suddenly felt that he was one step closer to God. and the door of heaven seemed to have been opened towards him. At the same time, Saint Lucia, who had returned to the Sky Tower, suddenly turned her head, as if looking through the thick solid wall in front of her to somewhere in the holy city. "What's wrong? Your Majesty, Lucia?" A cardinal in red clothes beside him asked in confusion. "Some people have received divine enlightenment, but it's a pity that they missed one step and failed to become a saint." Lucia shook her head and said regretfully, "I wonder which bishop it is." The cardinal in red said enviously. He believed that his devotion to God was no worse than anyone else. But he failed to receive divine enlightenment and was judged a saint and became a member of the Holy See. Real high level. "No, that's probably just a poor man," Lucia said as she casually picked up the dragon fruit placed on the table in honor of the moon goddess, put it to her mouth, and took a bite. Lucia's offending behavior made the cardinal's veins jump on his forehead. At this moment, he didn't bother to ask which poor man was so lucky, and reprimanded him sternly. "Lord Lucia, these precious dragon fruits are tributes to the Lord. No one is allowed to take them. I will tell the Pope about your rudeness later." Although saints are very noble within the Holy See, they are rotated every few years. In the eyes of the cardinal, they are just attendants selected by the Holy See to serve the Lord. If they are not up to standard, they can be replaced at any time. Justifying the gods is enough to deprive him of his identity. Lucia gnawed on the sweet dragon fruit and said in a vague tone, "This is why you haven't received divine enlightenment." Raven. Cardinal Raven was furious when he saw that Lucia was unrepentant and even tried to slander the divine revelation. However, before he could reprimand her more severely, the door of the Sky Tower was opened. It was the Pope and the presiding Judge Joshua who walked in. "His Majesty the Pope. Lord Joshua, just now Lucia stole the tribute from the desk and has no intention of repenting." Raven quickly stepped forward and reported to the two of them. This saint's status was higher than him, and there was nothing he could do except scold her. Only the Pope had the right to punish her. "I will handle this matter. You go down first." The Pope nodded, and then waved away Raven, who was still ready to continue speaking. Lucia watched the cardinal leave angrily and spoke with regret. "He is very pious, but unfortunately he is not very flexible. Even his brain is not very good, and he is not qualified." Chapter 388. It doesn't matter. I will personally take action to destroy the enemies of the Holy See. I have disappointed you this time, Your Majesty Lucia. I will look for other candidates. The Pope shook his head and sighed. This candidate is not that easy to find. Faith and talent are the key, but not everything. For nearly a decade, the only qualified person was Edwell. Unfortunately, just as the Pope was thinking about it, the presiding Judge Joshua stepped forward, looked at the saint of the Holy See, and saluted respectfully. "Your Majesty Lucia." Saint Lucia put the dragon fruit that she had taken a few bites back on the altar table, and whispered that she would ask them to change the tribute next time. Then she looked at Joshua and said casually, "It seems that even you failed." Joshua seemed not to notice the saint's offensive act of putting the gnawed dragon fruit back on the altar table. He knelt down on one knee and recited the results of the war like a monotonous machine. The Imperial fleet lost a total of 143 warships and did not achieve any substantial results. Listening to Joshua's report, Lucia's beautiful green eyes narrowed and her tone became extremely cold. "Tell me what's going on. As far as I know, most of the powerful wizards have already gone to the kingdom. Now the protection of the wizards' land should be as empty as ever. The entire Empire's first fleet has more than 300 warships, all of which are the latest sailing warships. There are more than 80,000 elite troops of the Empire on board, as well as a priest group of nearly 1,000 people. It should be necessary to pacify the poorly protected wizarding land. There is no difficulty at all. And what does it mean to have no results? With so many people dead and half of the entire Imperial fleet destroyed, it's not like the opponent is still safe, right? Even if a stupid camel beast is used as the commander, he can't achieve such a record." Joshua began to talk about his experiences at sea. "In fact, we encountered obstacles on the Sea of Mist before we reached the Land of Wizards. The wizards developed a new type of steel warship. It is conservatively estimated to be at least thousands of tons. It can sail at the speed of a sail warship, more than 3 times the size of the boat. Wait a minute. A steel warship weighing thousands of tons is floating on the sea. It can also run very fast. Are you sure you read it correctly? Isn't that some kind of visual illusion?" The Pope frowned and couldn't help interrupting the appointment. Schwa's words made him wonder if the other party was telling a ridiculous story. How can a ship made of steel float on the sea and run several times faster than a sail warship? This is not in line with the laws of the world. "I'm sure. Joshua said decisively, and told the entire battle exactly, especially the peculiar over-the-horizon tactics used by the opponent. With a sailing speed of more than 3 times, they will always stay about 1 kilometer away from them, and then use strong firepower to continuously suppress them, preventing them from getting close or getting close at all. A chance to escape. This is the reason why the fleet suffered heavy losses but achieved nothing. These are simply a bunch of cunning hyenas, the Pope said coldly. But if he tried to put himself in Joshua's situation, he couldn't think of any good way to break the situation for a while. Joshua has already tried to use powerful legendary magic, but those ships ran away in a flash and could not be hit at all. Within half an hour, the steel ships would reappear from the fog and continue to fire on them. Suppress. It's not a good idea to let the flying cardinals chase them, because they can't run as fast as the steel warships, and they will only be bombarded one after another to consume their magical energy. Of course, the first fleet would not have been suppressed so miserably, and the barrier of the Sea of Mist was also very important. If there was no fog covering the entire sea area, the situation would have been much better. Then I surrounded the wizard's fleet at the cost of 30 ships, but their reinforcements came too fast, Joshua said with regret. That was his only chance to severely damage the steel fleet. However, after weighing the pros and cons, Joshua could only choose to retreat. He had seen this kind of alchemical creation suspended in the air in a secret report from the kingdom. It not only flew high and fast, but also had the ability to project to the ground, with the Hellfire ability. If he insists on pursuing him, everyone except him and a few cardinals may die there. This is undoubtedly a losing business. It seems that we all underestimate these wizards, Lucia snorted. In her eyes before, the wizards hiding on that dilapidated island were just scabies, a group of rats crawling into a hole, which did not affect the overall situation. As long as the other party dared to show up, they could be easily wiped out. Only those extraterritorial evil gods and strange demons outside the gate of time and space are the real enemies of the Holy See. So this time, after learning that the wizards had captured the kingdom, the Empire sent out 2 expeditionary armies in succession, attacking from both sides, in order to eradicate this threat in one fell swoop. But he didn't expect to encounter such a disastrous defeat. These novel weapons made Lucia extremely curious. She remembered that when Cassimo reported to her a few years ago, he did not mention this kind of steel warship, that kind of alchemical creation called a sky airship. It is said that the speed of only 20 or 30 kilometers. Now this value has increased 5 or 6 times. All new weapons seem to have appeared suddenly in recent times. Nowadays, most of the gods' punishment army is still fighting those evil spirits in foreign lands. Do we need to bring them back? The Pope suggested. The threat posed by the wizards has reached a point where they must deal with it with all their strength. They must gather their strength, completely eliminate this threat. No! Lucia shook her head. Those wizards do have some skills in group battles. Don't waste our accumulated elite power anymore. Didn't the Empire discover a tribe of giants during the war in the Western region 2 years ago? Since they have no magical talent, they can be used as consumables in this war, Lucia said in a deep voice. The giant has rough skin and thick flesh, and is extremely strong. With the blessing of divine magic and equipped with special iron armor, he should be able to withstand the attack of artillery fire and smash those iron boxes that can run away. I just ate too much, which put a lot of logistical pressure on me. This time I will do it myself. Lucia straightened her face and said solemnly, Your Majesty, Lucia, although those wizards are difficult to deal with, they are not that bad. Joshua persuaded them. It was undoubtedly their incompetence and dereliction of duty to allow the saints of the Holy See to fight. It doesn't matter. This body has reached its limit. It's just a good use of it, Lucia said casually. A cold light as if seeing prey appeared in her star-like eyes. Chapter 389 Lennon. Can my unlimited nuclear explosion be just a dream? Seeing that the Holy Maiden had made a decision, Joshua stopped trying to persuade him, and his worries about the wizard suddenly eased a lot. In this case, it is only a matter of time to regain the kingdom. Has the candidate for the next saint been decided? Lucia asked. This is the list of candidates. The Pope gently stroked the scepter in his hand, and 5 humanoid images appeared in the tower of the sky. They are all girls between 16 and 18 years old, with impeccable appearance, identity, status and talents. 4 of them are very devout in their beliefs, and have achieved bishop-level spiritual power under the careful training of the local church. Lucia was a little surprised by the remaining person. The other person was not a nun, but a member of the God's punishment army. Logically speaking, she should not be eligible for selection. This is Ivina Pedrol, the second daughter of Viscount Pedrell of the eastern seaport town. She passed the selection of the God's Punishment Army 2 years ago. Although her psychic talent is slightly inferior, he has extraordinary combat intuition, and was specially recommended to me by the commander of the God's Punishment Army. The Pope explained respectfully. The eastern seaport town is the place that was almost burned by the fire of H.L. Lucia paused and said in surprise. This incident was a big deal, and naturally it reached her ears. She heard that it was about a great wizard who had been lurking in the Empire for a long time. It was Edwell who arrived in time to expel him. Previously, the Holy See had already such a tragedy has not happened in many years. Not bad. The Pope nodded and then continued. The eldest son of the Pedrell family was killed by the wizard in that catastrophe. Ivina's joining of the God's Punishment Army should also have something to do with this. Is this another revenge drama? Lucia was quite bored. And after hearing Ivina's information, she didn't pay much attention. No matter how powerful your fighting talent is, it is just the icing on the cake. Only psychic ability is the foundation of everything. Lucia randomly selected a candidate that she liked, then waved her hand and said with a sigh of relief, "You guys go down. I'm sleepy and need a rest." The two people present nodded and saluted, and quickly exited the Sky Tower. After the presiding judge Joshua walked out of the tower, he couldn't help but sigh. It's a pity that the kingdom fell at this time. As long as there are 3 to 5 years left, the goal of 1 million devout believers will be achieved. Those wizards chose this time to create a rebellion in the kingdom, causing tens of thousands of devout believers to die under swordsmanship and persecution. Their plan may need to be delayed again. It doesn't matter, since His Majesty is willing to personally take action to eliminate the Wizards' Council, the archenemy of the Holy See. It may not be a bad thing, the Pope said in a calm tone. After seeing the power of God, the people of the kingdom will naturally return to the embrace of the Lord. In the royal capital of Hadra Tower, in a strict laboratory, Orlando, Philip and more than 30 wizards of the Iota school were busy drawing a huge alchemical circle underground. While everyone was busy drawing the electromagnetic array, Lin was not idle either. After preliminary testing, it was found that the uranium content in the outer SHL of the Devil's Stone was as high as over 95%. Of course, not all uranium is suitable for use as a nuclear weapon. Natural uranium ore has 3 isotopes, namely uranium-234, uranium-235, and uranium-238. Among them, uranium-238 has the highest content, accounting for more than 99%. Unfortunately, it is not a practical nuclear fuel. This thing has a long half-life of hundreds of millions of years. It is not feasible to force it to undergo nuclear fission. An easy thing. Uranium-235 is different. It is the only isotope in nature that can naturally fission. Its radioactivity is 6.5 times that of uranium-238. It is the most important fuel for nuclear weapons. It's just that natural reserves are very rare. There are only 7 uranium-235 for every 1,000 uranium atoms. Uranium-234 is even less, only 0.0054%. In fact, the principle of nuclear weapons is also very simple. It is to let a neutron hit a fissionable atom like uranium-235, forcing it to split into 2 smaller atoms. During the fission process, several redundant neutrons will be produced. The particles are fired at other uranium-235, causing a chain reaction that causes all the nuclear fuel to fission in a short period of time. According to the mass energy equation, the mass loss caused by the atom splitting process will be converted into a large amount of energy and released. This is the so-called nuclear explosion. However, although this principle sounds simple, it is not so easy to actually do it. When testing the uranium content, Lin discovered a thorny problem. That is, he was unable to use high-order substance deconstruction technique to decompose the element uranium. This discovery made Lin extremely surprised. After becoming a great wizard, he used this technique to analyze the 49 known elements in the wizarding land. Before, Lin thought that with his current strength, no atoms would be able to escape the influence of his magic power. Unexpectedly, he encountered a tough problem this time. However, uranium is indeed somewhat different from the elements discovered by wizards before. First of all, this thing is a radioactive element with a chemical symbol of U and an atomic number of 92. It belongs to the special actinium series in the periodic table of elements, and was also found in nature in previous lives. The heaviest element found. Lin pondered for a while, and guessed that it was possible that all the actinides, that is, the 15 radioactive elements with atomic numbers 89 to 103 in the periodic system IB group, could not be analyzed with the power of the Great Wizard. This may be why they have never been discovered. Thinking of this, Lin felt somewhat helpless. This meant that his previous dream of using magic to mimic uranium-235 to unleash unlimited nuclear explosions was shattered. Now we could only harness its power in a slightly more scientific way. Alok and others, who had been busy all night, drew the last electromagnetic symbol on the ground. After confirming that it was correct, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Master Dean, the electromagnetic array you need has been arranged. Alok wiped the sweat from his head and spoke with great excitement. Very good. Then get ready to start. Lin stepped forward, and after confirming that there was no problem with the array, he used Mage's Hand to send the Devil's Stone to the center of the array, and then started Alchemy Array. The next moment, the complex inscriptions carved on the ground lit up one by one. Incandescent lightning appeared inside the magic circle. The hissing sound of arcs striking dust continued to sound in the secret room, and the powerful and violent power of thunder was tightly bound within a magic circle with a radius of about 3 meters. They quickly gathered towards the demon stone placed in the center. Chapter 390 Methods of Manipulating Uranium Elements and Magical Nuclear Explosion. How to separate the rare uranium-235 from a piece of highly concentrated uranium, or is the first step in making nuclear weapons. Generally speaking, the commonly used methods are gas diffusion method, centrifugal method, nozzle method, laser method, etc. The first two are most suitable for large-scale industrial applications. It's just that this time Lin used electromagnetic separation method, whose separation coefficient is much higher than that of gas centrifuge. The most important thing is that wizards have the power to control thunder and lightning, which will make the whole process much more convenient. Violent lightning filled the entire alchemy circle, and the temperature continued to rise. It soon reached the melting point of uranium. Under the gaze of everyone, the solid demon stone gradually melted under the impact of thunder, turning into red and viscous liquid. Lin continued to increase the power of the thunder regardless. Under the high temperature of more than 4,000 degrees, the liquefied uranium quickly sublimated into gaseous state, and finally plasma, completely integrated into the violent thunder. An invisible magic barrier rose from the edge of the magic circle. The next moment, the entire alchemical magic circle turned into a huge roller. The plasmized uranium inside began to rotate at an extremely high speed. Under the action of centrifugal force, the mass was high. The large uranium isotope plasma is gradually enriched in the radial direction, so that several isotopes with slightly different masses will be distinguished. However, this process was far from being as easy as he said. Lin immobilized almost all the computing power and even used overload mode, raising the level of mental power from the 4th ring to the 5th ring. And then, he could barely maintain the situation. Alok watched all this nervously on the side. The violent thunder power in the formation made him feel frightened. If formal wizards like them were involved, they would definitely die. The whole process lasted for more than 40 minutes. The power of thunder in the magic circle began to gradually dissipate. Lin opened his eyes. All the abnormalities had subsided. In the center of the alchemy magic circle, only 3 magic balls, 1 large, 2 small and 3 small, were left. As soon as Lin thought, the magic ball flew over spontaneously and floated around him. Inside, there were 3 elements existing in gaseous mode. Inside the largest magic ball is uranium-238, followed by uranium-235, and finally an unexpected surprise, radium. Yes, he did not find uranium-234 in this small piece of devil's stone. The reserves of that thing were too small. Fortunately, the discovery of radium element surprised Lin even more. This is also a radioactive element, and it is very critical, because the half-life of radium is only 1,600 years, which is hundreds of thousands of times faster than uranium. This shows how radioactive it is. The discovery of many rays is related to the radium element. Regarding uranium and radium, 2 extremely harmful elements, Lin did not dare to neglect them at all. After separating them, he wrapped them in a magic ball. As for whether the magic power can block the rays, further research and testing are needed. For now, I'm just trying to comfort myself. The second thing that pleased Lin was that although he could not use high-level matter deconstruction to analyze and simulate these radioactive elements, he could still simply control them without any problem. It's just that controlling them feels like going back to controlling the elements during the apprenticeship. You will feel tired and powerless, and it consumes a lot of magic power and mental energy. Seeing that the experiment of element separation has been successful, Eric and others have begun to celebrate. They may be the first to separate these elements from the demon stone. Everyone, it's a little early to celebrate now. Separating elements is only the first step. Next, We need to test their properties. Mass, molecular weight, and density. Lennon spoke to suppress everyone's excitement and distributed these test items. He took a piece of paper and began to think about building a spell model about nuclear explosions. It is too troublesome to create an atomic bomb entirely using scientific means. There are countless process problems to be solved. So using the principles of nuclear explosions to develop magic is undoubtedly the best and fastest option. The first is how to gather large amounts of uranium-235 together. Electromagnetic restraint might work. But after thinking about it carefully, Lin crossed out the electromagnetic restraint, because the strong electromagnetic field may affect the chain reaction. Lin thought for a while, and decided to use magic to mimic a solid element as the SHL. The strange snake scale protection was very good. I don't know which kind of monster's body structure it was based on. It was much stronger than steel. Next is how the neutron source should be realized through magical means, which is the key to detonating nuclear weapons. Finally, we have to figure out how to project this thing a far enough distance. Otherwise we will die together with the enemy. Endless questions emerged in Lennon's mind. Even with the help of the intelligent brain and the detailed knowledge theory in the federal database, Lennon still felt overwhelmed when trying to magic the nuclear explosion. In the next few days, the research on new elements and the internal structure of elements has become a hotly discussed topic among all wizards, causing quite a lot of chaos. There have been more than 30 experimental accidents alone. Fortunately, some minor accidents are no longer surprising to wizards who are keen on research. Whether it is the official wizard who presides over the experiment or the apprentice who does it, once they see that the situation is not right, one will run faster than the other, and all kinds of protection will be available. It was done very well, and no one has died as a result. There was only one unlucky wizard who tried to use the explosion to shatter atoms. He miscalculated the dose and had an arm blown off. However, after drinking a bottle of potion that could regenerate severed limbs, there was no delay at all. Invested in research again. It wasn't until the evening of the third day, when the council convened everyone to exchange the latest research results, that the wizards reluctantly walked out of the laboratory. Such seminars have become more and more frequent recently, and the previous method of concentrating on research and slowly pondering is no longer appropriate. After all, the threat posed by the Holy See is right in front of us. Any discovery is very important, and frequent communication will also help to spur an explosion of inspiration. Thanks to frequent exchanges and experiments, in just 1 week since the theory of separable elements was proposed, 2 people have been nominated for the Medal of the Morning Star, which shows how high the importance of the Parliament is. When Lin arrived at the conference room, it was already crowded with people. Many wizards looked like they had disheveled hair and heavy dark circles under their eyes. It was obvious that they had stayed up late for a long time to conduct experiments, and he happened to be the last one to arrive. Chapter 391. Does this give others a way to survive? Seeing the arrival of Lin, the famous magic star, the wizards gathered in the venue all gave way, and Raphael and other familiar wizards stepped forward to greet him. Master Lin, how is our magic star? Have you got any idea about the elemental structure and new elements research recently? Raphael asked with a smile. It can be considered a small gain, Lennon replied with a slight smile. I am going to use this new element to develop magic. But there is still one most important key that has not yet been solved. He has been studying for 3 days, and now he is still at the last step. He came to this gathering just to see if he can achieve this with the help of the wizards. We can't rush the development of new magic. Raphael comforted him with a smile. The electromagnetic element separation method you proposed is very exciting. 2 new elements were separated from the Demon Stone. This alone is enough to win a Morning Star medal. After the Devil's Stone was sent to the Parliament, several great wizards immediately tested it, and then discovered that this strange element could not be decomposed by advanced material deconstruction. And even the speakers, there is no way to copy or imitate it. This discovery instantly detonated the entire wizarding community, and the council's emphasis on this new element was also increasing. Whoever can dissociate a new element from the Demon Stone and analyze its characteristics will be qualified to name the new element. This is an honor worthy of being recorded in history, and is more glorious than the Medal of the Morning Star. However, as soon as they were about to start research, they received news that Master Lin, the magic star in the wizarding land, had separated the 2 elements in the Demon Stone through the electromagnetic separation method, and did preliminary data detection and named them uranium and radium. When they first heard the news, Raphael and others went crazy. It only took 1 day. How could it happen so quickly? Does this give others a way to survive? So this time when they heard that Master Lin En had not made any major breakthroughs in the research of new elements, the wizards present were relieved. What they were most worried about was that their research projects would collide with this magic star. Then all these days' efforts will be in vain. Master Raphael, it seems that your recent research has made some progress. Lin En could naturally see the happy look on Raphael's face. And it was obvious that he had made some new discoveries. Raphael said quite proudly. Yes, although this discovery is not as good as your element separation method, I think it is enough to cause a new trend. Just relying on my own research, it would be absolutely easy to get a Morningstar medal. And maybe I could make a fortune, which would solve the problem of insufficient research funds. That's really congratulations, Lin En said with a smile, and congratulations. It's nothing more than a fluke. Raphael waved his hands modestly, not intending to explain in detail. Instead, he was keeping it secret, preparing to wait until the seminar began before he would take the limelight. Amidst the mutual compliments and enthusiastic discussions, Lin crossed the crowded crowd and reached the front row. This was the exclusive seat for the great wizards. He was undoubtedly the first one to sit. Everyone, please be quiet for a moment. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Herav, who was in charge of presiding over the meeting, cleared his throat, and his loud voice resounded throughout the conference room. The noisy venue gradually became quiet, and the wizards present all looked at Herav, looking forward to the next agenda. It has been a week since the last discussion on the separability theory of elements, and it has been 3 or 4 days since the discovery of new elements. I think everyone should have some results. Herav looked around and continued. This is not a formal academic seminar. Anyone can speak freely. Even untested academic theories or conjectures with certain bases can be discussed. After all, 7 days was a little short, and it was really difficult to construct a complete theory. So Herav lowered the requirements of this seminar and allowed everyone to speak freely, even if it was just some fantasy, be an inspiration to others. If Herav wasn't eager to find a way to break the situation from these two aspects, Herav wouldn't be so eager. He has received a secret report, and the Holy See seems to have made another change. It can be predicted that the next war will not be too long. They have revealed too much information about new weapons before, and this time, the other side will definitely be fully prepared. Herav sighed secretly, but did not show his worry on his face. He quickly selected an official wizard and asked him to take the stage to explain his theory. This is also to take care of the rookies, giving more opportunities to the lower-level official wizards. Since the subject of this research is limited to the internal structure of elements and new elements, it is inevitable that some of the research results will be similar. With the power of a great wizard, one can often conduct more in-depth research and make some supplements later. However, if it were the other way around, most formal wizards would not even have a chance to speak. A witch in her 20s, who stepped onto the stage, saluted the speaker and all the great wizards before speaking nervously. My Lord Speaker, my research topic is about the properties of uranium. After experiments, I found that this new element can react with boiling water and steam to form a brown-black crystal, which is highly toxic if it is decomposed into powder, and even poses a risk of spontaneous combustion. As she spoke, the witch showed the strange crystal substance wrapped in cloth in front of everyone, and repeated the experiment in front of everyone. The wizards in the venue watched the experiment and talked to each other. Many people had already experimented with the toxicity of uranium compounds, so it was not surprising. This was probably the reason why this thing was called the Devil's Stone. It is impossible to wear something so toxic on your body for a long time without being affected. After the witch finished speaking, there was a burst of applause in the venue. Although the other party had only found some basic characteristics and nothing special, considering the limited time, it was pretty good to be able to verify these. Moreover, the demon stone collected by Yolanda was about the size of a fist and a half, and was divided into more than 20 parts. Each of the great wizards who stayed in the royal capital received a sample, and the remaining ones were distributed to several official wizards, who were extremely talented in research. The size of each sample is different. The higher the basic level, the more hope is given. The larger the size of the sample will be. For example, the one Lin got is not much different from what several speakers got. As for the official wizards, what I got was only as big as a little finger. Chapter 392. You are trying to assassinate the entire Wizards Council. The official wizards' explanations took about 4 hours, and the seminar continued from early evening until late at night. After a week, with the joint efforts of hundreds of wizards, the basic data such as mass, density, and molecular weight of 49 elements were studied. It is also very popular to know what data should be used as the basis for the element ranking list. Topic of discussion. Hours of intense discussion did not make everyone present feel tired, because they all understood that the real seminar had just begun. Among the great wizards, Raphael Shirshairan stood up, walked to the stage and spoke. What I want to say is about some properties of the new element radium. Please allow me to turn off the magic lamp temporarily. Herav nodded and snapped his fingers to interrupt the supply of electricity. After the lights placed on the ceiling of the conference room for lighting flickered a few times, the surrounding area immediately became pitch black. There was only one exception in the entire conference room, and that was Raphael's clothes, which were emitting yellow-green fluorescence and looked very dazzling and gorgeous. There is no magic fluctuation, Herav said in surprise. He could naturally sense that this strange fluorescence was not some kind of magic. Yes, this is the power of radium element, Raphael said quite proudly. In my research, I discovered that this new element can emit soft fluorescence on its own when mixed with some substances. I left it for 2 whole nights, and the light did not weaken at all. According to my guess, this kind of light may be able to continue to emit for several years or even 10 years, Raphael said with great confidence. Then where does the power of its light come from? Vittorio on the side said in a deep voice. It was able to emit light spontaneously, without the need for magical energy. This phenomenon surprised all the wizards present. Those wizards who were proficient in alchemy and herbalism thought of a magical substance. The incandescent mushroom lamp. This kind of magic plant growing in the dark underground also has the ability to self-illuminate. But the difference is that it requires a supply of magic power. Once it is separated from the magic power, it will quickly wither. I guess this is because the radium element reacts with some substances, just like a combustion reaction that produces light and heat. However, this reaction process is very slow, so the light is also softer, and it is possible that the energy will be absorbed for a long time, gradually consumed, Raphael guessed. Since 3 days was too short, he had not had time to conduct further experiments, and could only speculate through the magic theory in his mind. Although his understanding of the radium element is not very deep, the characteristic of self-luminescence alone is enough to highlight the importance of this new element. This thing allows them to see things in the dark without any consumption, and it will definitely have good results when used in night battles. Raphael even thought that in the future, the walls of the royal capital could be covered with this mixed paint. In this case, the lighting problem at night would be solved directly without consuming any electricity. Raphael was talking eloquently, talking about the application scope of radium element. Lin in the audience hesitated to speak, with a very strange expression on his face. But it was not his turn to speak yet. Finally, Raphael took out a glass with fluorescent paint and placed it in front of everyone. The transparent glass exuded intoxicating fluorescence, instantly conquering the eyes of every wizard, and the witches in the audience expressed their admiration. So beautiful! Such a brilliant light! Seeing that his research was recognized by everyone present, Raphael couldn't help but smile. It seemed that his previous decision was extremely correct. Since uranium element is extremely harmful and uncertain, then it's better to work on the less radium element in the Devil's Stone. Based on this idea, Raphael imitated Lin's electromagnetic separation method and separated the radium from the small pieces of Devil's Stone. Originally, he just wanted to test the various properties of the radium element. But during the experiment, he unexpectedly discovered that, after being combined with some substances, it would continuously emit light. The paint made from it can be used on almost anything on them, making them glow yellow-green at night, as if they were possessed. This was undoubtedly an opportunity to make a fortune, and Raphael knew that this novel gadget would definitely set off a trend among wizards. Research on the self-luminous properties of radium won high praise from wizards. Raphael also gave some glassware with fluorescent paint to several speakers and great wizards. And then, he was very satisfied. Returned to his seat. Then Anthony stood up and began to explain his theory of the purple fruit-shaped atomic structure. There is no doubt that elements are internally charged. The electromagnetic separation experiment led by Lin a few days ago, which transformed 2 new elements from gaseous state into a special plasma, is an extremely important piece of evidence. So after the Magic Daily published the news, all the motors produced by the Alchemy Research Institute were sold out in an instant. This is an era when everyone is vying to be the king of thunder and lightning. After all, if Anthony's theory is correct, then thunder is the root of all magic. Any wizard who attempts to explore the truth must master it. After more than a dozen great wizards each finished speaking about their research results, it was finally Lin's turn, and he was ranked at the back. This is not neglect but attention. However, Herav, who made this ranking, still looked at Lin apologetically, because the other great wizards seemed to have finished telling them all they could. Fortunately, The embarrassing situation that he imagined did not happen. Lin stood up with ease and spoke under the gaze of everyone. After my research and experiments, the two new elements uranium and radium are different from any elements we have come into contact with before. They have a common characteristic and should be classified into a category that is different from metals and non-metal elements. In the outside category, I call them radioactive elements. Lenin's words were astonishing as soon as he opened his mouth, which made the wizards, who were already a little sleepy after half a day's discussion, get back on their feet. Radioactive element? Vittorio frowned, thinking about the name carefully, and attached great importance to Lin's research, because this is probably related to why they are unable to freely control and analyze these two special new elements. This is also a problem that has been plaguing every wizard since they obtained the Demon Stone. Chapter 393 Raphael. This is a great radiation supplement. Amidst the low voices of the wizards, Lin explained. Normally, the internal structure of an element is stable and will not change easily. But uranium and radium are different. Their structures are always in an unstable state. You mean that the L of some elements cannot carry the energy inside. So the power of thunder that makes up the elements is constantly radiating outward. Under Lin's explanation, Vittorio quickly came to his own understanding. In this way, it can explain the self-illumination problem of the radium element. No, it's not just electrons. I think there are other substances besides electrons inside the element, Lenin said decisively. Master Lenin, is it possible that you have cut through the elements and glimpsed the secrets within them? Seeing Lenin's affirmation, a wizard in the audience said excitedly. Unfortunately, although I have thought of a way to separate the elements, there is still a very important problem that has not been solved. Lenin shook his head and said helplessly. Harab was very curious about the method that Lenin mentioned to separate the elements. In the past few days, they have made many attempts. They have tried high temperature, electric shock, heavy pressure, and almost all available methods. The element itself is still very hard, with no sign of being broken. But before Harab could ask, Lin spoke. Next, I will let you intuitively see how the radium element releases its power outwards. While speaking, Lenin raised his hand to create a vacuum field, expelling all other elements in the entire space, leaving only a sufficient amount of water vapor, and then poured a bottle of high-concentration distilled liquor into the space. Opened. The strong aroma of wine filled the conference room. Sanchez sniffed and swallowed involuntarily. What is Master Lenin trying to do? Could it be that he wants us to taste the fluorescent bar with radium added to it? Raphael couldn't help but laugh and guessed. What are elements? That is the core of all matter. And this strange radium element will radiate its own power outwards. It is the core of the core, the original power of magic. Taking it may have a good nourishing effect. Just when Raphael was thinking about whether to go back and get a bottle of radium wine, Lin had already dissociated the high-concentration distilled wine into the air and blended it into the rich water vapor. Immediately afterwards, Lenin solemnly took out a lead ball, which was specially used to isolate radiation. After untying this layer of restraints, the radium element contained inside was immediately suspended in the void, and the powerful radioactivity was immediately revealed. Come out! High-energy particles invisible to the naked eye continued to radiate outwards with radium as the center of the circle, and shot into the rich water vapor, pulling out clearly visible fog trails. It's like a flower of thorns blooming in the void. This is it! Vittorio stared at the scene in front of him. The wizards present also stood up in surprise, looking at the surging mist in confusion. This is the trajectory drawn by the radiation particles when they pass through the water mist, Lin said in a high tone. The great wizards in the front row couldn't help but walk up to the high platform and touch the trails of fog that were constantly passing through the field with their hands. This was the power pouring out from within the elements, the deeper source of magic. How did you do it? Master Lin? Is the secret the wine? A great wizard asked eagerly. They couldn't see these rays emanating from the elements at all, let alone feel them. But now they were intuitively presented in front of them in another way. I call it the cloud room. Lin snapped his fingers, and the scattered clouds and mist immediately disappeared without a trace. And then he said with a smile, Do you know how fog forms? It's because the temperature drops that the discrete water elements in the air condense together and transform from gaseous to liquid. Raphael said casually. This is a truth that any wizard understands. Not bad. Lin nodded. But the formation of fog requires one more thing, and that is condensation nuclei, which gather discrete water vapor together. Cooling, low temperature and low pressure. Humidification, saturated water vapor. Condensation nuclei. These are the three major factors that form fog. For example, fog is easy to form in the morning because the water vapor free in the air condenses when it is cold and comes into contact with dust. However, it is not only dust that can serve as condensation nuclei. The ions caused by various high-energy particles can also serve as the core of condensation steam. Therefore, when low-temperature moisture is spread throughout the field, a white fog will appear on the path of the particles' trajectory. As for the blending of alcohol into the water vapor, this allows the trajectory of the fog to appear more clearly and stay there longer. I didn't expect this principle to be so simple. Sanchez couldn't help but sigh after listening to Lin's story. An ordinary water mist condensation method was unexpectedly used by Lin En. All we can say is that the magic star is indeed a magic star. Its powers of observation and imagination are really amazing. Facing the praises and flattery of all the wizards present, Lin responded to them one by one with a normal expression. There was nothing to be excited about. After all, he was just picking up people's wisdom. The founder of the Cloud Chamber is Charles Wilson. Although he is not well known, and he is not as famous as scientific giants such as Tesla, Maxwell, and Newton, he has actually made a lot of achievements. Not only did he create an early radiation detection device, he also determined to study the electric field in the atmosphere and the formation of thunderclouds, and achieved good results. It can be said that it is the upper limit of what an ordinary scientific research genius can achieve in his lifetime. Your research is very crucial, Master Lin En. This may be a crucial step for us to unlock the microscopic field. Vittorio did not hesitate to express his words of appreciation. And then he talked with Herav, and Orolog discussed whether Lin should be awarded the Medal of the Morning Star or the Medal of the Silver Moon. Compared with Raphael, who discovered that radium element can self-luminesce and created fluorescent paint, Lin is obviously one step closer, directly deciphering why this new element emits light, and also using water mist experiments to prove the structure of radioactive elements. It is unstable and constantly releases its power outwards. The Medal of the Morning Star was obviously no longer worthy of the other party's achievements. So after discussion, several speakers quickly decided to award Lin the Medal of the Silver Moon. Lin En, who once again won the Silver Moon Medal, made the congressmen present feel envious and jealous. But they had to admire him from the bottom of their hearts. Raphael secretly rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, he spoke first. Otherwise, he would have been unable to express his research results. Judging from the thoroughness of this magic star's research on the radium element, he must have discovered the self-illumination phenomenon of this thing. But is this the so-called small gain? Thinking of someone's humble words when he first entered the door, Raphael's expression became a little strange. If a Silver Moon medal is just a small gain, then what counts as a big gain? Just as Raphael was thinking about it, Lin's voice suddenly came over. Please wait a moment. Mr. Speaker, what's wrong? Master Lin En? Herav asked in confusion. It's too early to say it's over now. Lin En shook his head and looked at the wizards present. Everyone should have some understanding of the radioactivity of elements. I call these things emitted from the inside of atoms alpha particles. The experiments I plan to do next will be realized based on this kind of particle. Lin En's words stunned Herav and others. They thought that the cloud chamber that showed radiation before was the research result of this magic star. But they didn't expect that it was just the precursor of the experiment. Chapter 394 Alpha particles traveling at 20,000 kilometers per second. Under Lin En's order, Alok and others who were waiting in the audience quickly brought up the props for this experiment. Very simple. Only 3 things in total. A palm-sized lead box and a ring-shaped detection device. The last thing is a piece of gold foil with a width of only 0.1 micron. It took Lin En a full day to make this thing. If he hadn't become a great wizard, it would be impossible to achieve such precision with the current level of craftsmanship. After all the experimental equipment was prepared, Lin En stopped showing off, looked around the wizards in the conference room, and spoke solemnly. Everyone, the atomic model hypothesis you just proposed is very exciting. But whether a theoretical theory is consistent with reality must be proven by experiments after all. This is natural. Anthony nodded. He was very confident in his elemental purple fruit model. But he had to admit that the ideas put forward by some congressmen were also very interesting. For example, the flame wizard Adela believes that the electrons inside the elements are arranged in a way that positive and negative charges are intertwined, so they can be closely combined and will not repel each other because of the same sex. So they come together to form a solid atom. In addition, there are more than 10 different theories, such as water droplet nature, external divergence, element solid theory, etc., all of which have a certain degree of rationality. However, how to verify it is undoubtedly the most troublesome problem for all wizards who propose elemental models, because the element itself is too tiny. They tried countless methods, but could not break it. Some wizards even used the principle of concave and convex mirrors to develop ultra-high power microscopic magic, but they still couldn't see anything. So I am very curious about what means this magic star will use to verify this. Lennon didn't mean to show off, and quickly explained. Alpha particles are scattered from the inside of the radium element, which also means that its volume is much smaller than many elements. Its speed is extremely fast, and more importantly, it has the ability to escape the control of the element. After my calculations, the speed of alpha particles is about 20,000 kilometers per second, Lennon said. 20,000 kilometers. Sanchez clicked his tongue, shocked by this outrageous data. Although they have measured even more outrageous speeds of light, this speed measured in tens of thousands of kilometers per second is still beyond their reach. Anthony was also extremely surprised, thinking back to the fact that in the cloud chamber just now, the trajectory of the fog surged almost instantly, so fast that even the great wizards like them could not react. This was enough to prove that Lin En was not in the cloud room. Deliberate exaggeration. So you are planning to use this new particle to hit and destroy the L of the element? Harab quickly thought of this. Generally speaking, the faster an object is, the more destructive it is. The advantage of the alpha element is that it is small enough, and it may be able to knock open the outer L of the element and make it crack. No, I think the atom does not have an outer L. Everything about it is exposed. Lin shook his head and said seriously, "How is this possible?" Vittorio frowned and retorted, "All the elements are in motion all the time. If there was no protection from the outer L, the contents inside would have been thrown out long ago." The wizards in the audience were also discussing and arguing. Lin's remarks were really outrageous. If this magic star had not proven his talent in magic research time and time again, someone would have stood up to refute it. In their imagination, the element should have a shape similar to a sphere, wrapped by an extremely hard L, so as to protect the material inside from damage during the passage of time. Facing everyone's questioning gazes, Lennon asked with a smile, "Composite elements also have no L, aren't they also able to survive for a long time?" According to the current theory in the Land of Wizards, the reason why those composite elements can stick together firmly is because they are connected by something called the common bond of the elements. So they will not break away easily. In fact, to put it bluntly, it is a chemical bond. Just the names are different between the worlds. Hearing this, Vittorio and others were stunned for a moment. And then they began to think about whether there might be similar power inside the elements that could firmly bind the matter inside. Lin En did not continue with a long explanation. His words were unfounded, and the facts were the best evidence. During this delay, Eric and others had already set up the experimental platform. In fact, they were going to use magic to float the gold foil in the center of the detection device. Then put the lead box facing the gold foil, open a small hole at the front end, and place a certain amount of radium element inside. Since lead can effectively protect against radiation, alpha particles will only be emitted from the small hole in the lead box, forming a beam of high-energy particles. The rays hit the gold foil continuously. The gold foil is surrounded by a ring-shaped detection device with fluorescent paint attached to it. It will emit light whenever it comes into contact with alpha particles, so that the movement of the particles can be determined. As for why gold is used, of course it is because this thing is extremely extensible. Just 1 gram of natural gold can stretch out a gold wire that is several kilometers long. This can ensure that the elements that the rays pass through in a straight line are limited and the interference items will be eliminated. Drop to lowest. After roughly explaining the process of the experiment, Lin opened the hole in the lead box, and a beam of rays invisible to the naked eye immediately hit the gold foil. Both alpha particles and gold atoms are very small and cannot be seen with the naked eye. But wizards naturally have wizard methods, especially the strong perception of great wizards, who can detect subtle changes at the atomic level. After expanding the domain, the entire piece of gold foil changed in their eyes. The gold elements were arranged in an orderly manner, blocking the front like a solid wall. However, this wall was not as strong as they imagined, because small dots quickly lit up on the detection device at the rear, which meant that the alpha particles directly passed through the gold foil and came into contact with the fluorescent substance at the rear. "It went right through," Harab murmured softly. The position of the light spot was directly opposite the direction of the hole in the lead box, without any deviation. Anthony, who also discovered this, couldn't help but frown. This was different from what he had imagined. You must know that alpha particles also have magnetic field reactions, which also means that if the other party comes into contact with positrons and negative electrons, they will also be disturbed. Chapter 395. Everything has its own laws of operation. From stars to elements. Anthony was puzzled. But the facts were in front of him. He could only guess that the speed of this particle was too fast, and it instantly penetrated the elements. So it could pass through the elements full of positive and negative electrons without being affected by the slightest influence. Or maybe these alpha particles were very lucky and passed through the subtle gaps between atoms. Anthony guessed like this, but these fantasies disappeared the next moment, because an undetectable dot lit up above the ring detection screen, which meant that there was an alpha particle that was affected as he had expected before. Interference, and thus deviated from the track. It seems that my distributed element model is correct, a great wizard said quite proudly. Since positive and negative electrons attract each other, and identical electrons repel each other, he guessed that the electrons inside the element should not be tightly bound together, but should be paired with positive and negative charges, and scattered. The congressmen present also nodded in unison, because a very dense and dazzling light spot had been formed in the area directly opposite the hole in the lead box, and only a very small number of alpha particles were repelled to other places. This proved that the element's interior is indeed empty. However, they soon discovered that this model was not completely accurate. After hitting the gold element, some alpha particles turned back 180 degrees, almost returning to the original path. And these deflected particles were concentrated in the center of the atom. The scattering distribution is also relatively regular. The existing theories of more than a dozen element models cannot explain this strange phenomenon at all. Lennon's face showed a look of understanding. The results of the experiment were not beyond his expectations. This meant that the atomic structure of the two worlds was the same, and there were no unknown changes due to the influence of magic. Vittorio, who was sitting in the conference seat with a solemn expression, built a corresponding model in his mind based on the rules of fluorescence distribution, and calculated the deflection angle of each particle in just 1 or 2 seconds. There should be a small but powerful core in the center of the element. It seems that only the alpha particles that hit this core will be bounced back, and the others can pass through smoothly, Vittorio suddenly said. Anthony and others immediately woke up. Only in this way can we explain why the distribution of particle scattering is so strange. Yes, I call it the nucleus. Lennon's voice also sounded in everyone's ears simultaneously. Nucleus? The core of the atom? A member of the House of Representatives murmured this title. This is the element model I built. Len raised his hand, and several magic balls appeared in his palm. The largest magic ball was located in the center, while the rest of the magic balls continued to rotate around it at high speed. Isn't this the picture of the galaxy? Aurora said in surprise. The atomic nucleus is like the sun, and the electrons orbiting it are the planets. Even according to Len's demonstration, these electrons are still spinning. This is simply a small galaxy. Not bad. Lennon nodded. Since there was no quantum theory as a basis, he was not in a hurry to come up with a more realistic theory of electron clouds. After all, this thing was too difficult to understand, so he had to retreat. The second step is to explain all this with a planetary orbit model that is relatively easy to understand. Stars can bind planets by the gravitational force caused by their extraordinary mass. So what do atoms rely on to bind these electrons? Is it also gravity? Harav asked confusedly. From the alpha particle being the trajectory of repulsion does seem to be caused by repulsive force. The material in the nucleus is positively charged, and the surrounding electrons are negatively charged, so the two will attract each other. But this attraction is balanced with the speed of the electrons themselves. It is indeed somewhat similar to gravity. Lin N was as concise as possible. Explained. In fact, it is easier to explain this phenomenon with probability cloud theory. But then, he must first explain quantum theory. However, this balance can be broken if enough energy can be absorbed. These orbiting electrons will jump to other orbits. Ling continued to add that this is the same principle as gravity, a state of equilibrium. If the planet below is suddenly accelerated by force, it will deviate from its original orbit, due to the continuous publicity of Magic Daily. The law of universal gravitation is widely spread among wizards. Even those wizards who have no interest in force field magic have some understanding of the 3 laws of stars that form orbits, so it is not difficult to understand it. Is this the so-called energy level of laser magic? Aurora murmured to herself. Lin N mentioned this concept before when he perfected laser magic. At that time, she was very interested in this energy level phenomenon, but the time was too short to understand the principle. Now Linen's explanation of the internal structure of the elements made her understand. The 5 energy levels correspond to the orbit around the core. The more energy absorbed by the 5 orbits of electrons, the electrons around the nucleus will jump to the more outer orbits. The power of laser magic is precisely because it points directly to the essence of the elements. No wonder its power is enough to cut gold and jade, cutting a huge sail battleship in half, like cutting a page of paper. Why are there only 5 energy levels? What will happen if the energy absorbed by these electrons orbiting the core exceeds the limit? Aurora suddenly thought of this question and asked curiously. Then it will break away from the shackles of the atomic nucleus and become free electrons. This is the plasma state of the element, Lin explained with a smile. It can be compared to a planet suddenly gaining extraordinary speed. So it breaks away from the gravitational constraints of the star and flies into the vast universe. That's it, Aurora suddenly realized. This set of planetary orbital element models almost perfectly explains the formation of plasma, the principles of laser magic, and the scattering of alpha particles. More importantly, it is beautiful, very regular, and completely in line with the wizard's vision of the elements. What a rigorous and outstanding idea, Hera said with admiration, and then spoke with emotion. I didn't expect that the interior of the element would actually show a star-like scene. Everything has its own laws of operation, from the stars to the interior of elements. This similarity may be a reflection of the laws of the world. Anthony, Adela, and other wizards who proposed the elemental model sighed when they looked at the Star Trek elemental structure in Lin's hand. In comparison, the crude elemental model they built was not even on the table. Chapter 396 Lin, I have a magic that can kill gods. Lin's orbital element model quickly conquered the wizard's present, not to mention the perfection of the theory. It was far ahead of other theories. Moreover, the orbits of the largest galaxies show an astonishing similarity to the structures of the tiniest atoms, which is also a unique magical romance. Arad is even more imaginative. Whether their galaxy will also be a universe atoms, and countless cosmic atoms make up the entire visible universe. So, the most critical substance that makes up an element is its core. Hera thought of the results of the particle scattering experiment and quickly realized this. The number of electrons orbiting the nucleus is very small, and the intensity is very low. It is impossible to prevent alpha particles from passing through, and it is difficult to even have a slight impact. However, unlike the atomic nucleus, the powerful electromagnetic force can change the trajectory of particles traveling at 20,000 kilometers per hour. It bends and even bounces back on its original path. But what constitutes the core of the elements? Hera suddenly thought of this question again. Could it be these alpha particles? Vittorio guessed. This strange particle is scattered from the radium element. Since it is not just an electron, it can only fly out from the nucleus. Yes, that's right. Lin nodded, not intending to refute, because it wasn't wrong to say so. Alpha particles are the product of the core decay of radium. They are composed of 2 neutrons and 2 protons. They have the same structure as the lighter helium nucleus. That is to say, the radium element is becoming equivalent to the helium nucleus every minute and every second. The quality excludes it. However, in addition to alpha particles, the radiation of the radium element also contains beta particles. It's just that this time he has brought out too many scientific research results, and single-handedly pulled the wizards from the macro world to the micro world. The development process of magic was instantly pushed forward for hundreds of years. If one person tells them all, and takes the honor from everyone, it will somewhat undermine the wizard's enthusiasm for research. Lenin thought this way, but did not stop talking and continued to speak. So we have only one goal left now, which is to take apart the atomic nucleus and learn the true origin of magic. But what should we do? Vittorio frowned. At least they can still sense the elements and use alpha rays smaller than them to penetrate them. But the atomic nucleus is smaller than the element itself. Its power can easily deflect particles traveling at 20,000 kilometers per second, which is terrifying. Aurora and Hera were also lost in thought. The mystery of the elements was already in front of them. All they had to do was open the last door in front of them. However, this door is made of iron. No, it should be said to be harder than the stone giant's back armor, the strongest thing known to the magic world. Fortunately, Lin didn't expect the wizards to come up with a solution in just a few days, so he spoke directly. In fact, I already have a plan. But there is still a very important issue that has not been resolved. It is also based on this theory that I developed a new and powerful magic. I think this will be the key to our victory over the Holy See. Lenin spoke categorically, and his loud voice echoed throughout the meeting. These words were like throwing a huge boulder into a lake, immediately causing ripples. Raphael and others stood up from their seats in excitement, staring at Lin. Finding the hope of defeating the Holy See from within the elements is the path pointed out to them by the legends of the Arcane Society. However, in recent times, many wizards have begun to doubt whether such aimless research is correct. Before the Holy See launches another massive attack, can they really find the power to defeat the false god from the elements? After all, the time left for them is too short. But the enemy is extremely powerful. So much so that some people pessimistically believe that the legends of the Arcane Society had determined that they could not defeat the Holy See. So they were unwilling to take action, and found any reason to fool them. Herav and Vittorio, who had faced Ella before, were even more horrified at this moment. They had personally experienced how powerful Ella was. Even if it was a legendary level magic, the opponent only needed to use it. Just move your finger, and you can wipe it out. But Lin still had the confidence to speak out words that would defeat the Holy See. If it were another person, Herav would just think that the other person was talking nonsense. But Lin was different. It was because he had created miracles one after another that he was called the Magic Star. What kind of magic is that, Master Lin? Vittorio asked excitedly, completely ignoring that asking about the principles of new magic is a taboo among wizards. I can only say that that is the real power of the elements. Lin shook his head and said nonchalantly. Although the wizards present were all elites recognized by the Parliament and had made great contributions in the previous defense of the royal capital, the possibility of betrayal was very slim. But they had to guard against it as long as there was such a possibility. The true power of the elements? Herav thought. What kind of magic deserves such a title? Is it possible that its power is still higher than the legendary magic? Aurora saw that Lin did not reveal his intention in public. So she said helplessly, You should just tell me what the problem is. Even you, the Magic Star, can't solve it. I need to gather the power of the Parliament and everyone's talents to solve a problem. Lin said solemnly. Methods for separating high-concentration uranium-235 already exist. The nuclear materials can be collected just by waiting for those who went to explore the mines to return. There is only one thing missing now, and that is a neutron source that can be controlled, a method of emitting neutrons. This thing can be understood as the ignition device of a nuclear explosion, although the fire can be ignited without it. When it is ignited, and how it explodes is completely out of control. This is obviously not what Lin wants. There are three methods commonly used to make neutron sources. One is the radioactive neutron source. The principle is to use the energy rays released when radioactive elements decay to bombard certain target materials, thereby producing a nuclear reaction and releasing neutrons. For example, alpha particles are used to bombard beryllium. This rare element will produce neutrons after being hit and irradiated by various particles and rays, making it a very good target. But since it is called a rare element, it can be seen that this thing is not that easy to find. At least not even a shadow can be seen at the moment. In fact, he was extremely lucky to have found uranium ore. The chances of fate coming back twice in a row are slim. Chapter 397 Spallation Neutron Source and Terrible Radiation. The second is the reactor neutron source, which as the name suggests uses a nuclear fission reactor to produce a large number of neutrons. But if he could get the nuclear reactor out now, he wouldn't need to worry about how to ignite the nuclear explosion. So this method can only be eliminated. The third is the accelerator neutron source, which uses various charged particle accelerators to accelerate particles such as protons or deuterium to bombard the target nucleus to produce neutrons. The advantage is that the neutron intensity obtained is much greater than that of the radioactive isotope neutron source. It can monoenergetic neutrons are obtained over a wide energy range. To put it bluntly, the principles of these methods are the same, that is, particles or rays hit an element as a target and knock neutrons out of it. That's right. It's that simple. Otherwise it wouldn't be said that the progress of human weapons is to explore how to throw stones faster and more accurately. But there are not many elements suitable as targets. After carefully studying the information, Lin came up with a more complicated solution. First use alpha particles to bombard nitrogen nuclei to create protons, and then use high-energy protons to hit a heavy metal target to obtain neutrons. In this way, there are instantly more elements that can be used as targets. Gold, tungsten, tantalum, molybdenum and other elements are all feasible targets. The only problem is that this will make the whole process very cumbersome. It requires first creating a large number of protons, then using a strong magnetic field to accelerate these protons, allowing them to hit a heavy metal target to produce neutrons, and finally trigger a nuclear explosion. How to conceive an exquisite nuclear explosion magic has become a problem that has arisen again when all the complicated processes are shortened to 10 seconds. It can be said that he has been thinking about it these days. After thinking about it, Lin decided to hand over this problem to the wizards in the council. A group of people would think it would be much faster than him alone. Harriv and others may not be as good as him in scientific research, but they have rich experience in magic development, and they may be able to find solutions to problems from a magic perspective. As a result, Lenin sent out tasks one by one. Aurora was in charge of the experiment of alpha particles bombarding nitrogen nuclei to produce protons. Vittorio, Anthony, and several great wizards, who had learned thunder magic, went to study particle accelerators. He and Harriv came to deal with the neutron source. As for the official wizards, they all need to find deuterium elements for him. Deuterium is an isotope of hydrogen, also known as heavy hydrogen. It is the most important thing to upgrade an atomic bomb to a hydrogen bomb. In the past life, this stuff could be found in seawater and ordinary water, but the content was extremely low, with an abundance of 0.015% on the Earth. Under Lenin's arrangement, almost every wizard had something to do, and they all devoted themselves to the exploration of the microscopic realm. In this case, the evaluation of research awards should wait until the results are implemented, Harriv said thoughtfully. The other party made the scene so big that all the wizards in the council were involved, and even claimed that the magic they developed could defeat the false god. Obviously, it was not something that a silver moon medal could do. The issuance of the Corona medal must be done with caution. Lenin did not intend to explain the principle of the new magic, so it was not easy for them to judge. They could only delay it first, and wait for the results to be measured before measuring it, so as not to make a mistake. The award became a joke. Lin nodded. He didn't really care about getting a medal. Only strength and knowledge were the most important things for a wizard. Glory was just a derivative of the two. Then today's discussion ends here, Vittorio announced. He couldn't wait to study the so-called particle accelerator. The counselors who participated in the meeting were still unfinished. When they stood up, they were still discussing the star orbit element model, or guessing what level the new magic developed by this magic star could reach after causing such a big scene. As the subject of discussion, Lin En was currently packing up the radium elements used for experiments and carefully packed them in lead boxes. Master Lin En, could this box be a device specially used to preserve new elements? Raphael noticed Lin En's movements and asked curiously. In his opinion, this may be some way to suppress the scattering of radium elements, so that this new element will no longer lose energy and can be preserved for a longer period of time. No. To be precise, it is used to isolate radiation. Lin shook his head and explained, then patted his head again, looked at the wizards who had not left, and reminded them seriously. By the way, I just forgot to mention that the two new elements extracted from the demon stone are very dangerous. The particles they emit are very dangerous. When you are conducting experiments, remember to take precautions, otherwise the consequences will be extremely serious. Isn't this a bit alarmist, Master Lin En? Raphael couldn't help but frown, not willing to believe Lin En's judgment. Alpha particles fly out from the elemental core and are the most original power of magic. And although this thing is fast, the experiment just now has proved that it can pass through the elements without any hindrance, or be bounced back by atomic nuclei, without causing damage. Lin glanced at Raphael, clapped his hands, and spoke. I just did an experiment. You can see. This is what rodents look like after being exposed to new elements for several days. Pierce immediately brought over 10 rat cages. Raphael and the others took a closer look curiously, and then their expressions suddenly changed, because the rats in the cage were all unrecognizable. 7 of them looked dying. Their bodies were swollen. Their superficial skin had begun to fester, and even more so inside. Cancer has occurred. The remaining 3 are in slightly better condition, but it can also be seen that they have some similar symptoms. Such a terrifying scene made everyone present feel chills in their hearts. It seems that the radiation emitted by the uranium element is indeed very scary, Raphael said calmly with a trace of luck. The uranium element occupies most of the mass of the Devil Stone, while the radium element only accounts for a very small part. In Raphael's opinion, it must be the former's fault. No, just the opposite, Master Raphael, Lin said playfully. I suspect that this radium element is the culprit that caused the miners' fainting, serious illness and death, because its radiation intensity is hundreds of times higher than that of uranium. Hundreds of times? Hearing this, Raphael's face turned green, and a witch who was playing with a fluorescent glass suddenly screamed and threw the fluorescent glass far away without hesitation. Chapter 398 Testing Nuclear Magic. Master Lin En, since these 2 new elements are so dangerous, Why didn't you tell me earlier? Sanchez couldn't help asking, with a bit of complaint in his tone. I think it is extremely inappropriate to rashly define a new element without rigorous experimental verification. Lin En shrugged. If the Devil's Stone had just been obtained, he would have said that it was a radioactive element with strong radiation. That's too fake. The members of the House of Representatives present were all frightened and looked at Raphael with evil eyes. They remembered that someone had previously wanted to apply fluorescent paint made of radium elements to the walls of the royal capital. So much so that some people began to wonder if Raphael was an undercover agent sent by the Holy See. This is to dismantle the entire parliament from within. I'm not. I don't. Raphael was at a loss for words for a moment. But luckily at this moment, Lin on the side explained. Don't worry so much. Everyone. Although the radioactive element of radium is very strong, the content of radium element in a demon stone is limited and is divided into more than 20 pieces. Contact in a short period of time will not cause damage. He had verified this a long time ago. And the wizard's physical fitness was very strong. And their magic power also had the ability to isolate radiation. This was why Lin En did not rush to warn them. Of course, if you study this element for a long time without taking any protection, you are looking for death. Master Raphael, you should change your clothes quickly. Lin En glanced at the other party's yellow-green fluorescent robe with a strange look on his face. He also admired him for having the courage to directly apply radium with strong radiation on his clothes. Raphael looked at the sluggish and terrifying-looking rats in the cage and couldn't help but smile bitterly. There should be a way to treat injuries caused by such radioactive radiation. Right. He has been wearing this dress all day. And unlike others, in order to study the self-luminous properties of radium, he has been dealing with alpha particles every day for the past few days. In other words, he may have been tricked. If treated early, it can still be solved. It's just cell damage or cancer, Lin En said with relief. The systemic damage caused by this kind of radiation is indeed difficult to deal with scientific and technological means. The treatment cabin can only be used for full-body repair. Otherwise the various sequelae will be enough to kill a person. It is much easier to do on the magic level. A great wizard who is proficient in plastic surgery should be able to deal with those diseased cells and use a magic potion that is enough to regenerate the severed limbs. As long as it does not turn into cancer all over the body. Saving it can still be saved. It just takes a while. And some suffering is inevitable. After Lin's explanation, Raphael breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he was saved. But this also means that the plan to make a lot of money from radium element paint has to be cancelled. Then how should we resist the radiation of this radioactive element? Vittorio asked. Since they need to study this new element, contact is inevitable. Elements with relatively high density have strong radiation resistance, such as lead, which is very good, Lin reminded. Lead has an atomic number of 82 and a density of 11.3437 grams/cubic centimeter. It is the non-radioactive element with the largest atomic weight. It is common and has large reserves, so it is widely used in radiation prevention and control. Having said this, Lin En did not forget to tell the congressman present to pay attention to safety when studying. Although radiation is not an incurable disease for wizards, it can be cured at a high cost. It is because Raphael is a great wizard and has rich financial resources that he can say it so easily. This magic seminar lasted until 4 in the morning. Almost 10 hours. The congressmen who walked out of the conference room were all in high spirits. Whether it was the new magic that the magic star claimed to be able to defeat the Holy See, or the exquisite star orbit element model, it was undoubtedly explosive news. And it was quickly revealed. The discussion among the MPs spread. There is no doubt that magic will enter a new level starting from today. And even the foundation of the entire magic will be rewritten because of this. Because Lin has proven with facts that elements are not the most basic substances that constitute all things. Not only can it continue to be divided, but its shape is not a sphere as in mainstream theories. And it has no so-called SHL. The alpha particles and electrons that make up the atomic nucleus have become the new original matter in the eyes of wizards. And they will soon be able to figure out what that so-called alpha particle is, and gain the true power of the elements from it. The wizards who specialize in combat, and did not participate in the discussion listened to their colleagues talking about the subtleties of the new elemental structure theory with excitement. And they couldn't help but regret not being able to witness this historic scene with their own eyes. Of course, this kind of widespread dissemination and discussion is limited to official wizards. Now is the time of war. So attention should be paid to the confidentiality of this important information. The craze for demon research also led more wizards to invest in experiments. If the wizards who went to explore the uranium mines had not found a large amount of demon stones and uranium ores again, I am afraid that there would not be enough. The citizens of the royal capital soon discovered that large amounts of seawater were being continuously transported to the capital from ports hundreds of miles away, and the price of lead ore also skyrocketed. Lurking in the darkness, the spies sent by the Empire were puzzled by such strange phenomena. Forget about the lead mine. According to the information they collected, this thing is used to make musket ammunition. In order to cope with the war, it is normal for the consumption to increase. But transporting so much seawater from such a long distance, what tricks are you doing again? Could it be that there is a problem with the water supply in the royal capital? The Empire's spies never imagined that the wizards would transport tons of seawater just to break it down and find the tritium element that Lin mentioned. With the joint efforts of the entire parliament and thousands of official wizards, the three major problems that troubled Lin were quickly solved one by one. On the evening of the 5th day, Lin En, who had completed the large nuclear explosion model, took several speakers to a hollowed-out mine for a test explosion. For safety reasons, only the lowest critical mass was used. No one knows exactly what happened, but the entire mine collapsed that day, and even the royal capital dozens of kilometers away felt a strong earthquake. There are constant rumors in the royal capital, and some panicked citizens even think that this is divine punishment and the wrath of God has come. Chapter 399 We must believe in science. Oh, no. Believe in magic. In the royal capital, rumors that the earthquake was the wrath of God soon became more and more intense. So much so that they even reached the ears of the congressmen. The wizards who were conducting research naturally scorned this rumor. Although earthquakes did not happen often, they definitely had nothing to do with the false god. Anthony and other great wizards even got the secret news. Lin En and several speakers left the royal capital that day, and they went to unknown places. Immediately afterwards, the great earthquake occurred. Maybe it has something to do with the new magic that the magic star is working on. However, the parliament took these baseless rumors very seriously, but they spread quickly. Lin immediately guessed that there must be someone behind this who wanted to take advantage of the chaos. So he asked Riddle to lead some of the musketeers to lurk among the crowd. Among them, the high reward system for reporting was used to uncover more than a dozen imperial spies who were spreading rumors. In order to calm the panic of the citizens of the royal capital, Lin En personally wrote a copy on the impact of Earth's crustal movements, which explained the causes of earthquakes from a scientific perspective. This is a very normal natural phenomenon, not the so-called God's wrath or divine punishment, so that the citizens of the royal capital should not panic too much. They must believe in science. Oh, no. Believe in magic. At noon the next day, Lin En, who finally had some free time, was able to sit leisurely in the courtyard of the manor and bask in the sun. The past half-month or so had kept him busy. The aloof false god, Ella, is like a sword of Damocles hanging above her head, which may fall at any time. But she has no way to do anything about it. Now they at least have a fighting chance, although it is limited to this, because they separated all the hundreds of demon stones and only got about 50 kilograms of nuclear fuel. The critical point of nuclear explosion of uranium-235 is about 15 kilograms, which means that even if it is used in the smallest amount, his large nuclear explosion technique can only be released 3 times. Yesterday, in order to verify this magic, I had used up an opportunity to use it. It turns out that his theory and the model of the large nuclear explosion are extremely correct. The mass energy equation is also universal in this other world. Considering safety issues, Herav, Aurora and Vittorio, who went to watch the demonstration, were not able to witness the nuclear explosion with their own eyes. But they did see the horrific scene after the nuclear explosion. All the protective magic they had set up underground for testing was destroyed in an instant, and the entire mine collapsed. Even the earthquakes caused by the aftermath could spread to the royal capital dozens of kilometers away, causing huge riots. The scene after the explosion horrified Herav and others. After moving away the partially buried boulders, they discovered that the entire nuclear explosion area had turned into scorched earth, and the scorching heat inside was enough to instantly scorch people, roasted into a mummy. Strong radioactive particles filled the entire space. Once they let go of the radiation protection magic they had set up, these terrifying radioactive particles would surge and instantly, disintegrating their bodies from the atomic level. Under such power, the so-called 4-ring magic, Life Forbidden Zone, and even the advanced 6-ring magic, Death Realm, are just childish. And this is the real H.L. So when Herav came out of the collapsed mine, his legs were a little weak, but he couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes. Lin En was not surprised at all. Although the mass-to-energy conversion rate of a nuclear explosion is less than 1,000th which is far less than the annihilation of matter and antimatter. It is still a power at the atomic level. The energy released by the fission of just 1 kilogram of uranium is equivalent to the power of an explosion of 20,000 tons of TNT. It was the first time in human history that this kind of weapon was used. Just like this test explosion, it only had a mass of about a few tens of kilograms and directly destroyed an entire city. However, considering that, Ella showed that it was so terrifying that it could directly control atoms and freeze everything. Lin estimated that the opponent must be at the center of the nuclear explosion to kill or severely damage this false god. Judging from the current nuclear fuel reserves, he only has 2 chances to take action. This is also due to the excrement left by the monsters that can swallow uranium or thousands of demon stones. Otherwise, it would take at least half a year for them to slowly mine uranium and extract and separate it. This still uses magic speed. The uranium content in uranium ore is not high to begin with, and even less uranium-235. To obtain 1 kilogram of weapons-grade uranium-235, at least 200 tons of uranium ore must be mined. The critical mass of 15 kilograms is 3,000 tons. In addition, mining uranium ore is very dangerous. A full 3,000 tons of ore will take several months even with magic. This does not include the time required for the separation and extraction steps. As for the hydrogen bomb, it is used to increase the power of nuclear explosions and is effective in removing radiation. The disadvantage is that it also requires an atomic bomb to detonate. Unless he can be promoted to a true legendary wizard, he may be able to directly use tritium element as a material for large nuclear explosions. The only hope now is that the second group of wizards sent by the Parliament can find the strange monster that swallows radioactive elements from the complicated and extremely dangerous uranium mine. If they can tame it, then the magic version of the nuclear fuel factory will be there. Landed. Dean Lin. While Lennon was thinking about it, Lydia ran out of the courtyard happily. Her childish face was dusty, and her clothes were covered in dust. But she still couldn't hide the excitement on her face. It seems that your aircraft has been completed. Lennon thought about it, and immediately guessed the source of the girl's excitement. Yes. Yes. You can do the test flight today. Lydia nodded repeatedly, her words full of joy. And she quickly pulled Lin and ran out. Different from airships that rely on helium lift to take off, new aircraft require runways to assist their flight, and they are all located outside the city for the sake of confidentiality. If this test flight goes well, maybe we can catch up with the next battle. Hatar, the new king of Hadrada, has been urging them for a full month. Almost every day, he sends people to ask them when they will launch a counterattack to regain the kingdom's territory. After witnessing the power of the nuclear explosion, several speakers agreed that the time for counterattack had arrived, and agreed to King Hatter's counterattack plan. Even in order to reduce losses, they have to push the battlefield into the Empire's territory. You must know that a nuclear explosion is the fall of a city. If they attack in the royal capital, they will suffer big losses. Chapter 400 New Magic Fighter. In a hidden valley in the south of the royal capital, hundreds of official wizards, who are proficient in elemental science, work together and use a ring of magic to turn mud into stone, creating a 3-kilometer-long and extremely neat runway overnight. At the end of the runway, a huge fighter jet was standing there. It was streamlined, beautiful and delicate, like an eagle spreading its wings. I didn't expect that such an aircraft would actually be built, Orlando said with emotion. 2 years ago, the scene of Lydia's test flight at Yetta Harbor still remained in his memory. At that time, it was just a very simple frame, looking like a big childish toy full of fantasy. The result was as he expected. After flying into the sky, the entire aircraft fell apart in just a few seconds. If Master Helram hadn't come to the rescue in time, the halfling girl would have been smashed into a meat pie. However, the improved version of the aircraft in front of us is different. The entire structure has been changed from wood to steel, and the rough and simple SHL has become exquisite. The progress is so great that it is difficult to connect the two. Captain Lydia reported that all components of the first-generation fighter jet have been inspected and everything is normal. Lydia pretended to report after checking around the aircraft. In fact, she couldn't wait to take a test flight. But Lin forced her to check all important parts of the entire aircraft before boarding the plane. Lydia couldn't help but mutter to herself that the Dean was being too careful. She had obviously checked it carefully yesterday. Let's start! Lin nodded. Okay. After receiving the instruction, Lydia immediately climbed into the cockpit, put on various protective gears, and moved the switches. Powered by the powerful hydrogen-powered internal combustion engine, the propeller at the front quickly began to rotate rapidly. The fierce wind stirred up the dust on the ground. under the gazes of the wizards. The first-generation propeller plane quickly rushed out. So fast! Vittorio on the side narrowed his eyes, and couldn't help but said. In just 10 seconds, the speed of the fighter jet exceeded the maximum speed of the alchemy car. It was as fast as a gust of wind. And when it passed by, everyone could feel the powerful pressure. Lydia, who was inside the fighter jet, felt it even more intensely. Everything around her was moving away quickly, turning into afterimages. This was much faster than an airship. The front propeller even had a visual inversion phenomenon. And the next moment the fighter began to climb, rising into the sky in an instant. Lydia soon discovered the difference between flying a fighter jet and an airship. It was very nimble, and not bulky at all. She could turn and climb in the air at any time as long as she wanted. She seemed to have transformed into a flying bird, soaring freely in the sky and having a great time. How fast can this new type of aircraft go? Looking at the propeller aircraft that was speeding up in the sky and seemed to have not yet reached its limit, Orlando couldn't help but ask. Theoretically, the maximum speed should be about 360 kilometers per hour, Lennon said in a deep voice. After all, this is the first generation of fighter jets, and its performance is relatively conservative. This is too fast, Orlando exclaimed in shock. The speed is 3 times that of an airship, far exceeding any known flying monster. It can be said that nothing can catch up with this new type of aircraft in the air. Those griffins can't catch up with it. You can't even eat dust from behind. Lennon smiled and didn't reply. If you compare this thing with a jet fighter, it can only be said to be as slow as a snail. But in this other world, it is already a complete air supremacy. Vittorio on the side looked at the fighter jets that were flipping and jumping in the sky, and suddenly asked, Are you planning to use this new type of aircraft to coordinate with that nuclear explosion magic? Yesterday, he felt the power of a nuclear explosion across the entire mine. While he was shocked by its power, he also felt quite worried, because the range of this thing is too wide. How to use it effectively to kill the enemy and protect yourself at the same time? It's a very important question. Now it seems that there is a way to use this extremely fast aircraft. Lydia can be responsible for driving it, and Lynn is casting spells beside her, dropping the magic from the sky. And then when it explodes, relying on the extraordinary speed of the fighter jet, get out of the area before the blast wave catches up with you. This is the last plan. If it's not a last resort, it's best not to do that. Lennon shook his head and said cautiously, The large nuclear explosion technique is best used only on Ella alone, or to destroy the main army of the Empire when the situation is very critical, while the role of fighter bombs is limited to the latter, or to destroy cities. It feels great to do this, but the sequelae are also extremely serious. After all, they are here to lead the Empire's citizens to resist the Church's deceptions, not to continue tyranny and create more panic and unrest. This is simply to add obstacles to oneself and increase the pressure of governance. I think it's best to throw nuclear explosion magic into that place. This way it won't have any impact on the outside world, Lennon said in a deep voice. You mean? Vittorio thought, and immediately thought of the door to heaven, the portal connecting the kingdom of God and reality. If we can find a way to deliver nuclear explosion magic at the moment when the legendary priests open the door to the kingdom of heaven, and kill the caster at the same time, then the nuclear explosion will only be launched within the kingdom of God. This is indeed the best plan. You can use this highly lethal, large-scale magic without any scruples. It's not easy to master the timing so skillfully, Vittorio said solemnly. Listening to Lynn and Vittorio talking about the use of new magic, Orlando and others pricked up their ears and began to eavesdrop. They are very interested in the new magic developed by the Dean, or there is no one in the entire council who does not want to know. Now it has become a topic of discussion among everyone after all. It is said to be used to deal with the magic of false gods. I don't know if the sudden earthquake yesterday is related to this new magic. It's a pity that both Lin In and the several speakers hid it very tightly, with no intention of revealing anything. Even their words were in the clouds, which was really confusing. Chapter 401. Do you still want the fighter jet to fly as fast as light? While Orlando and others were eavesdropping, Lydia, who was controlling the first-generation fighter in the sky, gradually became familiar with the big toy under her body, and soon began to test the battle. Lydia pressed the wrench that controlled the engine to the bottom, increased the speed to the limit, and then dived downwards. The entire fuselage was like a huge eagle, falling from the sky at a high speed, causing a huge sound of breaking through the air. But the next moment, it was covered up by the sound of cannons on both sides of the wing. The stone pavement reinforced by magic on the ground was immediately punched with holes. Lydia was extremely excited and stretched the body of the machine. It changed from a rapid fall to a rapid rise. The fighter jet passed only 30 meters above the ground. Seeing Orlando and others, they were frightened, fearing that this thing would lose control and fall down. Their worries did not come true. Although it was the first time for Lydia to fly a real fighter jet, her operating skills were not weak. She easily completed the dangerous maneuver of flying close to the ground and opened the aircraft before she was completely away from the ground. He dropped several incendiary bombs into the bomb bay at the bottom of his body, accompanied by bursts of ear-piercing explosions. About a quarter of the runway was instantly covered in fierce white phosphorus fire. In order to pursue the ultimate speed, the load capacity of fighter jets is limited, and the explosive bombs they carry are only enough for such a single attack. However, according to their original design, this thing should not have a bomb delivery bay. After all, the mission of the first-generation fighter jets was to eliminate threats from the air, and the airship could do the rest. The purpose of making it was obviously to deliver another big killer. In the valley at this moment, Vittorio, Orlando, and the alchemists who were watching were all extremely satisfied with the performance of this new aircraft after watching it for a while. Only Lin looked at the runway that was on fire and had craters, with a look of helplessness on his face. If you blow up the runway, what will you do when you land? Lydia, who was proudly admiring the shooting results in the sky, suddenly thought of this. As the designer and producer of fighter plane drawings, Lydia naturally knew that this thing must rise and land on a very smooth road. If you are careful, you will be destroyed. As for this valley, except for the newly renovated runway using magic, it is filled with soft and uneven soil and is blocked by trees. It is not a place where you can land at all. Lydia could only continue to wander in the sky, waiting for the wizards below to repair the runway. However, after wandering around in the sky for several times, there was no movement. Just when she was about to fly back to the capital and make an emergency landing in the city square, Lin used magic to remove the burning flames and repair the damaged runway. After the fighter jet landed successfully, Lydia, who had been so excited before, was only left with fear. The speed of a fighter jet is extremely fast. This is its advantage. But sometimes it is also a disadvantage. At extremely high speeds, even hitting a bird may cause it to fall to death. Lin reminded him seriously. Lydia's talent in engineering is self-evident, but she easily gets carried away when she is happy, which is a taboo for pilots. You should consider adding a parachute or something in case of emergency. Combined with magic such as slow landing, the pilot can save his life when encountering danger. Most of the time, the person controlling the weapon is much more important than the weapon itself. The higher the industrial level, the more so. This new type of aircraft needs to rely on the runway to lift and lower, which is a big flaw. Vittorio suggested that since the aircraft is made of metal, it might be possible to try to add electromagnetism to the fuselage. Magic, using electromagnetic propulsion to directly send fighter jets into the sky. You mean electromagnetic ejection into the air? Lin immediately understood what Vittorio meant, but still shook his head and objected. The speed of this kind of aircraft is too slow, and the instantaneous acceleration is far from enough. It will be sent directly into the sky, and falling down is the only result. Those that can use electromagnetic catapult technology are supersonic fighters with speeds of several Mach per second, or even dozens of Mach. Using jet propulsion, they can instantly accelerate to the point where they can support the flight of the aircraft body. It's better to save money on this kind of propeller plane. Seeing that Lin rejected his proposal, Vittorio didn't care at all. What really made him feel a little incomprehensible was that Lin actually felt that the new aircraft, with a speed of 360 kilometers per hour, was too slow. If this is called slow, then what else can be called fast? Is it possible to expect this steel box flying in the sky to run like light, circling the mainland 7.5 times per second? Orlando and others also put forward various suggestions for improvement, which was why Lin invited them. Some of these suggestions are wild and illogical, but there are also some ideas that have practical significance. For example, optical invisibility has been achieved on airships, and laser emitters have been added to fighter jets. Both of these can greatly improve the survivability and combat capabilities of fighter jets without adding too much weight or affecting the performance of the aircraft. The happiest person is naturally Lydia. In her opinion, the biggest shortcoming of this kind of fighter is not that it needs a runway to land, but that its combat endurance is too poor. Only one round of explosive ammunition can be used. If the cannon is used continuously, the ammunition is only enough for 1 minute. After it is used up, it loses its ability to attack and can only be used for reconnaissance. Otherwise, It must return to resupply. This is what is called a few hours of flying and a minute of happiness. But it's different if a laser launcher is loaded. After using up the ammunition, you can still engage in close combat with the enemy. Just like a bayonet on a musket. That's a battle that can make people's blood boil. With the brainstorming and suggestions of a group of alchemists, the magic improvement plan was formulated in just 2 hours. Of course, it will take another week to draw the alchemy formation on the machine body, plus subsequent debugging. Wouldn't it mean that we wouldn't be able to catch up with the next battle? Lydia said quite depressedly. She stayed up late for several days to rush the production, just to be able to catch up with the first battle. To regain the kingdom, we don't need anything as high-end as a fighter jet, Lenin said with a smile. Their opponents were just a group of kingdom nobles who jumped repeatedly and acted according to the wind. When the empire is actually invaded, this thing will show its power. And of what use can a fighter jet be? If you want to ensure air superiority, a formation is the minimum. Chapter 402 sounds the clarion call for counterattack. In mid-August, in the eastern part of the kingdom of Adrada, in the steel city of Cerdidon, Marquis Ulysses had not been able to sleep well for more than a month. In recent times, the situation in the entire kingdom has been turbulent, and the speed of change is truly incredible. Half a year ago, the lords of the kingdom were still standing in line to discuss the fight for the position of crown prince. As a neutral, Ulysses was not very interested in who would be the king. After all, the decrees from the royal capital did not matter to them. The border lords. The impact is minimal. But he didn't expect that the second Prince Hatter would have the courage to collude with the notorious wizard and even capture the capital and kill King Basil. This move shocked the entire kingdom. Although their new king claimed that it was the cardinal from the United Church of the Great Prince who committed the horrific act of patricide, and that he was the one who set things right and ascended the throne. This poor excuse would only be used by the ignorant people. Can't be fooled. This move will inevitably arouse the anger of the Holy See. In view of this, Ulysses pretended to obey Hatter's call and rejoin the rule of the kingdom. In fact, he united with some border nobles to report the news of the kingdom's fall. After Adwell led the crusade to attack, Ulysses chose to welcome the king's master without hesitation. He is very aware of the power possessed by the empire and the Holy See. Although the believers of the evil god can show off their temporary power and commit tragedies to kill the king within the kingdom, as long as the Holy See's army arrives, they will be slaughtered in an instant. Ulysses was so convinced. But less than a month later, he received news that the Holy See's crusade was massively defeated, and even the entire army was destroyed. The moment he received the news, Ulysses collapsed. He couldn't believe that such a powerful crusade would experience a disastrous defeat. He even wondered whether the spies had joined forces to make up stories to deceive him. After it was confirmed that the news was accurate, Ulysses fell into great panic and faced an extremely important decision. Should he continue to follow the orders of the Holy See? Or should he turn around and run towards the embrace of the new king? As a qualified nobleman, Ulysses did not have a mental disorder. Whether it was a despicable assassin or a disreputable wizard, he would always accept anyone who could be used. As for faith in God, of course there is some, but not much. After the defeat of the crusade, this piety became even less. Staying on the side of the winner is the secret that keeps the Ulysses family alive and growing for hundreds of years. However, Ulysses finally chose to wait and see, because for more than a month, the wizards who had won the first battle had not made any movement, which made him begin to wonder whether these evil god believers were also in the war. He was severely injured, so he didn't dare to take a step out of the royal capital. Wearing pajamas, Ulysses was walking around the huge manor. Not long after, he received the news that his spies had returned. Without even bothering to change clothes, Ulysses quickly summoned them over. He asked eagerly, "How is the situation in the royal capital now? Are there any changes in King Hatter and the wizards?" Reporting to the Lord, the army led by the evil god's minions has left the royal city. It is roughly estimated that there are more than 30,000 people. They are divided into 3 legions. 2 of them are currently missing. The sturdy knight half knelt on the ground, reported in a low voice. Whereabouts unknown. Ulysses frowned rather dissatisfiedly. It should be impossible for such a huge legion to be concealed. What about the remaining legion? Could it be that it has also been lost? Ulysses asked coldly. Lord, they are right behind, the knight said hesitantly. Back? Ulysses was stunned for a moment. They are outside the city now. There is only less than 10 kilometers away from the city of Steel. The sturdy knight replied cautiously. Outside the city? So fast? The ghost of Ulysses stood out, and his eyes widened. The royal capital was a full 200 kilometers away from here. There were 5 fortified cities in between, including the Earl of Hanson. More than 10 villages and towns. Could it be that this legion of tens of thousands of people suddenly flew over? Ulysses instantly thought of the information he had obtained previously about the alchemy creation that was said to be bigger than a house, but capable of flying in the sky. He immediately rushed out, mounted the best war horse in the manor, and in just 5 minutes, they arrived on the city wall. Ulysses, who was wearing pajamas, was extremely conspicuous on the city wall. Fortunately, at this time, no one cared about the Lord's slight disgrace, because on the other side of the horizon, an army of more than 10,000 people was heading towards the steel march into the city. In the front row are a dozen exquisite iron boxes, which are somewhat similar to the carriages of carriages. However, they can gallop freely on the wide plains without relying on camel beasts to drag them. There are also ferocious cannons pulled behind them. Tens of thousands of musketeers followed the iron box. And the queue was very neat. Such a long queue was actually not chaotic at all. They were holding a long wooden stick with a sharp knife tied to the top. If he had seen this thing for the first time, Ulysses would have thought it was a short spear. But according to the reports of the spies, this thing called a musket is an extremely powerful long-distance witchcraft creation, containing thunder and power inside. The power of the flames can easily penetrate the armor's protection from 100 meters away, making Archduke Rickman proud. The cavalry brigade collapsed. The only thing that made Ulysses relieved was that he did not see that huge alchemical creation flying in the sky. Even so, the possibility of their victory is slim, because Sarod can never be stronger than the capital. What's more, even the Holy Sea's crusades suffered a disastrous defeat. Let alone them. Ulysses analyzed it immediately, and considered whether to open the door and surrender. He thought, but the archbishop and priests of Sartod were nearby, and these people received the news faster than he did. Don't worry too much, Marquis Ulysses. The archbishop seemed to see Ulysses' timidity, and said with relief, I have received a revelation from the Lord. Her Majesty Saint Lucia will personally lead the army to strangle these minions of the evil god who have committed serious crimes in the kingdom. As long as we persist for a while, victory will be within easy reach. At that time, I will show your merits to the Pope, and you will be the next king of Hadrada, the archbishop said decisively. Chapter 403 The people of the kingdom welcome Master Wang. Ulysses naturally understood that the so-called position of king was a poisonous bait. But the bait was too sweet. More importantly, the current situation was still unclear. If he was on the wrong team, his life and fortune would be at stake. Sartod is known as the City of Steel. The reason is naturally the rich iron or resources in the surrounding area. In addition, the Lord Ulysses has always been cautious. The walls of the castle are built very high, and the city gates are reinforced. It is made of pure steel, and several strong men must pass through the noose to open and close the city gate. There are about 7,000 guards in the city, and refugees can be recruited at any time to assist in the defense. Maybe they only need to guard for a day or two. 1 or 2 days is enough. After temporarily stabilizing Lord Ulysses, the archbishop understood that if he did not show his hand, both the nobles and soldiers in the city would easily collapse under the attack of witchcraft. So he stood with dozens of priests on the top of the city of Sartod. The biggest difference between archbishops and ordinary bishops is that they are all elites among the three-ring clergy. Cardinal candidates can communicate with gods to a certain extent and get help, so they usually guard key places and cooperate. Several bishops and dozens of priests can even temporarily compete with a great wizard. Great Lord of the stars, Goddess of the moon, Creator of earth and life, your humble servant prays to you to protect this place of faith. High-pitched prayers resounded on the city wall, and a strong divine light soon emerged from around the archbishop. The soldiers and nobles who were illuminated by the light seemed to feel the Lord's gaze. Ulysses' heart surged with passion. He suddenly felt that the tens of thousands of legions under the city were just a bunch of chickens and dogs. As long as they working together, we will surely achieve final victory. God is with you and me, the archbishop shouted loudly, and the Bible hanging from his waist floated up, floating above his head. A burst of more intense light immediately occupied everyone's field of vision. And Ulysses suddenly discovered that this burst of light did not emerge from the Bible, but flew out from the enemy's array. The crimson stream of light came so fast, and before anyone could react, it had already passed through the archbishop's body. The body strengthened by divine magic was like paper, torn to pieces easily, leaving nothing but the remnants of flesh and blood from the sky are sprinkled down. The high-pitched prayers suddenly stopped, and the blood aroused in Ulysses' heart immediately cooled down. Several young nobles on the side were so frightened that they peed their pants and shouted at the top of their lungs. Open the door and surrender. Surrender! But it was obviously too late now. Several more streams of light flashed by, and the steel gate that was said to be indestructible was blasted open by several electromagnetic cannons. Yes! These gunners are really getting more and more accurate. Outside the city at this moment, Lenin stared at the chaotic scene on top of the city and said with satisfaction, "The skill of accurately hitting a certain person from a distance of 1.5 kilometers is commendable. The landing point of this electromagnetic gun is much easier to calculate than the artillery," Raphael said with a smile. And that bishop actually dared to stand on the top of the city and chant and pray. They were not blind. It would be a pity not to shoot such a good target. Lenin also laughed. While talking, the solid steel city gate in front was blasted open by the sound of artillery fire. With absolute technological advantages, even the most difficult siege battles have become extremely easy. There is no need to consider the so-called tactics. This kind of crushing pleasure is exactly what he has been looking forward to. The armored vehicles rushed to the front row, and the roar of machine guns quickly destroyed the guards, who tried to resist. The musketry team, following the rear row, only had to be responsible for capturing prisoners. In fact, there were very few people who had the courage to resist. Most of the guards put down their weapons the moment they saw the steel gate being smashed. The battle started and ended so quickly that many residents in the city of Steel saw armored vehicles with machine guns rushing into the city without even understanding the situation. The gates and houses on the street were locked, and the civilians stranded on the street fled in panic. A stampede soon occurred. Those who had no time to escape were kneeling and huddled, their faces full of panic and fear. Color. Looking at this scene, Lenin couldn't help but sigh when he thought of the panic and even spontaneous resistance of the people when they regained lost ground along the way. It can only be said that the influence of hundreds of years of propaganda and brainwashing by the church is deep-rooted. Wizards are almost equated with evil in the empire. "Send some people out to rescue the wounded," Lin suggested, looking at Riddle aside. "But beware of fanatics hiding among the crowd to launch suicide attacks." Riddle nodded and immediately led a team of musketeers and several wizards who were proficient in herbalism to rescue people. Not long after the convoy entered the city, they were blocked. Thousands of city guards knelt down in the open space not far from the city gate. The scene was very spectacular. Ulysses and the nobles in the front row were covered in blood, and they were holding heavy heads in their hands. This is the head of church ministers, taking advantage of the moment when the archbishop was killed and the priests who guided the magic fell into backlash. Ulysses chose to rebel without hesitation and led his bodyguards in a massacre. This is their certificate of submission. As a noble, observing words and expressions is naturally the most basic ability. Ulysses could tell at a glance who was the one who made the decision. He felt as if he had met his long-lost biological father. Regardless of the obstruction of the musketeers, he threw himself in front of Lenin and cried out in tears that he was being held hostage by the church bishop, and that was why he did not follow the call of the new kingdom. In fact, he has been secretly accumulating strength these days, waiting day and night for the moment when Master Wang returns. "Is that so, Sir Hansen?" Lin shouted behind him with interest. Under the protection of the Imperial Guards, several border lords walked up to him with humble expressions and spoke quickly. "Master Wizard, Ulysses is trying to lie to you. He is a lackey of the church and a follower of the false god. He was the first one to propose sending information about the royal capital back to the empire. There are letters to prove it." Having said this, Count Hansen couldn't help but glance at Ulysses. Unexpectedly, "We have already reported you first." Ulysses was so angry that he realized why he didn't get the news until tens of thousands of legions were already under his nose. The border lords of emotion showed no resistance at all and surrendered directly. He is obviously the one who submitted the certificate. Chapter 404. This is the only thing that can fight against faith. Ulysses, who was unable to defend himself, was quickly tied up by a group of wolf-like musketeers. As a blood knight, Ulysses had full confidence to instantly kill the untouchables who captured him at such a close distance. However, he was pointed at a black hole with two unfathomable giants in front of him. Wizard. In the end, he still knew the current affairs and did not resist. After the lords of the city of Steel voluntarily surrendered, Lin occupied this important city without spending much effort. Sertod is the largest iron ore producer in the entire kingdom, and it is also the two places that must be captured in this counterattack. Steel is the foundation of industry. Its importance is self-evident, and it is used almost everywhere. Although many new steel workshops have been built in the royal capital, the output is still far from enough. This is why they have developed many new weapons, but have not installed them on a large scale. In fact, They can make armored vehicles and battleships. And the power of magic plays a major role. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to make qualified steel. But there are only so many official wizards. And it is really a waste to use such high-level talents on such trivial matters as steelmaking. So after they defeat the Holy See this time, they have to establish the entire industry chain as soon as possible. The Legion, which had been on the march for several days and nights, took a temporary rest in the city of Serdad and resumed the drama of fighting against the landlords to divide their fields. The musketeers, who came from poor backgrounds, each more excited than the other, rushed into the luxurious manor of the nobles, knocked down the guards, and began to count the finances. Lin En has always been very strict about discipline. Once someone is found to be hiding money or killing poor people wantonly, he will definitely be dismissed from his position or even severely punished. To develop good military discipline often requires day after day of training. And sometimes only 1 or 2 indulgences are enough to break military discipline. As for the collected money and the land that was liquidated and measured, they were all distributed to the poor, who were oppressed by the nobility and the church. Dividing land, dispersing wealth, criticizing and fighting, and rescuing the wounded are their 4 ways to change the image of the poor. This tangible benefit is the only thing that can fight against faith. Although the vast majority of the poor are uneducated, they are not really stupid. At least everyone with a normal IQ should know that once they return to the rule of the Holy See, everything they have gained will be taken back. Raphael saw boxes of treasure being distributed and tens of thousands of shining gold coins given directly to the poor. He couldn't help but secretly marveled at the generosity of this magic star. Even the wizards of the Ayata school were quite critical, and could not understand someone's behavior of squandering wealth so arrogantly. Only money that circulates is called money. Lin En saw everyone's doubts and explained. The value of money itself is artificially given, and can only be reflected when it is replaced with commodities. No matter how much empire gold you have, you can't buy an airship, let alone a fighter jet, because the empire doesn't have anything like that. Therefore, the goods produced are the real things of value. Money is just a tool used for exchange and measuring the value of goods. If you have money but cannot buy anything, you are no different from being a pauper. These poor people can be transformed into workers, commodity producers, and consumers at the same time. If nothing else, the gold and silver distributed to the poor will return to their hands by purchasing various novel commodities, and then the money is distributed through wages, forming a positive cycle. In this process, the poor got jobs, the economy developed, and a large number of goods were produced. Lin En explained some superficial economic theories, but Raphael and others were confused. They really didn't understand why giving money to the poor would improve the economy. You minions of the devil! Shameful scum! The great lord will definitely throw you into H.L. and burn your souls in the fire of the abyss. The noble children, who were arrested and detained, watched helplessly as their treasures were confiscated, and were distributed to the lowly poor people, who all roared with anger. Since they missed that false god so much, let's send them to heaven. Lin En waved his hand and asked a few elite guards to escort the nobles down. Traitor! Shameful scum! Disgrace to the nobles! Before being pulled down, the noble children led by Serdad were still cursing wildly. But this time, they were aimed at Hansen and others. Compared to the naturally evil wizards, these betrayers, who are also nobles, are obviously more hateful. Count Hansen turned a deaf ear to these cries. He believed that if there was a chance, these aristocratic children, who were shouting happily, would sell themselves out without hesitation in exchange for a chance to survive. It's nothing more than a matter of coming and going. Due to time constraints, they had to recover the kingdom's territory as much as possible before the Holy See army came. Lin En and others had no intention of staying in this steel city for a long time. They only rested for 3 days. But they did a lot of things. The first is the nobles in the city. After an inventory, all the most guilty ones were beheaded, and their bodies were hung on the city gate. Those with less serious crimes were sent to dig mines and build roads. Only a few nobles with good reputations saved their lives and property. But they were removed from noble status. There were also gang leaders and local gangsters, etc. All of them were dealt with, arrested and shot. After this wave of iron-blooded killing methods, coupled with the previous gentle policy of dividing land and dispersing wealth, they took initial control of the Steel City in just 3 days, and won the favor of some people. Another advantage is that now this land no longer has the constraints of the nobles, and it can safely develop industry in the future. After handling these trivial matters, Lin left behind 3 wizards and 200 musketeers, and built a security team of 2,000 people based on the poor people who had been rescued to guard against those fanatic believers who might cause trouble. ready to go on. Is everything going well with the two speakers? Before leaving, Lin summoned Raphael, who was in charge of the summons, and asked, in the last war, due to the lack of long-distance communication methods, they almost overturned. If Aurora hadn't led the fleet and happened to bump into the Empire's expedition fleet, then it is estimated that by the time they finished the Kingdom War, their hometown would have been wiped out. So Lin and learned from the pain and brought out the most rudimentary wireless communication technology. In this way, if the several legions who went to recover the kingdom separately found any unexpected situations, they could contact each other to avoid making the same mistakes again. Chapter 405, The Power of God. The First Great Defeat. Bad news from the Empire. There are many so-called wireless communication technologies, but generally speaking, they use electromagnetic waves for communication. For wizards who can sense and influence electric and magnetic fields to a certain extent, it is not difficult to do this with magic. At least it is no problem to simply send a signal, considering that the electromagnetic waves created by the wizard's current strength would have a limited propagation distance after attenuation. Lin used 100 airships patrolling various places to build a temporary signal base station covering half of the kingdom. Each airship has a wizard who is proficient in thunder magic. After receiving the weak electromagnetic wave signal, they will send it again, and through relay, the message will be conveyed to the entire kingdom in a short time. Although Lin also has a simpler communication method, which is to connect the wizards whose mental power has been cracked through the magic network. This is still a secret for the time being. He has only shown similar abilities in front of Anthony and Rettel. After all, no wizard would like others to be able to easily enter their brain, without absolute strength to suppress it. Exposing this is no different than seeking death. According to the translation of the signals we have received in the past few days, the other two legions are making very smooth progress in regaining the kingdom's territory and have not encountered any strong obstacles. Speaker Harov has now entered the territory of the Empire and should be in the process of capturing it. Mist Collar. The Mist territory is located in the west of the Empire and is a border territory bordering the kingdom. Vittorio had previously detected a lot of useful information from the minds of the captured priests. For example, this place is where oil is produced. This is also one of the two important territories that must be captured in this major counterattack. As long as everything goes well. Lin nodded, but still vaguely felt something was wrong. More than 2 months have passed since the end of the war in the royal capital. The Empire and the Holy See are actually so quiet. The airship they sent to investigate found no sign of troops entering the country. This abnormality made Lin somewhat uneasy. In my opinion, the Holy City is probably in chaos now. They will definitely not be able to care about the kingdom's affairs in a short time, Raphael said optimistically. The crusade sent by the Holy See had just experienced 2 disastrous defeats, and it was not easy to regain its strength. Just as Raphael was thinking about it, the electromagnetic wave signal receiving device in his arm suddenly lit up. It seems that Speaker Harov has captured the Mist territory, Raphael said as he put the receiving device on the table. Lenin also looked over. Research on the magic of electromagnetic wave technology is still in its infancy. Although the wizards who control thunder magic have learned how to send signals, they still need to rely on this special receiving device to detect the subtle electromagnetic fluctuations. The sound of click, 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 click kept resounding in the room. Raphael took a Morse code combination and started translating. This first-generation electromagnetic wave receiver has a very rudimentary function. It can only emit 2 click sounds after receiving electromagnetic waves of 2 different frequencies. When Lin took out this thing, Raphael was disappointed. This was indeed an effective long-distance communication method, but the information it could convey was really limited. They can only use tick to represent victory and ta to represent failure, so that they can roughly know the situation of the battle. However, this magic star's imagination is obviously not comparable to theirs. Through different arrangements of long and short sounds, he can derive almost countless combinations to send whatever he wants to say. It can also prevent the other party from hearing the signal, or capture the person who sent the message, so as to obtain the information. Because the information is encrypted, only those with the codebook can crack it. The only problem is that it is difficult to translate. Mist Leader. Great defeat. Raphael read slowly based on the information given in the code book. Have you defeated the enemy? Raphael thought this way, but soon discovered that the text combination of the last burst of signal seemed to be rescue. Lin immediately stood up from his seat with a solemn look on his face. Without looking at the translation book, he translated the entire sentence faster than Raphael. We suffered a huge defeat in the Mist territory and need rescue. Immediately. Raphael felt dazed for a moment. He knew that there were no mistakes in Lin's translation, as he had the code book in hand. But how is this possible? Raphael's face was full of surprise and confusion. Although the 3 legions that recovered the kingdom's territory only had about 10,000 people, they had absolute technical advantages. To be on the safe side, the 3 Lord Speakers have already set off with the army. However, in order to create the illusion that the speakers were still in the royal capital and to confuse the enemy, they did not appear openly. Now, it seems that the interior of the heavily guarded royal capital is very empty. Could it be that there happens to be a legendary priest stationed in the Mist territory? Raphael was puzzled, and finally only thought of this possibility. Only the divine descending technique can defeat the 10,000-strong army equipped with new muskets and armored vehicles, and allow Speaker Hera to use the words, Great Rout, in his communications. Lin frowned slightly. He didn't think so, because they had discussed similar situations before. No matter which legion was in this major counterattack, once it was confirmed that the enemy had a legendary priest, they would give up the attack, plan to wait for help or even retreat. There is a price for releasing the divine descending technique. Without desperate efforts, the opponent should have no reason to use it rashly. Exchanging high-end combat power for the Holy See is not a profit. And the moment he met the legendary cleric, Hera should immediately send a signal instead of waiting until he retreated before requesting rescue. Lin In judged that the situation must have reversed instantly for such a situation to occur. The most important thing is that the word, God descends, is not mentioned at all in the message sent. There is a second possibility. That is, the Empire's expeditionary army suddenly appeared in the Mist territory, and may even launch a surprise attack. Aurora's figure emerged from the side, and said the most likely possibility. Condition. In other words, the Empire's legions eluded the airship's detection, and arrived right under their noses without their knowledge. This is not impossible. Perhaps the airship they sent out for reconnaissance was quietly uprooted by some powerful magic. Or perhaps it was some kind of super-wide invisibility magic that could make an entire legion disappear from sight and march to them openly. Behind. Chapter 406 Race Against Time. A corrupt battlefield. Cold sweat broke out on Raphael's forehead. Either of these 2 guesses was completely bad news. I'll rush there right now. After Aurora worked out the general situation with Lin In and others, she didn't waste any more time, and her figure soon disappeared. There was no sign of relaxation on Raphael's face. After all, this place was far away from the Mist territory. Even the straight-line distance was more than 150 kilometers. Even at the speed of the legendary speaker, it would take 2 people to fly there. I'm afraid I can't keep up with it in just a few hours. Lin caressed the ring of mystery in his hand, and asked Chi now to start locating the coordinates, preparing to project power and will to the Mist territory through the magic network link. He wanted to go and see for himself what was going on in Harif. Lin In had taken some emergency measures before, such as placing a wizard for Maeda in the other 2 legions. They carried special secret magic rings, and their mental power cracking level reached 100%. Over 30. This kind of deep-level coordinates that touch the soul can be easily located across hundreds or even thousands of kilometers. With the help of the brain and the secret ring as carriers, long-distance power projection can be achieved. Strictly speaking, this belongs to the category of psychic magic. It is much more advanced than electromagnetic wave communication, but it is taboo in the land of wizards. So far, Lin has only seen 3 people with similar abilities. The first one is Heron Ram. With the help of a large number of psychic notes left by the evil mage Merc, he used his ingenuity to create an imperfect magic network, and also created such a crazy thing as the soul-eating magic circle. He completely regarded the wizards in the Faceless Men assembly whose computing power had been cracked as the materials to resurrect his daughter. He is also following this path now, but his methods are more gentle, adhering to sustainable development and mutually beneficial win-win strategies. He provides knowledge, and the wizards provide computing power. It can be said that everyone is happy, and he will never engage in the business of killing the goose to get the eggs, and fishing from the lake. The second one is Aurora. The other party once left a magic mark on his forehead, which was used as a coordinate for delivery to maintain the existence of power. However, this magic is obviously only used for emergencies, and is not suitable for spellcasting. The requirements of users are very high, and there is no possibility of popularization. The third one is naturally the false god, Ella. The other party can not only bestow divine magic on priests and bishops, but at the level of a cardinal. It can even be used as coordinates to carry divine power. The legendary priests are even more amazing. They can open the door to heaven and remove Ella's body. Send it here. Lin has always suspected that the magical abilities and divine descending techniques granted by the Holy See have some similarities with his magic net. But there is currently a lack of evidence, and it has not been confirmed yet. The coordinates of number 043 have been located. According to the straight line distance, it is 159 kilometers. Should we start the magic projection? The Geno prompt sounded in his mind, which brought Lin Un's attention back. And then, he muttered silently without hesitation. Yes! At the same time, a fierce battle was taking place on the border of the Sika's empire and in Mist's territory, with constant sounds of fighting. Kill these devil's minions! For the glory of the Lord! The knights in silver armor charged forward, their eyes full of fanaticism and murder. The spears they held tightly in their hands stabbed out repeatedly, killing all the musketeers who were still loading. However, their offensive soon encountered obstacles. Groups of fireballs flew towards them. The fire and smoke caused by the explosion stopped the approaching cavalry brigade. And then several armored vehicles blocked the front. The roaring sound of machine guns rang in everyone's ears, and the flames leaping from the muzzle were like a scythe of death. Wherever it swept, a burst of flesh and blood flew everywhere. Whether it was the magical shield blessed on the body, or the solid the armor, will be torn apart in an instant. Under such a blow, the large group of cavalry quickly dispersed, and the ground was shaking violently. An extremely tall giant soon appeared in front of the wizards. He was more than 7 meters tall, covered in iron armor, and holding a huge iron shield in his hand. He withstood the machine gun fire and overturned an armored vehicle. He flew to the ground, but the next moment, he was pierced by several red streams of light flying from a distance. The electromagnetic gun has undoubtedly achieved merit again. The giant's body, as strong as a hill, fell to the ground, crushing the two teams fighting below. Bright red blood spattered out, dyeing the surrounding soil red. In this extremely chaotic battlefield, life and death can change almost in an instant. However, there was not just one such tall giant, and they soon appeared all over the battlefield in huge numbers. Not only were they rough-skinned and thick-bodied, but they also had strong physical and magical resistance. And their equipment was also very sophisticated. Whether it is a musket or a low-level magic blow, it can only cause some skin trauma on them. Even if the electromagnetic gun penetrates dozens of centimeters of special iron shields and armor, it is not enough to cause fatal damage, unless it has focused the fire or hit the vital point. Herav used force field magic to tear apart two tall armored giants. But he still couldn't make up for the festering situation, because the timing of the appearance of these Imperial legions was too coincidental. Just as they were attacking the city, the opponent appeared behind them without warning and launched a surprise attack. Neither the airship nor the wizards responsible for perception noticed it at all. It was not until the Imperial Legion approached and the ground began to shake that they realized something was wrong. However, it was obviously too late. The rear artillery position collapsed directly under the impact of thousands of divine punishment cavalry. The wizards stationed in the position could not stop this group of knights, who were blessed with divine magic and had ferocious beasts per capita. Not to mention the priests and bishops of the Holy See, who were mixed among the knights in shining armor. And the magical spells that appeared from time to time gave them a headache. For the musketeers, the most important thing is the array. Once the array collapses, it will be unable to form intensive firepower, and its combat power will be greatly reduced. Not to mention that this time it is confronting a large number of God's punishment knights in a plain area. According to their previously conceived tactics, when encountering large groups of troops in plain areas, they must rely on the blocking of armored vehicles, the assistance of machine guns and artillery fire, combined with the bombing of airships, and the integration of ground and air to block the enemy 50 meters in front of them. Give the other person a chance to get closer. Now this plan has obviously failed. After being disrupted and forced to engage in direct combat, the only thing they could do was how to preserve as much strength as possible and retreat. Chapter 407 Lin, the one who really performs magic is not me, but the sun. Sir Speaker, we can't wait any longer. It's better for us to stay behind. Seeing that the array that was finally assembled was defeated again, Sanchez said eagerly. In the current situation, they may not be able to wait for support. The best solution is to leave some elites to break up the rear. Otherwise all of them will die here. No, you alone may not be enough to stop them, Herav said with a solemn expression. This Imperial army that suddenly appeared behind them numbered 50,000 to 60,000 people. And there must be a legendary priest among them. Perhaps more than one. He did not waste his magic power unscrupulously, just to defend against the opponent. With the strength of Sanchez and others, I am afraid that they are not enough to stop the opponent at all. The only one who can stop them now is himself. Just as Hera was about to speak, A voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears. You guys retreat first. I'll stop them. Herav and others immediately turned their heads and looked over. And an unexpected figure appeared in front of them, according to the intelligence. Lin, who should be in the City of Steel now, actually appeared here. Master Lin in? Sanchez was quite surprised and said quickly. Great. You guys came really fast. Where are Speaker Aurora and Lord Vittorio? Have they arrived already? If support arrives and several speakers unite, they can launch a fierce counterattack. Herav could tell at a glance that Lin was not really here, but probably a projection magic similar to Aurora. Just as he expected, Lin quickly explained. No, the support hasn't arrived yet. It will take about 2 to 3 hours for the 2 speakers to get here at the fastest. If we need to wait for support from the other 2 legions, it will be even later. Although they have airships to transport troops, large-scale troop mobilization is not an easy task. How much strength can you maintain in your current state? Herav couldn't help but interrupted. He recognized Lin's strength. But in the final analysis, he was just a 4th-ring wizard. If he had been there in person and used the forbidden technique that temporarily increased his strength when he fought against Ella, he might still be able to achieve this. But now what was present was just an incarnation of magic power. Could it be that he carried the ingredients for nuclear explosion magic? Thinking of this possibility, Herav raised a hint of expectation. But it was shattered the next moment. In fact, this incarnation can only release the 4-ring magic once with all its strength. And that's it, Lin said truthfully, and then said categorically before a few people questioned it. But I think that's enough. Seeing how confident the magic star was, Herav did not rush to refute even though he had a lot of questions. Instead, he asked Lin directly what his plan was. Anyway, I need some help from you. Separate the enemy from ourselves and avoid accidental damage, Lin said very quickly, then looked at the chaotic battlefield and sighed again. It seems we can only give up some people. Under orderly command, the defeated wizards quickly gathered together and organized the largest counterattack. Everyone no longer retained their magic power. Herav took the lead and penetrated the huge magic power into the ground. The next moment, the entire battlefield began to rapidly collapse. A hole was torn in the ground. Large areas of earth and stone continued to break apart, forming a deep ravine. Not only that, the cracks were still there, spread rapidly to both sides. Looking from above, you can see that the entire battlefield is torn in half by the collapsed earth. To single-handedly change the terrain and dominate the situation on the entire battlefield. This is the power of legendary magic. The whole process was completed in just over 10 seconds. Herav was panting slightly. Nearly half of the magic power in his body had been consumed. It was not easy for him to perform such a large-scale legendary spell. Immediately afterwards, Sanchez and others also cast spells one after another, and various spells followed one after another. The power of frost, fire and thunder were intertwined, and they smashed into the enemy array with great momentum. By the will of the Lord, evil shall be driven out. At the same time, a vast and sacred voice resounded on the battlefield, and an invisible curtain emerged in the air, blocking the magic rain. Although it was quickly blasted to pieces by hundreds of magic, it was still extremely powerful. Casualties were reduced to a great extent. Herav understood that it was the legendary priests of the Holy See who took action. But their goal had been achieved, and the entire battlefield was temporarily divided. The charging cavalry slowed down their progress, and a few giants, who were not very smart, fell straight in. They fell so hard that stars appeared in their eyes, and they couldn't climb out for a while. Bomb one more round with magic, and then retreat. All we have to do next is Master Lin. Herav sighed, saying that he had done everything he could. Sanchez hesitated to speak. He felt that it was a bit risky to place all his hopes on Lin's incarnation. But in the end, he followed the instructions, because there was no better way now. At this moment, Lin, who had used polarizing magic to cover his figure, was suspended in the sky. Magic power surged out like a wave, filling hundreds of meters around him. If it were normal times, such obvious magic power fluctuations would definitely arouse the opponent's vigilance. But Lin was not too worried, because now there were traces of magic power everywhere on the battlefield. He specifically asked Herav and others to use all their strength to counterattack, but not only to divide the battlefield, but also to provide cover. Today's weather is really good. Lin looked at the sky, where a red sun was shining brightly. August is the hottest time in the Empire, and the midday sun will add a lot of color to his next magic. It seems that the battle is almost over. In the Vatican's array, Joshua looked at the magic rain coming quickly and said slowly, although the opponent's counterattack was fierce, In Joshua's opinion, it was just a fight between trapped beasts. After all the magic power was consumed, these people completely lost the ability to fight against them. As for the great rift valley that divided the battlefield, he didn't even need to take action. Several cardinals worked together to use divine magic to create high bridges that were wide and passable. Saint Lucia beside her was also watching this scene. But Herav and others used magic regardless of the cost, which made her vaguely aware of something wrong. Then she raised her head and looked at the blazing sun in the sky. He whispered, "Have you noticed? The sun seems to be getting darker." Chapter 408 Everything comes to nothing. The sun shines. Darkened? Joshua frowned and looked at the sky, indeed sensing a hint of uneasiness. "It's magic," Lucia said casually. Under her perception, strong magic fluctuations appeared in the sky hundreds of meters away from them, and they were spreading towards the side. She didn't notice it before because the wizard's frequent spell casting would indeed cause the concentration of magic in a certain area to increase greatly. So Lucia didn't notice it until the concentration of magic exceeded the threshold. But it's obviously too late to react now. Lin's magic has been released. "It's getting dark." This time it was not just Lucia who felt it. The soldiers charging on the battlefield all felt this clearly, because the area with a radius of several kilometers actually changed directly from daytime to evening. Such a strange sight made the most determined believers can't help but feel a little hesitant. When everyone looked up, they were shocked to find a huge transparent mirror appearing above their heads. It looked like a translucent upside-down cauldron, blocking out the scorching midday sun. Lennon raised his palm, and the brightness of the entire battlefield dropped several degrees again. After passing through the huge condenser, the hot sunlight shining down from the sky was immediately deflected and focused together. "All is lost, the sun shines." This ancient line came to Lennon's mind, and all the magic power projected this time disappeared by 90%, even using the power of the magic network to a certain extent. The next moment, an inverted cone-shaped light beam with a diameter of 100 meters and an almost infinite height fell from the sky. The sunlight that covered the entire battlefield was compressed into an area of 100 meters. The bright light was so intense that everyone present could not open their eyes. And then a burst of shrill screams and wails suddenly echoed throughout the battlefield. "Ah!" The Imperial soldiers within the scope of the light pillar evaporated directly on the spot under the high temperature comparable to the surface of a star. The divine punishment knights with the protection of divine magic can live longer. But this is nothing more than torture. The horses neigh and fall to the ground, and the iron armor on their bodies is directly melted into molten iron, sizzling under the scorching heat. There was a loud noise, and the shirt inside burned even more. Under the sweep of the beam, the vegetation withered and collapsed. The ground dried up and cracked, and thousands of Imperial legions were instantly ignited into balls of fire. Under the high temperature that exceeds the surface of the star, all living beings are equal. Even the giant with high magic resistance has no power to resist, and is directly roasted into a charred corpse. "It's a legendary technique." Joshua's pupils narrowed. The speed of light was too fast and too fast. The beam went from focusing to sweeping out in just 1 second. More than 2,000 Imperial soldiers died in an instant before their eyes. "In the name of the Lord! Arrows of judgment!" Joshua raised the scepter in his hand high and roared loudly. Hundreds of arrows shining with divine magic appeared in the void, pointing directly at the upside-down condenser above his head. These arrows have been imbued with special demon-breaking power, and the mirror covering the entire battlefield has no possibility of movement or avoidance. The dense rain of arrows flew out, dazzling like meteors, and soon collided with the huge condenser. The mirror was much more fragile than Joshua expected. Without any barrier, it exploded in an instant, with countless fragments flying in all directions and falling towards the ground. "It looks like it's just a showpiece." Joshua breathed a sigh of relief. This was much easier to deal with than he thought. "It's not that simple." Lucia shook her head. She did not rush to take action, but was fully aware of the location of the caster. This body has great restrictions on her. Even though she has been raised for 7 or 8 years, the power she can exert is still extremely limited due to the low degree of fit. Sure enough, the next second Lucia opened her mouth. Dozens of larger and shattered condensers did not fall, but were suspended in the air, changing forms, and turned into smaller concentrators. With Lennon's current computing power, it is simply impossible to reorganize the spell in such a short period of time. But with the power of the magic network and the brain, it is different. The spell model can be completed by the brain mobilizing the computing power of the other wizards in the magic network, and the whole process is compressed into 1 second. The Imperial Crusade army, which had not yet recovered from the terrifying sight of the 100-meter light beam, was soon baptized by the laser beam. In an instant, dozens of secondary laser beams spread across the entire battlefield. Although the power was reduced a lot compared to the sunshine just now, the range of the attack was expanded by 10 times. A few Imperial soldiers, who were lucky enough to avoid the beam of light, were swept by the sudden laser beam. Before they could react, their bodies were cut in half from top to bottom. Similar scenes were staged everywhere on the battlefield. Joshua's face suddenly became extremely ugly. "Found it!" Lucia looked towards a certain direction in the distant sky, stretched out her right hand, and clenched it tightly. Lin En, who was hiding high in the sky with polarizing magic and controlling light-gathering magic, began to twist into form. If he had a body, he would probably have been crushed to pieces by now. Even so, the arcane ring, as the core has begun to crack, and the explosion only occurs in an instant. Good perception ability. Lin En was quite surprised. You must know that he is now a ball of magic projection, which can be well hidden in the magic-rich world. He thought that the other party would need at least some effort to find him, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Before the secret magic ring that he relied on completely exploded, Lin En used his last strength to control a huge refractor and directed the concentrated light towards the place where the magic fluctuations were strongest. That was exactly the direction Lucia was in. The Saint of the Holy See had already raised her hand before the beam fell. A smooth mirror surface appeared in front of her, and the powerful laser beam was turned back directly. The unimaginable speed directly penetrated Lin En's body, directly shattering the secret ring that was the core inside. It seems that this can only be the end. Lin En thought this way, but he also saw clearly the woman who bounced the laser back. He looks about 23 or 4, wearing a crown and a white holy robe, and his green eyes shine like stars. Combining the information collected previously, Lin En immediately guessed the identity of the other party. After losing its support, the body made of magic power quickly collapsed. Chapter 409, One Person Blocks the Crusade. This will definitely be a battle worthy of being recorded in history. As the caster disappeared, the laser beams that were constantly shooting in the sky also stopped. At this moment, the battlefield is in a mess. Countless gravel and soil are scattered across the ground. Pieces of scorched earth are scattered on the ground. Tens of thousands of soldiers were burned by the light and covered with black smoke. Some have fainted and some have died, still barely holding on. They have lost their fighting power. The Imperial Legion, which was originally ready for a surprise attack and routed the entire musketry team, suffered heavy casualties in an instant. Some soldiers who were not firm in their faith even developed fear and panicked towards the sun. After the warm sunshine shone on their bodies, they screamed in terror. A fluttering hymn soon resounded on the tragic battlefield, and under the scorching sun, green rain began to fall in the sky. After the wounded man who was wailing in pain came into contact with the drops of rain and dew, the ferocious expression on his face gradually became calmer, and he fell asleep directly, and the burnt injuries on his body were slowly fading away. This is the legendary magic rain of grace, used by Lucia herself. The range is enough to cover the entire battlefield. Those Imperial soldiers who are still alive, whether they are burned or have broken limbs, are recovering quickly from their injuries. Fluorescence also appeared on the bodies of the victims. The second function of the Rain of Grace is to bring the souls of those who have returned to the kingdom of God. Their souls have gained eternal shelter, and will enjoy eternal joy in the kingdom of God. Several bishops sang carols loudly. Lucia, who was using magic, counted the casualties within a minute. About 4,000 people died under a single blow of magic, and tens of thousands were injured. The only good news is that most of the casualties are ordinary soldiers, and the Divine Punishment Knights wear reflective silver armor and have multiple protections, which can resist the power of lasers to a large extent, but under the previous sunshine, costing more than 1,000 casualties. Your Majesty, Lucia, do we need to continue the pursuit? Joshua asked, looking at the messy battlefield in front of him. Arrange the wounded first. Lucia shook her head. Although she cured the injuries of these people, the morale of the Imperial Legion had been severely damaged, and in just a short time, the defeated musketeers had calmed down and evacuated out of sight in an orderly manner. Continuing to chase obviously won't achieve any good results. Do you have any information about this wizard? Lucia stretched out her hand, and a curtain of water suddenly appeared in front of her. In the water curtain is a young wizard with brown hair. If I'm not mistaken, his name should be Lin, and he is a great wizard. He is called the Magic Star by the believers of the evil god. According to rumors, all the novel things that appear in the wizard's land seem to be related to him, Joshua said with a solemn expression. After Edwell led the crusade in the kingdom, they increased their emphasis on intelligence. although most of the spies they sent out were found out by the other party. They also obtained a lot of useful intelligence. It is rumored that all the changes that occurred in the Wizarding Land, including muskets, artillery, airships, and the running iron boxes, were all the work of this magic star. The amount of bounty placed on the opponent's head within the Holy See has exceeded 1 million. Lucia secretly wrote down the name. And then with a thought in her mind, a musket flew over from a distance and landed in her hand. She was still very interested in the new weapons displayed by these wizards. But Lin and Sunshine shot just now was obviously very targeted. And the armored vehicles left on the battlefield, and the artillery in the position were all merged into a pool. Molten iron. Their only harvest was this thing called a musket. At the same time, Herav, who took advantage of the chaos of the Imperial Legion, fled several kilometers away when he saw that the other party had no intention of chasing him. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that they were safe for the time being. "Is this the four-ring magic that Master Lennon said?" The expression on Sanchez's face was a bit strange. Although he had been running away before, it was not that he had not paid attention to the battle behind him. In fact, anyone who is not blind can see the huge light beam with a diameter of 100 meters. Its power can only be described as terrifying. Even legendary spells are nothing more than this. They still don't know the outcome of the battle. They think that the casualties on the other side must be considerable, and the Holy See will not be able to take care of them in a short time. "This does not exceed the scope of four-ring magic." Herav shook his head. He was equally surprised by the power of that spell. But he could see that it was not Lennon's own power, but the power of light. Principles of refraction and focusing. That mirror magic was like a lever, leveraging the power of the stars above their heads. In other words, it was not Lin who released this legendary magic, but the sun above their heads. It's summer, so magic is so powerful. After Herav's explanation, Sanchez finally understood. But he still admired Lin's imagination and creativity in magic. Lin, who was praised by everyone, has returned to his body and consciousness. It is not easy to control an avatar to complete such a huge spell from hundreds of kilometers away. The mental loss is so serious that his brain feels faintly bloated. "Dean Lin, are you okay?" Raphael asked eagerly. They were just talking about whether to send an airship to rush for rescue first. Lin suddenly raised his hand to stop his words, and then sat still with his eyes closed. "Fortunately, I'm fine." Lin rubbed his temples, looked at Raphael and others, and announced the good news. "Speaker Herav and the others should be safe now." Hearing this, all the wizards present immediately breathed a sigh of relief. And Pierce asked curiously, "So you were trying to contact Speaker Haroff just now?" "No, I went there myself." Lin didn't hide the pinch and directly told everything he saw and heard. "In other words, Dean, you alone forced back tens of thousands of the Holy Sea's crusade?" Alok's face was full of admiration and disbelief. "You must know that Speaker Herav, who led tens of thousands of musketeers, was beaten and could only flee. But the Dean was able to severely damage him with magic. It's incredible." "It's not really a forced retreat. At most, it was a little blocking." Lin shook his head and said truthfully. However, in the eyes of Raphael and others, even this is already an exaggeration. With just one incarnation, it has blocked the progress of tens of thousands of crusaders, and at least one legendary priest. This will definitely be a battle that can be recorded in history. A battle for the annals of history. Chapter 410. Thanks to you. Otherwise we would probably all die on the battlefield. "It's a pity that if it weren't for the obstruction of the Holy Lady of the Holy See, you could annihilate the entire Empire's crusade by yourself," Raphael said with regret. Alok on the side asked curiously, "Master Dean, how come I haven't seen you use such a powerful magic before? Sunshine has strict weather requirements, and the effect is only good enough after the first use," Lin explained. If it hadn't been an emergency, he would have used it in a more critical place. After all, although this magic is powerful, it takes a long time to prepare and has many disadvantages. For example, the weather must be clear, and light can be refracted, emitted, and absorbed. The other party is not stupid. He will definitely be on guard after suffering a loss. This time the laser he fired was bounced back. It is obvious that the Holy See has learned enough lessons, and has found a way to deal with laser magic. Of course, Lin didn't think that the other party had the ability to create a mirror that reflected 100% of the light. As long as the intensity of the laser was high enough, even the mirror would be cut open instantly. "Go and inform Rettel and the others, and leave immediately for Mist territory." Lin stood up and said solemnly, although he temporarily repelled the Holy Sea's attack. He did not rule out the possibility of pursuit by the other party. He had to rush for reinforcements immediately. Raphael and others nodded in unison. In fact, they were preparing to leave this steel city today, and all supplies had been prepared in advance. Due to the need to establish communication base stations and daily patrols, nearly 40% of the airships were deployed to perform tasks. Their legion was only allocated 40 ships, which was not enough to transport tens of thousands of people. After a brief discussion, Lin quickly made a decision. He and Raphael took the airship and first led some people to the destination. Then Rettel and the two great wizards slowly led the remaining legions. Come over. The steel city of Welsel is about 159 kilometers away from the Empire's border territory in a straight line. Normal marching plus going around mountains and crossing rivers would take at least several days. But taking an airship only takes more than an hour. Along the way, intelligence from all over the kingdom was continuously transmitted to the receiving device through electromagnetic communication technology, and then translated. Raphael couldn't help but marvel at the convenience of this thing. A message sent from any location can be spread throughout the entire kingdom within a few minutes. To sum up, all the news is actually saying two things. First, the airships they deployed to patrol the border between the kingdom and the Empire were still in good condition, which meant that the Holy See's crusade had sneaked into their protective circle and failed to remove these nails. This made Lin En feel a little relieved. You must know that in order to build this defense line all over the kingdom and avoid being attacked by others, he had put in a lot of effort. The patrol trajectory and position of each airship were carefully designed. Ensure that they are close to each other and need to communicate with each other every once in a while. Unless the other party can wipe out all the airships in a large area in an instant, a message will inevitably be passed on. The second is that Herav has led his people to retreat to an imperial town that was previously captured and is waiting for reinforcements. When the airship landed in the town, a group of wizards were busy reinforcing the city wall. When they saw Lin, they all bowed respectfully. Master Lin En, it's really thanks to you this time. Otherwise we would all have died on the battlefield. Sanchez stepped forward, patted Lin En on the shoulder, and said gratefully, if Lin En hadn't arrived in time, he would have been prepared to stay behind, which would obviously be a life or death decision. You don't have to be so polite. Faced with the obstruction of the Empire and the Holy See, everyone must go all out. Lin En shook his head. They were already at a disadvantage at the high end, and losing any legion was an unacceptable loss. Lin then asked about the casualties in this war. It's much more serious than expected, Sanchez said with a wry smile. Fully 1,200 people were killed and more than 3,700 were injured. In other words, more than half of the 10,000-person musketeers suffered casualties. Not only that, they also lost a large number of artillery and firearms. I think these weapons should have been seized, Sanchez said solemnly. This was the issue that worried him the most. In the several wars since leaving the Wizarding Land, even the most brutal battle to defend the royal capital, they still won. So they did not need to be prepared for this before. But it's different now. With so many weapons seized by the enemy is likely to imitate them. It doesn't matter. I have melted the artillery and armored vehicles. As for the production method of basic weapons such as muskets, it is impossible to hide them. It will be a matter of time for the enemy to crack them. We only need to ensure that in the upgrading of weapons, as long as the enemies are faster. Lin En was very open-minded. He knew very well that simple weapons such as flintlock muskets and airships could always be produced as long as the elites of the Empire and the Holy See were willing to think hard and take some time. The reason why there is no movement yet is simply because the time is too short, and the bishops of the Holy See are focused on engaging in feudal superstition, firmly believing that this is a creation of the devil. Of course, they couldn't build a technologically advanced device like an internal combustion engine without drawings. As he spoke, Sanchez led everyone into a manor. This is the mansion of a young earl in the Empire. When they brought people to fight over from the kingdom, the other party just packed up their belongings and ran away without leaving a single guard behind. They took over the entire city without any effort. But now the manor has become a temporary command post and a place to resettle the wounded. Many camps have been set up in the open area. Herbalists are busy mixing potions, and faint wails of pain can be heard. I really don't know when the war will end. Johnny, who was following the two men, looked at the tents inside. Probably waiting for the day when the Holy See is completely defeated. Alok continued longingly. We will pull the gods down from the sky, build spires belonging to wizards everywhere on this continent, spread knowledge, eliminate ignorance, and spread the glory of magic to the entire land. This is the war propaganda slogan commonly used by the parliament. It must be said that it is extremely motivating to many young wizards, who are ambitious and passionate. It will happen one day, Alok said with certainty. Lennon also nodded and said with a smile, maybe soon, if this battle goes well. Chapter 411, Opportunity to Defeat the Holy See. Sanchez brought Lin and others into the conference room, where hundreds of wizards were gathering. There were constant noises and arguments, all discussing the disastrous defeat they had experienced not long ago. Aurora, who was the first to set out, had already arrived. And even Vittorio also arrived, apparently also rushing over the moment he received the news. After Lin and others sat down, Harris suppressed the arguments in the conference room and spoke solemnly. This fiasco was indeed my negligence. Although the timing of the Holy See's Crusade army's surprise attack was precise, and the magic that made the entire legion invisible and approached them quietly was also extremely special. But if they were vigilant enough, they wouldn't have noticed something was wrong until someone got close to them. It seems that the long-term victory has made us a little slack. Vittorio shook his head. However, Harab was actually cautious enough. Before the war started, he sent most of the airships to explore the surrounding areas. I am afraid no one would have thought that a legion of tens of thousands of people could sneak in quietly. If it were him, I'm afraid he would also fall into the trap. How did they do it? Aurora was quite interested in this point. With her mastery of polarizing magic, she could also make a musketeer team of hundreds, or even thousands of people disappear from sight and march in secret. But that is an army of tens of thousands of people. Invisibility alone is not enough. Every step taken by those giants, who are 7 or 8 meters high, may shake the mountain and the ground. There is no way to hide it all. Could it be the realm of the kingdom of God? Lin suddenly reminded him. When he fought with Edwell in the royal capital, he noticed that this thing was very strange. The inside and outside were like two completely different spaces. It's possible, Vittorio nodded. If this is the case, it is not good news. If the other party can expand the kingdom of God so much, its strength is undoubtedly much stronger than they expected. Master Lin, just now you stayed alone in the rear. You should have found out the other party's details. Right. Harab straightened his face and asked. The range and power of the sunlight cast by Lin shocked even him. The one who could crack this magic and defeat the magic projection in a short time must be a legendary priest. The other two speakers also looked over, especially Aurora. She was the one who was most shocked when she heard Harab talk about Lin's single-handed attempt to stop the Holy See's crusade. She flew all the way to the rescue in a hurry. But Lin's incarnation solved the problem. Lin pondered for a while, then swept his right hand across the table. A layer of water curtain suddenly appeared, with two figures reflected on it, one male and one female. The man is about 50 years old, wearing a golden robe, with a slender figure and a solemn expression. This is Joshua, the presiding judge of the Holy See. He should have been the one who fought with me on the Sea of Mist before. Aurora opened her mouth and pointed out the identity of one of them. All the wizards present nodded. This presiding judge was one of the 5 legendary priests in the Holy See. It was not difficult to confirm. As for the other one, Saint Lucia, I didn't expect that she also possesses legendary power, Harab said in surprise. They have collected portraits and messages of all key figures in the Holy See, from cardinals to above, and the saints of the Holy See are no exception. But according to their information, the position of the saint is rotated every few years and is held by teenage nuns. The only thing they have in common is that they are good-looking, cool and beautiful. No matter how you look at it, it looks like it's a showpiece put on the surface to fool the poor. It is a bit exaggerated that such a character can also perform legendary magic. You must know that they spent half their lives to achieve this through trickery. But they have not yet truly entered the realm of legend. This gap is so huge that it is despairing. I don't think it's that easy. Otherwise, the church's legends would have spread long ago, Vittorio interrupted. The saints were chosen frequently, but maybe they could not carry such a powerful force, so they were forced to rotate. Those saints from the previous generation were also missing. According to the church, they were sent to serve the gods. There is a high probability that it has already died. But it's true that they only sent 2 legends here. Vittorio's expression was strange, and he couldn't tell whether he was happy or sad. Perhaps there are other troops that haven't arrived yet. Anyway, this is good news. Harab's expression softened slightly. This means that they temporarily have a certain advantage in high power, and it is best to take the initiative and defeat the opponent in one fell swoop before their support arrives. According to Harab's guess, the false god is the source of power for these magicians. As long as this source is solved, the empire and the church will collapse. The key to this battle is how to force them to open the door to heaven at the right time. The location for the decisive battle should be as open as possible to avoid accidental injuries. Herav added. It would be great if we could lure the saint or the chief judge out. The wizards present immediately started discussing these 2 points. They needed a complete plan and a plan to deal with accidents. Raphael even suggested that they could follow Edwell's example and dig tunnels to sneak into the oil city. They could feign an attack from the outside while several speakers and Lin, the magic star, carried out the beheading operation. In this way, even if the magic goes out of control in the end, the casualties will only be the Imperial Legion and the people in the city. And it will not affect our own people. Herav and the others, who had seen the power of nuclear explosions, looked at each other and shook their heads. Raphael obviously underestimated the new magic developed by Lenin. Once that thing got out of control, let alone standing in the city. If you are outside, even if you are several kilometers away, you will be torn apart by the shock wave. However, Raphael's proposal is still very constructive and can be used as one of the alternatives. Master Lenin, what do you think? Vittorio thinks this plan is not bad, as long as it can be guaranteed to be foolproof and not affect the outside world. Lenin pondered for a long time and did not answer directly. Instead, he suddenly asked, Speaker Vittorio, how far is it from the oil production place? If the information I got is correct, the straight line distance is about 10 kilometers. Vittorio replied, Bring me the map. Lin stood up, took the parchment handed over by a wizard, carefully examined the topography of the mist territory, and soon had an idea in his mind. Idea? Chapter 412. They have all been corrupted by money. Boom. 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 Mr. Led. In the city of Fire Oil, bursts of thunderous explosions echoed on the training ground. More than a dozen Imperial soldiers lined up in a long queue, pulling the trigger unfamiliarly. Lead pellets flew out from the flaming muzzle and hit the target 50 meters away. The strong armor was a big hole penetrated in an instant, and the wooden pillar behind was also smashed to pieces. Not bad power. No wonder the Imperial Crusade led by Edwell suffered a disastrous defeat at the hands of these people. Joshua looked at the muskets in the hands of these soldiers and said in a low tone, Have you shown it to the craftsmen? Is there any way to imitate it? Lucia said with interest. It is not a problem to imitate other parts of this kind of weapon, but this kind of steel pipe is very special. Joshua took a musket, and with a shake of his wrist, he used magic to dismember it, leaving only that gun barrel. Lucia reached out and took it, looked at it carefully for a while, and found nothing wrong. It was just an ordinary steel product, and there was no trace of magic or magic. It has no cracks and no traces of connection, Joshua reminded softly. Lucia paused for a moment before she came to her senses. If ordinary craftsmen want to turn iron ore into hard steel, they must use high temperatures to melt it, and then temper it repeatedly. The steel pipe in front of me is 1 meter long, but its diameter is only a few tens of millimeters. It looks seamless, and there is even a thread-like structure inside. This is indeed very magical. Could it be that magic was used? Cardinal Cirid reminded him. Unlikely. Lucia shook her head. Only the Grand Wizard has the ability to control metal elements, although there is no problem in making such a steel pipe. As far as she knows, there are only 30 Grand Wizards in the entire council, but the Musketeers have tens of thousands. With just a few, how long does it take to make 10 Great Wizards? Then there is no need to do anything else every day, just rubbing the steel pipe. Thinking about it, I know it is impossible. It is really overkill. Lucia thought for a while and felt that there were 2 possible solutions. For example, find an extremely hard substance, place it in the middle of molten iron, and then forge it, or prepare a mold and pour the molten iron into it. After Lucia finished speaking, Joshua told her tactfully that the craftsman had already tried similar methods. As a result, the manufactured steel pipe was simply not qualified. When reinstalled on the musket, the accuracy would become very poor, and one of the muskets even exploded. Lucia was quite surprised. It seemed that the wizards had really made something interesting. What about the captured personnel? Don't they know anything about it either? In addition to the seizure of a large number of muskets, hundreds of musketeers were captured in this battle. The methods of using muskets were also searched out from the minds of these people. They used to be poor people who worked in the fields and fished. They only knew how to use it and didn't know how to make this kind of weapon. Having said this, Joshua paused, and then said again, These people's minds have been corrupted by evil spirits. Unless we use coercive means, no information can be obtained from them. Are there no exceptions? Lucia raised her eyebrows. Logically speaking, there would be a few weaklings among these hundreds of people. No exceptions, Joshua said solemnly. He searched the memories of these people, and roughly found the reason. These musketeers used to be a group of poor people who were starving and freezing. They basically had families. Joining the musketeers can only be described as a one-stop success. The price offered by the council is very high. As long as you become a musketeer, you can get 15 to 20 silver coins every month and live a life of eating meat. If he died on the battlefield, he would receive a generous pension, and his family would also be properly accommodated and assigned to work in the workshop. This salary is higher than that of the most elite guards in the empire, and it is almost catching up with the God's punishment army. Therefore, most of the musketeers are in a state of fanaticism similar to belief, and their hearts are corrupted by money. It can only be said that those wizards also spent a lot of money in order to cope with the Empire's crusade. While the two were discussing, the Imperial soldiers who were demonstrating the muskets loaded the projectiles with difficulty, and fired another volley, directly smashing the target in front of them. It takes more than a minute to load the projectiles. In my opinion, the weapons of these wizards are nothing more than that. They are not as useful as an archer on the battlefield. Cirid saw the two adults treating this evil creation called a musket like this. He couldn't help but speak out. As a conservative bishop, Cirid has always been extremely wary of these witchcraft weapons. According to the church's charter, destroying them once discovered is the most important thing to do. Moreover, it takes more than 1 minute to fire out a projectile. This shortcoming is fatal. As long as one blow misses, there will be no resistance at all. Cirid is confident that even if he encounters a whole team of musketeers, he has 100 ways to kill the opponent, or even control them. Joshua is naturally aware of the shortcomings of this thing, but this still cannot conceal the advantages of the musket. Do you know how long it takes to train a qualified Imperial archer? About half a year? Cirid said hesitantly. It's 3 to 5 years, Joshua corrected. The requirements for personnel are also very demanding, and they need to be selected from strong soldiers. And it only took them 2 or 3 hours to learn to operate muskets. Joshua pointed to the Imperial soldiers who were testing weapons. The most important thing is that the musket's armor-breaking ability is very strong, which is unmatched by the crossbow. In previous battles, a knight wearing fine armor could rush and kill at will on the battlefield, but some stray arrows could not break through the protection at all. Now the form is different. I'm afraid one shot of a musket can kill it. This improvement is undoubtedly terrifying. In other words, those wizards only need to grab a random poor man on the street and train him for a few hours, and the other party may kill a knight who has practiced his skills for decades on the battlefield. According to reports from several God's Punishment Army knights, the wizards have loaded a special musket on a running iron box, which can fire dozens of projectiles in 1 second. Even a bishop will be killed on the spot. Tear it into pieces, Joshua said solemnly. Obviously wizards have found a way to overcome the shortcomings of muskets, but they have not deployed them on a large scale. Chapter 413, The Roar of the Fire Dragon. A way to deal with the airship. After Joshua's explanation, Cirid realized the terrifying nature of this new weapon. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he hurriedly spoke. We can't wait any longer. We must send all these evil minions to H.L. immediately. Cirid could not imagine how powerful the wizard weapons would be if these wizards were allowed to develop. We should have continued to pursue them before we knew it, Cirid said regretfully. They finally won a great victory in a surprise battle, but failed to take the opportunity to annihilate them. Now another attack would obviously require extremely heavy casualties. Don't worry, sire. Under the power of the Lord, all resistance is in vain, Joshua said with relief. They allowed the legions of wizards to flee. On the one hand, it was because the Crusades suffered heavy casualties and had low morale. On the other hand, they also deliberately used this legion as bait to attract the main force of wizards. He knew very well that once the Holy Maiden used her full strength, those so-called new weapons would be as ridiculous as toys. However, after the battle, this incarnation could no longer be used, and the body had to be replaced, and it would take several years to regain its strength. Your Majesty Lucia, the magical spell you requested has been arranged. A nun walked in from outside the training ground and whispered respectfully into the saint's ear. Lucia nodded, and with a thought, the seamless steel pipe in her hand was broken into basic elements. As long as she defeated the Wizards' Council, she would naturally get the skills to make and use all new weapons. This is the fastest way. Several people walked out of the training ground together, and soon entered the cathedral in Mistland. The Grand Duke in charge of the territory has made a lot of money in recent years by exploiting kerosene. In order to show his devotion to the Lord. This church was naturally built very high and very solemn. In the square in front of the church, hundreds of bishops are gathering here, holding Bibles and reciting prayers. There were thick golden pillars erected all around, and under their feet was a huge magical array carved with complex patterns. Lucia stepped forward and stood in the center of the magic circle. Praise be to my Lord, the great and eternal God. Your glory illuminates the whole continent, and the stars are dimmed by it. Amidst the devout hymns of the bishops, the statue of God in the church emitted a soft golden light. And then the same light appeared on Lucia's body. Immediately afterwards, a strong wave of divine magic began to spread around, and the divine magic array burned on the ground seemed to come to life. The space on the ground began to distort, and the neatly arranged bricks and stones completely disappeared from everyone's sight. The entire interior of the magical array was soon filled with darkness, surging like water waves. The next moment, a huge and terrifying sharp claw emerged from the bottomless black abyss, followed immediately by the red body, as if made of lava. The powerful power made everyone present couldn't help but hold their breath. Breathe. When the monster crawled out completely, Sirid finally saw that it was a lava fire dragon. At the same time, magical chains rolled over from the surrounding pillars, locking the huge dragon body tightly. Roar! The lava fire dragon struggled fiercely, and the magic chain jingled as it was pulled. But the more it struggled, the tighter the chain binding it would shrink. After trying a few times, the lava fire dragon gave up this plan. Its ferocious fist-sized pupils stared at Lucia hanging above the black screen, and then opened its mouth and let out a hot breath. This breath was so intense that the space seemed to be burning. The rolling heat wave even reminded Sirid of the hot beam of light falling from the sky on the battlefield. Your Majesty, Lucia! Sirid shouted in horror. But then he realized that his worries were unnecessary. The intensity of the strong dragon's breath began to weaken rapidly before it touched the saint. As expected, the subdragon species still has no brains. Lucia raised her hand, and the flame stopped instantly. The entire lava fire dragon seemed to have its throat pinched, and it roared in pain. The magical chains bound to the dragon's body began to dissolve and sank into the red dragon scales. Seeing Lucia easily subduing the lava fire dragon summoned from across the border, Sirid couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, he also had a great change in his view of the holy maiden elected by the Holy See. He no longer obeyed due to his status, but from the awe and envy from the heart. For the other party to have such strength, he must have been blessed by God. The nuns around her also had expressions of admiration, imagining that one day they would be chosen by the Lord to ascend to heaven and become a saint of the Holy See. After severely treating the violent lava fire dragon, Lucia condensed a dragon-shaped gem and handed it to Sirid. It's up to you to control it. The gem was created by her power, connected to the magic that binds the lava dragon, and can then give orders to it. Thank you for your trust, Your Majesty, Lucia. Sirid took it flattered. Of course, he understood that the Holy Maiden had gone to such great lengths to capture a lava fire dragon from across the border. The purpose was obviously to deal with those airships. Sirid had heard before that this huge alchemical creation was highly maneuverable, with a speed of more than 100 kilometers per hour, and could also emit a powerful beam of light that destroyed hundreds of Griffin Knights. It was the most powerful thing in the hands of wizards. Significant air power. If there is no way to contain it, more than 100 airships will be enough to defeat the entire crusade. Now with the help of this lava fire dragon, it's different. This high-level dragon is not only faster than an airship, but its dragon breath and talent spells can also be used in air combat with ease. Those airships that are large and slow to turn and evade are a living target in front of the lava fire dragon. How are our soldiers? Have they recovered? Lucia turned to look at Joshua's side and asked. Your Majesty, after the baptism of divine magic by the priests, they have overcome their fear of witchcraft, Joshua replied. In that case, let's set off tonight, Lucia said decisively. The beam of light that penetrated the sky and the earth at noon left a very profound impact on her. Although Lucia has figured out the principle of this technique and has found a way to deal with it, the most rational approach is to avoid the enemy, not giving the other party a chance to use it. Chapter 4:14, The Surprise Attack of the Holy See and the Defeated Defenders. At midnight, the 50,000 Imperial Crusade army led by Mist quietly arrived at the city gates under the cover of the legendary magic, the Realm of Illusion. It seems that these wizards are really capable. Joshua looked at the towering city wall in front of him and whispered to himself. The last time they came, there was only a low wall of less than 3 meters in this small border town. But now what appeared in front of them was a solid wall of 7 meters high. It only took the wizards half a day to complete such a miracle with magic. On the city wall, a bonfire was burning, and more than 1,500 guards could be vaguely seen stationed on the city wall. It seemed that no trace of them had been found yet. The number of guards was much smaller than Joshua expected. However, considering that in the previous battle, the musketeers also suffered heavy casualties, most of them should be recovering from injuries and receiving treatment, plus those guarding the rest of the city and those stationed in the city. Musketeers. This number is not much different. A sneer appeared at the corner of Joshua's lips. Those wizards probably could not have imagined that they would have restored the strength of the Empire's guards only 10 hours later and launched a surprise attack overnight. Your Majesty, Lucia. Lord Judge, do you want to launch an attack now? Sirid asked respectfully. The distance of 700 meters is already the limit. If they get closer, even if they are in the realm of illusion, they will be noticed that something is wrong. As for the lava fire dragon, Sirid let it stay 10 miles away, waiting for the moment when the war started to fly over. But it would be sensed by the wizards. Lucia stretched out her right hand, and the boundless divine light gathered in the palm of her hand, contracted into a ball the size of a thumb, and then flew straight to the towering city wall 700 meters away. The soldiers on the city wall could only see a bright firefly floating towards this side in the dim night. It was extremely fast, and the distance of 700 meters could be described as an instant, before they could even shout. This ray of fluorescence expanded rapidly, and then exploded. A deafening rumbling explosion resounded throughout the castle. The tall walls were shattered by the impact of the powerful explosion, and the city gate was blown open. Rubbles flew everywhere, forming a mist like mist all over the sky. Dozens of patrolling guards on the city wall were knocked to the ground by the aftermath of the explosion. Blood splattered everywhere, and screams and wails could be heard continuously. The moment Lucia took action, the field realm of illusion was instantly broken. Thousands of divine punishment knights shouted, "For the glory of the Lord!" and rushed into the city gate that was open from the hole. Scimitars and long swords chopped down the guards in the city to the ground. Perhaps the timing of their attack was too sudden and the enemies had not yet reacted. Or perhaps the morale of such people had been shattered in the midday battle, and they had not yet recovered. During this assault, they did not encounter any without any obstruction. The Holy Sea's crusade has already entered the city. It went so well. Joshua felt deep uneasiness in his heart. After entering the city, they found a torch placed on every street and many guards posted. However, they did not encounter any effective resistance. No rows of musketry, no artillery, and no wizards. The whole city was quiet, except for the frightened shouts of the guards fleeing in all directions. It's so weird that it's terrifying. What on earth is going on? Sirid was confused and really couldn't figure out the situation. What about their enemies? What about those wizards? While everyone was wondering, a group of brave gods' punishment knights captured the leaders of the guards. It was a middle-aged man in his 30s, with a slightly thin body and fat cheeks. He knelt down on the ground with a look of fear, cowed out repeatedly, and said in a trembling voice, "My lord bishop, I surrender. I surrender. Please forgive me for my sins. It was those damn wizards who cast a spell on us and forced us to help them guard this town. That's enough." Joshua interrupted the man's defense and asked coldly, "Tell me, where are those wizards?" "Them. They left 15 minutes ago on a kind of flying house." The thin middle-aged man replied timidly, "You mean they have escaped?" Joshua frowned slightly and said in surprise, "This is not impossible. After all, the power of the Empire and the Holy See is far beyond what these demon minions can match. The wizards have just experienced a defeat and brought many wounded soldiers with them. It is normal for them to flee. It's just that the timing was so coincidental. Just 15 minutes before they arrived. Their luck can only be described as terrible." "Do you know which direction those wizards went?" Lucia suddenly asked. "Yes. It's the north," the middle-aged man replied hesitantly. As soon as this was said, the bishops present looked shocked, because the kingdom was to the west of them. If you want to evacuate, you can't fly north anyway. "Is there anything to the north?" Lucia asked doubtfully. "It's kerosene." Joshua's expression was solemn. He had some doubts about this after searching the memories of the prisoners before, because the wizards launched this counterattack. The first goal should be to regain the lost territory of the kingdom first. This can be proved by the fact that the other two legions have been stranded in the kingdom before. The legion they encountered was the only exception. It took the initiative to break into the Empire, and its target was the missed territory. It was probably for the kerosene. These wizards must want to seize or destroy the Empire's war weapons, Sirid said with an indignant look. The importance of kerosene is self-evident. It has played a great role in the wars against barbarians and dealing with strange demons in recent years, reducing a large number of casualties. Lucia shook her head and did not agree with Sirid's guess. Although kerosene is useful, it is not enough compared to the artillery that the wizards have. It should be that the Wizards' Council found other uses for kerosene, Lucia guessed. In the last battle against the kingdom, the Griffin Knights led by Abdel brought a lot of kerosene, and most likely they were captured. Those wizards must have done some research on this thing and discovered some secret. So they were very eager to get it. They even thought that it could affect the outcome of the war to a certain extent. So they would use it at such a critical moment. Suddenly go in search of kerosene. Chapter 415, Conspiracy. Lin In, who knows things like a god. Just as a few people were thinking about what secrets there were in the kerosene, more God's Punishment cavalry continued to report the news they had discovered in the city. Just as the guard captain said, there is no enemy in the entire town. All wizards have evacuated, and the guards responsible for the defense are temporarily summoned. It is said that each of them has been under an evil spell. If they disobey orders, pus will ooze all over their bodies and fester to death. The so-called tight defense and heavy troop garrison are all illusions. The wizards actually relied on an empty city as a deterrent, so they wanted to delay them all here. They even built a solid high wall only on the side facing the city of Fire Oil, and the other 3 sides were just show-offs. No wonder, Joshua said in a cold tone. He had previously thought that strengthening the walls on all sides would never be completed in just a few hours. Apparently they were all fooled. Wait a minute. If all those wizards evacuated, what kind of magic power would I feel? Lucia paused and suddenly thought of this. Before entering the city, she felt a strong magic wave in the city, so she thought that wizards were still gathering in the town. That should be the direction of the manor. Now! Immediately, go and call back everyone who went to the manor. A hint of warning appeared in Lucia's heart. And then, before the bishops could take action, she closed her eyes and used divine magic to communicate. Unfortunately, it was still a step too late. Just as the words fell, a violent explosion suddenly came over, and a rich fire broke out in the direction of the manor. This was exactly the gift Lin left for them before leaving a large amount of gunpowder. The manor has been set up with magic that senses vibrations. It will detonate 3 minutes after detecting a large number of people entering the manor. Judging from the intensity of the explosion, the large number of elite soldiers who went to search the manor were probably in danger. Joshua's expression was extremely ugly, and Lucia's face was as cold as ice. They have only been walking for more than 10 minutes, and they have to bring more than 8,000 people and heavy artillery with them. It is impossible to keep driving at full speed. It is probably too late to catch up now, Riddle reminded in a low voice. And kerosene is very important to the Empire, so there are still a large number of people stationed at the mining area, which should be able to delay it for a while. When the guard captain saw Riddle proposing to leave, he burst into tears and cried loudly, Master Judge, Your Majesty the Holy Lady, I am the most devout believer of the Lord. I go to the church every week to listen to the teachings. Please, please save me. Joshua stepped forward suddenly and put his hand on the head of the guard captain. After 3 to 5 seconds, the expression on his face became even worse. Idiot! There's no spell on you at all. The guard captain was completely stunned, but he clearly saw a colleague who disobeyed the wizard's instructions, and his whole body melted into a pool of blood amidst the pain and screams. That's just an illusion. A little trick of wizards. Just a way to scare you, Joshua explained. And then, regardless of whether the other party believed it or not, he turned to look at Lucia and asked for immediate pursuit to use these methods. Wipe out all the wizards. Once they get the kerosene, things may change again and other troubles may arise. Riddle, you will be the vanguard to stop those airships. There is no need to attack. Just slow them down. Lucia suppressed her anger and ordered in a deep voice. I understand. Your Majesty, I will never let those wizards take away the Empire's weapons. Riddle knelt on one knee and responded decisively. A huge lava fire dragon has fallen from the sky, and its heavy body has crushed the hard bricks. The red eyes are staring at the bishops in front of him. Their eyes are full of hatred, but the body in consciousness, but he is still firmly bound by divine magic. After adding a protective magic to his body, Riddle jumped onto the dragon's back alone and controlled the dragon's body to fly into the sky. There were hundreds of Griffin Knights following behind. At the same time, Ladle and others who were hiding outside the city also saw the giant dragon rising into the sky. TSK. TSK. What kind of monster is this? So big? Ham said in shock. It should be a dragon? Rydell said uncertainly. Although they have never seen a dragon, it is a frequent feature in many operas and bards, and is synonymous with ferocity and power. It seems that Lord Lin is right. These people have indeed gone after them. Rydell admired the Crusade army, who had just entered the city, and then came out in a mighty force and headed north in an instant. This was exactly what Lin expected. Then let's take action now. Ham rubbed his hands and said excitedly. No. Wait a moment. Rydell shook his head and said cautiously. When they get further away, let's send the message first. Sorry. Sir Anthony. Rydell turned to look at Anthony. The latter nodded, closed his eyes to activate the surrounding electromagnetic field, and sent out the electromagnetic wave signal. Since the airship only took about 20 minutes from departure to now, the distance is not too far, so there is no need to use a transfer station, and its speed is extremely fast. The next moment after Anthony cast the spell, Lin and others on the airship had received the message. Very good. Now that they have caught up, we will decide the next battlefield. Beside him, Herav raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. Previously, they were racking their brains to think of how to deliberately lure the other party out to provide a suitable place for casting new magic. However, Lin came up with another idea, which is to choose a location where the opponent must defend when attacking. Kerosene is the best target. Once they show a strong desire for this thing, the Holy See will not be able to let them succeed, and will definitely follow. This is a real conspiracy. What's more, they also left a little gift in the city. If all goes well, the other party must have been so angry that he has lost his mind. Right? I have been tricked several times in a row. No one else would have tried my best. It's a pity that it's too fast. We don't have time to make more arrangements. Otherwise it should be absolutely foolproof. Lin said slightly helplessly. According to his previous predictions, the Holy See had just paid thousands of casualties. No matter how eager it was, it would take half a day to rest before launching an attack tomorrow morning. But the opponent's actions were obviously much faster than he expected. Chapter 416. It's not scientific, but it's magic. Nothing is foolproof. Accidents can happen at any time. If you can ensure an 80% chance of winning, it's worth going all out, Herav said with relief. If Lin hadn't temporarily developed a method of detecting the enemy's situation by sensing ground vibrations, they might not have been able to escape the Holy See's surprise attack. The situation is unpredictable. Even if we win a battle, we will definitely suffer heavy losses. The greater possibility is to be defeated again, or to die together. In my opinion, there is no need to worry so much. We are traveling lightly this time. These people can only eat dust behind us. It is not difficult to buy some time, Raphael said optimistically. It's not good to talk too much. Lin shook his head, looked back, and said, They've caught up. As he spoke, a terrifying dragon roar came from a distance. Under everyone's gaze, a red fireball was speeding towards this side. After getting closer, they discovered that it was not a fireball, but a ferocious monster with a wingspan of more than 20 meters. Its red scales looked like they were made of lava, and its eyes were as scarlet as blood, revealing a murderous and ferocious aura. This is not a dragon? Raphael's pupils tightened, and he suddenly remembered the dragon disaster in the Wizarding Land decades ago. It should just be the sub-dragon species, Herav corrected. It's so fast. The speed is at least 180 kilometers per hour. How can such a big and heavy thing fly so fast with its body? Lin said quite unexpectedly. Just with a pair of dragon wings, it can be regarded as it is impossible to reach a speed of 100 kilometers per hour even if it is stopped. In fact, it is even difficult to levitate. Herav and others looked at Lin strangely, wondering why the magic star could say such a thing. Didn't his steel fighter jet also run at a speed of 300 to 400 kilometers per hour? Lin didn't know what everyone was thinking. Otherwise he would definitely tell them that the flying method of fighter jets is very scientific, and this can only be said to be magical. But at this moment, Lin didn't have the energy to explore how the fire dragon in front of him flew, because their enemies have entered the range of attack and spell casting. Several machine guns set up behind the airship opened fire immediately, and dense bullets poured towards the lava fire dragon like a torrential rain. However, although this fire dragon was huge, it was more flexible than they imagined. With its wings vibrating, it easily dodged the flying barrage. You should predict the path ahead. Lin shook his head. These machine gunners were still too young, and it was also related to the fact that the training time was too short and they rushed into battle. Immediately afterwards, The second line of defense composed of wizards followed, with a large number of fireballs, ice blades, and thunder power covering a large area. Since the opponent is extremely fast and flexible, it would be good to make it impossible for the opponent to avoid it. However, this time, their target did not dodge. Instead, they opened their mouths and spit out a hot dragon's breath. The fire wave with thousands of degrees of high temperature wiped out all the incoming magic, and then rushed towards the airship array while spitting out dragon's breath. The billowing wave of fire came in an instant. Lin En stepped forward and stretched out his hand. His index and middle fingers trembled slightly. Invisible ripples appeared in the space and time. The dragon's breath that was coming was divided by a force invisible to the naked eye, passing straight across both sides of the airship. The rolling heat waves distorted the air, although the invisible space vibration wave is invisible to the naked eye. As a cardinal, Cirid can sense this force that is powerful enough to cause space fluctuations. The lava fire dragon beneath him also had a strong sense of danger, and was even much stronger than Cirid. Before the space vibration wave approached, it had already flown away to avoid it, and the dragon's breath stopped abruptly. After realizing that the airship was protected by a powerful wizard, and that it would be difficult to destroy it, Cirid directly avoided it, and turned to other targets. There are more than 100 airships in the entire array, spreading 1 kilometer long. If such a weapon of war appeared on the battlefield, it would be able to easily defeat an army of tens of thousands of people. However, in the eyes of Cirid, these are just targets. The lava fire dragon's 20-meter long wings vibrated violently. The huge dragon body accelerated again and rushed towards an airship on the right. The hot dragon's breath spurted out, and the raging fire waves easily broke through. The protection of the witchcraft barrier swept the entire airship into a sea of fire. In an instant, flames shot into the sky. The entire airship burned, and violent explosions reverberated in the sky. Even though fireproof materials were specially used when making the airship airbag, it could not withstand such terrifying high temperatures, and the steel frame was directly melted and burned. The lava fire dragon jumped up again, avoiding dozens of flying ice blades. The thick dragon tail swung violently and hit the outer SHL of the airship hard, with a heart-wrenching muffled sound. The iron the quality guardrail was smashed to pieces, so that half of the cockpit burst open and turned into a ball of fire and fell towards the ground. "Damn it! Summon them! Let them all disperse!" Raphael shouted eagerly as an airship was shot down in a few seconds. Since the lava fire dragon rushed straight into the airship array, they did not dare to use all their strength to counterattack. Otherwise the opponent would only need to dodge, and the attack would be all on friendly forces. In fact, without Raphael's reminder, the gathered airships had already dispersed in all directions. Cirid obviously would not miss this opportunity. He controlled the lava fire dragon under him to shuttle through the array of airships. Waves of fire rose up, rendering the sky red for just more than 10 seconds. As the pilot, Alex watched helplessly as an airship not far away from him was turned into a ball of fire by the hot dragon's breath. He was filled with anger and fear. In the past, they relied on their extraordinary speed to play with the enemy in the palm of their hands. Obviously, it is the other way around now. But now their enemies fly faster and are more flexible than them. In this way, the shortcomings of the airship's large size and slow change of direction become extremely fatal. It cannot even dodge the fire dragon's breath. "Damn it!" Alex gritted his teeth and cursed secretly, then turned to look at Sanchez, the great wizard of plastic surgery, and said urgently, "Master Wizard, are we just going to watch?" Sanchez was also a little anxious to get angry, but there was nothing he could do. The dragon flew too fast. It flew away with one strike and never stayed anywhere. Their magic either failed to hit, or even if it hit, it was not enough. The other party is injured. Just as Sanchez was hesitating whether to transform into the Dover Eagle and fight to the death with the opponent, the device that received the electromagnetic signal suddenly lit up. Chapter 417, the debut of the first-generation fighter. The ticking sound kept resounding on the airship. Sanchez was shocked, and his eager expression gradually cooled down. After deciphering the message, he immediately spoke. "Now! Turn around!" Alex, who was full of anger, was overjoyed. The other airship operators also worked hard and controlled the airship to change direction. It was time for them to fight back. Cirid rode a huge fire dragon wreaking havoc in the sky, but did not notice that the airships around him were not simply fleeing. Dozens of them quietly changed directions. Under Lin's command, they quickly formed an array. Rays of lightning lit up on each airship. "Chain lightning!" Thunder Prison Lightning Storm. More than 50 Thunder Wizards cast spells together, and an electromagnetic field covering hundreds of meters in radius was instantly formed. By the time Cirid realized something was wrong, the blue-purple thunder light had already occupied the entire field of vision. The magical barrier around him burst into cracks under the bombardment of violent arcs. The lava fire dragon under him let out a series of roars and slapped the dragon. Wing speed also slowed down. Immediately afterwards, dozens of dense laser beams swept over from all directions. The lava fire dragon, which was paralyzed and unable to dodge, was like a huge target and was quickly hit. The most intense laser struck from the fire dragon's neck, tearing open the hard dragon scales, and blood like lava spurted out, dyeing the sky red. However, the rest of the laser beams were far from that powerful. They only cut scars as thin as a little finger on the hard dragon scales, and they failed to even break through the defense. So hard! Lin En was secretly shocked. The most powerful laser magic was naturally his handiwork. Even if it hit the target, it failed to kill it, not to mention the rest of the beam magic. It couldn't even cut through the dragon scales. Although in order to avoid accidental damage, he moved the airship array farther away, weakening the power of the laser to a certain extent. But its powerful armor-breaking ability is enough to cut metal. And now it is even difficult to barely break through the defense. From this point of view, even if the machine gun just hit successfully, the machine gun fire alone would not be enough to injure the opponent. This subdragon species is very resistant to flames and high temperatures. And the distance is too far. If it is close enough, I think laser magic should still be of some use, Harib said with a solemn expression. Unfortunately, there was only one such opportunity. After suffering a big loss, Cirid controlled the lava fire dragon to fly above them. This was the second weakness of the airship, because the airbag was too big and blocked the line of sight. There was no way to do it. Attack enemies above the airship. This was the first time that they had an absolute disadvantage in terms of speed. And Harib finally felt the frustrating feeling of being unable to beat his opponents in the past. If Vittorio was here, he might be able to seal the sky, restrict the opponent's movements, and then use the blade of time and space to kill him with one blow. However, Vittorio and Aurora both took the lead and arranged the next battlefield. At this moment, sharp and harsh whistles suddenly sounded in the sky, and a black shadow appeared in everyone's field of vision in the distance. It's the Griffin Knights! Hera frowned slightly. They could barely deal with a fire dragon, but if they were approached by these Griffin Knights, they would easily cause heavy damage to the airship array. In the previous air battle in the royal capital, they relied on laser magic to achieve an absolute victory. But this was based on the new magic's debut and an intelligence gap. It won't be so easy now. Sure enough, after these Griffin Knights got close, they easily flew directly into the sky, preparing to destroy the airbag of the airship from above and let it fall on its own. They had no intention of fighting with them. However, Lin En's expression relaxed and he spoke. Don't worry. Our support is here too. This support is naturally Lydia's new fighter plane. Since this thing didn't carry much fuel, had limited endurance, and was equipped with a big killer, Lin didn't ask Lydia to fly a fighter jet to support him until he confirmed that the Vatican was really chasing after him. Now he arrived at the same time as the Griffin Knight. Give them all! We must not let this group of shameful scum and the minions of the devil seize the Empire's weapons of war. A Griffin Knight raised the warhammer in his hand and roared loudly. Kill these blasphemers! Charge! Charge! With thunderous shouts, the morale of hundreds of Griffin Knights was high, and they rushed towards the outer airship like wolves and tigers, hoping to wash away the shame of repeated defeats. But before their words could finish, bursts of roars of machine guns resounded. The several Griffin Knights leading the shouts of "Charge!" were drowned in the hail of bullets in full view of the public, and their bodies were directly hit. Became a sieve. Damn! What on earth is going on? Where is the enemy? Enemy attack! Enemy attack! A series of shrill sounds echoed in the sky, and the Griffin Knights, who were originally so powerful, suddenly became confused. Several stealth fighter jets blessed with polarizing magic rushed past. The fireworks of the machine guns flashed in the air, and the machine gun barrage instantly penetrated the bodies of the Griffin Knights, tearing them to pieces. Blood splattered and screams came one after another. Although Griffins have an amazing sense of smell, optical stealth has little effect on them. But the speed of fighter jets is too fast, and they have no way to confirm the enemy's position simply by relying on their sense of smell. Under the cover of the polarizing magic and night, those fighters were like invisible gods of death, constantly harvesting the lives of the Griffin Knights. During the period of launching a counterattack and regaining the king, The wizards in the alchemy workshop once again produced and modified 4 magic fighters. The pilots were all selected from the wizards. Even if some were neglected in training, they were used to deal with these Griffin Knights are enough. Lydia, who was the most skilled in driving skills, aimed at the huge lava fire dragon located in the airship array. As the cannon firing button was pressed, the cannons installed on both wings opened again. Chain barrages continued to hit the back of the fire dragon, and sparks splashed out, making a muffled sound of steel clashing. "It's so hard!" Lydia exclaimed the same emotion as Lynn. You must know that the cannon of the fighter jet does not use lead bullets, but more powerful fixed-loaded ammunition. But the dragon scales actually broke it apart. However, Lydia was not discouraged and directly increased her speed to the extreme, rushing straight towards the huge fire dragon in front of her. Chapter 418 First Generation Fighter Plane vs. Lava Fire Dragon. The continuous rain of barrages failed to attract Sirid's attention, because while the lava fire dragon destroyed the airship, it also had to face counterattacks from the wizards all the time. As for Sirid himself, most of his energy was spent on suppressing the lava fire dragon under him and constructing protective magic, and he could not spare much energy to detect the attack that flew from nowhere. However, his underestimate of the enemy was obviously fatal. The fighter jet with a speed of 360 km per hour was as fast as a gust of wind, and it had already covered a distance of several hundred meters in the blink of an eye. Before colliding head-on with the huge dragon body, Lydia struggled to deflect the fuselage and pulled the red wrench next to it to the lowest end. The moment it intersected with the dragon's body, a strong laser beam shot out from the front end of the fuselage. The top of the fighter plane is like being equipped with an almost infinite length and indestructible sword. The distance between the two sides crossing each other was less than 30 meters. Lydia could even see clearly the chain-like magical lines on the red dragon scales. Such a close distance undoubtedly maximized the power of the laser beam. The hard dragon scales were cut open instantly, and the fighter jets roared past, leaving a bloodstain several meters long from east to west on the huge dragon's body. Blood filled the sky, and huge dragon roars resounded. "What on earth is this?" The belated Sirid didn't notice anything was wrong until the fire dragon under him was injured. He could only vaguely detect that something had invaded his domain, and it disappeared in a flash. And its speed was very fast. Unimaginable. After being hit hard again, the lava fire dragon was already burning with rage. Its red eyes were constantly looking for the enemy who was attacking it. However, the polarized light magic was very effective at concealing itself in the dark night. You could only feel the airflow when the fighter plane passed by, and the humming sound of the propeller. The fire dragon opened its mouth, and the hot dragon breath continued to spit out, sweeping towards the place where the sound came from. It's just that the speed of the fighter plane is too fast. Under the control of Lydia, it is like a flexible fish, shuttling in the fierce dragon's breath, and even firing engine cannons from time to fight back. Accompanied by a burst of violent machine gun fire, a continuous rain of bullets reappeared. Hundreds of bullets were fired in just 10 seconds, hitting the fire dragon's body continuously. Although most of them were broken open by the hard dragon scales, there were also many wounds with blood oozing from the center, aggravating the injuries again, and red blood continued to fall along the dragon's tail. Amidst the roar of anger and pain, the hot dragon's breath became more violent, and the entire dragon crashed directly into the direction where the bullet rain came. Lydia was extremely courageous, but she also understood that her fighter plane could not go head-to-head with a dragon, and the burning dragon's breath would also affect the battle to a certain extent. After all, her ability to see in the dark and hit targets accurately relies not only on vision, but also on the magic of sensing heat. This is why pilots who fly fighter planes must choose from wizards. Fortunately, fighting is not about who is bigger or has more powerful spells. If you can't hit anyone, these advantages are meaningless. Lydia obviously took the word wandering to the extreme, always keeping a certain distance, circling around the huge fire dragon, firing up the cannon to attack from time to time, constantly harassing and provoking the violent fire dragon, and occasionally looking for if you get the right opportunity. Use the laser beam at close range to hit hard. According to the Dean, the more angry and irrational the enemy is, the more chances they have. As for Sirid on the dragon's back, the target was so small that it was completely invisible under the magic of sensing heat, and was covered up by the huge heat source of the fire dragon. In addition, the fire dragon itself is constantly moving. It is impossible to hit such a small target in the night sky with limited vision. So Lydia puts all her energy into dealing with this one. Dragon on. The two sides fought for several minutes, and there were more than 10 shocking wounds on Long's body. The lava fire dragon, which was already on the verge of going berserk, completely lost control. The dragon's breath was overwhelming. Its tail was swinging wildly, and it was attacking aimlessly. Lydia narrowly avoided the dragon's tail blow, and then a round of shots hit the fire dragon's body. This vitality is too strong. Lydia looked at the lava fire dragon that kept wailing but still did not fall, and was secretly shocked. She had never seen a creature hit by so many laser beams. And under the machine gun fire, still full of energy, the fighter's reserve of 4,000 rounds of ammunition has been 80% consumed, and only less than 1/3 of the energy supplied to the laser beam is left. It seems that they can only save some ammunition and slowly exhaust the opponent's physical strength and vitality. Lydia does not believe that this thing is immortal. There is still more than half of the fuel of the fighter plane. She will definitely win by dragging it down. That's enough. Stop! Sirid held on to a protruding spike on the dragon's back to prevent it from being thrown off directly, and poured a large amount of magical energy into the dragon-shaped gem. He forcibly controlled the lava fire dragon under him to stop its meaningless attacks. Their goal is not to fight with an invisible or unreachable target here, but to delay the time and destroy those airships as much as possible. These alchemical creations carry the main force of the wizards, and each shooting down of one means the death of hundreds of musketeers and wizards. Under Sirid's constant driving, the violent lava fire dragon directed all its anger and grievance at the airships that had not yet escaped. Lydia saw the fire dragon that had become hysterical under her teasing, and suddenly turned around to pursue the airships. She immediately followed them eagerly, and opened the amplification array added by the alchemists. Mocked loudly, "Come and hit me! I'm right here!" Lydia provoked for a while, and when she saw the evil dragon still chasing the airship, she cursed angrily. "Only a coward would run away!" Sirid ignored Lydia's words, and controlled the fire dragon under him to constantly change its position to reduce the frequency of being hit by the laser beam. Although the lava fire dragon still looks alive and kicking, Sirid, who has the dragon-shaped gem to sense the opponent's status, understands that these injuries are draining its vitality bit by bit. But it is just based on anger, so it is not obvious. While the lava fire dragon can still hold on, he needs to destroy these airships as much as possible to prevent them from going to the origin of the fire will. Chapter 419 Dragon Slaying Skill 5th Level. Seeing another airship submerged under the dragon's breath, Lydia was extremely angry. But there was nothing she could do. The cannon and the front laser beam are two powerful weapons of the fighter jet, but they are obviously unable to cause fatal damage to the fire dragon, and can only injure the opponent. Lydia couldn't help but focus on the less eye-catching black button in the fighter console. The first-generation aircraft she flew on was quite special. It had been specially modified, and had an additional bomb-dropping function compared to other fighters. However, the Dean once told her before leaving that the items loaded on the fighter plane were very powerful and dangerous. If you are not careful, it may cause irreparable consequences. You must receive the order when the situation is most critical. Can be used. Although Lydia didn't know exactly what it was. It must be something very, very powerful. It should be called a crisis now. Right? If this continues, everyone will be killed by this dragon. Just when Lydia hesitated, a voice sounded beside her. "Now is not the time to use that." The sudden sound frightened Lydia, and the fighter plane almost hit the airbag of the airship next to her. "It seems that your driving skills need more training," Lin In, who appeared inexplicably in the co-pilot seat of the fighter plane, said with disappointment. Lydia rolled her eyes. She was concentrating on how to deal with the fire dragon. But a voice suddenly came out from beside her. It would be strange if she wasn't scared to death. However, Lydia did not refute or complain, but said in surprise, "Master Dean, why are you here? I asked the alchemist to set up a small magic on this fighter plane, which can project part of the magic power, and will when necessary." Lin In explained that this fighter plane was originally one of his backups. He also put forward a lot of opinions on the subsequent transformation, so it was naturally impossible not to make some preparations. "Then what should we do now?" Lydia asked with a frown. That dragon was too difficult to deal with. She had tried her best and still couldn't kill it. "I will prepare the technique to kill this dragon. You get as close as possible and delay for some time," Lin In said directly. "Okay." Lydia's frown suddenly relaxed. She had always had 100% trust in the Dean, so she flew the fighter plane and rushed towards the fire dragon again. Lin took apart the energy supply system of the laser-emitting device and took out a ruby inside. The laser-emitting device mounted on the fighter plane can release a 4th-level laser beam with a diameter of about 0.3 millimeters, which is already a specially made level. Can tear apart steel relatively easily. Such strength can only barely break through the protection of dragon scales within 30 meters, and cannot cause fatal injuries. This shows how high the defense of this thing is. Then he can only take the risk and try to raise it to the 5th level. The so-called 5 energy levels of the laser correspond to the 5 orbits of the electrons in the atom. The principle is that the electrons first absorb energy, jump from a low energy level to a high energy level, and then fall from the high energy level to the low energy level. In this process, the absorbed energy will be released in the form of light. The reason why he did not try to raise the laser beam to the highest energy level before was because the state of the 5th energy level was difficult to control. If the absorbed energy was slightly higher than this range, the element would directly turn into a plasma state. If it was slightly lower, it will immediately fall back to the 4th energy level. But now, in order to deal with this fire dragon, we can only try our best. Fortunately, there is a high-quality ruby on the fighter plane that can be used to cast laser magic. Otherwise, with the state of this magical incarnation, it would be impossible to release such a powerful spell. Lin closed his eyes and concentrated on casting spells. The fist-sized ruby kept spinning between his closed hands. Immediately afterwards, reflective layers emerged around the ruby, encompassing it. While Lin was casting the spell, Lydia had already taken action, approaching the huge lava dragon again, no longer conserving ammunition, and the fierce sound of cannons rang out again. A series of sparks shot out, hitting the already bloody body. The scales on the body continued to fall off, revealing flesh and blood like lava. The fire dragon, which was constantly being harassed, was furious. While swinging its tail in an attempt to drive away the reptile, it poured more anger on the airship. In just half a minute, the remaining cannons had been fired, and the distance between the two sides had become extremely close. Lydia greeted them quickly. "Master Dean, are you feeling better soon? Okay, aim for the head. Go up." Lennon opened his eyes and spoke very quickly. The round reflector in his hand shook violently, and he might lose control at any time. Inside the invisible interior, the ruby had shone to the extreme. "Charge! Charge!" Lydia excitedly pulled the acceleration lever to the lowest position. The fighter jet roared towards the huge lava fire dragon, and then suddenly turned around at the moment it was about to collide, flying away from the dragon's side. Past. At the moment when the two sides crossed each other, a beam of light as thick as a hair flew out from the reflective layer. Cirid, who was on the dragon's back, also noticed that his domain had been invaded. And then an extremely bright light appeared in front of his eyes, streaking straight across the dragon's body. The powerful power actually made Cirid feel a breath of death. Fortunately, this beam of light just flashed past and quickly disappeared. The lava fire dragon beneath him did not seem to be greatly affected, which made Cirid feel slightly relieved. Click. The next moment, a slight cracking sound sounded in Cirid's ears. And then, under Cirid's horrified gaze, the dragon-shaped gem in his hand exploded. The dragon body, which was flying with the help of inertia, sprayed out a large amount of blood. In a burst of painful roar, the huge dragon head was cut into 2 pieces from the middle. Also cut off was Cirid's left arm. It was not just the fire dragon that was hit by the laser beam, but him as well. However, the beam came too fast and too quickly. The moment he saw it, it was already gone, passed through the body. Lydia murmured to herself as she watched the huge dragon body being cut into 2 pieces and the body falling down like rags. "Amazing!" Lin En, who was sitting in the passenger seat, also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that his theory was correct, and he was lucky. The ruby in his palm had completely turned into plasma and could no longer be used. Chapter 420. The head and the rat at both ends. The Crusade army in trouble. As the lava fire dragon fell, the wizards on the airship breathed a sigh of relief. This big trouble was solved, and they were finally safe. As for the Holy Sea's Griffin Knights, they were even more vulnerable to the attacks from several fighter jets, falling like dumplings from the sky. Also seeing this scene were the bishops on the ground, seeing the powerful fire dragon summoned by the Holy Maiden and being instantly beheaded. The Griffin Knights were beaten to the point where they were unable to fight back. They were shocked and angry. But there was nothing I could do. The most important thing is that under the cover of darkness and polarizing magic, they can't see how the Griffin Knights were killed. "Lord Joshua, Your Majesty the Holy Lady, otherwise we should withdraw our troops first," a cardinal cautiously consoled him. Without the fire dragon, the Griffin Knights also suffered heavy losses. They were completely defeated in the air battle, which also meant that they lost the power to restrain the airships. In the next battle, they would have to face threats from the air at all times. You might even end up in the same predicament as when you were fighting in the Sea of Mist, being chased all the time. But before Lucia could reply, this proposal was strongly opposed by the bishops. You mean to give up the Empire's sharp weapons and sit back and watch the demon's minions slaughter the Lord's people? This will never be allowed. This is simply a shame. The bishops were noisy, and their faces were red. In the sky, a griffin that was hit by a machine gun fell towards them. Lucia ignored the arguments of the bishops, stretched out her hand, and a soft divine light appeared. The falling griffin became slower and slower, and finally landed smoothly on the ground. This poor griffin had half of its wings broken, and it was making whining sounds, but it was still slightly conscious. The knight above was beaten into a sieve by the machine cannon, and his body flew to nowhere. God-given rain. Lucia caressed the griffin's head, and the water mist containing the brilliance of divine magic immediately enveloped the broken body. The body that was pierced by the cannon was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the broken wings also grew again. Come back. The recovered griffin seemed to be unable to recover from the fear, and it neighed from time to time. Lucia swung her large skirt and neatly sat on the back of the giant beast, and suppressed the griffin's fearful emotions with divine magic. The bishops could not care less about the argument at this moment, and looked at the Holy Lady in surprise. Lady Lucia, don't you want to go into battle in person? This is really too dangerous, and I'm afraid it won't help with just your words. A cardinal said urgently to stop it. Although the powerful power Lucia showed when she summoned and enslaved the fire dragon had greatly changed their view of the Holy Maiden, they still disapproved of the other party's actions of taking risks alone. After all, the saint represents the face of the Holy See and is a servant of God. She must not be easily suspected. Not to mention that after being elected, Lucia has been living in the Holy City and has no fighting experience at all. No matter how strong she is, she may not be able to show it. While speaking out to dissuade each other, the bishops also turned to look at Joshua, hoping that the Lord Inquisitor could stop Lucia's reckless behavior. However, Joshua did not do as they wished. Instead, he respectfully asked, "Do you need us to do anything, Your Majesty?" Lucia glanced at the airships that had dispersed in the sky again, and then said decisively, "Take some men and return to the City of Fire and Oil immediately. Their number is too small." Lucia murmured. As soon as the words fell, the rested griffin spread its wings and flew into the sky. The dust rays made more than a dozen bishops frown. But what confused them even more was Lucia's words. Return to the City of Fire Oil? Do you mean to let them retreat first? Or will some people evacuate first? Do it! Joshua looked at the bishops without any hesitation and gave the instructions directly. I will lead a group of divine punishment knights to the City of Fire Oil immediately. Ragna, you will be responsible for the next command. But, Lord Judge, Cardinal Ragnar looked hesitant. Should they still obey such a confusing and irrational order? The other bishops were also extremely dissatisfied, thinking that Lucia, who had no war experience, was just giving random orders based on her noble status. Amidst all the doubts, Joshua slowly spoke. The Holy Maiden has received divine enlightenment, and her instructions are the Lord's will. Ragnar and others immediately shut up, because they knew that the Lord Judge would never make a joke about this matter. After giving a few instructions, Joshua took 3,000 divine punishment knights and set off for the City of Fire Oil. At the same time, the divine punishment knights, who went to search for and treat the wounded, also turned back one after another. Those griffin knights who were hit by lasers and machine guns and fell from the sky basically died. And the airship shot down by the flames was no exception. Not even a single survivor was found. Ragnar's thoughts moved, and he suddenly asked, "Have those airships been inspected? How many bodies are there on them? There should be less than 20. The knight who reported back hesitantly replied, "Most of the airships were almost burned by the hot dragon's breath before crashing, and the corpses were completely disfigured. But they would certainly not exceed this number." Only 20? Ragnar's pupil shrank, and a chill ran through his heart. He immediately realized a problem that they had always ignored. They saw only more than 100 aerial airships. And according to previous speculations, after the battle, the wizard's army still had about 8,000 people, not counting subsequent reinforcements. In other words, each airship must carry 70 or 80 people, and it must also carry those heavy new weapons. This can never be done. Not only Ragna, but also all the bishops reacted quickly, and immediately understood why Her Majesty, the Holy Maiden, suddenly asked them to send manpower to support the City of Fire Oil. Because the main force of the wizards is not here at all. They are probably still stranded in that town, just creating the illusion that they have evacuated, so that everyone can go after the airship. Realizing this, Ragnar suddenly broke into a cold sweat on his forehead. One side is a very important kerosene field, and the other side is the fortress and strong city in the western part of the empire. What is the real goal of those wizards? Chapter 421. This is a plan to attack the enemy and rescue Qinsong secretly. At midnight, a blazing bonfire illuminated the dark square. Tens of thousands of poor people lined up in long lines in the night. Loren, the captain of the guard, held a spiked whip in his hand and spoke sternly. Hand over the coins you received to me. If anyone dares to hide it secretly, then ask me about the whip in my hand first. I remember it should be 12 silver coins. Loren sneered. The poor people present looked at each other in confusion. After a while, a poor man in ragged clothes spoke cautiously. Loren, did you remember correctly? It should be 10 silver coins. After the wizards occupied the town, they carried out a purge, hanged a large number of nobles and bullies who had committed many evil deeds, and distributed most of the confiscated property. Each poor man received 10 silver coins as compensation for being exploited and enslaved by the nobles. Although wizards have become synonymous with evil under the propaganda of the church, most of the poor people who live in poverty still accept the real temptation of money. You want to fool me? A ferocious smile appeared on Loren's lips. He suddenly raised the whip in his hand and whipped the poor man hard. There was a crisp sound of pop, and the unlucky poor man suddenly screamed, his cheeks swollen. I said 12. Then it was 12. Loren snorted coldly, and whipped him again. The unlucky poor man fell to the ground in pain, trembling all over. Loren stared at the fearful eyes of the other poor people, feeling very happy in his heart. Those damn wizards had robbed every noble manor, and his Loren family was no exception. What made him even more incomprehensible was that the wizards actually distributed large amounts of treasures to these untouchables. Loren thought that some kind of poor people must have secretly colluded with the wizards and secretly reported the news to get these rewards. Otherwise, who would think that the money was too much? In view of this, Loren reported the matter of these poor people colluding with wizards to the bishop, and obtained the right to punish these poor people and give back the looted wealth. He was also prepared to give these rebels a little color, and the extra money, 2 silver coins, is the punishment. Under Loren's threat, the citizens who dared not speak out could only hand over their only financial resources. Those who don't pay enough will be beaten severely. Paying 2 more silver coins may not seem like much, but most of the poor are already poor, and this will undoubtedly cost them their lives. One of the poor people could not even hand over a single silver coin. As the most devout believer of the Lord, he firmly believed that the wizards were not well-intentioned and must have used some evil witchcraft on the money, so he did not receive compensation at all. However, Loren didn't care so much. He didn't believe that anyone would not want the silver coins he got. He spread his whip and whipped it violently, spreading all his anger towards the wizards on these poor people. He completely forgot that half an hour ago, he was kneeling on the ground like this, begging the presiding judge and the holy maiden for forgiveness. In just 1 minute, Loren beat this devout believer to death, just as he was about to beat him to death to scare the rest of the poor who wanted to lie. A burst of violent artillery fire suddenly came from outside the city. This sound. Is it artillery? Loren suddenly shuddered, and a heartfelt fear floated in his heart, because a few days ago, the wizards also used that kind of violent artillery fire to blast open the solid city gate. But how is this possible? Didn't those wizards take the airship to attack the kerosene site? At this moment, he should be running around like a rat after being beaten by the Holy Sea's Crusade army. Could it be that the Crusade was defeated? Loren never wanted to believe this possibility. But soon, he saw hundreds of city guards abandoning their helmets and armor, rolling and crawling towards this side. Run quickly! It's a wizard! And those wizards are back again! Several city guards shouted hoarsely, and then were knocked to the ground by a round of musket fire. Under the reflection of the moonlight and the bonfire, thousands of wolf-like musketeers were coming towards us in the distance. The soul of Loren was so strong that he immediately ordered the guards around him to stop them. And he grabbed one. The warhorse planned to flee. The angry poor people were naturally not prepared to watch Loren leave so helplessly. They pounced on him one after another and dragged him off the horse. Then there was a burst of punches, kicks, and even biting with their teeth and scratching with their nails. Get away, you untouchables! When the Lord Judge arrives, you will all be thrown into purgatory! Loren shouted in panic. But his guards had already disappeared. He alone could not resist the beatings of this group of mobs. Under the iron fist of justice, he soon became silent. In a short time, the musketeers had already rushed to the square where people gathered. The poor people were waiting in panic and fear for the trial of the wizards. However, after the leader Rettel understood what happened, he directly asked Loren to collect the silver coins and distributed them back one by one. And the dying believers, who were whipped by the long whip, were also treated. However, after the physical injuries were healed by magic, this devout believer seemed a little lost, as if he had lost his soul. The poor people who received the coins again had disbelief on their faces, and a vague idea came to their minds. It seems that there is nothing bad about being under the rule of wizards. At least no one is trying to take away what little savings they have. After a surprise attack, the musketeers quickly regained control of the city. The expeditionary army was busy pursuing the enemy, and the remaining defenders after the capture were very weak, so they suffered almost no casualties. Dean Lin is really good at predicting things. Rydell couldn't help but sigh in his heart. In the midday battle, they lost a lot of artillery and armored vehicles, and brought nearly 3,000 wounded soldiers with them. It was obviously not a suitable move to go head-to-head with the Holy Seas Crusade, but it is difficult to evacuate. There are only 100 or so airships, and it is impossible to take everyone away. So Lin proposed to hide the main force outside the city, and then create the illusion that they were going to seize kerosene in an airship to lure away the Holy Seas Crusade. When the Crusade army left and the enemy lowered their guard, they would come back and even be able to capture the poorly defended city of fire and oil in one fell swoop. According to Dean Lennon's words, they successively used the strategies of Empty City, attacking the enemy and rescuing the enemy, secretly crossing Chinsong, and diverting the tiger away from the mountain. So many wizards are very curious about what this magic star did before arriving in the wizard's land. Could it be that he was a great lord of the empire? Otherwise, how could he know so many tactical skills? Chapter 422. This is a battle that only legendary wizards can participate in. You and I are nothing but burdens. Master Wizard, shall we go to the City of Fire Oil now? After Rettel settled the poor people gathered in the square, he looked at Anthony beside him and asked, Yes, sooner rather than later. There shouldn't be many garrison in the City of Fire and Oil right now. Anthony nodded, and then said with a smile, They never expected that we would launch a counterattack now. All plans are going very smoothly now. The Holy See has sent out all its elites for tonight's decisive battle. There will be no more than 3,000 people left in the city of Kerosene. The most important thing is that the 2 legendary priests should be gone, and no one can stop their attack. What about Dean Lin? Reed paused and said with a slight hesitation, The enemy's main force has been transferred away, and the battle on their side is indeed going very smoothly. But Rettel can't help but be a little worried about the situation on the other side, since there were only less than 2,000 troops on the airship. How could they cope with the offensive of the Holy Sea's 50,000-strong crusade? Don't worry. I think Master Lin has his own plan, Anthony said with relief. And this is a battle that only legendary wizards can participate in. In a sense, you and I are just a burden. Speaking of this, Anthony couldn't help but shook his head. He had realized this when discussing how to deal with the Holy Seas Crusade army, because the focus of the discussions among the speakers was on how to lead the legendary priests of the Holy See to the appropriate place, so that Lin's new magic could be successfully displayed. And then, there was the issue of how to avoid injury to their own people. It can be seen that the speakers of the House of Representatives have great trust in the power of this new magic, and they do not even take the tens of thousands of the Holy Seas Crusade troops in their eyes. The reason why we decided to use an airship to complete the task of baiting is also because this thing runs faster. If everything goes well, we might be able to go back to support and take a look at Master Lennon's new magic from a distance, Anthony said with great anticipation. Rettel is also very curious about what kind of magic can give Lord Lin the confidence to defeat those legendary priests, who can perform divine descending techniques, and tens of thousands of crusaders. Just as Rettel led the musketeers to raid the City of Fire Oil, the battle in the sky also ushered in new changes. Hundreds of Griffin Knights were quickly demoralized by the new fighter planes, and could only flee in all directions. It's not that no one wants to chase the airship and die together with the enemy before they die, but the problem is that without the harassment of the Fire Dragon, they simply can't catch up with these alchemical creations sailing at full speed. Yassos was successfully selected as the pilot of the first batch of fighter jets because he was proficient in shaping, had flying experience, and had a certain talent in mathematics. He is also very interested in this new type of alchemical creation. Its speed far exceeds any flying creature he knows, and is more than 3 times that of an airship. Even a speeding electric switch cannot describe it. Yassos activated the magic of heat source sensing to the extreme, and the Griffin Knights who fled in all directions turned into huge red dots, which were very eye-catching in the night sky. They only needed to aim at the target, and opened the cannon to burst. That's enough. Just as Yassos had found his next target, and was about to send him on his way, he sensed a Griffin Knight flying towards him from below. Are you lucky? You are really brave to go against the trend, Yassos admired, thinking that it was the Griffin Knight who was shot down by them. After curing his injury, he returned to the sky to participate in the battle. And he couldn't help but feel I felt a little admiration. Against such an enemy, we naturally have to go all out. Yassos immediately turned to face the enemy. He felt that the red dot was getting closer and closer, and his cannon was already in place. When the distance was only 300 meters, Yassos suddenly pressed the remote control lever. Red tongues of flames burst out from the cannon, and a chain of barrage rain appeared in the sky. The huge red dot didn't dodge, and the powerful cannon quickly hit it head-on. It's so easy! A smile appeared on Yassos' face. But then he realized that the cannons fired were like mud cows entering the sea, failing to shoot down the opponent at all. Only then did he vaguely realize that something was wrong. Then a strong warning signal surged in his heart, and Yassos subconsciously deviated from the direction. But it was already too late. An explosion of steel being torn apart resounded in the ears, and sparks flew everywhere, which was extremely eye-catching in the dark night. Yassos only felt his body shake, and his entire chest seemed to explode. With the Shape Wizard's excellent dynamic vision, he clearly saw that the bullet that hit him was a yellow-orange bullet. The opponent actually bounced all the machine gun attacks back. Hundreds of barges ripped apart most of the fuselage, and the entire fighter plane immediately stalled and fell irreversibly to the ground. Yassos endured the severe pain in his body and used electromagnetic magic to send out a warning message. Then, before the fighter plane fell completely, he opened the top protective cover and jumped out. Batwing transformation. As Yassos was in the air, the muscles on his back began to deform and extend from near his shoulder blades, and a pair of huge wings that were 3 meters long were formed in just 1 second. Although the shaping magic he studied was not recognized by the masters, and won the Morning Star Medal, it seems to be of some use now, as the electromagnetic wave signal was sent out. The wizards on the airship and fighter planes also received the message one after another. Cannon ineffective. Enemy extremely dangerous. In fact, no need to be reminded. Lin had already seen Yassos, who was shot down, and Lucia, who was galloping towards this side on a griffin. I don't know if some secret technique was used, but the griffin under the opponent was extremely fast. Its wings had already fanned out after images, and its speed had even caught up with the airship. This should be the saint from the Holy See. Right. Harib narrowed his eyes, and then said with appreciation, You're so brave. You can follow me all by yourself. Lin En was also a little surprised, although he knew that after dealing with the fire dragon and griffin in the sky, the legends of the Holy See would definitely take action. But he did not expect that Lucia was the only one who caught up. This was inconsistent with his previous plan. The unknown is the most daunting. Let the fighters withdraw first, Lin En said with a solemn expression, and soon sent out the order in the form of electromagnetic waves. After receiving the order, several nearby fighter planes immediately began to turn back and gave up their plans to besiege the opponent. Their ammunition and fuel were almost exhausted, and they were no longer able to fight anymore. Chapter 423 Legendary Magic Rain of Stars. Lucia, who was driving a griffin, naturally noticed these fighters speeding through the sky. Under her magical vision, the polarizing magic that can achieve visual invisibility has no effect. Is the top speed more than 300 kilometers per hour? Lucia quickly estimated the opponent's speed through the fighter plane's position in the air. If it were energized, a mere speed of 300 kilometers per hour would naturally be nothing. But in its current state, these new alchemical creations might really be able to pose some threat. Lucia's palms glowed with divine light, preparing to leave all these new alchemical creations here. But the next moment, the fighters changed their course and evacuated in different directions. Did you escape? Lucia frowned slightly, but she didn't bother to pursue it anymore. Instead, she raised her hand and pointed to the sky. The bright divine light spread instantly and shot straight into the sky, illuminating the entire sky. Translucent. The powerful fluctuations of divine magic made Lin En and others 1 kilometer away feel their hair stand on end. And then under their gazes, countless bright stars fell from the sky. Is this a meteor? Harib looked solemn. He felt a strong danger from the falling stars. Notify. Take protection. Move forward at full speed. We must leave here immediately. Lin En also realized that something was wrong and immediately ordered. The starlight covered a full 3 kilometers. The extremely fast fighter planes were galloping all the way and successfully escaped from the area before the starlight came. However, The slower airship was not so lucky. The falling starlight immediately showed its terrifying power, easily piercing and melting the special leather of the airbag. Even the wizard on it was no exception. The protective magic on his body was weaker than paper, and it quickly melted into the explosive. Among the sparks, in the blink of an eye, more than 20 airships crashed down. The damage caused by this strike alone was much greater than the harassment and breath of the fire dragon. This is the legendary magic, Rain of Stars. Lin's airship was also within the range of Rain of Stars, but the difference was that all the starlight was blocked by the space barrier created by Harif. However, they were unable to rush to the rescue of the rest of the friendly forces, and could only watch helplessly. One by one, the airships were submerged in the starlight. Having just resisted the Rain of Stars, Harif had no time to breathe for a moment, because Lucia, who was driving the Griffin, was already less than 200 meters away from them. This means that the other party has entered the range of the laser. The pilot responsible for controlling the beam device immediately launched an attack. Lin on the side immediately thought of something, but he had no time to stop it because the speed of light was so fast. Just as the button was pressed, a strong laser beam flew out, aiming directly at St. Lucia, at a speed of 300,000 kilometers per second. It was almost impossible to dodge. But Lucia didn't even think about dodging. She had seen this kind of strange laser before, so it was impossible not to be on guard. A transparent curtain appeared in front of her, and the red laser seemed to have passed through the water, deviating past the saint's side. And then Lucia opened her mouth and confided, "Opposite." The moment the words fell, the transparent curtain immediately became solid, and the approaching light quickly deflected the angle, drawing a wonderful arc in the void, and then headed towards the airship. Fortunately, the moment Lin realized something was wrong, he quickly pulled out the ruby used to cast the laser. He was able to stop the spell just in time when the light was deflected, thus preventing them from being harmed by his own magic. The risk of getting rid of it. He had told Aurora and others at the seminar that the Saints of the Holy See could decipher the information about laser magic, and the pilots of these airships were obviously not qualified to listen to that meeting. "Color of stars," Lucia spoke again, and the boundless starlight emerged around her, like a long river of stars, speeding towards the huge airship. Neither Lin nor Harif dared to show any signs of neglect under such a strong power, and both used the most powerful protective magic, Space Barrier, Immortal Barrier. The boundless river of starlight was weakened layer by layer under the obstruction of force field magic, and then collided head-on with the rising eternal fire, erupting with a deafening loud noise. The starlight intertwined with the fire, and the heat waves set off caused the airship 100 meters away to shake violently. Lin and Harif had a look of horror on their faces, because Lucia, who was driving the Griffin, saw from the bright starlight and endless waves, rushed out of the flames of destruction. What kind of monster is this? Lin was stunned. Lucia's whole body was shrouded in immortal flames. The chlorine trifluoride that was so powerful that it could swallow all known elements seemed to be fake, and did not crown this saint at all, cause any impact. No! No! This is an illusion! Lin reacted immediately and reminded loudly. It is not his flames that are false, but Lucia herself, since what broke out of the immortal barrier was just an illusion. Then where is the other party's real body? The moment he opened his mouth, the airship, which was originally only swaying slightly, became more and more violent. Then the entire cockpit made an unpleasant muffled sound. Both the floor under his feet and the guardrails around him were rapidly crumbling. It was crushed hard. As for everyone on the airship, they had already rolled over the guardrail and escaped being crushed to pieces together. Lin was naturally no exception. He escaped from the crushed airship and was falling towards the ground at an extremely fast acceleration. He is not too worried about being thrown to death. He has been promoted to a great wizard and mastered force field magic. He can fly in the air without any support, but the speed is relatively slow. Normally this would not be considered a weakness, but it was different now, because in his sight, Lucia was already galloping towards this side on a griffin. "Did you choose me as your target?" Lenin's face was solemn, and he didn't know whether this was luck or misfortune. Perhaps it can only be described as an honor. With a thought in Lenin's mind, balls of immortal flames flew out, blocking the opponent's approach. The billowing heat wave generated by the explosion once again accelerated his fall. However, Lenin understood that this would only block the opponent a little at most, and his eyes quickly fell on the ruby he had taken from the airship. Then give this one a try. Whether the 5th level laser can break through the incomplete reflecting mirror and overcome the biggest flaw of laser magic has always been a question that Lin is exploring, although it has not been verified yet. Under the critical situation, He could only take the risk and give it a try. Chapter 424, Breaking Through the Limit. The Broken Mirror. 071. Turn on overload mode. Lin muttered silently in his mind, then clasped his hands together, and the ruby spinning rapidly in his palms. At the same time, his mental power also improved rapidly. 4 rings, 5 rings, 6 rings. The computing power of the magic network was quickly mobilized, and the feeling of overflowing spiritual power came to mind again. But unlike the last time, Lin En didn't notice the splitting headache feeling. Instead, it seemed as if some obstacle had been broken through, and his brain was clear. In fact, during the battle to defend the royal capital, Lin En had already experienced the realm of a high-level wizard in advance, and had taken 2 bottles of legendary potions in succession. He was only a few steps away from promotion and taking this final step. Now, taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin En has naturally succeeded in breaking through and becoming a 5-ring great wizard, and has truly mastered the computing power provided by the magic network. This is undoubtedly an unexpected surprise. However, at this moment, he no longer cared about checking his current status through his brain, and devoted himself wholeheartedly to the release of the spell. There is only one thought left in my mind, and that is to compress, and compress again. Within the invisible black curtain, the ruby that absorbed a large amount of energy began to tremble violently, as if it was about to explode at the next moment. The technique that took more than 2 minutes to prepare was abruptly shortened to 3 seconds by him. Lin En's forehead also had beads of sweat, and then he roared, "Break it for me!" The sealed reflective layer instantly cracked holes smaller than a hair, and a bright beam of light flew out from the black screen, penetrating the sky and the earth in an instant. When Lucia saw through the opponent and was about to cast a laser spell, Lucia had solidified the water curtain surrounding her into a ring-shaped reflector. The speed of light was so fast that even she could not effectively dodge it. The only way is to reflect it, or even bounce it back. However, at the same time that the laser beam was emitted, Lucia, who was sheltered by the reflecting mirror, vaguely sensed a sense of crisis. But it was already too late. The speed of light was faster than the transmission speed of neurons. The moment she sensed the crisis, the laser beam, which was thinner than a hair and brighter than starlight, had penetrated the reflector and penetrated her body in an instant. Then the beam of light quickly turned and chopped off the body together with the griffin at its feet. In the void, the ring-shaped reflector reflecting the firelight suddenly shattered and turned into mirrors that filled the sky and fell down. It should be a hit. Right. This thought flashed through Lin En's mind, and he didn't care to check his results at this moment, because he was now less than 10 meters away from the ground. Even if the force field magic and the slow fall technique were activated together, it would be difficult to completely offset the impact of falling from 1,000 meters high in such a short distance. Lin En fell so hard that he rolled on the ground several times in embarrassment before getting rid of the impact. However, he still felt a dull pain in every part of his body. If the cells in his body had not been soaked with magic, he would still be in trouble, coupled with the magic buffer. Now I am afraid that it will fall into a puddle of flesh. Drops of blood rain continued to drip on this wasteland. Of course, this was not Lin's blood. Its owner soon fell from the sky. It was a griffin that was split in half, and the internal organs and blood flew out as it fell, sprinkling into the sky. Lin's eyes just glanced over and then focused on the other side. The figure of Saint Lucia of the Holy See appeared in front of him and landed smoothly from the sky. Did the laser miss the mark? This doubt arose in Lin En's mind, but he quickly rejected it because there was a trace of blood flowing on the left arm of the saint in front of him, dripping continuously on the ground. The holy robe worn by the other party was also cut open, extending from the left shoulder to the right leg. But the robe did not fall down, as if it was glued together by some kind of force. It seems that the body inside should be similar. The whole person was split in half, but still looked like a normal person. This half-dead state could only be described as terrifying. Lucia seemed to have just noticed the strangeness in her body. Her slender fingers gently scratched the broken area, and all the cut injuries were restored. Is it an illusion? Or is it immortality? Lin frowned slightly. He had encountered this difficult problem as early as when he was fighting Edwell. The opponent seemed to be unkillable, and even injuries, like dismemberment, were not fatal. According to their speculation, this is probably related to the secret of becoming a legend. Not bad magic, Lucia said with appreciation, then turned to look at Lin and asked, "Can you tell me how it works?" She had been very interested in this strange beam magic before. She thought it was just using the principles of focusing and refraction of light. But after the experiment, she discovered that it was not that simple. There must be a deeper secret here. What? Is it possible that you want to learn magic? Lin was quite surprised. If you remember correctly, according to the Bible, magic is the power of evil spirits. The souls of people who use this power will gradually be polluted, and they will go to hell after death. Not every church leader is so conservative, Lucia said with a chuckle. If you are willing to dedicate your faith, I will let the Pope personally baptize you, and let you step into a more advanced realm, the realm of true legend. It's better to avoid it. Lennon shook his head and said directly, the top leaders of the church may be closer to true legends than speakers like Herav, but they must be subject to great restrictions, and their lives may even be in the hands of others. This is something he will never tolerate. However, Lucia's words also gave Lin a hint of warning. Does a saint of the church really have such great power to pardon him, a minion of the devil, and even order the Pope to baptize a wizard? What a pity, Lucia said regretfully. This was the first time in the past hundreds of years that she had the intention of cherishing talents. However, it seemed that the other party really didn't understand the charm. What a pity. A sneer sounded in this desolate land. You should think more about yourself. As the words fell, dozens of chains composed of alchemical runes rose from the ground, tightly binding Lucia's legs, and then extended to the other party's body. In less than a second, the Holy Lady of the Holy See was already firmly bound. Vittorio, who had just spoken, appeared in the night, and the figures of Aurora and Herav also appeared around, faintly surrounding Lucia in the center. Chapter 425. She is Saint Lucia. She is Ella, and she is also a god. With the arrival of the three speakers, the situation on the battlefield was instantly reversed. Lucia was tightly bound by the chains composed of alchemical runes. Her expression did not change at all, and she spoke indifferently. It seems that your target is not kerosene. Of course I have to get the kerosene, but only after I've taken care of you. Herav responded with a sneer. Their airship was not flying randomly just now, and going to the land of fire and oil was just a pretense. The importance of oil is self-evident, but because of this, it cannot be used as a battlefield. Why is there only one person? Where is the chief judge? Vittorio was very surprised. According to their previous plan, Lin and others would find a way to attract the two legends of the Holy See to solve the problem together. Right. It's not bad to deal with this one first. Aurora showed a hint of smile in her eyes. If it's 4 versus 2, something might go wrong. If the enemy forces a breakout, it will be difficult. But now it's 4 against 1. The advantage is mine. Aurora thought this way, but soon noticed something was wrong, because the Saint of the Vatican in front of her was too calm. Even though she was surrounded by a few of them and bound by Vittorio's alchemy, her face was so calm. Not even a trace of worry could be seen. Is this all you have planned for tonight? Lucia said with some disappointment. The fact that the target of these wizards was not kerosene was indeed beyond her expectation. However, the use of polarizing magic to hide Vittorio and others here, and the alchemy formations arranged underground could not hide from her perception. I didn't pay much attention to it. For her, no matter it is a person, 4 people, there is no difference between 10 people. Since we are all here, let's solve it together. Lucia's eyes became very cold. A wave of terrifying magic surged around her, and the chains that tightly bound her body shook violently. Projection Kingdom of God Realm. A majestic hymn resounded in the night sky, and then the vegetation on this desolate land soared, and winding vines broke out of the ground, destroying all the alchemy circles arranged on the ground. Lucia floated up, her eyes glowing like stars. The chains around her body broke instantly, and all the areas visible to the naked eye, the entire wasteland, turned into a land promised by the gods in an instant. Lin quickly retreated, but he was still included in the kingdom of God. What shocked him the most was that the opponent did not use the holy word when he expanded the kingdom of God's territory, when the other party used power beyond that of the cardinal before. It seemed that they did not pray in advance like Edwell did. In an instant, all the information suddenly gathered in his mind, and the previous confusion was suddenly solved. You are not a saint of the Holy See. Lennon's pupils shrank, and then he spoke decisively. Are you Ella? That false god? In the entire Holy See, there is only one person who has the ability to order the Pope to baptize evil sorcerers and mobilize the power of the kingdom of God without using the holy word. That is Ella, the god worshipped by the Holy See. What? Herav, Vittorio and Aurora all looked at the suspended Lucia in shock, and they all reacted after Lin's reminder. A saint who was selected from among the nuns according to their intelligence, rotated every few years, and stayed in the holy city to live in a pampered life would never have such power. Maybe it's some kind of method similar to divine descent. What made a few people even more chilled was that the other party was actually conscious and had very sharp thinking, which was completely different from what they had imagined before. This is undoubtedly the worst-case scenario. Have you found a way to eliminate the poison of faith? Vittorio asked word for word, his expression showing both horror and strong desire. Psychic belief in the method of becoming a god. That was a shortcut to a higher realm. A road they had abandoned. The biggest obstacle here is the poison of faith. It will corrupt people's will and completely assimilate itself into the god of believers' imagination. Lucia didn't care about the name of the false god. She looked down from a high position and scanned the 4 people around her with her star-like eyes. Finally, she focused on Lennon and said coldly, "This is your last chance. It's not too late to regret now." What responded to her was the immortal flames that appeared around Lin In. The meaning is already obvious. It's just about fighting. Although the development of things has been somewhat out of control, all their arrangements are for this battle. There is no reason to surrender before the war. Lucia said no more, since it cannot be used by her. It is a threat that must be eliminated. As for those alchemical creations and various novel spells, she would naturally search them out from the minds of these people. The battle is about to begin. Herav took the lead, and the time and space around him was distorted. With a slight sound like glass breaking, black threads spread rapidly within the projection of the kingdom of God, and wherever they passed, the realm collapsed and the vegetation collapsed. This is the legendary magic of the force field, blade of time and space. At the same time, the destroyed alchemy runes on the ground were spliced together silently, locking towards Lucia from all directions. Lucia looked indifferent, letting the chains and the invisible blade that cut through time and space pierce through her body, and she was sucked into the space vortex. At this moment, Aurora urgently reminded her, "You are attacking a phantom. Be careful. Vittorio, her real body is on your right." Warning signs have also sounded in Vittorio's heart. His domain has been compressed by the kingdom of God to less than 3 meters around his body, and his perception has been greatly weakened. At some point, the figure of Saint Lucia had appeared beside him, and her right hand glowing with divine magic had passed through the protective magic he had set up. A fear that reached deep into his soul welled up in Vittorio's brain. His strong sixth sense made him realize that he would be dead if he was hit. Fortunately, Lin In and others had already reacted, and a strong laser beam flew past. Although after losing the ruby as a support, he could no longer activate the 5th level laser in an instant, and there was a risk of being reflected back. But Lucia did not dare to bet on this probability, and layers of water curtains emerged around her, deflected the beam at several angles, but also lost the chance to kill Vittorio. Great disintegration technique. Finger of death. When Herav and Aurora joined forces, the layers of water curtains immediately collapsed, and the strong laser beam was slashed out again. Vittorio also took this opportunity to distance himself and escape the opponent's control. Chapter 426, in a state of despair. The powerful saint. As soon as they fought, several people present realized how difficult the enemy was this time. Although Lucia could not exert much power due to physical constraints, she was still not comparable to pseudo-legends like them. With just one encounter, Vittorio almost died on the spot. The blazing eternal flames quickly surged up, blocking Lucia's possibility of pursuit. Vittorio, who had narrowly escaped death, did not dare to conduct any more tests, and immediately launched the trap they had laid in advance. Along with the sound of earth and rocks exploding, the ground beneath everyone's feet immediately collapsed. Both Lucia and Lin were inevitably falling downwards at the same moment. Although flying in the air is the most basic ability at the level of a great wizard, now everyone is being dragged underground by a powerful force and cannot fly at all. This is Herav's greatest achievement in his research on force field magic, combined with Vittorio's alchemy to create the gravity field. Below where everyone was standing was a hollowed out and abandoned mine. The surrounding mottled walls are covered with complex alchemical runes. These spells were carefully arranged by Vittorio and more than 300 alchemists for an hour. And they were not just as simple as the field of gravity. Thunder! Lennon raised his hand, and a flash of lightning appeared in the palm of his hand. The complicated alchemy runes on the wall also lit up one by one, and then everyone present was submerged in the sky full of thunder. The sound of thunder resounded throughout the heaven and earth. The violent power of thunder raged throughout the mine regardless of friend or foe, and the incandescent arcs kept jumping and flashing, like a dense lightning network, encompassing everyone present. This formation is clearly the thunder formation he used in the capital. Although it lacked the help of celestial phenomena, it was personally improved and used by Vittorio, the legendary alchemist. with a magic power of 300 wizards and wizards, plus tens of thousands of thunder stones used to charge the electromagnetic gun. Its power is only strong, but not weak. The moment Lucia fell, she was shrouded in lightning, and the elements in the kingdom of God were directly ionized into a high-temperature plasma state. The entire mine is like a sauna with a temperature of thousands of degrees, enough to dry out the human body's moisture in a matter of seconds. Lin and others, who were also struck by the thunder, built a circular copper net around them the moment they fell. That was the Faraday cage. All the thunder is blocked out, and you can even feel the coolness brought by the electronic wind. For great wizards and legendary wizards, it is not difficult to use the magic mimicry in the field to create a Faraday cage. What is difficult is knowing its principle. The raging lightning flashed continuously. After landing, Lin, Herav, Aurora and Vittorio looked at the center of the mine with great nervousness. As the center of the formation, most of the thunder power is gathered there, forming a giant thunder vortex. Incandescent plasma is constantly surging, exuding a frightening aura. "Isn't she already dead?" Aurora whispered. "Maybe," Vittorio responded casually. He arranged this formation himself, so he naturally knows the power of this thing best. Although they did not have time to completely perfect this magic circle due to the sudden attack by the Holy See, its power also surpassed ordinary legendary magic. Vittorio said that if he fell into this trap, he would probably die without being able to release the Faraday cage. But their target is the Holy See, Lucia, who is suspected to be the incarnation of the false god. Even Vittorio is not completely sure. The moment the two spoke, the thunder vortex exploded, revealing the scene inside. The rocks on the surface have melted under the high temperature and turned into rolling lava. Lucia's feet stepped on the hot lava. Her fair skin was evaporated by the high temperature and turned into bright red. Her clothes were soaked with sweat, and her whole body was still wet with sweat, surrounded by dense arcs. However, Lin, who has sharp eyes, saw that most of the lightning could no longer invade the opponent's body about 3 centimeters away, and only a small part could break through the obstacle and penetrate into the opponent's body. Herav, Aurora and Vittorio's expressions suddenly changed, and Lin's heart sank. "Some kind of insulator?" Obviously, the opponent used some kind of insulating element to greatly weaken the power of thunder magic, and then block the remaining small part. This is why the opponent can still stand there fine. This is the biggest difference between consciousness and unconsciousness. Ella, who was also a wizard before, is much more difficult to deal with than those ignorant magicians. Damn. If I had known, he would have switched to chlorine trifluoride. Lin secretly regretted it. The main reason is that using the thing as a trap can easily burn you to death. He also did not expect that the Saint of the Holy See was actually the incarnation of Ella. Such a thunder trap was enough to deal with those illiterate bishops. "Retreat!" Lin spat out these 2 words with difficulty. Their previous plan had failed. "Want to leave?" Lucia's cold voice rang in everyone's ears. And then a strong and dazzling divine light emerged from her body. The divine light was extremely fast and covered the entire mine in an instant. Everyone present immediately felt that their own domain was further suppressed. Not only that, their movements also became extremely slow. That's the element of air spontaneously blocking their movements. In fact, if it were not for the protection of the realm, these elements would turn into sharp weapons and penetrate their bodies from all directions. "Star color!" Lucia spoke again, and bright stars emerged in the void around her, gathering together like a long river of stars, and poured into everyone present. Herav, who was the closest, was the first to suffer the disaster. The protection around him shattered in the explosion of sparks. There was a clear sound of broken bones. A huge gap was torn open in his chest. Blood spurted out wildly. The whole person flew out, hit the ground hard. "Herav?" Vittorio exclaimed. But he didn't bother to check the opponent's status, because the long blue river of stars was already in front of him. "The realm of water curtain!" At this moment, overlapping phantoms immediately emerged in the mine. Dozens of auroras appeared in front of Lucia, surrounding her in the center. Before the river of stars came, they shouted in unison, "Mirror turns heaven and earth!" The starlight that emerged seemed to have submerged into the lake, being absorbed by the emerging water curtain realms, and then bounced back along the original path. Chapter 427 Hell is coming to the world. The bright star color was pushed back by Aurora's secret technique, mirror turn heaven and earth. A look of surprise appeared on Lucia's face, and then she uttered a word. "Destroy!" The moment the words fell, the reflected starlight exploded the moment it left the mirror, turning into a fierce star fire. In the rising sparks and shock waves, dozens of phantoms were instantly exploded. A meter-thick rock wall was cut off the wall of the mine, and all the magic lines were completely destroyed. In just 2 or 3 seconds, Lin En and others had already disappeared. But she is not worried, because the projection of the Kingdom of God has expanded to the entire mine, and every move of the other party is under her control. Lucia did not rush to pursue, but looked down and saw that the white holy robe on her body had been cut by the terrifying laser beam before, and had been destroyed by electrolysis in the violent thunder power just now, supported by her magic. Lucia tore her robe directly, used magical energy to reconstruct a holy robe, and whispered with a frosty face, "Those who blaspheme shall go to H.L." The word of God is reality. The projection of the entire kingdom of God quietly changed, with this mine as the center, and quickly spread to all directions. Waves of chilling roars and howls sounded out of thin air. Terrifying auras surged crazily, and the endless paradise on earth turned into an endless purgatory in an instant. At the same time, Lin En and others who were forced to flee were walking quickly along an abandoned mine tunnel. "Speaker Herav, are you okay?" Lin said worriedly. At this moment, Herav's face was covered with blood. A big hole was opened in his chest. His clothes were in tatters, and his breathing was like a broken drum, constantly leaking air. And he looked extremely miserable. "Fortunately, I can't die." Herav took out a bottle of water of life with difficulty and drank it directly. The big hole in the chest healed quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. This legendary potion is undoubtedly very precious. But now is obviously not the time to save. Life is always more important than those external objects. "It seems that the plan we made has failed. What should we do now?" Aurora whispered solemnly, as she felt that all her projection magic had been destroyed. According to their previous idea, they would bring 2 legends from the Holy See here, and they would work together to fight 4 against 2, and then use the legendary thunder spells laid out by the alchemy circle to push the other party to the limit, thereby inducing the other party to use the Gate of Heaven. Based on Herav and others' research on the spacetime gate in the Magic Stone Mine, the more powerful the existence, the more difficult it is for it to cross borders. For an existence like Ella, even if there is a legendary priest who provides enough energy at the expense of himself, it will take about 6 or 7 seconds from opening the door to the false god stepping out of the door. This time is enough for him to project the nuclear explosion magic into it. But Lin En didn't expect that the other party would force them into a desperate situation with just one incarnation. Their carefully laid traps were also reduced in power by the insulator, and did not have the desired effect at all. "Normal attacks can't kill this holy lady of the Holy See. Even dismembering her body is useless." "I just tried it," Lin reminded. Herav and others looked solemn, but they soon relaxed. During the battle of the royal capital, Adwell also showed an ability similar to immortality, but he was still killed by them in the end. This proves that the immortal body is not really immortal, but also has its limits. It may be that a huge amount of energy needs to be consumed, or it may be that the healing ability has an upper limit. "Then we can only use your new magic." Vittorio looked at Lin. "With the power of nuclear explosion, if it is at the core of the explosion, there will definitely not be any residue left. Naturally, there is no possibility of body reorganization." "But do you really want to use it here? Just to deal with an incarnation?" Aurora said hesitantly. "The power shown by the other party is by no means as simple as an ordinary divine descending technique," Herav said decisively. Lin En remained silent. In fact, he could not find a chance to use nuclear explosion at all. After all, the distance between the two of them is too close. In this case, a nuclear explosion is undoubtedly a measure of mutual destruction. Lin En can think of this, and Herav and others naturally know it too. There are also derivative solutions. That is to separate one person, temporarily hold Lucia, so as to cast this spell and let others escape. But the question is, can it really be delayed by just one person? Together they can't hold on for long, and it's not enough to support them out of the scope of the explosion. And who should be sacrificed? "Only 2 people can stay and 2 can escape," Herav sighed, then looked at Lin and said again, "Can that magic of yours be cast by someone else?" "If possible. Then the sacrifice would naturally not be the turn of Lin, the magic star." "Things are not that bad yet." Lin En suddenly interrupted everyone's thoughts. "Do you still remember the method I asked them to evacuate?" Herav and others had a thought in their minds. They all knew that the people Lin En was talking about were naturally referring to the wizards responsible for Vittorio's setting up of the alchemy formation. "In addition, do you have a way to break through this projection of the kingdom of God?" "Speaker Herav." Lin En spoke again. This is very important. He remembered that in the last battle of the royal capital, Herav had destroyed the kingdom of God's territory laid out by Adwell. It's difficult. It's difficult. Hera frowned. Although this is just a projection of the kingdom of God in the real world. The caster is the incarnation of Ella. And its strength is far from comparable to the one used by Edwell. It's just difficult. Not impossible. Right. Lyn emphasized again. No matter how difficult it is, you have to do it. Aurora also added. Just as Hera was about to reply, a burst of red light spread from behind them. The hard rock formations under their feet immediately turned into a piece of putrid mud. And a dense hand of bones emerged from the ground, trying to kill Lyn, waiting for someone to get involved. The surrounding walls were peeling off and festering, and twisted human faces were revealed from the disintegrated walls. In front of them, dozens of ferocious-looking monsters emerged from the muddy ground. Something crawled up from the ground, blocking their way. An extremely strong putrid smell hit your face, enough to make you suffocate and frightened. This is exactly how H.L. comes to Earth as described in the Bible. Chapter 428, This is My Last Magic, The Big Nuclear Explosion. Bible Hell. Volume 3. Chapter 12. Those who commit the most heinous crimes should be thrown into H.L. and suffer the punishment of being skinned. Lyn's mind flashed to the biblical records of H.L., one of which was the skinning purgatory, which was used to punish those who committed the most heinous crimes. The monsters in front of them are the executioners. Their faces are bloody, and 5 holes can be seen vaguely, namely their eyes, nostrils, and mouths. The limbs all over the body were twisted, and the skin seemed to have been pulled off. Only the bloody muscles and bones were left on the whole body. There was also a knife used for execution in his hand, like a group of zombies, walking towards them with weird steps, rushed over. If civilians or apprentices saw such a terrifying scene, they would be frightened to death. But Hera and others did not react at all. They understand that this is just cannon fodder used by Lucia to hinder their actions. But even if the enemy wants them to stop at this level, this is taking themselves too lightly. Disintegration ray. It was Hera who took the shot. With one blow, the executioners blocking the road were torn to pieces by invisible forces and turned into a ball of rotten flesh. These flesh and blood seemed to be alive. Even though they were disintegrated into a blurry blood clot, they were still attracting each other, as if wanting to gather together. Fortunately, before they could reorganize, the blazing eternal flames had already rolled up and turned them into the remains of blood foam. Chlorine trifluoride, which can swallow some elements, is naturally perfect for dealing with these monsters that can regenerate. But Lyn soon discovered that a tall figure rushed out from the surging sea of fire. It was a giant monster. Unlike the other executioners, it was very tall and even touched the top of the mine. However, its strong body had been eroded into a skeleton by the immortal flames. But he did not show any signs of it. As if unconscious, he held a heavy flaming hammer several meters long and smashed it down on their heads. Seal! Vittorio shouted. And chains composed of alchemical runes extended from his own domain and were tied to the giant monster's arms, waist, abdomen, and neck. Then Hera smashed it into pieces with a big disintegration technique. I feel the power of psychic energy and evil gods in these monsters, Vittorio said solemnly. The other party most likely imprisoned the souls of the enemies who had killed them here, thus giving rise to these monsters. The projected purgatory was the same as the one described in the Bible, which made Vittorio deeply worried. No matter how far the opponent has gone, just an incarnation has such powerful power. Snap. Suddenly, clear footsteps sounded behind several people. The expressions of everyone present changed suddenly. The hard rock pavement underfoot has now turned into a muddy swamp. With Lucia's strength, if she wanted to hide it, there would never be such a big flaw. Unless the other party had no intention of covering up at all, or was deliberately putting pressure on them. Thinking of this, the originally smooth road ahead suddenly became twisted, and layers of bloody threads emerged from the wall, completely blocking the way forward. At this moment, Lucia's figure had appeared behind everyone, blocking their retreat. Hera and others immediately gave up their plans to continue escaping. It was obvious that the entire mine was under the control of the other party, and even if they tried their best, they might not be able to escape. Moreover, they worked hard and finally found an opportunity to lure the Holy Lady of the Holy See out alone. This time, they had to keep her here no matter what. Aurora raised her hand, and lightning appeared around her body. A terrifying magnetic field was formed almost instantly. Dozens of metal projectiles circulated in the air, and flew out under the impetus of electromagnetic force, causing a blast that was shocking. A sonic boom that burst the eardrums. This is the electromagnetic rail gun invented by Lyn. Aurora, who had learned the relevant theory, was naturally able to reproduce it. Although due to the hasty casting of the spell, the speed of the electromagnetic gun was far from being as fast as 25 times the speed of sound. Only about 6 times the speed of sound. But it was still fatal enough. The immortal flames that had just devoured the monster also erupted instantly, burning the human faces embedded in the walls of the passage, turning into a pillar of scorching fire and sweeping towards Lucia. The electromagnetic gun came first, and with a thrust of 6 times the speed of sound. It only took 0.025 seconds to cover a distance of 50 meters. However, the moment the electromagnetic gun flew out, its speed attenuated to a degree visible to the naked eye. However, it was the elements in the projection of the kingdom of God that spontaneously blocked the speed of the metal projectiles, facing the dozens of incoming electromagnetic cannons. Lucia's expression remained unchanged. But it was the strange immortal flames that made her a little concerned. She has heard about this kind of flame for a long time, and has been exposed to it more than once. So she naturally understands its difficulties, and how. Ways to cope. Lucia opened her mouth and let out a breath. Click. A burst of cold air that seemed to be able to freeze time and space erupted from Lucia's mouth, and then quickly spread to the surroundings. The speeding metal projectiles directly condensed in the air, and the surging fire waves were also frozen in place, and quickly melted and collapsed. Come on. This is the legendary magic, the eternal frozen soil. Although her current power is not able to stop all the elements in the kingdom of God, like her original body, she can still do it in a small area. And this breath that freezes time and space, after melting the immortal flames, continues to surge forward. And everything along the way is rapidly condensing. Vittorio's handprints changed, and rune chains emerged from the void, intertwined and connected together, forming a solid wall standing in front of him. However, this protection only lasted for less than 2 seconds, and the runes on it were frozen and disintegrated, losing their intended effect. Fortunately, Lennon's technique is also ready. A strong laser beam emerged from Lennon's palm and flew out with unstoppable force, directly penetrating the eternal frozen soil. With the blessing of the brain's computing power, and with the help of the time bought by Vittorio, the 5th level laser beam was unleashed. In the space of absolute zero, all elements are prohibited, with one exception. That is light. Unlike elements that are in a stable state, light is quantum, has the characteristics of both particles and waves, and is not bound by absolute zero. Not only that, light will continue to transfer energy. Once the elements regain kinetic energy, they will break the originally unstable absolute zero. This is the solution he gave. The 5th level laser passed through the frozen soil field in an instant, and at the same time penetrated the protection set up by Lucia around her body, directly piercing the center of her eyebrows. Damn it! Lennon's expression suddenly changed, and he realized something was wrong the moment he succeeded. Because although the spreading absolute zero field had stopped, the saint who was penetrated by the laser beam was not affected at all. Obviously, what appeared before them was just an illusion. In fact, this is exactly the case. Lucia, who knows the power of laser magic, can't be on guard. The deliberate footsteps and the illusion in front of her are just to confuse them. Only this time, even Aurora couldn't see through it. When he realized this, a violent warning sign appeared in his mind. Lin did not hesitate to mobilize the elements in the field, and a silver shield condensed into shape in an instant. Color of stars! Lucia's voice sounded almost in front of her. The successive battles had made the saint realize that Lin in front of her was the biggest threat, and the first one that must be eliminated. Violent sparks exploded immediately, filling the entire space. The silver shield was dented visibly to the naked eye, but it remained strong despite Lucia's full blow. Because it is composed of uranium. As an extremely dense element, uranium is self-evidently hard. It is not easy to completely destroy it before reaching a critical mass, and Lin spread it throughout the magic field around him, not even caring about radiation, just to be able to use the nuclear explosion technique at the most appropriate time. Now he is using it to block the approaching star color. Lucia did not expect that her full blow would be easily blocked by a great wizard like Lin. Rune chains in the void were already rolling towards this side, blocking Lucia's pursuit, blocking her movement. Vittorio had already used all his strength to forcibly expand the area, and combined with Aurora's vision-obscuring spell, bound the opponent again. This is the true form. Herav! Vittorio shouted at the top of his lungs. Blade of time and space. Kill! After Lucia appeared, Herav, who was ready to attack, finally took action, focusing all his magic power on this legendary spell. The black thread emerged in the boundless void, Wherever it passed, the space was distorted. The kingdom of God collapsed. And even the light was drawn in, leaving only endless darkness. With one blow, a large hole was cut out of the rock wall behind, and a black pillar penetrated the heaven and earth appeared in the blood-red purgatory. As the target of the blade of time and space attack, Lucia's shoulder and entire right hand fell into the black space vortex, and were wiped out by the powerful power of space. If it weren't for Vittorio's reminder that allowed her to deflect her body slightly before the attack came, this avatar would probably have been seriously injured. But that's all. Harev's full blow failed to completely destroy the kingdom of God's projection. The black pillar also gradually disappeared after a short period of existence, and the blood-red space slowly gathered towards the center. Terrifying magical fluctuations erupted from Lucia's slender body. The rune chains immediately disintegrated, and the half of her body that had been erased by the power of space was also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Vittorio spat out a mouthful of blood under the strong magical backlash. Aurora was also pale. They had done everything they could, except destruction. Lucia floated in midair, her star-like eyes twinkling, and the elements of the entire kingdom of God became extremely active. The bright starlight appears almost everywhere in this space, making it impossible to dodge or hide. The moment she took action, Lucia turned her head sharply. The whistling wind sounded behind him. At the hole that was punched through, a huge propeller appeared in front of her. The behemoth, with a wingspan of more than 10 meters, was rushing in along the passage cut by the blade of time and space at a super high speed of 360 kilometers per hour. The hubcap fin at the front of the propeller hit Lucia's body, using its own weight and extremely fast speed to carry the opponent and fly towards the depths of the mine. The broad wings passed over the heads of Lin En and others, and the strong wind brought by them made their robes rustle. "Escape now!" Lin En shouted eagerly. Without even bothering to explain, he directly grabbed everyone through the hole where the fighter plane flew from and jumped out. And underneath this mine is a big river flowing. In the mine at this moment, the ultra-high-speed fighter plane directly hit Lucia's body, crashed through the thin rock wall, and rushed into the depths of the mine. The only person driving the fighter plane was Lin En's magic projection. After receiving the message from the main body, he used this backhand to send Lydia to a safe place, and then quickly returned. Then, follow the passage cut out by the space blade, and use the most unexpected and simplest impact on the opponent, since the fighter plane was not within the scope of the kingdom of God throughout the entire process. It was naturally able to elude Lucia's perception and directly collided with the opponent at the moment when he was casting a spell with all his strength. If it had been anyone else, they would have turned into a ball of mud under such a violent impact. But his opponent was Lucia, the Holy Sea's incarnation. Ella! Even the 4th-level laser beam could not break through the protection she had laid around her body. Although she was carried away by the impact, it was not damaged at all. She held her hands on the front of the fuselage. He actually broke off the propeller forcefully, and used it as a weapon to smash down the entire machine body. Inside the fuselage, Lin, who exists as a magic projection, is not afraid, and is holding a strange silver ball in his hand. The uranium-235 extracted from the Demon Stone is enough to release 2 nuclear explosions. For safety reasons, half of it is stored in the domain of the main body to implement Plan A. The other half is stored on this fighter plane as insurance and backup. At this moment, he had taken it out. Facing the attacking Lucia, Lin smashed it directly. "Feel the sun's wrath!" Lin shouted. Various names such as Fat Man and Little Boy slowly passed through his mind. And finally, he gave this magic atomic bomb a name. Otherwise, just call it a little girl. At the moment the sound fell, the neutron source inside uranium-235 had begun to operate. Thousands of neutrons were scattered, and a chain reaction was formed instantly. Big nuclear explosion. Start. Chapter 429. The sun rises in the night sky. From bronze smelting to steel forging, to the development of gunpowder, humankind's technological level has continued to improve, and it has conquered the earth, sky and oceans. But even the roar of artillery still seems insignificant in the face of real natural disasters such as earthquakes, meteorites, and volcanic eruptions. Until the 20th century, mankind made new breakthroughs in the microscopic field, carried out in-depth research on atoms, and developed the atomic bomb using the mass energy equation as the core theory, giving mankind for the first time a power comparable to natural disasters. Now, this power is truly presented to everyone for the first time. An indescribably powerful force burst out in the silver-white ball. Lucia only felt a fear that penetrated into her soul. And then she fell into darkness. This is not the darkness created by nuclear explosions. In fact, the light it emits is extremely bright, hundreds of times brighter than the sun above. Because of this, Lucia's eyes instantly went blind. Her eardrums were directly shattered, and she suddenly fell into a state of imbalance in her five senses. Even her previously extremely sharp divine perception ability was useless, because she could now sense it. There is only endless light and heat. Under the high temperature of tens of millions of degrees, and the high pressure of hundreds of billions of pascals at the core of the explosion, space and time seemed to have lost their meaning at this moment. Whether it was Lin Un's magic projection or the huge steel fighter, they all had such power. It vaporizes and evaporates in an instant. Lucia, who was only a few meters away from the center of the nuclear explosion, was no exception. The protective barrier built around her body evaporated without being able to hold on for even tenths of a second. What followed was the body protected by divine magic. First, the exposed limbs such as hands, feet, and skin were dissolved. Then the bones, internal organs, and blood, until the entire body was completely evaporated by the high temperature. What power is this? Lucia still retains a little consciousness. She doesn't understand how Lin, who is just a projection incarnation of a new fighter plane, can use such terrifying magic. 7 rings? 8 rings or 9 rings? Lucia, who was in it, no longer had time to evaluate the power of this magic, because after her body was destroyed, her original soul was also exposed to this hot furnace. For the first time in hundreds of years, she felt threatened on the soul level. A large number of strong and dangerous neutrons are destroying at the microscopic level, accompanied by various terrifying radiation rays. Although the nuclear explosion itself does not have the effect of attacking the soul, spiritual energy is also a type of energy, and matter and energy are inherently integrated. Since it interferes with matter, it will in turn be affected by the material world. The soul that entered the realm of legend gradually melted away under such power after losing the protection of the body. The pain of having one's soul torn apart is beyond imagination. Millions of times more painful than being bitten by countless poisonous ants. It seems that the only option is to completely abandon this incarnation and part of the original energy. Lucia felt cruel and transferred the most important part of her memory back to her body through the soul entanglement effect. The next moment, her soul was completely annihilated in tens of millions of degrees of heat, and the projection of the kingdom of God covering the outside world collapsed. From the moment of the nuclear explosion to the annihilation of Lucia's soul, everything happened in an instant. After the kingdom of God disappeared, shock waves carrying high temperature, flames, and radiation emerged in all directions. The hollowed-out mountain exploded, and countless boulders were shrouded in high temperatures before they fell, turning into hot magma. Be well protected and never open your eyes, Lin En, who jumped out of the mine in advance, warned loudly. Hera and Aurora closed their eyes tightly after hearing this, and used their little remaining magic power to set up protection around their bodies. Only the curious Vittorio opened his eyelids slightly, and squinted to check. And then under the terrifying bright light, ferocious tears of blood flowed from his pupils. But before losing his vision, Vittorio clearly saw that ultra-high temperature energy waves traveling at several times the speed of sound were catching up. Fortunately, the projection of the kingdom of God and the hollowed-out mine bought them enough time before the shock wave of the nuclear explosion completely arrived. Several of them crashed into the depths of the river. The next moment, high-temperature energy waves swept across the river, setting off huge waves. Tens of thousands of tons of river water evaporated instantly, and the water waves continued to surge and roll. The shock waves soon began to pass along the river, and the fish and shrimp inside were swept away. It was shattered to death, and countless floating corpses soon floated on the river. Fortunately, the legendary wizard can barely withstand the aftermath of this level. This is also the reason why Lin specifically chose this place as the battlefield. At the same time, in a dense forest a few kilometers away, Ragnar was leading the Holy Seas Crusade, in order to catch up as soon as possible and support Her Majesty the Holy Maiden. This crusade has increased its marching speed to the limit. However, due to the night march and the galloping, thousands of Imperial soldiers were left behind. It's just that Ragnar obviously couldn't care about them anymore. After all, he could clearly see the previous battle in the sky. Although Lucia, who was driving a griffin, shot down the wizard's airship, she was also hit by a laser beam and fell into a trap. Into a very dangerous situation. Don't worry, Lord Ragnar. Your Majesty the Holy Maiden has received divine enlightenment, and you will definitely defeat those demon minions and achieve final victory. The cardinal next to him said a prayer with confidence. Ragnar also suppressed the uneasiness in his heart. But it was soon replaced by warning signs rising in his mind. Through the cover of the trees, a burst of extremely bright light lit up in front. Is it morning already? This doubt arose in everyone's mind. But it was about 1 o'clock in the morning when they set off, and it was still far from the time for the sun to rise. However, the light continued to become brighter and brighter. After just 1 second, the entire sky was illuminated red. Even the light at noon was not so bright. "Oh, my eyes!" Screams rang out one after another in the array. And the intense light radiation was still powerful even though it was several kilometers away. The soldiers who looked up to the sky felt their pupils being burned. Immediately afterwards, the entire earth trembled violently, and amid a burst of eardrum exploding roar, a huge mushroom cloud rose in the sky. Although they were blocked by the woods and could not fully see what was happening in front of them, panic inevitably spread in everyone's hearts. Some even think this is a sign of the end. "Don't panic!" Ragnar shouted loudly, stabilizing the distracted people. "This must be the power of the Lord. It is the great moon goddess, the creator of all things, punishing evil spirits." When Ragnar said this, his tone became more firm. A group of bishops, priests and devout believers immediately believed, because in their understanding, only the Lord can use such terrifying power that changes the color of heaven and earth. No one wants to believe that such a powerful force is the work of the devil. "Ah! Praise you, great Lord! Your power dims the morning star!" a bishop shouted enthusiastically. Some fanatical priests dismounted and knelt down to pray. The dazzling light soon got closer and closer to them, and the cardinal opened his arms to welcome the coming divine light. However, Ragnar discovered something was wrong, because the light that swept towards them was mixed with unbearable heat. The most important thing was that he did not feel any divine power from it. This is definitely not the power of the Lord. Ragnar's face showed a look of horror. But the next moment, dazzling firelight and high-energy shock waves had already crossed the dense forest. The tall trees were torn apart in an instant, and the thick land turned into endless scorched earth. The cardinal who spread his arms to embrace the divine light turned into a charred corpse the moment the fire swept across. Even worse than these bishops were the soldiers of the empire. Their bodies that lacked protection were vaporized together with their armor, and became part of nature. About 3 kilometers above them, the remaining 60 or so airships were shaking violently under the huge wind pressure. "Accelerate! Accelerate! Don't stop!" Philip urged urgently on one of the airships. At this speed, they would probably be overtaken by the shock wave. "This is already the top speed, Lord Wizard!" The pilots turned their backs and only focused on controlling the airship, not daring to look back at the light. Only Philip and others wearing alchemy goggles can block the elegance of a nuclear explosion. According to Master Lin En, these rays are too strong to be seen directly with the naked eye. But if you wear alchemy goggles that can block ultraviolet rays to a certain extent, you can still have a look. However, even though the brightness of the light was weakened dozens of times, the eyes of several people were still stunned with tears. "Is this Master Lin En's new magic?" Tick's tone was trembling as he looked at the collapsed mountain, the steaming river, and the ground that was turned into glass and scorched earth by the terrifying high-temperature shock wave. "That's it." Tick was at a loss for words for a moment, and it took him a long time to speak. "It's like the sun falling from the sky." Tick's words expressed everyone's feelings, and they could not find any other adjective other than the sun falling. Is this really the power that magic can have? Deep doubts arose in everyone's hearts. And this is just the aftermath. The power at its core will only become more terrifying. Perhaps only such a powerful force can fight against that false god. Fortunately, Tick soon discovered that the speed of the shock wave below was slowly decreasing as the range spread, and it was no longer as violent as before. Therefore, an airship with a speed of about 100 kilometers per hour should be able to escape from the nuclear reactor if it can avoid it in advance. Explosion range. At the moment when the nuclear explosion went off, in the city of Kerosene more than 10 kilometers away, the battle had entered a fierce stage. The attack by Anthony and others was very successful. Since the main force had been transferred away, the city of fire and oil, which lacked protective power, was successfully captured by them within 10 minutes. However, Yushu arrived with thousands of God's punishment army later. Yake caught them off guard. There is a huge gap between the legend and the Great Wizard. After only 3 minutes of fighting, 2 of the 7 Great Wizards who besieged Joshua had already fallen. The remaining 5 people were also injured. Anthony was the most seriously injured, with a scar on his chest that was deep enough to show the bones. Joshua looked calm, but half of his right robe was burned off, and half of the scepter in his hand was broken. Arad and others who participated in the siege have tried their best. But they still can't see the possibility of defeating the opponent. And they can't help but want to retreat. Everyone. It won't be long before several speakers will deal with that saint and return to help. Anthony encouraged morale. Although there were some mistakes in their plan. As long as they could delay the presiding judge here, Lin and others would be able to reduce a lot of pressure and make the plan go more smoothly. Rush for help, Joshua said with a sneer. You have no idea what kind of opponent they are facing. The bishops and priests of the church usually think that the Holy Virgin is just a servant selected to serve God. A beautiful vase. But only the higher-ups like them understand the reason why the saint must exist. Because that is the incarnation of the Lord. These so-called legends from wizards, even if they were several times more powerful, would be crushed to death by the mighty power of the Lord. Let's stop it here! Joshua's voice became very cold. It seems that without mobilizing some of the power of the kingdom of God, there is no way to deal with these wizards in a short time. This place is God's realm, and all evil will disappear. Joshua prayed loudly. Anthony and the others had serious expressions on their faces. They were all very aware of the power of the kingdom of God, which was a force that they simply could not resist. However, to everyone's expectation, no vision appeared as Joshua's voice sounded. So much so that the wizards present were a little confused, wondering whether the other party was deliberately intimidating them. Joshua's face became extremely ugly, and blood spurted out from his mouth under the violent backlash of divine magic. What made him even more horrified was that the power of God was being withdrawn from his body. The great Lord actually interrupted the energy supply to him, so that the kingdom of God instantly collapsed before it was even formed. Chain lightning! Although Anthony didn't know why the opponent suddenly stopped attacking, he did not miss this opportunity. The blue-purple thunder knocked Joshua to the ground in an instant. Arad and others saw that the Holy See Judge, who had shown great power not long ago and beat them unable to fight back, was hit by a second ring magic. They had inexplicable expressions on their faces, and they even wondered whether this was someone, a kind of hallucinatory magic, trying to make them relax their vigilance. Just when everyone was confused, a powerful and terrifying energy wave was coming from the distance. Anthony turned his head suddenly, and then he saw the night sky. A sun actually rose. Chapter 430, Nuclear Explosion Destruction Zone. Destroying the expeditionary force in one blow. The horrific nuclear explosion lasted for more than an hour before it gradually subsided. The entire area of 10 kilometers in diameter was turned into a piece of scorched earth. After the soil dissolved at high temperatures, it gradually cooled and solidified into glassy material. The dust clouds in the sky did not disperse for a long time. Go! With the help of the river's barrier, Lin, who had survived the nuclear explosion, flew out of the rolling river. And several speakers were no exception. What a terrifying power! Harab sighed. They drifted 7 or 8 kilometers along the direction of the river, and were in the outermost area of the nuclear explosion. However, everything under their sight had been completely destroyed, leaving only burning fire, which was like a scene of doomsday. Although Lin had demonstrated the power of a nuclear explosion to them last time, the explosion was deep underground, so the impact was limited, and they were not able to witness the power of this magic with their own eyes. But this time it was different. It was detonated on the ground. A mere hollowed-out mine cannot effectively withstand the shock wave of a nuclear explosion. Aurora, who was in the best condition, immediately expanded the area and used magic power to build a ring around everyone. The tide lead element blocked the radiation, even though they are powerful and can build a magic field to protect themselves. If they stay in the radiation zone for a long time, their bodies will inevitably suffer injuries that are difficult to heal. What's wrong with your eyes? Vittorio? Aurora turned to look at Vittorio, who had kept his eyes closed, and asked with a frown. I should have told you not to look at the explosion. Speaker Vittorio. Lin shook his head helplessly. Of course, he could see that the injuries to the other person's eyes were caused by strong light. The light produced by a nuclear explosion is extremely intense and is accompanied by various high-energy rays, which is very dangerous. Vittorio smiled bitterly. What Lin said before was so exaggerated that he was extremely curious about what kind of power it was. Even the legendary wizards like them couldn't look directly at it. So he took a sneak peek. Unexpectedly. In just a moment, my eyes went blind. Fortunately, this is not an incurable injury. With his ability to perceive, the lack of vision does not affect his movements. But it will definitely take some time to recover. She should be dead. Right. Harab looked at the center of the nuclear explosion from a distance. There was originally a mine, but now the entire mountain has disappeared, leaving only a huge crater. Hopefully, If this doesn't solve the opponent, then we can only kill them with their necks, Lin En said with a solemn expression. The strength of this Vatican saint far exceeded their expectations. With the 3 legendary speakers joining forces, and using the magic network themselves, the 4 of them could only flee in front of each other. If he hadn't already had a backup plan, I'm afraid they would be the ones dying now. They just don't know how much power the other party possesses. Lin En was a little worried. After taking protective measures, he flew back to the center of the nuclear explosion with Herav and others. After confirming that there was no residue left on the opponent, and there was no need for follow-up attacks, he returned with peace of mind. Although the battle here has ended, the sudden disappearance of the Holy See Judge made Lin very concerned. The other party may have seen through their secret plan to attack the city of Kerosene, so they went back for reinforcements. It would be difficult for Anthony and others to deal with such an opponent. Considering this, the injured people immediately flew back as fast as possible without taking any rest. Outside the 10-kilometer nuclear explosion destruction zone, those Imperial soldiers who fell behind and did not step into the nuclear explosion range were lucky enough to save their lives. But they were equally miserable. Some soldiers were burned by the flames or blinded by the light. They fell to the ground and howled in pain. There were also soldiers who knelt down and prayed crazily, begging God to save them. Aurora sighed, and simply took the life of the other person to save them from pain. The possibility of surviving in such a situation was extremely slim. More soldiers who were further away abandoned their armor and fled frantically. Herav stretched out his hand, wanting to eliminate these Imperial guards here and eliminate every ounce of their opponent's strength. But he was stopped by Lin En. Let them go back. We can't kill everyone who escapes. Furthermore, these people have completely lost their morale and are only in panic. It is better to let them return to the Empire, which may cause greater chaos, Lin En explained. The results of the last battle in the royal capital were blocked by the Holy See, so that the entire empire was still singing and dancing, and most of the civilians did not know that the kingdom had fallen. But this time, it was definitely impossible to hide it. With such heavy casualties, and so many witnesses fleeing all the way back to the Holy City, the news would spread throughout the empire soon. The Lord in the Bible is great and invincible, and the messengers who follow God's will surely win. The fact is that the crusade was defeated one after another here, and even the saints died in their hands. Once this news spreads, it will definitely hit the theocratic system to a great extent. Lin was even more curious about how the Holy See would deal with these soldiers who spread panic. It took about 20 minutes to fly all the way from the center of the nuclear explosion to the city of fire and oil. When everyone saw that everything was fine here, everyone's tense expressions immediately relaxed. Also relieved were the wizards stationed in the city of fire oil. The moment they saw Lin En and others returning, they knew that the outcome was decided. Anthony took Lin and the 3 speakers to the Clean Duke's manor and asked, "It seems like things are going smoothly on your end?" At least Lin, the magic star, and the speakers were all here, unlike their side who lost 2 great wizards. "It's not smooth." Lin En shook his head, and then explained what happened. When they heard that the saint of the church was the incarnation of the moon goddess, the wizards present broke out in a cold sweat. Although they sneered at the title of God, and even openly called Ella a false god, the power of the other party is self-evident. Even if the legendary speakers join forces, it will be difficult to compete with it. "We are still alive now, partly thanks to luck, and partly because of Master Lin's new magic," Herav said with emotion. "New magic? Is it the sun that just appeared in the sky?" Arad asked with great curiosity. Of course, they all saw the huge light that suddenly appeared in the sky and the rising mushroom cloud. However, because the distance was too far, the light transmitted had been weakened to the point where it would not blind people. It was about noon. The sun is almost the same, dazzling and dazzling. The ground was accompanied by such violent vibrations that some people wondered whether Master Lin En had pulled the sun down from the sky. Chapter 431. The Holy City is shocked. As for the rumors of the death of stars, wizards who have done some research in astronomy know that this is completely nonsense. According to the predictions of the prophecy school, the mass of the sun is hundreds of thousands of times that of the planet beneath our feet. Who can shake such a behemoth? Yes, that is the new magic I have researched. I call it the Great Nuclear Explosion Technique. Lin nodded. And now there is no need to hide it anymore. As for the Saint of the Holy See, she has died under Master Lin En's new magic, and there should be no ashes left now, Aurora also added, although there had been speculations for a long time. After receiving the confirmation, all the wizards present still felt a little unbelievable. In their eyes, this large nuclear explosion has gone beyond the scope of magic and can only be described as a natural disaster. You must know that Lin En, who used this magic, was promoted to a 4th ring wizard just a few months ago. This magic star is a bit too strong. Anthony had a thought in his mind, and thought that Lin might have regained his previous strength, so he could perform this natural disaster-like magic. Arad and others immediately thought that this new magic was most likely related to the previous atomic nucleus theory, and the new elements discovered. Lin didn't explain much about the principle of nuclear explosion. This magic was too dangerous to be made public right now. So he changed the topic, and asked if the progress on the other side was going well. Before we captured the city of Fire Oil, everything was as you expected. It was just after that we met Judge Joshua, who led the God's Punishment Army to return for reinforcements. Anthony explained the whole story, as concisely as possible. When they heard that Joshua, who had an absolute advantage, suddenly lost the ability to resist, and was captured alive by several great wizards, the several speakers looked at each other, and soon realized that it was because they had killed Saint Lucia. Impact? This is undoubtedly good news, proving that Harev's guess is right. This incarnation of Ella is very important, and it even affects high-level members of the Holy See such as the presiding judge. Aurora pondered for a while, and suddenly asked, Master Arad, please do some hard work tonight, and find a way to verify whether the captured priests and bishops can still perform magic. This is undoubtedly the best way to evaluate the opponent's status. The restless night passed quickly, but the impact of the nuclear explosion magic became more and more severe. The entire western border territory of the Empire felt the strong vibration, and the huge mushroom cloud rising in the night sky could be clearly seen from more than 10 kilometers away. The nearest Earl Pope immediately sent his cronies to investigate, but these spies were all frightened crazy when they came back. After hearing their descriptions, the great Earl was also frightened and packed up his belongings and fled to the Holy City overnight. The Holy See's crusade was defeated, and the news of St. Lucia's death in battle spread, like the wind in all directions, as a large number of Imperial soldiers fled. At this moment, the Empire's Holy City was in chaos. In the city, the flowers that were said to never fade under the power of God began to decline and wither. The higher the level of the bishop, the more he can feel this uneasiness. Soon, tens of thousands of bishops gathered in the Tower of the Sky, waiting in panic for the Pope's explanation. And they only had one order, and that was to immediately conduct the selection and baptism ceremony of the saint. This order is very abrupt, because the Vatican has never had a precedent of 2 saints, unless the previous one has already returned to heaven or suffered some accident. The baptism ceremony must be carried out under the witness of hundreds of thousands of believers. But now it is obvious that there are no more concerns, and a new saint must be selected as quickly as possible, under the operation of the Church. A young, beautiful, and talented girl was quickly selected, and entered the Tower of Sky under the envious eyes of everyone. High-pitched prayers soon resounded throughout the Sky Tower. The pure girl stood in the center of the magic circle like a sacrifice with her beauty, longing, and the most devout faith in the Lord, along with the infusion of divine power. A terrifying pressure emerged within the tower formation. In an instant, a huge divine light penetrated the sky, covering the girl. Her body gradually levitated, her dress swayed in the wind, and her longing and pious eyes began to shine like stars. O great, holy, righteous, and merciful Lord, you are the shining star in the sky, and the creator of all things. Praise my Lord. Pray for your forgiveness of my sins, and return to the kingdom of God after death. Please give me the power to defeat evil. Various confessions and prayers were continuously transmitted into the girl's mind. Her eyes were in chaos, but soon these voices became weaker and weaker, and the divine light that penetrated the heaven and earth suddenly disappeared. The suspended body slowly fell to the ground from midair. Your Majesty, the Holy Maiden! The senior members of the Holy See who were stranded in the Holy City knelt on one knee and saluted. The girl seemed to be unable to recover from the previous shock to her consciousness. Her brain was in chaos. It lasted for about 3 to 5 seconds before her eyes gradually became clear. Then she looked at a few people and spoke. You have done a great job, Alves. Choosing you as the Pope is indeed the right decision. If it had stayed at night for a few more hours, I'm afraid her consciousness would have been corroded by the poison of faith, and she would have been completely drowned in endless prayers. The power of faith of tens of millions of people is not so easy to bear. Even with her computing power, she couldn't resist the erosion of this massive amount of consciousness. I just followed your will, and did what I should do. Pope Alves did not mean to take credit, and responded respectfully. Saint Randall on the side asked in confusion. My lord, what happened? How could you do this? The selection of a saint again has only one meaning, and that is that the previous saint is dead. But how can this be? Who else can kill the Saint of the Holy See? The incarnation of the Lord? Are those wizards really that powerful? Randall was horrified. No, their power is vulnerable. Ella shook her head. She had fought against those so-called legendary wizards, and even the strange beam magic was not enough to pose a fatal threat to her. The only exception is that technique. At this point, the Saint's eyes became sharp and dangerous. Pope Alva's heart sank slightly, and he suddenly thought of something. Just an evening, Earl Pope of the Border Territory arrived at the Holy City after a day and night of raids, and brought a piece of hilarious news: those wizards pulled the sun down from the sky. Chapter 432, Lin, the Messenger of Doom, has a bounty of 100 million Saka's gold coins. Count Pope, who was talking nonsense in the Holy City and trying to sway people's hearts, was directly arrested by them. The other party's description could only be described as horrifying. The dazzling light illuminated the entire night sky, and an area of more than 10 kilometers directly turned into scorched earth, forming a death area. Anyone who dared to step into it would suffer inexplicable body ulcers and die. Randall had never believed it before. With those wizards, who had been hiding overseas, like rats for hundreds of years, how could he have such great power? However, at this moment, I had to believe it. The other party actually killed the Lord's incarnation. My lord, do we need to call the expeditionary force back now and gather all our strength to destroy this group of blasphemers? Randall suggested. Even though the kingdom fell before, Randall did not take these wizards seriously. But now it seems that they are enough to shake the rule of the Holy See and the Empire. It must be crushed as soon as possible. No, I'm afraid a large-scale war will not have any effect. The Saint shook her head and rejected Randall's proposal. The scope of that spell was incredibly large, and its power could only be described as terrifying, even if it was just the aftermath. It was not something that ordinary bishops could withstand. With such power, the number of people is completely meaningless. It will only destroy all the elites of the Holy See. Randall soon realized this, and his expression became extremely ugly. Your Majesty, do you have any way to resist that magic? Pope Alves suddenly appeared and asked. The senior officials of the Holy See present also looked at the Holy Maiden. The Saint was silent for a moment, and then spoke. If I take action personally, of course it can. Randall and others naturally understood that this person was not referring to this incarnation, but the real moon goddess, Ella. After receiving a positive answer, everyone was relieved. What they were most worried about was that the wizards ran to the Holy City to release the terrifying magic, but they had no ability to fight back. Pope Alves fell into deep repentance. He had wavered in the power of the Lord just now. Such a powerful magic cannot be easily performed by wizards who have not set foot in the legendary realm, Ella said decisively. There must be some kind of restriction. Could it be that they discovered some strange treasure in the wizard's land? Saint Randall said with great imagination. It was probably this power that made those wizards become rampant, and they dared to leave the island and challenge the majesty of God. The Saint nodded. It was indeed possible. Previously, because the situation on the battlefield was too critical, she lost part of her memory during the process of transmitting her consciousness back to her body, so she only had a rough impression of the battle. For example, he was finally knocked away by the wizard's new aircraft. And another example was that the person who cast the spell was a wizard named Lin who looked young. Send all the secret guards out to check a person's information. I want to know all the information about him, the Saint ordered in a cold voice. Who? Pope Alves asked solemnly. He understood that this must be the person who used the powerful witchcraft to kill the incarnation of God. The magic star that the wizards call Lin. The Saint's voice sounded again in the Tower of Sky. A simple Bible floated out from Randall's waist, and it automatically turned to page 73 of the Sinners. Lin's name and information soon appeared, in front of several people. I want to see the results within 10 days. There is also the presiding judge Joshua, who has sent people to search for his traces. I think Joshua is still alive, and may have been captured by those wizards, the Saint said coldly. Yes, Your Majesty. I will order you immediately. Alves saluted respectfully, quickly extracting important information from it with a quick glance. The other party looked about 20 years old, with brown hair. He had appeared in Harbor Town 2.5 years ago. He was suspected of secretly planning a conspiracy to subvert the Holy See. After being discovered by the local bishop, he directly used magic to blow up half the city, causing casualties and injuries. Thousands of people were then deported by Edwell, who arrived. My lord, do we need to speed up the collection of faith? Randall reminded worriedly. Please forgive my offense. Now you need to ascend to the throne of God as soon as possible. No one knows how many wizards have mastered this magic, and whether they can use it frequently. Once the other party chooses to carry out large-scale destruction of the entire empire, it will be difficult for them to resist. The death of large numbers of believers would undo hundreds of years of hard work. So in Randall's view, even if he uses some shady means to catalyze faith, he won't hesitate. As long as the poison of faith can be solved and the Lord can ascend to the throne of God, these wizards can be destroyed with a snap of their fingers. The saint pondered for a while, considering the advantages and disadvantages of catalyzing faith. This was tantamount to fishing from the lake. But it was obvious that she no longer cared about that much. The fall of the kingdom and the successive defeats of the Holy See's crusade had sharply reduced the number of devout believers. A lot of. If we continue like this, we will only get farther and farther away from the goal of 1 million devout believers. Then it's up to you to make the arrangements. Randall! The saint quickly made a decision. Follow your will. Randall tapped his chest with his right hand and responded solemnly. Your Majesty, do we need to continue to block the news about the fall of the kingdom and the defeat of the crusade? Pope Alves asked. Both of these pieces of news are undoubtedly shocking. Once made public, they will inevitably cause an uproar within the empire, severely damage the reputation of the church, and even shake believers' faith in God. However, the impact of this war was too great, and it was impossible to hide the land of death that spread for 10 kilometers. No, there is no need to continue the blockade, the saint said indifferently. Go and tell them that the end is coming, and those wizards are the culprits causing the catastrophe. Doomsday catastrophe? Several senior members of the Holy See present were shocked, but they soon realized that this was indeed a way to appease believers. The saint looked at the unfolded Bible, stretched out her hand, and gently wiped the pages. The information about Lynn recorded above was all compiled by Edwill several months ago, and is long out of date. With the divine light emerging, new information quickly appeared on the paper. Name, Lynn. Extremely dangerous, Doombringer. Crime, triggering a doomsday disaster, destroying the Holy See's crusade, and causing the kingdom to fall. Reward amount, Sika's gold coins. 100 million. Chapter 433, Breaking the Myth of the Holy See's Invincibility. 3 days passed in an instant, and the news about the crushing defeat of the Holy See's crusade, the disappearance of the presiding judge, and the death of the former Saint Lucia in battle quickly spread throughout most of the empire. All kinds of rumors spread wildly in the holy city. The devout believers of the Lord could not believe that the news was true. The powerful and noble saint and the presiding judge, the messengers of God in the world, actually died in the hands of the minions of the evil devil. Those wizards and nobles who were hiding in the dark and dissatisfied with the rule of the Holy See were encouraging the spread of rumors, so that in just a few days, everyone in the holy city knew about it. On the morning of the third day, Pope Alves read the oracle and announced a sad news to all the believers of the Lord throughout the empire: the doomsday judgment is coming. As soon as this statement came out, both the nobles and the people of the empire were shocked and fell into great panic. Everyone knows what Armageddon means. It is recorded in the last chapter of the Bible that the greed and sin in people's hearts will usher in the prying eyes of evil spirits, bringing famine, disease, and plague. If these breeding sins exceed a certain threshold, the evil spirits imprisoned in the abyss will reach the human world. At that time, the entire world will undergo a great cleansing, and everyone's souls will be pulled into H.L. to accept the doomsday judgment. Nowadays, only the Lord himself comes to the world to stop the doomsday disaster. Let us offer our most devout faith to the greatest, holy, just and merciful Lord. Pope Alves' high-pitched voice resounded throughout the holy city. Hundreds of thousands of followers of the Lord knelt on the ground, either praising him loudly, or crying and confessing their sins, praying to the great Lord for salvation to save them from falling into the abyss. Disaster? While the Holy See was making up reasons for the defeat of the crusade, in the city of Fire Oil, the Wizards' Council, which had won the war, was also having headaches with various cumbersome things. Because after this battle, they did not suffer losses. More than half of the more than 100 airships responsible for diverting the main force of the Holy See were damaged, and there were more than 2,000 casualties. Almost everyone in the Parliament's top combat force was injured. Herav endured Lucia's full blow, and Vittorio was blinded by the nuclear explosion, both of which were recovering. As for Len In, after breaking through the Great Wizard of the Five Rings, mobilizing the power of the magic net no longer risks falling into brain death, but it will still cause considerable mental damage over time. Several great wizards who attacked the city of Fire and Oil were beaten to pieces by Judge Joshua, and 2 of them even died on the spot. This was due to Lin Un's proper strategy, so that they did not need to fight head-on with the Holy See. The powerful Saint Lucia and tens of thousands of the Holy See's crusade were all destroyed in the nuclear explosion. Otherwise the casualties would be even more tragic. Therefore, after the victory, the Parliament did not rush to pursue the victory, but cultivated for a while. Several battles, and a large number of wounded within a year, have also exhausted the potion stored by the Parliament. Not to mention there is a very critical radiation problem that needs to be solved. The city of Kerosene is less than 7 kilometers away from the nearest nuclear explosion zone. Such a close distance means that they will inevitably be affected by radiation. And the nearby river water can no longer be used for irrigation and drinking. These days, many wizards have proposed to abandon this city, or even destroy it. But Lin rejected it, because this city of fire oil has a large population, and the resistance of the townspeople is strong. Large-scale relocation is impractical. The most important thing is that its geographical location is good, not far from the oil field, and it has the value of preservation. In view of this, Lin En and a group of alchemists racked their brains and built a magic barrier covering the entire city based on the characteristics of radiation, which can block out those dangerous rays. A few days later, the personnel sent out to explore the news returned one after another, and the Wizards' Council once again convened the members for a meeting. The Shaping Wizard Del made a concise report on the information collected in recent days. What determines the outcome of a battle is not only various tactics, resource mobilization, and frontal combat capabilities, but also the collection of intelligence. Naturally, the Parliament attaches great importance to this, so it has made some arrangements early. Shaping wizards, who are proficient in magical transformation, undoubtedly have unique advantages in gathering intelligence. In addition to being able to transform into specific creatures, it can also modify its own appearance to a certain extent. If you can find someone with a similar body shape and appearance, and cooperate with the Psychic Wizard's memory search, you can directly replace the other person and operate secretly with a legal identity. Of course, this disguise is not unbreakable. Facing powerful priests, the magic power in their bodies is likely to be detected. Therefore, Del and others do not dare to get too close to the Holy City. They can only go through some business transactions. The team asked for news. Lin En and others were quite surprised when they heard that the news of the defeat of the expeditionary army had spread to most of the empire through caravans from various places. So fast? Didn't the Holy See try to stop the spread of this news? Hera frowned and asked in confusion. According to our understanding, no. Del looked hesitant. Those pastors and bishops are actually adding fuel to the fire to promote the end of judgment in the Bible. Armageddon? Hera and others couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. What does this have to do with the end of the world? Del hurriedly repeated what he had heard about the church bishops and pastors' rhetoric about the coming of the end. After listening, everyone present was extremely speechless. It must be said that the church's ability to deceive believers has been exhausted. This can also come full circle. They can really make it up. Vittorio sneered and shook his head, figuring he could see the other party's plan. Instead of waiting for the news to spread, causing chaos within the empire and shaking the faith of believers, it is better to make up a suitable reason to fool them. It seems that your plan is going to fail. Aurora looked at Lin En and said funny. It doesn't matter. These messages are not just for those fanatical believers. Lin En shrugged, not paying too much attention. The entire empire is not monolithic, and the contradiction between theocracy, the nobility, and the people is not just a problem for the kingdom. It's just that in the past, the power of the Holy See was at its peak and suppressed all resistance. So it was not so obvious. But once it weakens, these problems will erupt again. So no matter how the priests and bishops tried to explain themselves, they could not reverse the ironclad fact that the crusade was defeated one after another in the kingdom. They broke the myth of the invincibility of the Holy See. Chapter 430, for the key to being promoted to legend is I am no longer a human being. The power of the Holy See has been rooted in this continent for a long time, and it is not easy to completely eliminate it. Now that the power that the opponent has accumulated over the years has been broken, it is undoubtedly a good start. Lin En believed that there were definitely not a few people in the empire who were dissatisfied with the rule of the church. Not to mention anything else. There were tens of thousands of wizards alone. After they captured the kingdom, many wizards came to join them one after another. But more people were still waiting to see whether they would be directly crushed to death by the Holy See or continue to advance triumphantly. As the news spreads, more and more wizards are bound to go to the kingdom to find a way out. Although most of these people have not received complete magic education and have varying levels of magic knowledge, they are already considered high-quality talents in this different world. While Lin was thinking, the members in the conference room were already discussing whether to launch further counterattacks against the Empire and the Holy See. There are far more supporters than opponents. After seeing the power of large nuclear explosions, many wizards have fallen into the excitement of nuclear fanaticism. After all, the power to destroy a city with one strike is truly fascinating. There are even wizards who believe that under such great power, the so-called false god Ella is nothing more than this, clamoring to give the church some color, such as blowing up the holy city, the face of the Holy See. Some people also propose bombing all the cities in the entire empire, pursuing the victory, and annihilating the Holy See in one fell swoop. However, the speakers of the House of Representatives were very calm, because they knew that the uranium-235 extracted from the Devil's Stone only had enough left to use the nuclear explosion technique once, and could not be used easily. As for uranium ore, they are already digging it. But considering the need to keep it strictly confidential, the progress has been very slow. It is said that the Alchemy Research Institute is thinking about an alchemy machine specially used for mining. Before this thing is ready, they can only use this terrifying new magic as their last trump card. All discussions naturally converged on Lin, the magic star. Lin raised his hand to suppress the noisy discussion in the conference room. Instead of rushing to make a conclusion, he looked at Dell and asked, "Besides this doomsday theory, are there any other changes in the Holy City?" The incarnation of the false god died, and according to his guess, the higher-ups of the Holy See should also have been affected in some way. Dell hesitated and replied, "I heard that the church recently elected a new saint." "The new saint? So fast?" Harib was somewhat shocked. After looking at each other with the other speakers, they all saw the solemn look in each other's eyes. "After all, what we killed was just an incarnation, and it had a limited impact on the false god's body," Aurora said with a sigh. "It seems that the Holy See needs to postpone its actions." "Speaker Vittorio, where is the presiding judge of the Holy See?" Lin suddenly asked. This legendary priest is undoubtedly their biggest victory this time. It is not an easy task to capture a legend alive. This time it was just a fluke. "I imprisoned him in a secret place. But this guy has a tough mouth, and my psychic magic can't break through the opponent's mental protection," Vittorio said with a headache. After his vision recovered 3 days ago, Vittorio began to interrogate Joshua. As a senior member of the Holy See, the other party is bound to know many secrets about the false god. However, this process did not go smoothly. The other party's soul was very strong, and his will was extremely firm. No matter how harsh the punishment, it was not enough to shake the other party's belief. Of course, after a few days of struggling, he was not without gains. Vittorio was very interested in the immortality of these legendary priests, so he cut off part of their body tissues for research. The result shocked him. After using the great disintegration technique to analyze a mass of flesh and blood, Vittorio thought he would get a bunch of basic elements that make up human tissue. Nothing at all. This mass of flesh and blood seemed to be fake. He could feel only the fluctuations of magical energy. "Are you saying that the presiding judge's body is made of magical energy?" Hera frowned deeply and asked in an almost questioning tone. "It is a fact that all wizards know that magic can mimic the elements. This mimetic element possesses almost all the properties of matter, but it still cannot reverse its essence, which is magic." "Or is he just a soul now?" Aurora asked, imagining it. Using magic power to carry the soul is not a great innovation. The soul strength of a great wizard or above can be separated from the body and exist independently as long as it has an energy supply. The projection magic and mirror magic she developed all used related techniques. But from the moment the spell was activated, magic power was constantly consumed to maintain the existence of consciousness. The more powerful the soul body is, the more terrifying its consumption is. "No, it's not that simple." Vittorio shook his head, as if thinking about how to describe it, and finally said after considering it, "In fact, before using the big disintegration, I thought it was a real piece of flesh and blood tissue. You can't even see through it?" Hera was quite surprised. It seems that these legends of the Holy See do have some skills. The biggest obstacle for them to reach a higher realm is the bondage of the body. Using magic power to replace the role of the body to support the soul body may be a feasible way. But the question is what should be done. This is not just as simple as reconstructing a body from magical mimicry. The congressmen present were discussing this extremely novel discovery, and Lin also fell into deep thought. What is the boundary between matter and energy? Linen's mind moved slightly, and Lin quickly thought of something. Mass can be converted into energy, and vice versa. It can even be evaluated by simply changing the mass-energy equation slightly. Of course, this statement is not very appropriate. because energy and matter are two sides of the same body, but they exist in different forms. For example, the famous Einstein once said that the so-called mass of a substance refers to the measure of its energy content. However, it is not easy to do this. Energy conversion quality was also the most cutting-edge field in the previous life of the Federation. The relevant records in the brain are limited and cannot provide him with much help. But how did Ella, who had a low cultural level, do it? Lin paused for a moment. And then, two words popped into his mind: magic. Psionic energy. It is only possible that these two forces, independent of federal science, helped each other achieve this. Chapter 435, even a god is still vulnerable to the new magic I developed. Lenin still remembered Jinao's evaluation of magic and soul power when he first traveled through time 2.5 years ago. They also seem to be a type of energy. So does the mass energy equation apply to psychic energy and magic? The more Lenin thought about it, the deeper he went. He vaguely felt that the road to legend seemed to be right in front of him. There is only one crucial breakthrough left. As for this breakthrough, it is naturally easiest to find it from the captured Judge Joshua. Thinking of this, Lin looked at Vittorio and asked, "Have you ever tried to strike at faith, Chancellor Vittorio?" For a fanatical believer, the so-called torture and humiliation are child's play. As long as their faith does not waver, everything they do is in vain. Not yet. Vittorio shook his head. 3 days was too short, and he still had to find time to study the structure of Joshua's stairs. He had only tried 5 interrogation plans for the time being. "Anyway, we can give it a try from this aspect," Lin suggested. "I want to see the presiding judge in person." Vittorio naturally had no objection. He hid Joshua in a secret place, not so that he could eat alone and conduct research in private, but because he was worried that the news would be leaked. Once the Holy See learns that the presiding judge has been captured by them and finds out where he is being held, they will definitely do everything they can to rescue this legendary priest. "By the way, I have another discovery that is related to you." Vittorio took out a 4-finger-thick book from his arms and put it on the table. He looked at Lin and said with a smile. Lin knew immediately that this was a Bible. However, the manuscript Vittorio took out was different from the manuscripts carried by ordinary priests and bishops. It looked extremely extraordinary. 99% of it was carried by the presiding Judge Joshua. Before Lin could ask anything, Vittorio opened the Bible. "The Holy See has issued a reward for you." Now not only Lin, but also the congressmen present came forward with great interest, and were immediately confused by the long series of zeros. 100 million. Imperial gold coins? After confirming several times that he had read correctly, Lenin's face was full of astonishment. "You must know that the kingdom's annual tax revenue is less than 10 million imperial gold coins. Good guy. Let's put it this way. I'm actually worth more than 10 years of the kingdom's tax revenue." Lin was dumbfounded. Unknowingly, he was as rich as anyone in the world. And what is that messenger of doom? In short, you'd better be careful. Such a high bounty will probably arouse the covetousness of many people, Vittorio reminded. Although Lin has now broken through and become a great wizard, and his combat power is also very powerful, there are not many people who can defeat him. But assassination is not a frontal battle, and all kinds of underhanded methods can be described as annoying. No matter how strong a person is, there is still the possibility of overturning. The Wizards' Council lasted for 3 hours before it ended. In view of the fact that the Holy See elected a new saint, the speakers suppressed the calls of the war faction after discussion and decided to temporarily suspend the attack on the Empire. First, stabilize the internal situation. The results they achieved this time were already very great. Not only did they regain the entire kingdom, they also captured a border territory of the Empire. The most important thing is that all newly acquired territories have been cleared. The local nobles have either been hanged or accepted the challenge. Apart from the obvious need to obey the king's orders, they will not be subject to any restrictions, constraints, very suitable for large-scale industrial development. However, for the senior leaders of the parliament, these are just side effects. Lin knows very well that a large nuclear explosion can only be used as a means of deterrence. Only by breaking through and becoming a true legend can we hope to completely defeat that false god. So after the meeting, Lin followed Vittorio to the secret location where Joshua was imprisoned. The location was much closer than he expected. It was actually deep underground in the conference room. "This basement is very secret. I searched it out from the Duke's brain. No one else knows about it," Vittorio explained. Moreover, another advantage of imprisoning him underground in the conference room is that a large number of guards will be arranged, which will not arouse the suspicion of others. Their residence is not far from this place. So if something unexpected happens, they can be there immediately. Vittorio complained to Lin about the difficulty of the presiding judge. After opening a heavy steel door, Lin saw Joshua being imprisoned, different from the arrogant and extraordinary appearance of the other party during the last meeting. The presiding judge at this moment looked miserable, his body being restrained by thick rune chains. Every few seconds, these rune chains will light up, releasing strong lightning strikes, and the muscles on Joshua's body will begin to tremble. This is Vittorio's new criminal method. In addition to severe pain, it can also make people's spirits highly tense at all times. For normal people, not to mention 3 days, even 3 hours, I'm afraid not many people can endure it. However, this presiding judge was different. With his eyes closed, his whole body was like a piece of wood. No matter how violent the lightning strike was, it was not enough to make him frown, as if he was dead and motionless. After all, this should be our second meeting. Right. Your Excellency. The presiding judge? Lin greeted casually. He won't reply to you. Just as Vittorio was about to say this, he saw Joshua open his eyes, staring at Lin with his eagle-like eyes, and whispered in a dry and hoarse voice, "Magic Star! Blasphemer! Lin!" Vittorio choked and didn't know what to say for a moment. He tortured the other party for 3 days, while Joshua pretended to be dead and never said a word. In this way, he, the legendary speaker, was not as good as Lin In, the great wizard, in the eyes of the other party. Just thinking of that terrifying nuclear explosion technique, Vittorio smiled bitterly, as if it was really not as good as it was. "Yes, it's me," Lin nodded, admitted, and then continued to ask, "Don't you want to know why you suddenly lost God's protection? And how you lost this war?" Joshua remained silent, as if he had turned back into the living dead again. Lin In didn't mind, but kept talking to himself about how he used a secret plan to defeat Shin Song and manipulate the Holy Seas Crusade. Joshua remained silent, as if the person being teased in Lin's words was not him. "It's a pity that you didn't see that scene. Your saint, the incarnation of that false god, was forced to use the gate of heaven under our siege. But this is exactly what I want, even if it is a god. In the new magic I developed, the great nuclear explosion technique is still vulnerable to a single blow." Lin In looked regretful, stared at Joshua, and said decisively, "So, your master is dead and died under my spell." Chapter 436 Joshua, the greatness of the Lord is not something you can understand. Lin's voice continued to echo in the secret room. Joshua's expression gradually changed from silence to anger. As the most devout believer of the moon goddess, he will naturally not allow anyone to tarnish the existence of the Lord. But when he heard Lin In talk about Saint Lucia using the gate of heaven, and the great Lord coming from the kingdom of God but dying under his new magic, Joshua's expression calmed down, and there was more peace on his face. A bit of mockery. Lin kept paying attention to Joshua's expression. Sometimes, even if the other party is unwilling to cooperate, some clues can be seen from the instant reaction. For example, when he told the details of the war just now, he was half truth, half false, and even had obvious mistakes. Joshua was not aware of it. However, when he mentioned that Ella was dead, the presiding judge's expression was surprising. His calmness showed no trace of worry or fear. Is it because there is an obvious loophole in his words that Lucia does not need to use the gate of heaven to complete the divine surrender? Or does Joshua have absolute confidence in the power of that false god? No, it's probably unlikely. Lin quickly dismissed this. Although Joshua was in the city of fire and oil when he was captured and was not able to witness with his own eyes how powerful the nuclear explosion technique he used was, he still felt the strong vibrations on the ground and the huge rising mushroom cloud. No matter how stupid they are, the other party will definitely realize that the Holy Seas Crusade has been defeated, and their god has too much to take care of. "It seems that you can determine the status of that false god, or whether it is alive or dead." A smile appeared on Lin In's face, and then he continued to speak. "Let me guess. That's probably why. Because, are you still alive?" Lin suddenly thought of this. Joshua's pupils shrank slightly, and his body trembled slightly, although he quickly reacted and suppressed the emotional changes. These slight changes in expression were enough for Lin. Obviously, I guessed it right. Arad had performed experiments on the captured bishops and priests all night long. After Saint Lucia was killed by him, these people could still release magic normally. On the contrary, the presiding judge was greatly affected. The influence was knocked down by a mere second ring magic. Lin couldn't help but guess that the higher the level of the clergy, the closer the connection with Ella. Once this false god falls, the church's top brass will probably be severely damaged or even die. Joshua's expression had returned to calmness. His sharp eyes like an eagle stared at the two people in front of him. And he spoke in a hoarse and mocking tone. Your resistance is meaningless. Wizard! Soon! The Lord's kingdom of heaven will descend from heaven and cover the entire earth. At that time, the glory of God will surely drive away all evil. Joshua's tone was pious and firm, as if he was reciting some kind of oath. Oh! Evil? Vittorio said with a sneer, as if he was hearing a ridiculous joke. The Lord you are talking about was once a member of the wizards. He was also the most evil psyker who used souls as nourishment to grow himself. He is the evil god you hate the most. To put it bluntly, she is just an executioner and a lucky person who relied on strength to win the war of faith. She then openly dismissed her former compatriots as evil and slaughtered them all. Vittorio's tone became more and more fierce, constantly exposing Ella's background. But he wanted to directly penetrate the faith in the heart of the presiding judge. When any believer of a god learns that the object of their faith is actually a rumored evil wizard, or even the evil god himself, he will definitely feel shocked and will either rush to refute or denounce their nonsense, defile the great goddess of the moon. Otherwise, there will be a complete collapse of faith. However, nothing happened as Vittorio expected, and Joshua just spoke indifferently. The greatness of the Lord is beyond your comprehension. Great? Did she really create this world as stated in the Bible? Lin said sarcastically. Don't be ridiculous. Just Ella. A false god trapped in a small planet? You can't even get out of the galaxy you are in. And the creation of the world is nonsense. How can you be called great? But Joshua's indifference also surprised Lin. It seems that the senior leaders of the Holy See are different from ordinary bishops and priests in that they do not really know anything about the God they believe in. In other words, if you want to become a high-level member of the Holy See and become a legendary priest, one of the conditions is to maintain the most devout faith even when you know the truth. Lenin couldn't help but be speechless. How pious a person must be to know that there is no difference between the Lord of Faith and the wizard who is promoted as the incarnation of evil, and yet still have unwavering faith. Ella's brainwashing ability is a bit too scary. Faced with the mocking words of Lin and others, Joshua refused to listen. Here, speak or speak, the whole person returned to the way it was before they came in, as if they were dead. Even though Vittorio intentionally insulted Ella, Joshua didn't react in any way and could only turn his head to look at Lin. See, this guy is so difficult to deal with. Lin also shook his head helplessly. He originally wanted to dig up some dirt on the false god and defeat the other party's belief from this aspect. Once the mental defense line collapsed, it would naturally be possible to search for memories. He even thought about what words to use to persuade the other party. But unfortunately Joshua's attitude was beyond his expectation, and he was very able to accept the fact that Ella was a wizard before. This means that all previous plans have come to nothing. Space vibration. Lin suddenly raised his hand, and an invisible ripple passed by and struck directly on Joshua's right arm. The sleeve forearm was completely broken at the elbow, and red blood spurted out. The forearm floated up before it hit the ground and landed on Lin's hand. It can also bleed. This is really miraculous. Lin sighed in admiration, somewhat doubting whether the other party had really completed the transformation of energy and matter. Immediately afterwards, wisps of flames ignited from the air, using high temperatures to stop the chief judge from bleeding to prevent him from bleeding to death. As for this forearm, it is of course prepared for research. Seeing that Joshua was not willing to cooperate, Lin did not waste his efforts. The sample in his hand also contained the theory of mass energy conversion. He believed that it would not be long before he could restore the path to becoming a legend. Chapter 437 Divine Punishment Night Ivina. In the northern part of the empire, in a remote village, the townspeople moved their twisted bodies numbly, as usual, and started the day's work. Working hard, feeding livestock, and moving goods. The village was an extremely busy scene, but everyone's movements seemed a bit stiff. A middle-aged man who looked like a blacksmith swung the hammer in his hand numbly, hitting the red sword body one after another. The body that was leaning forward suddenly shook, but the round head broke off and fell onto the hot sword. However, the blacksmith didn't notice it at all and continued to hammer, hammering the flesh, blood and brain into the red iron, in the sword. Until noon, this peaceful village welcomed a group of uninvited guests. Ivina led a group of God's punishment army knights into the village. But the moment she entered, the girl already noticed something was wrong. The village looks desolate and dilapidated. Many houses have collapsed and the roads are muddy. It can be seen from many traces that this place has been baptized by war not long ago. However, the townspeople of this village did not repair these dilapidated places. When they saw their arrival, they did not avoid them like ordinary poor people, and continued to work on their own. A knight of the gods' punishment army suddenly grabbed a man who was passing by. When he saw the man's dull expression, dull eyes, and the obvious marks of being pierced by a sharp blade on his chest, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. "They have been dead for at least 5 days," the gods' punishment knight said solemnly. "It's half a month," Ivina corrected, judging from the traces of war. As she spoke, Ivina took out the instrument for sensing magic with a solemn expression. The pointer rotated in a circle, and finally pointed to a mansion in the village. The 20 or so knights who entered the village took out the blades from their waists. "Is he the church lackey again? He is really haunted." Cold curses soon came from the mansion, and the words were full of disdain. Immediately afterwards, an old and withered face appeared in everyone's sight. The old man in black robe had gray hair and skin as dry as tree bark. The whole person looked like a skeleton. "Corpse or Wally?" Ivina's thoughts changed slightly, and she quickly recognized him, because the other party's information was recorded on the reward list of the Sinners chapter of the Bible. The reward is 15,000 imperial gold coins. "I hate the title of corpse stealer." The black-robed wizard frowned in dissatisfaction. These corpses are all creations of war. Without him, they would just be abandoned in the wilderness, gnawed by wild beasts, and eventually no bones would be left. What a waste! But it's different in their own hands. They can create greater value. Thinking of this, the wizard named Wally opened his hands, his face showing excitement and enthusiasm. "Look! How great the new type of ghoul I have researched is! How much food has been produced, and how many tools have been built in these half a month. They don't need to eat or rest. They only know how to obey orders. Perfect. This is simply the most perfect existence," the corpse thief said in a high tone. "Let the dead be responsible for the work, and the living be responsible for enjoying. Is there a better world than this?" The black-robed wizard finally found a few people to talk to, and he talked endlessly about his great research. It took him several years and countless experiments to finally awaken the previous memories of these corpses and let them spontaneously the beginning of farming and iron smelting. Next, he will teach these ghouls more things and let them do more work. Ivina and others looked at the rotting, festering, and stinking corpses in the village. Their expressions became more and more angry. They clenched the swords in their hands and interrupted the body snatchers. "Stop your nonsense and be judge. Sinner!" Hearing the name Sinner, Corpser, Wally's expression became very boring. "It seems that none of you can understand how great my research is. In that case, then you should stay and do your part for my new career," the corpse thief said with a sneer. And then masses of black mist emerged from his body. "Realm of the dead." After those ghouls with dull faces and sluggish movements came into contact with the black mist, their eyes suddenly turned red, and their bodies twisted and expanded into ghouls with ferocious muscles. "Field? Is it a great wizard?" The faces of the divine punishment knights present suddenly changed, and they shouted in panic. This was completely inconsistent with the 3-ring wizard written in the intelligence, although there seems to be only 1 ring difference between the 3rd ring and the 4th ring. Their combat power is vastly different. "Fight!" There was no fear on Ivina's face. She took the lead and rushed forward. The sword blade in her hand slashed out and cut an attacking corpse into 2 pieces in an instant. "Corpse explosion technique!" The black-robed wizard smiled gloomily, stretched out his hand, and the separated body of the corpse exploded immediately. The blood mist contained corpse poison and plague. Even if it had been taken, divine grace, potion, and the god's punishment knight couldn't take it down. However, Ivina had already disappeared under the blood mist with extraordinary speed. After half an hour of fighting, most of the more than 30 divine punishment knights were dead. And Ivina also had several scars filled with black mist on her body. And the head of the corpse robber, Wally, has been nailed to the slender blade. With the death of the caster, all the ghouls in the village lost their support and fell to the ground. The exhausted Ivina breathed a sigh of relief. "Thanks to you this time, Ivina." A divine punishment knight looked frightened. If the girl's desperate fighting style hadn't confused the body snatchers and gave them the opportunity to attack in close combat, then everyone would have died here and become a corpse. "It's a pity. They still are." Elena looked at the corpses of her colleagues around her and sighed. "When dealing with these wizards, casualties are always inevitable," the god's punishment knight said with anger and helplessness. In fact, It was extremely lucky to be able to kill a great wizard with less than 20 casualties of the Divine Punishment Knights. At least they protected more Empire citizens from being harmed by the other side. Elena nodded, forced herself to hold on, and together with the remaining colleagues, gathered these corpses together and burned them all to prevent the possible spread of the plague. Melodious hymn soon sounded in the village. May your souls avoid falling into purgatory, and may you ascend to heaven and enjoy eternal joy. Ivina prayed in a low voice, looking at the rising fire. She couldn't help but recall the past. More than 2 years ago, in Harbor Town. It was this kind of fire that made her wake up, break away from her family, and see a wider world. As someone said, the world is too big to be imagined, and a small baronetship is nothing at all. That dome-like title once blocked all her vision. But now she could decide the life or death of a baron with just one sentence. The original vision, obsession and hatred seemed extremely ridiculous now. But why do you want to become a wizard? Chapter 438 Ivina. I can't imagine how terrifying a country controlled by wizards would be. During the time when she left Harbor Town, Ivina experienced confusion and uncertainty, and also encountered many dangers. Fortunately, her swordsmanship was not weak and was enough to deal with most threats. So she was able to survive. Then she went to the Holy City, worked hard to pass the selection of the God's Punishment Army, and got the opportunity to be reborn and drink the potion of divine grace. In the past 2 years, in order to obtain information about Lot, Ivina joined the most dangerous witch-hunting unit in the God's Punishment Army, and witnessed the evil, madness and hysteria of witches with her own eyes. They master powerful and strange witchcraft, hide in the dark and conduct unknown research. They are the spreaders of plague and the source of pain. All kinds of experiences gave Ivina a deeper understanding of the descriptions of wizards in the Bible. And she also developed a new belief. That is, to eliminate the minions of these evil gods and save more people. Complex thoughts passed through Ivina's mind, but they were quickly interrupted by the vibration coming from the ground. This was the feeling of a large number of legions being dispatched, and Ivina immediately became vigilant. Barbarians often attacked the northern border of the empire, and the villages in front of her were likely to be massacred by them. However, after seeing clearly the flying Holy Emblem flag in the distance, Ivina's heart suddenly relaxed. What came rushing all the way was none other than the Holy See's Divine Punishment Legion. Ivina immediately mounted her horse and led people to greet them, and reported exactly what happened in the village. You did a good job, Ivina. You were able to kill the Great Wizard. It seems that your strength has improved a lot. Gustav, the commander of the God's Punishment Army, looked at the 18 or 19-year-old girl in front of him without hesitation. Words of appreciation. Ivina is probably the person who has the most perfect integration of the power of the Divine Grace Potion in the past hundreds of years. And her physical fitness is much stronger than the ordinary Divine Punishment Knight. The only flaw is that his talent for divine arts is sparse and mediocre. Gustav took out the Bible from his waist, read the chapter about the body thief in the sinner's chapter, added the word execute at the end, and raised the reward to 40,000. Ivina's face showed a little more joy. She doesn't care about the amount of money. After all, the salary paid on weekdays is enough for her daily use. It's just that the increase in bounties means that the families of the deceased Divine Punishment Knights can receive more pensions. It's time for us to go back to the Holy City. Gustav put the Bible in his arms and looked in the direction of the Holy City. But, sir, according to our investigation, the frequent activities of wizards in the northern part of the empire are probably related to an evil god, Ivina said hesitantly. During the time she joined the witch-hunting force, Ivina had fought against evil gods more than once, and she knew very well how much harm this thing could cause. If it was not removed in time, it would easily kill tens of thousands, or even tens of thousands of people. 100,000 casualties. I understand your concerns very well, Ivina, but we have more important things to do now. Gustav's expression was very solemn. Not long ago, I received news that a tragedy occurred within the empire. The group of wizards who were originally hiding overseas raided the kingdom of Hadrada in the west of the empire, using the crown prince dispute as a bargaining chip. They encouraged the second prince, Hatar, to commit patricide and supported him to become the leader, the puppet king. So now that the entire kingdom has fallen, it has probably become a paradise for wizards and demons, Gustav said with a sigh. Ivina's face was full of astonishment, and a chill could not help but rise in her heart. She couldn't imagine how terrifying a country ruled by wizards would be, and how many bloody tragedies would occur. Ivina once participated in solving an evil god's disaster. Several crazy evil god believers took control of a fortified city in the north. where they carried out large-scale blood sacrifices. Tens of thousands of poor people were slaughtered and turned into the evil god's power. Food for growth. The horrific scene still surrounds Ivena's mind. Lord Commander, are we going back this time to attack those wizards? A divine punishment knight quickly asked. Ivena tightened the thin blade in her hand. In this way, the crisis facing the Empire now is indeed more severe than that in the north. Gustav shook his head. No. In fact, the church has sent 2 expeditions. And the results are. As a result, Saint Lucia died in battle. The presiding judge was captured alive. And all the crusade was destroyed. Gustav's voice was very soft. But it sounded like thunder in everyone's ears. The divine punishment knights present all had their eyes widened. And they couldn't believe what they heard. Ivena was no exception. Her eyes flashed with disbelief. In the past, no matter what kind of enemies they faced, as long as the church was determined to clean them out, they would surely win. However, this time the crusade encountered such a disastrous defeat. She didn't know how powerful Her Majesty the Holy Maiden and the Lord Judge were. But she had seen with her own eyes Gustav, the leader of the god's punishment army, taking action. The terrifying evil god, who had absorbed the flesh and blood of tens of thousands of people, would be easily killed by Gustav, who possessed the power of a god. According to the oracle, the end has arrived, Gustav said with a solemn expression. Doomsday? Ivena whispered softly. Not bad. Gustav nodded, and then explained. As the Bible says, the sin and endless desires in the hearts of the world will eventually lead to disaster. The more powerful the evil spells mastered by wizards are, the harbinger of the end. Doomsday? After experiencing the initial shock and panic, Ivena and the other divine punishment knights gradually calmed down, their eyes full of determination. They have already put life and death aside, and no matter what, they must kill those wizards who spread chaos and prevent the end. The Pope has a very important task that needs to be entrusted to you. Gustav looked at Ivena and said suddenly, Please give me your orders. Lord Commander. Ivena responded respectfully. You have been stranded in the north. You have only taken the divine grace potion and have not yet undergone the baptism of divine rituals. Those wizards probably have no way to confirm your identity. So you are the most suitable candidate. Gustav said slowly. He spoke. Soon, we will create an opportunity for you to enter the kingdom of Hadra Tower as a wizard. Those kingdoms run by wizards. Chapter 439, the greatest discovery in the history of magic, the magic power conversion equation. Lord Gustav, why don't you let me go instead? A divine punishment knight suggested, not having the heart to let such a young Ivena carry out such a dangerous mission. He didn't know what the Elda's wizards had done to the kingdom. But when he thought about it, he knew that it was hard to describe it with the word sinister. Among the grassroots divine punishment knights, there are also many people who have not been able to undergo divine baptism because they lack the talent for divine magic and do not need to cultivate it. He is one of them. This is not mandatory. You can also refuse. There will be no punishment. I will ask the Pope for instructions before sending others. Gustav did not mean to embarrass Ivena. A chess piece that sneaks into the enemy's position will only do bad things if it is not done voluntarily. No, there is no need to trouble others. Just let me go, Ivena said with a determined look. If the doomsday cannot be prevented, everyone will fall into purgatory. In such a crisis, no one can escape. Gustav was very satisfied with the girl's consciousness and spoke with relief. You don't have to worry too much. I don't think those wizards will make things too difficult for an apprentice. Having said this, Gustav asked the adjutant on the side to bring a piece of information and hand it to Ivena. This is your next identity, and the wizards you need to pay special attention to. It's best to make more preparations in the past few days. Ivena nodded solemnly, took the document, and turned it over. It recorded the wizard's unique parliamentary system, hierarchical differentiation, personnel composition, and the identity information of several speakers. The girl wrote it down one by one, but when she turned to the last page and saw the information above, she couldn't help but froze. On the page is a portrait drawn by the best painter in the Empire. It is a wizard who is about 20 years old, with brown hair. He looks very gentle, and does not have the crazy or dangerous feeling of wizards at all. But the other party's bounty is terrifyingly high. The reward amount is a full 100 million Empire gold coins. As for those so-called legendary wizards, the leaders of the council are just getting bounties worth tens of millions. What worries Ivena even more is Lin's experience, which triggered a doomsday disaster, annihilated the Holy Sea's crusade, and led to the fall and war of the kingdom. Destroy half of the harbor town. Bringer of doom. Lin. Ivina murmured in a low voice. The other person's experience vaguely reminded her of her brother Lot. Soon. Ivina shook her head secretly. How can it be? At most, they are just slightly similar in age and hair color. This wizard named Lin was so powerful that he killed the Holy See of the Holy See and wiped out tens of thousands of the Holy See's crusade in the blink of an eye. Thinking about it, maybe his brother should be just a pawn or apprentice of the other party. He is the most important target of this mission. Lin, who is hailed as the magic star by those wizards, Gustav said solemnly. If we are not mistaken, he should also be the culprit who destroyed your hometown, Harbor Town. When Ivina joined the God's Punishment Army, he had already investigated the other party's identity. Naturally, he also knew that Ivina's brother Lot died in the riot. According to rumors, Baron Pedril also suffered a huge blow because of this. Mental blow. It can be said that an originally beautiful aristocratic family was shattered. I will do my best to complete the mission, Lord Gustav. Ivina put away the information in her hand, with a complicated expression in her eyes. Very good. If you can succeed, then you will be the greatest contributor to saving tens of millions of people in the Empire, the leader of the God's Punishment Army said encouragingly. What a pity that the Pope did not choose you to be the new saint. At this point, Gustav shook his head with regret. They underestimated the potential of this body of yours. He had never seen anyone with such outstanding fighting talent. Wizards may possess powerful and evil witchcraft, but their attainments in the field of melee combat are usually limited. Once they are careless and fall into melee combat, even great wizards may be beheaded. Although judging from the collected information, the magic star is not as simple as an ordinary wizard. But Ivina also has another weapon, and that is beauty. If used properly, it can be more deadly than any poison. Combining these points is the reason why he recommended to the Pope that Ivina should perform this task. On the border of the Empire, in the city of Fire Oil, Lin did not know that the church had secretly formulated a plan for him, and was devoting himself wholeheartedly to the research of divine arts and magic. Amazing! This is really amazing! Lin used microscopic magic that could magnify 200 times, and made a detailed inspection of Judge Joshua's forearm, and admired it. After several days of research, he discovered many interesting things. Just as I had guessed before, the church must have mastered some method of transforming matter using magical energy. As a medium, it is foreseeable that this is the most important method for promotion to legend. If I could describe it in one sentence, it would be that the flesh and blood are weak and the energy is soaring. In addition, he also discovered that magical energy and magic power are essentially the same thing. But the difference is that there are subtle differences in the magic power of wizards. Powerful wizards can often confirm a person's identity through magic. It was so easy for Helram to see through his flawless shaping magic. The magical energy mastered by all priests, bishops and even cardinals is highly similar, and cannot be distinguished at all. Lin suspected that the essence of divine energy was that Ella had given her a personal mark, or that it contained special magic power containing her will. While thinking about whether he could use the magic network to do the same thing, Lin recorded all the thoughts in his mind on a parchment roll. The title is clearly Analysis and Research Report on Divine Energy. Lin is preparing to publish it in Magic Weekly this week, which will help break wizards' fear and panic about God. Next to it is the Periodic Table of Elements, written not long ago, and a large stack of manuscript papers. The manuscript paper is full of messy formulas, conspicuous scratches and rough line segments. If there is a wizard who is proficient in arcane mathematics, he will definitely be able to see that this is an unfinished equation system. Lin calls it the magic conversion equation. If it can be perfected, it will definitely be the greatest discovery in the history of magic so far. The most important thing is that this is a truly original magic theory. It is the foundation for revealing the essence of magic and becoming a legend. Chapter 440 Energy Body and Mass Energy Equation. Since traveling to this world, Lin has been thinking about a question. What exactly is magic? Or what are the characteristics of this thing? Hundreds of years of research by wizards have laid some foundations for him. They have summarized many characteristics of magic, such as it can be controlled by mental power, affected by specially arranged runes, and most importantly, it can mimic elements. When Lin was making the periodic table of elements, he discovered through a large number of experiments that when a wizard casts spells and imitates various elements, the amount of magic consumed is directly related to the atomic number, period, and family of an element. The most influential one is the atomic number, which is the number of the element in the periodic table. This number is arranged according to the number of protons, nuclear charge, inside the nucleus. For example, the serial number of hydrogen is 1, which means that the number of protons in its nucleus is also 1. The atomic number of uranium is 92. So the number of protons in this nucleus is 92. The rest of the elements are the same. If an element with a higher number loses too much mass, its position in the periodic table will change and become another element. Yes, it's like the legendary Midas touch that fundamentally changes the properties of an element. Nuclear fission and the decay of radioactive elements are the best examples. In turn, two light atomic nuclei can also combine to form a heavier atomic nucleus. This is the so-called nuclear fusion. Since there are rules, it is naturally possible to calculate. For example, the helium element with atomic number 2 is composed of 2 protons and 2 neutrons. Assume that the amount of magic that needs to be consumed when mimicking is 6. The lithium element with an atomic number of 3 has an internal structure of 3 protons and 4 neutrons. Assume that the magic power consumed during mimicry is 11. Then you only need to list a simple equation, and you can conclude that the magic power consumed by the mimic proton is 1. And the magic power consumed by the neutron is 2. Of course, this is the most perfect and simple model. The reality is not that easy. Mimic lithium only consumes about 60% more magic than helium. Obviously, it's not just quality that affects mana consumption. It is possible that part of the magic power needs to be consumed when constructing the mimetic element. This part of the value needs to be subtracted from the calculation. Perhaps the impact of the light mass electrons orbiting the core needs to be considered. Lennon wrote down all the variables that may affect the magic power consumption. As long as the influence of other factors can be eliminated, the value of each basic particle of the magic mimicry can be roughly calculated. Unconsciously, a whole sheet of manuscript paper was filled with complicated formulas. But figuring out this value is just the beginning. He also needs to solve the second problem: how to turn the mimic elements into real substances. This is the biggest difficulty. Lin frowned and pondered for a while, and soon thought of the answer. That is energy. Only energy can do this. Lin N had an enlightenment, and immediately wrote down the variations of the mass-energy equation on paper. M equals E/C caret 2. The meaning is that mass is equal to energy divided by the speed of light squared. According to Lin N's prediction, as long as enough energy is provided, and then based on the elements of magic mimicry, the energy and quality can be transformed. And with this, a body of energy capable of carrying the soul can be created. Legend. This is how to become a legend. After getting a glimpse of the road ahead, Lennon's face couldn't help but have a hint of excitement. However, after calculating carefully with a pen, he immediately discovered a very big problem. That is, the amount of energy required to transform mass is unbelievably terrifying. According to the mass-energy equation, the mass of 1 gram is equivalent to 90 trillion joules of energy, which is equivalent to the explosion of 20,000 tons of TNT explosives, or a critical mass nuclear explosion. And I weigh over 100 kilograms. If I were to completely transform my body with energy, it would definitely be an astronomical figure. I must have overlooked something. Lin N frowned and began to think, then stretched out his hand, and the most basic hydrogen element suddenly condensed into shape, followed by helium, lithium, and beryllium. Soon, 49 elements were suspended in the palm of the hand, constantly rotating around each other. Lin picked up the pen again and started writing on the page. Magic power itself is a special kind of energy, and the imitation elements it uses should account for a large part of the consumption. So the energy required will be much smaller than the calculated value. As for why magic has such properties, further research is needed. But even if the final energy consumed is only 1/10 of the expected amount, it is still a large number. Lin touched his chin. He can think of many devices that can provide such huge energy, and the most efficient one is the antimatter annihilation device. It's just that he doesn't have the equipment to extract antimatter now, so he can only settle for the next best thing and choose a nuclear fusion reactor. Lin calculated how much power a nuclear reactor would need to provide energy, and then thought that his body itself had a lot of mass, and that it might be possible to use it through some kind of magic to further reduce energy consumption. Strange. Where did that false god find so much energy? Lin N was very confused. In order to build a body with a magic frame and full of energy, he racked his brains and even used a nuclear fusion reactor. Even though I'm on it, I'm still worried that it won't be enough to sustain consumption. Then how did Ella achieve promotion to legend? Could it be using soul power? Lin N suddenly thought of this possibility, and suddenly felt a chill running from the soles of his feet to his heart. When he was in Harbor Town, she now once proposed using soul power as an energy reserve to supplement consumption. 071. According to my formula, how many souls does it take to create an energy body? Lin En asked curiously. Not counting energy loss. It requires the soul power of 200,000 people, or 50,000 apprentices, and 10,000 formal wizards. Lin took a breath when he heard this value. This does not include the loss of energy. Otherwise, it is possible to double it, or even several times. You must know that there are no 10,000 official wizards in the entire wizarding land, and it is impossible for the other party to attack priests and bishops. So they can only be poor people. I have to say, Ella, you are really cruel. If you kill an incarnation of the opponent, it is equivalent to consuming hundreds of thousands of that false god's soul power reserves. I just don't know how many souls Ella has harvested over the years. Millions? Tens of millions? Or billions? Lin En thought for a while and felt that it shouldn't be that exaggerated. It was impossible for the church to harvest the souls of every dead person. At least it had to be a believer. Otherwise, the power possessed by the other party would be too terrifying. Chapter 441, Thousands of Miles to Help. The Empire's Witch Hunt. In the city of Kerosene, in a laboratory in the manor, Lin was thinking and listing formulas. The night passed before he knew it, and his thoughts were not interrupted until the morning by a knock on the door. Come in. Lin En rubbed his head. His thoughts were gradually freed from the large number of formulas, and he looked at the door. Mr. Dean? It was Pierce who walked through the door. What's the matter? Lin asked. It's news from within the Empire. Speaker Harov asked me to ask what you mean. Pierce said hesitantly. Empire? Lin En couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and many speculations flashed through his mind. It's not like the Holy See is going to attack again. Right. If that happens, it proves that Ella has found a way to crack the nuclear explosion technique, which is undoubtedly the worst news. Fortunately, Pierce quickly explained that it was not the Holy See that launched the attack, but the propaganda of priests and bishops within the Empire that led to the most terrifying witch hunt in history. Although wizards were originally hunted and disliked within the Empire, capable wizards could still get by as long as they did not reveal magic, engage in evil human body research, or engage in sensational activities such as sacrifices. Go down. The better ones will cooperate with the local nobles to help them deal with some shady matters, while the worse ones will be like his mentor Kalu, who used an identity to deceive some wealthy apprentices to support his magic research. However, with the spread of doomsday theories, the fear of wizards among believers and ordinary people has increased day by day, and the nobles no longer dare to take huge risks to continue cooperation, which has led to a large number of wizards hiding in the dark being dug out. According to the spies' reports, dozens of killings of wizards have occurred in the western region alone. Now many wizards are preparing to flee to the kingdom. A mutual aid organization for wizards has even been established in the western region. The parliament is considering whether to send an airship to pick them up. Pierce truthfully told all the information he had heard. Lin hesitated and sent an airship into the Empire. This was undoubtedly a very dangerous move. They are still at war with the Holy See, but in the past half-month, the other side has no intention of large-scale counterattack, and has tended to temporarily cease the war. This is obviously the deterrent established by the large nuclear explosion technique, which makes the Holy See fearful and dare not launch an attack rashly without knowing their details. As for the Parliament, the same is true. Now the only trump card in his hand is nuclear explosion. The reserves of uranium-235 can only be used for one more nuclear explosion magic and cannot be used easily. The longer time goes on, the more beneficial it is to them. On the one hand, the mining of uranium, or is on the other hand, preparations for war and the promotion of legends. Sending airships to enter the country now is likely to anger the Holy See and directly lead to the outbreak of a new round of war. Master Dean, do you want to reject this motion? Alok asked cautiously. Lin En's choice is undoubtedly very critical, although most of the members now believe that they need to send people to ask for help. If the Dean insists on objecting, there is a high probability that this bill will not be passed. After all, Lin En, who was able to release nuclear explosions and kill the incarnation of the false god, had become the wizard's trump card, and his words were sometimes even more critical than the speaker. Let's save it! Lin En thought for a while and made a decision. If we don't even dare to enter the country for rescue, the Holy See will only think that we are bluffing. This may be a test by the opponent, and you must fight back, Lin En said decisively. Okay. Alok was extremely happy and reported immediately. As an enterprising wizard, he naturally agreed to fight back hard against the Holy See who dared to kill wizards. After receiving Lin En's affirmative answer, The council no longer delayed and immediately dispatched more than 20 airships, escorted by new fighter planes, to the Empire for rescue immediately. At noon, in the western part of the Empire, a dense forest was crowded with people, and there were constant sounds of screams, wailing, and fighting. "Kill these minions of evil! The spreaders of doom!" the leading archbishop shouted loudly, and a large number of knights around him had already loaded their crossbows. For a moment, a sharp rain of arrows appeared in the dense forest. Most of the arrows were blocked by spells, or were shot into tree trunks and shrubs. But they were not without success. A small apprentice was unable to dodge, and was penetrated by several arrows in the back. The man rolled and fell to the ground, and lost his voice in an instant. "Amon!" The older witch was stunned. Fire surged around her body, condensing into several fireballs, and flying out with an ear-piercing scream. The violent explosion tore apart a dozen knights in front. But at the next moment, more crossbow arrows flew out from the smoke and fire, and together with the holy light impact cast by the 3 bishops, they broke through the witch's protection and destroyed her. It exploded into a ball of blood mist, seeing the sacrifice of the official wizards, unable to even slightly block the opponent's offensive. The fleeing wizards felt terrified. The continuous rain of arrows continued, probably because they were afraid of the powerful and strange witchcraft of the wizards. The knights did not come forward to fight in close combat, but continued to use arrows and crossbows from a distance to consume their magic power. From time to time, some people fell behind due to exhaustion, or fell to the ground after being hit by arrows. "Lord Lucas, what should we do now?" several fleeing wizards asked anxiously, knowing that everyone would die here if this continues. "Those damn traitors!" the wizard named Lucas also yelled. Originally, they formed the Mutual Aid Association in order to deal with the increasingly severe pursuit of the Holy See, and planned how to escape safely to the kingdom of Hadera Tower, which was said to be run by wizards. But they didn't expect that there was a traitor inside who betrayed the location of their gathering. The church had already sent people to ambush there, and they all came out while they were discussing. After a series of fierce battles, more than 300 wizards and a large number of apprentices were killed. There were heavy casualties, and only about 100 people escaped. Lucas was furious, but he had no choice but to comfort him. "Everyone, please hold on a little longer. As long as we escape to the city of fire and oil, we will be safe. That is the territory of the wizards. When we get there, we no longer have to worry about being pursued by the Holy See, nor do we have to hide our identities. We can perform magic openly." Lucas kept talking about the wonderful life in the future. Although he is still not sure whether the news is true, he must stabilize the situation now. If everyone loses hope, then they will really be doomed. Chapter 442. Ivina sneaked into the enemy camp. The shock brought by the airship and fighter planes. Is there really such a place in the Wizarding Kingdom? Although all the wizards present had heard the news, because the rumors were so exaggerated, they could not help but be a little skeptical. Some even thought it was a scam by the church to attract them to fall into the trap. In silence, Lucas led the crowd and ran all the way through the barriers of woods and bushes. But what made all the wizards despair was that after they ran out of the dense forest, there was an endless wilderness outside, which meant that they would have no place to hide. Only then did Lucas realize that the knights had deliberately driven them in this direction. At the moment when he was distracted, dozens of arrows shining with divine magic sprang out from the dense forest behind him. "Get out of the way!" Amidst a burst of urgent shouts, Lucas also sensed the approaching danger, and almost instantly a mage shield was attached to his body. However, the strong magic shield did not have much effect in front of these arrows blessed with demon-breaking magic, and was quickly broken. One of the arrows directly penetrated the shield, and was deeply embedded in his shoulder. Lucas' face was twisted, but more of a look of fear, because the remaining demon-breaking arrows were shooting towards his chest. "Kill!" At this moment, the girl's low voice suddenly sounded, and a slender sword blade passed by Lucas. Sparks flew everywhere, and the 3 demon-breaking arrows were actually beaten. Fall. Lucas took a few steps back in shock, only to realize that the person who took action was a young brown-haired girl with delicate features, a bit of dust on her face, and a cold and stern look between her eyebrows. "Thank you for your help," Lucas said gratefully, thinking slightly in his mind, and quickly recognized the girl in front of him. Ivina, a wizard of the White Dove School, is proficient in shaping. It is said that before becoming a wizard, she was a noble child and had a strong swordsmanship. But just yesterday, the Baijiu School's residence was attacked by a large number of witch hunters. The entire school was almost wiped out. and only 2 people escaped and joined the Mutual Aid Association. Lucas couldn't help but sigh. There were too many wizarding schools that had been severely damaged or even wiped out in recent times. Ivina's White Dove School was not the first, nor the last. Let's leave the words of thanks until later. Now is not the time to talk about this, Ivina responded lightly, and swung her sword again to cut off the arrow on Lucas' shoulder. Considering the blood loss, Ivina did not pull it out, and this was not the place to treat the wound. I know there is a village not far from this wilderness. Maybe we can get rid of these enemies there. Ivina glanced at the knight rushing out of the dense forest and continued speaking very quickly. The wizards present were immediately overjoyed. But the joy in their hearts only lasted for a short moment, because everyone saw that it was impossible for them to outrun the cavalry in the wilderness unless they left some people behind. Lucas gritted his teeth, understanding that now either everyone would die, or some of them would have to give up. Look! What is that? Suddenly a wizard pointed at the sky and exclaimed, and all the wizards looked in the direction of his finger. Wherever you look, black spots appear on the horizon in the distance, and they are quickly approaching here. The ship! That seems to be a ship flying in the sky! Ivina, who has the best eyesight, murmured. As Ivina said, when these flying objects get close, they look like huge and majestic ships flying in the sky. The whole body is green and blue, and there is a huge oval-shaped airbag erected on the top of the ship, which is tightly bound by dozens of strong chains, revealing an industrial beauty. Is this an airship? Ivina was shocked. Although she had seen information about this thing in the information, she still couldn't hide the shock in her heart when she saw the real thing with her own eyes. Such a huge thing can actually fly in the sky. Not only the wizards also saw these air overlords, but the knights of the church also noticed the sudden appearance of the airship. However, the speed of pursuit increased instead of decreasing. But they wanted to catch Lucas and others before the support of the wizards arrived. Catch them all in one fell swoop. Hold on! Everyone! Our reinforcements have arrived! Lucas shouted loudly to boost morale. But the official wizards and apprentices around him still felt heavy, because in front of them was a cavalry group of 4,000 people led by dozens of bishops. The sound of horse hooves hitting the ground got closer and closer, sending up clouds of smoke and dust that surged towards everyone like a wave. The crossbow arrows were also restringed, and the sharp arrows had a cold glow under the noon sun. Ivina held the thin blade in her hand solemnly, in order to make her infiltration plan perfect. She did not know each other or have any contact with the bishops who came to hunt the wizards. She only made relevant escape plans. For example, there is a secret passage in the village she mentioned just now, where one can evade pursuit and win the trust of these fellow wizards. But this means that he will also be hunted down by friendly forces without restrictions. Even Ivina was not 100% sure that she could defend against such a dense array of arrows and crossbows. Just when the witch hunter knights had loaded their crossbows and were about to activate them, a huge roar sounded above everyone's heads. And then the light was distorted, and 2 fighter planes with a wingspan of more than 10 meters appeared in front of everyone. It looked like a Dogard Falcon that had been enlarged several times, and its entire body was made of steel. It passed over Lucas and others at an incredible speed. The airflow rolled up by the huge wings blew. After scattering the surrounding dust, he rushed towards the group of 4,000 knights. The oncoming steel fighter jet quickly attracted the attention of the witch-hunting knights, and they aimed their crossbows in the air. However, the speed of the fighter jet was too fast. At a speed of 360 kilometers per hour, it was difficult to carry out the attack effectively. Aim. The next moment, the violent roar of machine guns rang in everyone's ears, almost shattering their eardrums. Tongues of flames burst out from the machine cannon, and the fierce barrages hit the bodies of the witch-hunting knights, instantly piercing the armor and beating the flesh and blood into sieves. Red blood flew across the battlefield, and there were screams of pain. The land that the fighter jets passed over left a terrifying trail of blood. In just 10 seconds and a single charge, hundreds of witch-hunting knights fell into a pool of blood. Corpses and broken arms were scattered all over the battlefield, and the strong smell of blood filled the air. Chapter 443 Ivina, this is not magic. It is simply a punishment from heaven. Under the continuous strafing fire from the 2 fighter planes, nearly 1/5 of the prey knights fell on the battlefield in just 10 seconds. Devil. This is the creation of the devil. Witnessing several of his colleagues beside him being beaten into several pieces by the intensive barrage, a prey knight was so frightened that he actually peed in fear. But this was just the beginning, because round things were already falling from the sky. As Ivina and the wizards watched, the white phosphorus bomb exploded directly in midair, igniting the air and turning into gorgeous fireworks. covering the battlefield. The remaining 3,000 knights were instantly drowned in the sea of white phosphorus fire. The high temperature, highly corrosive, and highly toxic white phosphorus fire is just like the rumored existence in the abyss. It can swallow all the fire of H.L. Once it is contaminated, it will burn through the armor like tarsal maggots and burn away the flesh and blood. The entire battlefield soon turned into purgatory. The ignited knights fell off their horses one by one, letting out bursts of painful and shrill howls. The ground was burned into scorched earth by the scorching temperature. And a strong thorn came. The breath of the nose keeps coming. Retreat! Retreat! The leading archbishop shouted crazily. The witch-hunting knights, who had already lost their courage, quickly drove their horses and retreated desperately, trying to escape back to the dense forest. But the fighter planes would not let them go so easily. They chased after them and shot out all the cannon ammunition. They even felt that it was not enjoyable enough. So they directly dived at low altitude and used laser weapons to directly kill the fleeing witch-hunter knights. Cut in half. Lucas and the others just watched helplessly as the witch-hunting knights, who were rushing towards them like wolves and tigers, and were about to destroy them all, quickly collapsed under several rounds of blows, and fell to the ground only 70 meters away from them, on the wasteland. What a terrifying weapon! In the crowd, a plainly dressed wizard whispered tremblingly. On the side, Ivina finally understood why the Holy Sea's crusade was defeated by these wizards, while the two fighter planes continued to pursue the remaining soldiers. A dozen airships slowly descended from the sky and were neatly arranged in the wilderness. When these alchemical creations fell from the sky, everyone realized that they had underestimated the size of the airship. It was as high as a 4 or 5-story house. And it was bigger than a house. Del walked off the airship with more than 100 musketeers. When he saw the disgraced Lucas, he immediately opened his arms and greeted him, and gave him a warm hug. How's it going? We came in time. Right. Old man? Of course. In time. Very timely. Lucas was so excited that it was hard to describe. If these airships had arrived half a minute late, they would have been trampled by these witch-hunting knights. It's a pity. It would have been better if you could have come a day or two earlier, Lucas said with regret, and told him about the large-scale massacre that occurred in the western part of the Empire in recent days. Hearing this, Del was extremely angry. If it weren't for the lack of manpower and limited ammunition brought out this time, he would have liked to go to the Holy City and blow up the statue of the false god. Sooner or later we will destroy the Holy See and the Empire. This day will not be long, Del said viciously. If someone had told him about the destruction of the Holy See and the Empire 5 minutes ago, Lucas would have thought that it was just the fantasy of an ignorant person. But now a feeling of expectation arose in his heart. At Del's invitation, hundreds of wizards and their apprentices boarded the airship in batches. As the auxiliary airbags were filled again, airships larger than houses carried these wizards into the sky. What kind of magic is this that can allow such a big thing to fly freely into the sky? Lucas asked in surprise, and then looked at the first-generation fighter plane that had returned. There are also these big birds made of steel, which are much faster than the fastest Guard Falcon. No, the Guard Falcon can't even compare to half of its wings, Lucas said with emotion. The alchemy creation under our feet is called an aerial airship, as well as that new type of fighter plane. They are all the work of Master Lin In, Del said quite proudly. Is that the magic star? Lucas paused. He had had several contacts with Del, who went to the Empire to investigate for news, and had some understanding of the situation of the Wizards' Council. So he came up with the decision to form a Wizards' Mutual Aid group to escape from the kingdom together. Naturally, he had heard of this famous magic star. Not bad. Del nodded. With these powerful alchemical creations, no wonder the Holy Sea's crusade was defeated by you. And even Saint Lucia died on the battlefield. Lucas couldn't help but admire. The rest of the wizards also looked at Delaware. They had also heard about the defeat of the crusade. You have misunderstood. Del shook his head. Although airships, fighter planes, and other new weapons are very powerful, they cannot completely defeat the crusade led by two legendary magicians. In the first battle, we suffered a lot of casualties, but we relied on Master Lin In to use an extremely powerful magic to wipe out all the saints of the Holy See and tens of thousands of crusaders. Everyone present looked at each other, wondering why the words were getting more and more exaggerated. They couldn't imagine what kind of power could kill tens of thousands of elite troops in one go. As for the power of that magic, you will be able to see it soon, Del shrugged. Even he couldn't believe it until he witnessed the fact with his own eyes. Lucas was confused, but half an hour later he understood everything Del said. because the airship had already flown over the nuclear explosion zone. Below was an extremely terrifying scene, and everything he could see was scorched earth. The land with a radius of more than 10 kilometers was dissolved and solidified into blocks of glass, and countless wreckage could be seen on the periphery. Some of them were Imperial soldiers, whose bodies were evaporated alive by the high temperature, and some were completely dissolved and then cooled and solidified to stick to the earth. Iron River. Well, 20 days ago, there was still a mine there. Del pointed in the direction of the center of the nuclear explosion zone. Lucas glanced towards the center. There were no mines where the other party was pointing. There were only huge holes left, bottomless, as if leading to the abyss and H.L. This too. Magic? Ivina said with a trembling voice. The terrifying scene in front of her exceeded her most terrifying imagination about magic. Even the most powerful divine spell that Lord Gustav had ever performed was only 1,000th less powerful. This is simply a divine punishment. Chapter 444. The Shocked Ivina. The grand occasion of the City of Fire will. There are not a few wizards who are as frightened by the magical power of nuclear explosions as Ivina. If it hadn't been for the news of the Holy Sea's fiasco, they would have thought that there must have been a natural disaster such as a meteorite crash or lava spewing here to cause such a horrific scene. By the way, I must remind you, never get close to this area, Del said with a solemn expression. Some time ago, a few elemental wizards ignored the advice and wanted to study the elemental composition of the air in this area. As a result, their exposed skin began to fester within a few days of entering the core area, and they were sent directly to emergency treatment without knowing it. How is the situation now? So scary. Lucas was speechless. It had been so long, and just the remnants of the magic could severely damage several official wizards. He couldn't imagine how terrifying it would be when such magic broke out. In the crowd, a tall and thin middle-aged wizard glanced at Ivina, clearly seeing the solemn look in the other person's eyes. And then, the wizard suddenly asked, "Since Master Lin En possesses such powerful magic, why not just continue to conquer the Empire and completely wipe out the Holy See of hostile wizards?" The wizard who made the inquiry was named Monroe. Like Ivina, he was also a spy sent by the Holy See among wizards. Through the operation of the local church, the two of them successfully blended into the Wizards Mutual Aid Association, and with the help of the chaotic situation, they gained the initial trust of Lucas and others in the name of a completely wiped out school. One of the purposes of the investigation is to find out the details of the wizards after capturing the City of Fire Oil and defeating the Crusade. According to the assumptions of the church's senior leaders, these wizards should continue to launch large-scale attacks. The Empire even began to gather troops to prepare for war, even sending the God's Punishment Army to the north to investigate the evil god incident. They were all urgently transferred back. The Pope also made plans to defend the Holy City and confront the terrible doomsday magic. He directly organized a prayer ceremony for more than 100,000 people, ready to perform divine magic at any time. However, the wizards had no intention of launching a large-scale attack, which made all the church's preparations come to nothing. The other party's abnormal behavior made all the church leaders confused. Lucas and others were also very interested in Monroe's question and turned their attention to Del curiously. Well? Del also paused. In fact, he was also very confused about this. The congressman also had a lot of speculations about the reasons for stopping the war. However, Del was naturally not stupid enough to reveal the situation in front of these wizards, who did not know the details. Instead, he explained to everyone from another angle. Got up. According to Master Lin En, one bite can't make a big fat man. Counting from the time they captured the kingdom's capital, it was only about a year. In the past, it would be much easier to rely on the royal power to cooperate with the local nobles and govern indirectly. Now it is replaced by wizards to directly manage the entire eastern territory of the kingdom. Just 30,000 musketeers and several thousand wizards are not enough. Believers in remote areas caused a lot of troubles and made them miserable. In other words, their management scope has reached the limit in a short period of time, and they need to digest it for a while. It will not be too late to continue to attack after they have stabilized the internal situation. Del's words dispelled most of the wizard's doubts. But Monroe was dubious. This explanation sounds reasonable, but if you think about it carefully, there are still many things that don't make sense. When the wizards defeated the Crusade, it was the weakest moment of the Empire. Most of the elite main force was destroyed. Saint Lucia died in the battle, and the Lord Inquisitor was captured alive. For a while, the Pope had no time to mobilize the troops distributed throughout the Empire. Force. The straight-line distance between the City of Fire Oil and the Holy City is only 300 kilometers. with the alchemy creations of the wizards. It can be reached in just a few hours. The other party is fully capable of using this powerful spell to inflict heavy damage to the Holy See instead of maintaining the current situation. The stalemate stage. Monroe couldn't help but have a guess in his mind. These wizards might just be pretending. But in fact they don't have the ability to release that magic again. In other words, it is not magic that can cause such powerful damage, but natural disasters. The wizards have predicted and exploited this in advance through some means. The more Monroe thought about it, the more likely it became. He never believed that wizards could use such horrific witchcraft. This was completely beyond his knowledge of magic. That is the power that only the Supreme Lord can possess. Monroe thought about it in his mind. But guessing alone was obviously not enough to convince the Pope. He needed to collect more evidence. The two patrolling new fighter planes soon returned, and the electromagnetic wave receiver placed on the airship immediately started to ring. Lord Del, everything is safe. The Empire has not sent Griffin Knights to track or intercept. A pilot, who was responsible for translating, reported. Interception? They must have the courage to do so, Del said disdainfully. The Empire's Griffin Knights are a target in front of the new fighter planes. Unless they can conjure up another fire dragon, no matter how much they come, they will be rewarded for their achievements. Del's disdainful tone made Monroe very unhappy. But he still suppressed his emotions and focused on the flashing receiver on the airship, making insinuations about its effect. Del didn't mean to explain it all. The electromagnetic wave communication magic is still a secret that cannot be revealed. The wilderness where everyone fled was only over 100 kilometers away from the city of fire and oil. With the airship traveling at full speed, they arrived at the newly built airport in the city in just 1 hour. The airport is actually a very wide square. The ground has been magically repaired to be very smooth and can accommodate more than 200 airships. There is also a long runway in the center for new fighter planes to take off and land. Ivina's expression was extremely tense, because this meant that they had officially entered the city controlled by the wizard. Before that, she had imagined what this occupied western city would look like in the hands of wizards. Bodies hanging on the towers. Streets filled with unwashed blood. Residents hiding in their houses in fear. Wizards wearing robes and moving around strangely. And perhaps even the smell of strange potions in the air. But when she actually stepped into the city, she was extremely surprised by everything she saw. The streets of the city of Kerosene looked very wide, with countless pedestrians coming and going. The camel beasts pulling boxes of goods took heavy steps driven by the grooms. But in an instant, they were filled with goods. The square iron box made of stone overtook the others, and was far behind. Ivina has some impressions of this strange iron box. Judging from the information she received, it is called an alchemy cart by wizards, and is a very powerful war weapon. The SHL is made of steel. The crossbows and swords in the hands of the soldiers are completely unable to break through the defense. They are also much faster than the war horses. When charging on the battlefield, they can easily crush dozens of times the cavalry. Now it seems that in addition to war, this thing can also be used to transport goods. Along the way, Ivina did not see the bloody, cruel, and dark scenes she expected. Instead, it looked like a very prosperous city. Everyone she saw was working, whether they were wizards or poor people. It was completely impossible to tell that this was a place that had just been captured 20 days ago. There are even slogans posted on the streets saying, "It is forbidden to urinate and defecate on city streets, and violators will be punished with 10 punishments." In order to allow the illiterate poor people to understand the slogan, they also thoughtfully drew pictures and put a big cross on them. "What are they doing?" Ivina pointed forward, where several plainly dressed workers were laboriously erecting a slender pillar at the intersection. A transparent spherical thing hangs from the top of the pillar, which looks very delicate. Is this a decoration? Or a node for performing some kind of witchcraft? Ivina secretly guessed in her heart. But the next second, she heard Del explain. "This is a street lamp, used to provide light at night. So the night in the city of fire and oil is as bright as the day." Lucas and others are amazed that the alchemy formula can continue to illuminate the entire city. It is simply unheard of for them. How much magic power does this require? Monroe on the side silently made a note in his mind. The wizard set up lighting magic in the city to deal with night battles. Immediately afterwards, Monroe looked around the city and recorded the changes in every place. Although the entire city of Kerosene seemed to be prosperous, he firmly believed that this was all superficial, and that the wizards must have a purpose in maintaining the superficial prosperity. Fortunately, Monroe soon saw what he wanted to see. Several wizards were using magic to blow down a dilapidated house, and then loudly ordered the poor people to carry the ruins on the ground into trucks. Seeing this, Monroe sighed and shook his head, and made another note in his mind. The wizards brutally destroyed the houses of the poor, enslaved the Lord's believers, and forced them to build luxurious mansions and various other things for the upper echelons of the parliament. War installations. Unlike Monroe, who had his own filter, Ivina was equally wary of wizards, but she was still keenly aware of these working poor people. There was no fear or uneasiness on their faces. On the contrary, they could still be seen. Smile? Just as he was thinking about it, Dell started to complain. When they captured this city of kerosene, the entire slum was so smelly that it was really hard to see. In addition, many houses were destroyed during the raid, which seriously affected the appearance of the city. Therefore, Master Lin proposed to carry out a major renovation of the city, which happened to also widen and repair the roads so that the alchemy carts could move on the streets. Passage went smoothly. Where should these poor people who have lost their houses live? Ivina asked with a frown. Isn't it over there? Dell said, pointing to the neat and elegant resettlement houses that had just been built in a cleared area. Under Ivina's gaze, cartloads of stones were transported here by alchemy carts, and then elemental wizards cast spells to assist the workers in building the frame of the house. The wall is simply made of concrete and stone. Due to the shortage of steel and the inconvenience of casting spells, there is no steel structure inside, but it is much stronger than the original dilapidated wooden and thatched houses of the poor. When entering this slum area, Ivina noticed the houses being built, but she did not expect that such beautiful houses would be prepared for the poor. However, the construction was not completed as fast as the demolition. Those who had lost their houses and had no place to live were temporarily arranged into noble mansions and manors. It was very spacious and had many rooms, so hundreds of people could easily fit in there. Under Dell's explanation, Monroe almost wondered if he had heard wrongly. These wizards actually let these lowly poor people live in noble manors. But soon, Monroe no longer struggled with this trivial matter. A surge of anger suddenly rushed into his heart because he found that the church in the city of Fire Oil was directly demolished by wizards. And the statue of God was even more. It was cut into 8 pieces and put on a truck for transportation. According to these wizards, the statue will be thrown directly into a high-temperature boiler to melt into copper water. And then the copper will be used in more important places, such as making street lamps. Such blasphemous behavior almost made Monroe faint from anger on the spot. Dell continued with a smile. I heard before that this statue was made by the Lord of the City of Fire and Oil to show his devout faith. The whole body was made of gold. It made the alchemists happy for a long time. But when they smashed it open, they found that it's just plated with gold on the outside, and it's all copper on the inside. But this church is in a good location. We are planning to demolish it and build a new train platform here. Dell pointed to the station where the walls had not yet been built, and the huge square iron box that was transported here by several airships. He proudly told everyone about the alchemical creation recently developed by this Magic Research Institute. What you see is the front of the train, which is used to provide transportation capacity, and the carriages at the back can be used to carry people and goods. A train has a total of 15 standard carriages. One carriage can carry 100 people or transport about 60 tons of cargo when squeezed. Railways are now being built within the kingdom, and soon this train will be able to travel throughout the kingdom. So what's its speed? How does it compare with an airship? Ivina said with a solemn expression. Of course, it's not as fast as an airship when loading cargo, but it can still reach a speed of about 90 kilometers per hour, Dell said casually. Hearing this, cold sweat broke out on Monroe's forehead. He simply calculated that if Dell hadn't lied, this thing called a train could carry 900 tons of cargo, or 1,500 people. The Legion reached the royal capital from the city of Fire Oil in one day. Although Monroe felt that these wizards were exaggerating, even if this thing called a train was only 1/3 as effective as the other party said, it was still an extremely terrifying threat, and the news must be conveyed as soon as possible. Chapter 445 Monroe's Theory of Wizard Collapse. As Dell continued to talk, the wizards present became more and more yearning for this magic train under construction. Once the railway is laid, any city in the kingdom can be reached by train within 3 days. 50 trains like this will continue to be built to meet the transportation and traffic requirements within the kingdom. It's amazing, Lucas said with emotion. He imagined huge trains, like long snakes speeding across the wilderness, the wheels rolling and roaring, transporting massive amounts of goods to every corner of the kingdom. In just over an hour, he experienced too many shocks. An airship that is bigger than a house, but can carry dozens of people into the sky. A fighter plane that is so fast that it can emit light beams, and that is so powerful that it can wipe out the crusade in one blow and turn an area with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers into a scorched earth. There is also this magical train that can dispatch an entire legion to various parts of the kingdom in a short period of time across hundreds of kilometers. Lucas feels as if he is in a dream. Except for Monroe and Ivina, who had different ideas. The other wizards were equally excited. In the past, they lived in hiding in the Empire. Once the identity of the wizard was revealed, it would attract the pursuit of the church and all kinds of fear and suspicion. As for many people, they began to doubt their learning of magic and their pursuit of magic. Is the path of world truth correct? The high church is like a mountain pressing down on everyone's head. So majestic and majestic that it's hard to breathe. It wasn't until now that they realized that the church didn't seem to be anything special. And that wizards could be so powerful. Seeing everyone's surprised look, Del shook his head in a funny way. This was only in the newly occupied city of Kerosene. If he arrived in the royal capital, there would be so many novel things that even he was often surprised. Incessantly. This is where you will live next! Del took everyone all the way to the college that was being renovated in the XC area. Originally, this place was a church school, which was used to supply the children of nobles and trained nuns. Now it has been directly renovated. Although the function has not changed, it is still a teaching place. But the teaching is no longer the Bible, but magic. Although Lucas and others are all wizards, they are new here after all. Del did not lead them directly to their accommodation, but first took the wizard level test. After entering the academy, Ivina discovered that they were not the first ones to arrive. It was crowded, with at least 1,000 wizards. It seemed that they had all fled from the Empire to the city of Fire Oil through various channels. Because this is a special period, there is still a small test. At this point, Del paused obviously, and then asked someone to bring a stack of notes and distribute them to everyone present. Then you just need to read the above words again. Ivina reached out and took the note. After seeing the content on it, her pupils shrank slightly, and a strange look appeared on her face. Monroe was even more stunned. He didn't expect that these wizards could come up with such an insidious and vicious idea. Is this a sign of not trusting us? A good-looking witch pursed her lips and asked with a chuckle. No, this is Master Lennon's personal grudge. So everyone who enters the city must curse. Del shrugged. He did not dare to take the blame. Only the Magic Star has the courage. In fact, relying on this little trick, they have caught dozens of spies from the Holy See. The moon goddess, Ella, is a vicious old witch. Sooner or later, she will pay for her evil deeds. Lucas read out the contents of the note without hesitation, with a hint of emotion in his tone. Very indignant. Immediately afterwards, more and more wizards spoke. The content on each note was different, but there was no doubt that they were all curse words. Many apprentices were hesitant at first. After all, before they became wizards, they were all citizens of the Empire. They all had a heartfelt fear of the aloof moon goddess, the creator promoted by the church. However, in such an atmosphere, they quickly overcame their fear of the god of the church. Some even felt that it was not enough. And the more they cursed, the more unpleasant it became. The anger in Monroe's heart almost broke through the threshold. But the moment Del's eyes swept over, all the anger turned into a biting chill. Cold sweat broke out on Monroe's forehead. He looked at the extremely vicious words on the note in his hand, and was immediately in a dilemma. To scold or not to scold? That is the question. In the evening, in the city of Fire and Oil, in the Wizarding Academy, Ivina and Monroe, who had completed the level assessment, walked into the assigned school's residence. After closing the door, Monroe immediately checked the room and took out a crystal ball from his arms. When he saw that it did not light up, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the wizards did not what strange magic is being cast in this room. It was only then that Monroe vented the anger he had accumulated all day. How dare these demon minions and damn lunatics dare to blaspheme the great lord? Monroe roared in a low voice, slamming his fist on the wall beside him. After venting his anger, he quickly closed his eyes again, made a prayer gesture, and confessed his sins to the great lord in his heart. Ivina also silently prayed and repented in her heart, and was equally angry at the methods used by these wizards. Before officially joining the god's punishment army, although Ivina occasionally went to the local church for routine prayers, she was not a devout believer of the moon goddess. In addition, she was not valued by her father, and did not enter the church establishment like her brother Lot, a school that studies biblical knowledge rigorously and systematically. However, after 2 years of experience in the north, I gradually felt the greatness of the Lord and the importance of the existence of the Holy See. Evil gods, wizards, and various strange demons and ferocious beasts that cross the border through the time and space gate are threatening the survival of the people of the Empire. Even before the establishment of the Holy See, the entire continent was a scene of numerous countries and evil gods raging, probably because the Lord has mercy on the world. At the most critical moment, God came. The evil gods that were ravaging the entire continent were killed one by one, and the numerous kingdoms became a thing of the past. An unprecedented empire was erected in the center of the continent, and all the people in the territory were shrouded in the glory of the Lord. Because of this, after witnessing the riots caused by evil gods and wizards in the north, Ivena's faith gradually became firmer, and she became more and more convinced that wizards were minions of the evil devil, the incarnation of evil, and must be eliminated. Until this time when she actually stepped into the city of Firewoil, a city run by a wizard. Everything she saw made Ivena confused again. What do you think of this city run by a wizard, Monroe? Ivena looked at Monroe, who was still praying, with some confusion, and asked. The girl still respected the instructor of the God's Punishment Army very much. This mission was mainly focused on Monroe, and she only had to follow orders. After confessing his sins to the great Lord, Monroe opened his eyes. His mood had regained his composure, and he spoke with a solemn expression. The speed at which these wizards create new weapons is indeed beyond my expectations, especially the alchemy creation called the train. Those wizards must not be able to easily build the railway. Otherwise, the opponent's speed in organizing legions would be too terrifying. During a war, supplies could be quickly dispatched from various places. We must find a way to organize the believers in the kingdom to carry out destruction. Monroe racked his brains to think of how to destroy the wizards' weapons of war. But Ivena spoke hesitantly. I mean, this city of Firewoil seems to be different from what we expected. Without bloody massacres and cruel slavery, the city of Firewoil seemed very prosperous. The whole city was full of propaganda slogans recruiting workers. Ordinary workers would get 5 silver coins. If they mastered some skills and were lucky enough to join the workshop, they could get even more. Remuneration of 7 to 15 silver coins per month. With such a high remuneration, even many apprentices and even formal wizards are extremely excited. You know, the people in the northern border of the empire usually only get 1 or 2 silver coins as reward after a month of hard work, coupled with the exploitation by tax officials and local snakes. It is usually difficult to make ends meet. What makes Ivena even more unbelievable is that those wizards will also repair the houses of the poor. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she really couldn't believe that this was something that the minions of the evil god could do. You think too simply, Ivena. Sometimes what you see with your own eyes may not be the truth. Monroe naturally saw the girl's confusion and explained disdainfully. I have to say that these wizards' superficial skills are quite good, and they're indeed very misleading. It's a pity that they don't understand economics at all, and they lack management experience. If this continues, a great famine awaits the entire kingdom. Ivena paused, not quite understanding why Monroe suddenly said that. You can think about the fact that there are about 200,000 citizens in the entire city of Fire and Oil, assuming that half of them become laborers to produce various war weapons for the wizards. That is an expense of thousands of imperial gold coins per month. That's tens of thousands. This is just a city. If it expands to the entire kingdom, how many coins will need to be sent out? Monroe said with a sneer. He knew very well that the wizards were trying to use large sums of money to corrode the faith in the hearts of the people. According to what he had said and heard before, this method did play a certain role. After all, where do wizards get so much money? In the beginning, it might be possible to survive by killing local nobles, but it would definitely not last long. Actually, the more critical thing is food. Monroe continued with a solemn expression. These wizards went to war and forced a large number of poor people into the workshops, which will definitely further reduce food production. And the greatly increased salary will make the poor buy more food, causing the consumption of this stuff to intensify. There is never enough food. If some people eat more, some people will inevitably eat less. Therefore, according to Monroe's prediction, under the careless management of these wizards, the kingdom will inevitably collapse within a year. And then, there will be a scene of famine spreading and starvation everywhere. Wizards will also lose their original disguise and reveal their evil side. After enough war weapons are produced, the only role of these poor people is to be sacrificed. Ivena quickly understood Monroe's argument. Increasing consumption and reducing output will cause problems sooner or later. The girl turned her head and looked out the window. The evening sun had completely set, but the whole city had not stopped. Where her eyes gathered, workers were still busy building new houses, with tiredness and smiles on their faces. It was probably feeling happy about moving into a new home. However, according to Monroe's inference, such a prosperous scene may not last long. Night has begun to fall, and the entire city is gradually shrouded in darkness, just like its future. Suddenly, a bright morning star lit up in the city, and then the dazzling light began to spread across every corner of the city, dispelling the surrounding darkness. Only then did Ivina realize that it was not the stars that were shining brightly, but the street lamps. It turns out those wizards were not lying. The night in the City of Fire and Oil can really be as bright as the day. Hundreds of meters away, in a magic laboratory, Lennon kept waving the quill in his hand and wrote down pages of calculations on the manuscript paper. The ground was covered with all kinds of scrapped manuscripts. It was so full that Dell, who opened the door and came in, couldn't find a place to stay. Dell moved carefully, not daring to damage or step on the papers covered with calculations. He knew that Master Lennon had been in this laboratory for 4 full days. Although no one knew what the magic star was doing. It must be very important magic research. So except for daily food delivery and extremely important matters, no one dared to interrupt. Dell did not dare to interrupt the magic star's thoughts. After entering the door, he just took the report and waited for the other party to finish his work without saying a word. However, out of extremely strong curiosity, Dell quietly took a look at the place where he was placed. The complicated set of equations on the manuscript paper on the table made him feel dizzy. About 10 minutes later, Lin wrote the last symbol on the paper, then exhaled heavily, and his whole body relaxed. His magic power conversion equation was finally completed. This is also due to the fact that Einstein's derivation of the energy equation gave him a lot of inspiration. Otherwise, he might not be able to sort it out just by himself, let alone 4 days or a few months. Is this what it feels like to stand on the shoulders of giants? It's simply not that exciting. Next, you only need to collect enough nuclear fuel to start building a nuclear fusion reactor and prepare for the legendary promotion ceremony. It's a pity that he was promoted to the 5th ring Grand Wizard not long ago and does not meet the criteria to become a legend. However, this is not without its benefits. After all, this promotion ceremony is very dangerous, and he is not completely sure, so he can let others test the water first. Chapter 446, A Born Legend. A behemoth that devours everything. Lin was thinking about which restraint method should be used in the nuclear fusion reactor. It took a while before he realized that Dell had been standing next to him. Seeing that the magic star finally came back from his thoughts, Dell hurriedly reported, "Master Dean, all the wizards who were hunted by the church in the western part of the Empire have arrived safely in the City of Fire Will. This is some personnel information that needs attention," Delbian said, handing over a list. Lin reached out and took it. There was a series of names written on it, and about 20 people's names were marked with yellow or red marks. Although the council has long mastered the means of detecting divine magic and can ensure that those who enter the City of Fire and Oil are wizards, Lin will never take these compatriots lightly. About 2 years ago, in the land of wizards, the disaster caused by the evil mage Merc was still vivid in our minds. It all started when a cardinal sneaked in disguised as a wizard by reincarnating his body. With this lesson learned, the council naturally had to take precautions. So they added a small test to Lin's proposal. A psychic wizard secretly used magic to detect emotional fluctuations. And those who were reading the note were wizards who react violently will be listed as targets of suspicion. After all, the more devout a believer is, the more angry he will be at the abusive words on the note, let alone the verbal abuse. However, this method is not 100% accurate. After all, the false god has great power in the Empire. Some wizards and apprentices in the Empire do not even dare to call each other's god by his name. There are also some who are unable to speak out of severe fear situation, so it can only be used as a reference to filter out questionable targets. Lennon's eyes quickly scanned the list, and he was surprised to see a familiar name on it. He couldn't help but pause for a moment, with a look of surprise on his face. "Ivina," Len whispered softly. "Sir, is this your old friend?" Dell asked cautiously. He naturally knew that the magic star had been operating in the Empire before arriving in the wizarding land, so it was normal to have a few old acquaintances. The other party's age and good looks made Dell have some different guesses. "That's right," Lennon nodded. He couldn't be sure based on the name alone, but even the age and hair color matched. It was most likely the person he knew. When he first crossed over, he had no choice but to borrow the identity of Lot Pedrel, his brother, in order to sneak into the harbor town and find the hiding lame Maud so as to obtain a ticket to the wizard's land. In the end, no one was found. Instead, He was caught by the housekeeper and forced into Pedrel's mansion. Fortunately, the relationship within this dilapidated aristocratic family is very complicated, or it can be described as deformed. The Baron is addicted to gaining power and seems to care about his 2 children. But in fact, he regards them as rights to promote and revive the family. Tulov and her sister Ivina is even more envious, jealous and hateful towards Lot. Lin En remembered that before he crossed the sea and left Harbor Town, in order to repay the favor of borrowing Lot's identity, he also gave Ivina a good lesson, hoping to break this abnormal family relationship. After 2 years of separation, the other person actually became a wizard? This is an unexpected change. Since she is your old friend, there is no need to investigate. Del picked up the pen and was about to cross Ivina's name off the list. But Lin shook his head and stopped him. No, we are actually not that familiar. Let's do everything according to the rules. Don't miss any possibility because of me. Although he and Ivina had some contact, their relationship was not really good, and that was all in the past. And Lin had no intention of contacting each other again. I understand, Lord Lin, Del said thoughtfully, and marked the words of emphasis after Ivina's name. Is there anything else you want to report? Seeing that Del had no intention of leaving after taking back the list, Lin said again. It's about the uranium mine. The guards and miners there have been attacked recently, and even a golem was chewed up. Del said this with a look of worry on his face. Hearing this, Lin's expression also became a little solemn. The discovery of the demon stone made him guess that there must be a monster, or even a group of monsters, that can swallow nuclear fuel deep in the uranium mine. However, during the period of mining uranium ore, the wizard responsible for exploring the mine has never been able to find this monster. So it has been delayed and not dealt with. Did the council send someone to deal with it? Lin asked. Master Raphael has already led a pair of alchemists to capture this monster. So far, no useful information has been reported back, Del said hesitantly. In that case, let me go and have a look too. Lin En was a little worried. You can tell with your knees that such a monster can only be described as terrifying. And it is definitely not that easy to deal with. It would take about 5 hours to reach the royal capital from the city of Kerosene, even by airship. By the time Lin arrived at the uranium mine, it was already the morning of the next day. Thanks to the previous blockade by the church and the rumors of demonic curses, there were no people around this mining area, and not a single soul could be seen. But Lin knew very well that all these were appearances. Aurora, who is proficient in visual illusions, arranged a super large polarizing magic here. The airship seemed to have passed through a thin layer of water curtain, and the scene inside was quickly revealed in front of him. This mining area is very vast, and the guards are extremely tight. Musketeers armed with new flintlock guns can be seen standing guard and patrolling everywhere. The moment the airship penetrated the magic barrier, several machine guns and electromagnetic guns were already aimed at it. This was because Lin En had sent a message through electromagnetic waves in advance. Otherwise, the entire airship would have been turned into a sieve. Lin En specially ordered such strict precautions. The protection level of this uranium mine is even higher than that of the royal capital and the city of Fire Will. After all, once the false god gets a sample of the uranium element, he will most likely be able to replicate his massive nuclear explosion. Then the sword of Damocles hanging over the enemy's head will stab themselves. The airship landed slowly in an open space in the mining area. Raphael, Arad and Sanchez, who had received the news in advance, were waiting there early. It's really rare, Master Lin En. It seems that your new research has been completed? Raphael enthusiastically stepped forward and hugged Lin En. He knew that the magic star had been staying in the laboratory in recent days to study new magic theories. Last time, he revealed the internal structure of the atom and created a terrifying magic like the great nuclear explosion. I wonder what grand ideas he can come up with this time. That's right. Lin En nodded, but did not mean to reveal anything, and instead asked, what about the monster that attacked the miners? Have you found any traces of it? Not yet. Raphael shook his head helplessly. It's very fast and elusive. So far we haven't found even a hair on it, let alone what it looks like. As Raphael spoke, he showed Lin the bodies of the miners who were attacked. The appearance looked very tragic. Almost all of them were dismembered with one blow, and a large amount of mincemeat mixed with blood was piled together. But Lin still keenly noticed that these corpses had no trace of being eaten. On the contrary, the broken golem on the side had half of its head chewed off. Isn't flesh and blood within the other party's diet? Lin En thought of this immediately, and became more and more interested in this strange monster. Since it is not hunting, the reason why these miners were attacked is worth pondering. Where were they attacked? Lin asked thoughtfully. It's deep in the uranium mine, Raphael replied. After testing, the closer to the depths of the mine, the stronger the radiation. Therefore, they all suspected that the deepest part of the uranium mine was the lair of this monster. But they did not dare to enter it rashly. Lin immediately understood that it seemed that these miners had entered the other party's territory and were killed as intruders. In addition, we also found that this kind of monster seems to be very interested in high-energy things that have not been eaten before. We are preparing to use this as bait to set up a trap to attract the opponent, Arad said with a smile. So you came at the right time today, Master Lin. Otherwise the three of us would not be able to capture him. After seeing the signs of damage on the golem's head, Raphael and others were already preparing to apply for support from the parliament. At least, they had to send a speaker over to be able to solve the problem. They knew how hard the golem was. The whole body was made of mithril. It would take a lot of good teeth to chew off its head and eat it directly. Facing such an opponent, several great wizards felt a little scared. Fortunately, Lin rushed over in time, giving Raphael and others full confidence. As soon as the big nuclear explosion technique came out, in the eyes of many wizards, this magic star has become the highest combat power of the entire Wizard Council. Unlike Raphael and others who were full of confidence, Lin was not sure whether he could hold it. In his impression, monsters that can swallow nuclear fuel only existed in the fantasy of an old movie in his previous life. It seems to be called Godzilla? But this mine obviously cannot accommodate such a big man. Under the warm invitation of Raphael and others, Lin still agreed to this arrest operation. It would be unreasonable to be frightened and ask for support without even meeting him. Even if the arrest fails this time, at least we can find out the details of the other party. It took about a whole morning to set up the trap. And Raphael's method was very simple, which was to let the miners go deep into the mine and continue mining the ore as before. The only slight difference is that there are many mithrils filled with magic power placed next to them. At the same time, two conditions for their speculation that the attack occurred were met. High-quality food and territory have been invaded. I asked, isn't this a little too obvious? Lin, who was hiding in the corner with concealment magic, glanced at the very conspicuous alchemy runes above his head and on the ground, and couldn't help but complain. It should be no problem. As long as it is not activated, there will be no magic fluctuations, Raphael said confidently. He did not think that the stupid Warcraft could understand the meaning of the runes. Lin shook his head and said nothing more, instead focusing on the miners. These baits obviously knew that they were in danger, although their mining movements did not stop. Their legs were trembling faintly. However, Lin did not sympathize with them, because there were only two types of people who could be thrown here to mine uranium ore. Either noble children who were keen on enslaving the poor, or felons who had committed serious crimes and faced the death penalty. Now that they have come in order to ensure that there is no possibility of leaving the intelligence being exposed to radiation during the mining of uranium, or can be regarded as an alternative criminal law. As for the captured devout believers, Lin didn't dare to let them get close to this place. After all, the souls of these people are going to ascend to the kingdom of heaven after death. That would be equivalent to conveying information to Ella in vain. So they were all thrown away. The road is being built. Lin, Raphael, Arad and Sanchez just waited quietly, with the roar of machines ringing in their ears. It was the sound of the drills in the hands of the workers. However, after waiting for 10 hours, they did not receive the so-called attack. Isn't it because it's already full? Arad, who was impatient with the wait, couldn't help but guess. Raphael was also a little unsure if there was something wrong with his arrangement, just as several people were wondering whether to ask the workers to stop and try again tomorrow. Lin suddenly spoke up. It should be here already. Where? Raphael asked quickly. Lin didn't reply because he didn't know either, but a vague sense of threat arose in his heart. Just as the miners were loading the mined uranium ore onto the mine carts and preparing to leave, a blue stream of light passed by, and the whole world seemed to be split in half, and red blood spurted out. In an instant, the 5 miners it was torn into pieces along with the minecart. So fast, a chill suddenly arose in the hearts of Raphael and others, and Lin finally got a glimpse of this monster. It looked about 2 meters tall, covered in blue, with an animal-like appearance, and its skin was like flames, generally in constant circulation. No, using skin to describe it is not appropriate, because it has no flesh and blood at all, and its body is made of pure energy. It is a pure energy or pure elemental creature that he has never seen before. A born legend? Lin already had the idea of running away. Chapter 447 The Burning Eternal Fire, and the terrifying atomic breath. Like Lin, Raphael and others were also amazed by the unique body structure of this monster, and did not take action rashly. This strange monster didn't seem to notice them. After killing the workers digging the ore, it swallowed an entire cart of uranium ore in one gulp. That's right. It's one bite per car. Because it is not bound by flesh and bones. Its mouth can expand almost unlimitedly, and the inside of its body is like an ultra-high temperature furnace. Quickly digesting the swallowed uranium ore, Lin and other scalps felt numb as they watched. What kind of monster is this? Raphael was immediately in a dilemma. Whether to take action or not. Now is undoubtedly the best time. Although the opponent's form of existence is different from that of ordinary creatures. Judging from the uranium ore vaguely visible in his stomach, he should be full now, and is in the digestion stage. And his combat power will inevitably be lost. The opportunity was just a split second. Seeing that he was about to leave after eating the ore and the mithril as bait, Raphael cruelly launched the trap he had set in advance. Seal up! Raphael touched the ground with his right hand and scolded in a low voice. In an instant, the alchemical runes scattered on the ground. Walls and ceiling immediately surged up, sealing off the surrounding space like chains. Although his level of alchemy is far inferior to that of Vittorio, it is already at the top level among the great wizards. With the help of advanced arrangements, you can almost reach the ultimate level of six-ring magic. The flickering fluorescent chains quickly wrapped around the beast's limbs and neck, circle after circle, tightly binding it. However, Raphael's expression did not relax at all, but became more solemn, because he noticed that the moment the rune chain came into contact with the opponent, its power was rapidly consumed. Quick! Do it! I can't seal it for long! Raphael gritted his teeth and growled. In fact, there was no need for him to remind them. Both Arad and Sanchez could feel the intimidation brought by the blue beast in front of them. Sanchez's figure twisted and transformed into a 5-meter-tall giant monster in just 3 seconds. At the same time, a hot fireball appeared in Arad's palm. The plasma flame is constantly surging, and its temperature is close to 10,000 degrees Celsius, which is 1.5 times the surface temperature of the sun. Its name is Eternal Flame. Lin did not act rashly like the two of them. His eyes were fixed on the blue beast's shadow, and he actually read a mocking look on the other person's face. It was only then that he suddenly became aware of the strange monster in front of him. He never felt frightened, uneasy, or surprised by the appearance of them and the rune chains. Thinking back to the vague sense of crisis that had emerged in his heart before, Lin couldn't help but make a ridiculous guess. They set up concealment magic and didn't hide it from each other at all. The monster in front of him stepped in even though he knew it was a trap. Or you have been in the mine for too long and want to have some fun. Or the other party thinks they are no threat at all. Roar. A violent roar resounded in the mine. The strong sound waves continued to reverberate in the small space, and the rune chains binding the whole body broke apart in an instant. Not only that, the sound waves were also propagating at extremely fast speeds. The walls of the entire mine collapsed layer by layer, and the bloody corpses on the ground were shattered to pieces. Fortunately, everyone present was a great wizard who could construct a domain. After the sound wave invaded the surrounding domain, it was instantly weakened by more than 10 times. But even this almost shattered the eardrums of Lin and others. The next moment, the ferocious beast turned into a ray of light and shadow, galloping towards a few people. Under Arad's disbelieving eyes, he opened his mouth and forcefully used his 6-ring magic, Eternal Flame. Swallowed. This is impossible? Arad's eyes widened. Eternal Flame was created by him with reference to Lin's theory of matter plasma state. Its temperature is so exaggerated that it can melt steel in an instant. And now it is actually used by someone. No! Swallowed by the beast. This is not magic at all. No matter how hard Arad glared, it still couldn't change the fact. Just like swallowing uranium or before, the Azure Beast's shadow swallowed up the ultra-high temperature flame magic without any hindrance. Its abdomen became visibly bigger, and then it started returning to the way things were. Explode! At this moment, Raphael suddenly spoke. Beast Shadow's belly that had shrunk a bit actually expanded again, bulging out like a ball. But the mithril that had just been swallowed exploded in Beast Shadow's belly. This is the second trap set by Raphael. All the mithrils that have been taken are engraved with detonating magic. Fortunately, he was right. Although this giant beast can eat anything, it will not be possible to digest it completely in a short time. However, even under such a heavy blow, the beast's shadow was not greatly affected. The bulging belly returned to its original shape in less than a second. However, the change in body posture also caused a slight hesitation in its movements. Lin keenly seized this momentary gap. And the sharp laser beam came instantly. The speed of light did not allow even the terrifying beast's shadow to react. The moment the beam passed by, it was cut into 2 pieces by the railing. A little slower. Lin secretly thought it was a pity. If the beast's shadow was cut off at the moment when the energy exploded, he might be able to severely injure the opponent with the help of the terrifying internal impact. It's just that it takes time for the laser beam to accumulate momentum. Even if he has used the fastest speed, he is still 0.5 seconds slower. Sure enough, just as Lin thought, the beast's shadow that was cut off at the waist did not die. And the section in the middle slowly moved closer to the middle like a divided lake. Without the restraints of flesh and blood, the beast's shadow suddenly displayed an immortal body similar to that of Edwell and Saint Lucia. If you like to eat everything, what about this? An idea flashed through Lin's mind. His right hand hung in front of him, and hot fire surged out from his palm. Then expanded and spread rapidly. The flames burned the cave walls and rocks, and rolled straight towards the beast's shadow. This is exactly the 5-ring technique Red Dragon Breath. I'm afraid flames are ineffective against it. Master Lin, Arad spoke eagerly to remind him. But at the same time as he finished speaking, a violent roar resounded in the mine. This time it was no longer as showy as before, but a shrill and angry roar. After being swallowed by the beast's shadow, chlorine trifluoride, which could plunder electrons, burned directly in the opponent's body. Lin had no intention of holding back. More immortal flames surged up, and the flames burned stronger and stronger. Hot air waves swept through every inch of the cave, and the rock walls continued to melt and disintegrate in the flames. It's the eternal flame! Only then did Arad remember the Magic Star's famous stunt. But the big nuclear explosion had impressed them so deeply that they almost forgot about this strange eternal fire that can devour all things. Raphael and Sanchez on the side watched the powerful beast's shadow being submerged in the terrifying flames, and they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Lin was no exception. It seemed that although this monster's life level was higher than theirs, it didn't know how to take advantage of it, so it was so easily restrained by his immortal flames. In other words, the other party has an IQ but not high, probably at the level of an 8-year-old. You must know that Lucia, who is also a legend, extinguished his immortal flames with just one breath. The roar of the beast's shadow lasted for a full minute. Raphael saw the flames wrapping the giant beast from the inside out and couldn't help but ask, Master Lin, is it time to stop? They also count on it to purify uranium ore. If it burns for a while, it shouldn't die so easily. Just as Lin was about to answer, a strong warning sign appeared in his heart again. A burst of bright light lit up in the sea of eternal fire. The beast's shadow, burned by the flames, opened its mouth wide, and high-intensity energy waves were spit out directly from the beast's mouth. Atomic breath? Lin's pupils shrank, and he quickly fell to the ground. He rolled several times in embarrassment to avoid the energy waves spewing out. Raphael's reaction was half a beat too slow. Fortunately, Sanchez slapped him away in time, but his shoulder and entire right arm were directly wiped away in the strong energy wave. Fortunately, the scorching flames were not useless. The beast's energy breath was completely inaccurate except for the first one, which all hit the surrounding rock walls. The hard rock peeled off layer by layer, leaving dents more than 10 meters deep, turning a large area into a vacuum zone. After about half a minute, the breathing gradually stopped, and most of the immortal flames covering the mine had been destroyed. Although this thing will crazily plunder electrons to grow itself, its effect on such a high-intensity and extremely fast energy wave is limited, and it will be directly dispersed before it can plunder electrons. At this time, the scene inside the mine was truly revealed in front of everyone. The figure of the beast, which was originally more than 2 meters tall, had shrunk to about 1 meter, and the eternal flame burning inside the body had also disappeared. It was probably annihilated by the breath. The situation on the field suddenly came to a stalemate. The beast's shadow's eyes were fixed on the 3 people in front of him, and the mocking look in his eyes was no longer there, but instead was full of vigilance. Lin raised his hand, and wisps of dangerous flames ignited from around him again. Although the immortal flames cannot cause fatal damage to the beast's shadow in front of him, it seems that it should be able to effectively weaken the opponent's condition. That's enough. Facing the terrifying flames that were ignited again, the beast's shadows seemed to explode. The body made of energy continued to flow like water waves, and it opened its mouth to use its breath again. Lin, Arad, Raphael and Sanchez looked tense and immediately turned from offense to defense. However, the beast in front of them suddenly shut up and moved towards the hole made by the breath at extremely fast speeds. Escape. Ran away? Lin was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that this guy actually knew how to intimidate and use tactics. My estimate of its IQ immediately increased from 8 years old to 9 years old. Chase! Lin En would not give up such a good opportunity. He finally caught and weakened the opponent. If it escaped, it would be difficult to catch it next time. Raphael and others also quickly followed, and a group of 4 chased the shadow of the beast in the dark mine. After chasing for a while, they discovered that the interior of the mine was intricate. The intensity of radiation and the concentration of magic power were also gradually increasing. The beast's shadow was constantly changing its position at an extremely fast speed, as if it wanted to escape tracking through this method. However, Lin En and others are not vegetarians. Sanchez's transformed monster has very good energy sensing organs, so as long as it is not too far away, it will not be lost. The few people soon chased deeper into the mine, and many crystal-like inlays appeared on the surrounding rock walls. This is magic crystal? Lin En was quite surprised. Could it be that there is a magic stone mine inside the uranium mine? There seems to be some connection between radiation, magic, and the beast's shadow of the energy body in front of him. Lin En immediately made up his mind. He couldn't just let the other party escape back to his lair, lest something happen again. Lin En saw an opportunity, and the laser beam flew out again, cutting off a large piece of rock wall in front of the beast's shadow. The heavy boulder suddenly fell, blocking the opponent's front. Immediately afterwards, the violent immortal flame surged up again. Raphael and others also cast spells to collapse more rock walls, blocking the opponent's way. In just 1 second, the beast's shadow was wrapped in immortal flames. Its sapphire-like eyes narrowed, preparing for the final desperate resistance. Wait! We don't mean any harm. Maybe we can have a chat, Lin En said suddenly, and then thought that the other party might not understand common language. So he expanded the circle of fire surrounding the other party and stepped back. Take a few steps to show your kindness through actions. After all, strictly speaking, there is no life or death conflict between the two sides, but rather they are highly complementary. This monster doesn't eat humans. It just wants to eat various high-energy ores. And it can be seen from the opponent's discharge of Devil's Stone that although it can eat some heavy elements, it cannot fully digest them. It is just about to meet their requirements for purifying raw materials. In view of this, Lin En suddenly came up with a way to communicate with each other despite the language barrier. First, he activated his magic power to gather together the scattered rubble, and then stretched a ball of flame into the shape of a beast's shadow, imitating the opponent's previous actions and swallowing all the ores. The flame burned and purified it, and the excess impurities were quickly removed, leaving behind a uranium material that was less than 1% the size of the previous one. Lin En took the purified ore and gathered another pile of gravel. He repeated this process in a continuous cycle, vividly illustrating the days after surrender to the other party. Food is automatically delivered to your door every day, and you only need to eat and eat. Where else can you find such a comfortable life except here? Chapter 448. Surging Nuclear Reserves and New Spacetime Gate. Under the temptation of Lin En's almost perfect conditions, the beast's shadow remained indifferent, growling uneasily in the fire ring, his eyes full of distrust. Otherwise, I'd better kill him, Sanchez, who was forced to break an arm after resisting the energy wave, said angrily. In his opinion, although this strange monster had some uses, it was too threatening. If Lin's immortal flames had not been able to restrain the opponent, it would have been difficult for them to escape intact today. Keeping such a powerful monster in captivity may cause huge casualties if not properly controlled. Lin En was also in trouble for a moment. After thinking for a moment, he quickly realized that this guy was very interested in some novel high-energy aggregates that he had never eaten before. So he decided to try again. He opened his hand, and a lead was the ball was wrapped in layers and appeared in the palm of the hand. As the lead layer was peeled off, a beautiful ice crystal was revealed. This is the tritium element extracted from water, cooled and preserved, and will be used as nuclear fusion fuel. Like uranium, this stuff is also a radioactive element, and its half-life is only a short 12.43 years. If he guessed correctly, the beast's shadow in front of him should rely on absorbing the emitted alpha, beta or gamma rays to replenish energy or grow in size. The tritium element is undoubtedly much easier to chew than the hard uranium. Sure enough, after seeing the ice crystals emerging from Lin En's palm, the beast's shadow immediately became anxious and showed extremely strong desire. Lin En laughed. It seemed that there was something to be said for him. He turned to look at Arad and gave instructions. Go get some uranium or ship over. For the next week, Lin implemented his animal taming plan in the uranium mine. Although the beast Shadow's ability to purify ore is very important to them, Lin En will not be obedient to it. The only way to tame the beast is to hit it with a stick and give it a sweet date. At least the other party must understand who is the master. In addition, the opponent's combat power should not be underestimated. The energized body possesses extremely strong destructive power and extraordinary speed. Without relying on the terrifying properties of chlorine trifluoride, he really has nothing to do with this thing. If it can be completely tamed, it will definitely be a good help to deal with the church. Last time, he relied on the sudden use of nuclear explosion magic to kill the incarnation of the false god. Next time the opponent is on guard, it will be difficult to succeed again. After a week of friendly exchanges, the two parties finally established the initial trust. In order to make it easier to address, Lin En also gave the other party a nice name, since it can swallow nuclear fuel and release powerful energy waves from its mouth. It is somewhat similar to the characteristics of Godzilla in an ancient film and television work from a previous life. That's what it's called. Muto, Godzilla's mortal enemy. Of course, during the entire 7 days, Lin did not spend all of his time training animals. He also went deep into the uranium mine to explore with Raphael and others. Lin was shocked by the scene inside. The closer to the depth, the stronger the radiation, the richer the magic power, and the more magic crystals were inlaid on the surrounding rock walls. Some of the protruding rocks even appeared to be semi-assimilated by magic. He quickly found the source of the radiation, which was the large number of demon stones scattered inside the mine. Lin put them away one by one, and finally weighed them. According to the last decomposition, this should be enough for 5 critical nuclear explosions. In other words, the parliament has finally got rid of the dilemma of nuclear shortage and can be a good person. Muto, who had been released from the Ring of Fire, successfully recovered 3/4 of his previous size with the support of a large amount of uranium ore within 7 days. However, his brain still could not understand why these two-legged creatures in front of him were so thick, keen to pick up its excrement. Still looking happy. Under the leadership of Muto, Lin and his team took about an hour to reach the deepest part of the mine. In front of him was a huge cave with a diameter of more than 700 meters. The walls and the ground inside were covered with crystalline magic stones, which shone with a faint blue light in the dark night. TSK! 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 We are going to get rich! Raphael couldn't help but click his tongue. The value of a magic ore is self-evident. The reason why the council chose to build a new home in the Wizarding Land was because it found a huge amount of magic crystal mined there. However, after hundreds of years of mining, the internal reserves of magic ore have been exhausted. If it were not for this war, the parliament would not be willing to use the limited magic stone reserves. Now a new magic crystal mine has been discovered, which is undoubtedly great news. Linen's eyes were focused on the deeper parts of the cave, where massive amounts of magic were gathering, forming a strange magic node in the center. A blue glow shrouded about 3 meters outside the node, like a vortex, constantly flowing. Lin En understood that it was a visual phenomenon caused by the distortion of time and space. This is the space-time gate? Lin En's expression was extremely solemn. Arad and others also noticed this magic node, but they were not as surprised as Lin En. After all, there is a space-time gate inside the magic stone mine in the wizard's land, and most of the great wizards like them have also been there. It's just that the time and space gate in front of me is slightly different from the one in the wizard's land. After Raphael pondered for a moment, he couldn't help but guess that this time and space might be closed. There are 2 arguments. There were not a large number of monsters in the first mine. It may also be that they invaded the territory and were killed by Muto. The second is that the magic power fluctuation produced is far inferior, and the impact caused is very limited. You must know that when the door in the magic stone mine was not restricted, space-time distortion occurred within a kilometer radius. Because there were so few samples, Raphael couldn't be 100% sure. While several great wizards were discussing whether the space-time node in front of them was activated, Lin En was thinking about another thing, which was how this node was generated. According to the conjecture of the council, it may be because the excessive concentration of magic has affected the time and space in this area. Even Lin thought so before. After all, he hasn't fully understood the characteristics of magic power yet. But after actually seeing this so-called time and space node, Lin En couldn't help but have another doubt in his mind. Is the energy of a magic crystal mine really enough to distort time and space to the point of creating a gate? Even the center that is as powerful as a nuclear explosion has extremely limited impact on time and space. Lin vaguely thought of another possibility, but had no intention of telling Raphael and others. Did you come from there, Muto? Lin suddenly looked at the blue beast shadow beside him and asked. The azure beast shadow did not reply, still maintaining an extremely cold attitude. Lin shook his head helplessly. The initial trust established in a week was very limited. It only made the other party no longer show strong aggression. In fact, except for eating, this guy spent most of his time sleeping and ignored him. The reason why he was willing to take them to his lair this time was because he gave them half a kilogram of tritium. Muto, who has chewed too many hard bones, is very interested in this soft snack. For the time being, Lin can only control the other party through this method. Let's go back as soon as possible and report the findings here to the council, Lin said in a deep voice. Raphael and others nodded in unison. No matter whether this space-time gate is open or not, it is still a big threat. It is best to let those alchemists, who are proficient in force field magic, come and deal with it. The protection of the uranium mine must also be strengthened again. Just strengthen it. After cutting several pieces of magic crystal in the mine as samples, Lin stopped staying and left the uranium mine with several great wizards, and immediately took the airship back to the city of fire and oil. As for his new pet Muto, he naturally has to bring it with him, because except for himself, no one in the entire mine can suppress the other party. Once something happens, such as suddenly going crazy, everyone will be dead. It's just that the uranium ore needs to be transported to the city of fire and oil for processing, which is time-consuming and labor-intensive. But there is no other better way. After several hours of flying, the city of Kerosene was already in sight. Along the way, Lin was paying attention to Muto's condition, fearing that it would have a stress reaction on its first ride on an airship. Fortunately, the azure beast shadow was calmer than he imagined. He just lay aside and digested the tritium element he had just eaten without any fear or fear. The temperature on the body surface was too high, almost burning through the deck. But thinking about it, this is normal. Since it is an energy body, there is a high probability that it can fly without wings, and there is no possibility of being thrown to death. The airship landed slowly in the city of fire and oil. After only a week, Raphael almost thought he had arrived in another city after stepping off the airship. Under the combined influence of magic and technology, the entire city of Kerosene simply changes from day to day. The main internal thoroughfares have been widened by nearly twice. Exquisite mansions have been erected in the previously dilapidated and stinking slums. A quarter of the renovation work has been completed, and the framework of the train station has also been built. It's not like there were only a few empty walls like when they left. It is expected that when the railway is repaired, the station will be completed. Not only that, during the month they occupied the city of fire and oil, more than 100 workshops were established, employing tens of thousands of workers. After all, this was the front line of the war. If various materials could be produced locally, it is undoubtedly the most convenient. A steady stream of mist spewed out from the huge chimney of the workshop. But Lin was wondering whether the exhaust gas could be reused through magic. For example, carbon dioxide, the main emission, can be used to synthesize starch and solve part of the food production problems. Lin is preparing to build the city of fire oil in the empire into a model city, and promote it through passing caravans, thus destroying the faith of the people of the empire. At first, Raphael and others were a little confused as to which imperial merchant, who was not afraid of death, would dare to trade with wizards like them despite the most stringent ban in the history of the empire. However, he was soon slapped in the face. There were more caravans coming and going than he imagined. The fact is just as Lin said. Businessmen are not afraid of the law, nor do they care whether they will be arrested and hanged. The only thing they fear is not making enough profits. This obviously exists. The glass, cloth, clay pots, refined salt, and various novel and interesting alchemical creations produced in the city of fire and oil are the most sought-after commodities in the empire. As long as they can be smuggled back, they can be easily sold at double or even 10 times the price. Go! With such crazy interest trends, the church's so-called ban is a complete joke. Please notify the speakers for me that I need to convene an internal meeting. Lin had just gotten off the airship and had no intention of resting, when he asked Alok and others who came to help them to clean up the dust. They went to notify several speakers, and he returned to the manor to bring the previous research materials with him. Now that the problem of nuclear scarcity has been solved, the production of nuclear fusion reactors should also be put on the agenda. The earlier they were promoted to legend, the earlier they would have the qualifications to arm wrestle with that false god head-on. In the evening, an impromptu meeting among the speakers was quickly held in the Duke's manor. Aurora immediately noticed the azure beast shadow in the conference hall when she entered, which was more than 2 meters high, and said curiously, Is this the monster that can swallow uranium ore? It's really weird. Herav and Vittorio were also amazed. Probably only such creatures can feed on dangerous radioactive elements. Under the inquiring gazes of several speakers, Muto, who was in the stage of digestion, opened his eyes, seeing several more two-legged beasts, which posed no threat. He closed his eyes again. It's called Muto. It's one of the gains from this trip to the uranium mine. With it, the refining and processing of radioactive minerals will become much easier. In addition, I also found more demon stones. Enough to use 5 large nuclear explosions. Lin explained. Very good. This way, we finally don't have to bluff like before. Hearing this, Herav couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and said in a relaxed tone. Although they are now winning consecutively on the surface, beating the Holy See and the Empire to pieces. After all, there is a very obvious gap in high-end strength, and they rely entirely on the deterrence established by nuclear explosions to maintain their superficial strength. The speakers all knew that Lin had only one chance to use this technique before, and once he used it, he would lose his last bargaining chip. So Herav had been worried that the Holy See would attack again. Now that we have a lot of nuclear fuel reserves, we can at least carry out reciprocal retaliation, such as sending a fighter plane to blow up the Holy City when necessary. Chapter 449. My plan is very simple. It is to build a sun on the Earth. The increase in nuclear fuel reserves is undoubtedly excellent news, and the hearts of several speakers who have been thinking about it are suddenly relieved. I heard that you also found a large amount of magic crystals in the uranium mine? Herav continued to ask. To be precise, there is a small magic stone mine inside. Lennon described what he saw and heard as concisely as possible, and emphasized the existence of the time and space gate, since there is a space-time node in the Wizard's Land, and they found another one in the uranium mine cave. Does that mean that there are not a few nodes like this on this continent? What really puzzled Lin was why they existed. Herav and Aurora did not answer Lin's question, but looked at Vittorio together. He is the oldest of all the speakers. Even Herav and Aurora are not sure how long Vittorio has lived. He is also the person most likely to know all this. There are indeed many time and space nodes scattered on this continent. There are 3 that I know of. Without exception, they are all in the magic stone mine. As for the cause of its formation, I am afraid that it is only the ancient evil gods and the Holy See who participated in the War of Faith. Only that false god knows, Vittorio said solemnly. After the Holy See ruled this continent, they massacred wizards, causing many materials about that period to be destroyed and buried. Even though the school he inherited was very ancient, not much information could be obtained. In the past few years, the council has also done some research on the time and space nodes in the magic stone mine, and even sent people to investigate. But without exception, all the people who entered disappeared, and even the news could not be sent back. The danger can be imagined, seeing that the several speakers had extremely limited understanding of the time and space gate. Lin suppressed his confusion and distributed the manuscript papers one by one. Herav took it and looked at it curiously, and then he was dazzled by the large number of unfamiliar symbols and calculations on it, and his brows furrowed involuntarily. This is simply more complicated than the equations of calculus. What is this? A derivation equation of an Olympiad formula? Aurora asked in confusion. As for such a complex and exquisite subject as the mathematical Olympiad, they, the speakers, naturally have some experience with the most outstanding computing power, no matter whether it is equations, geometry, functions, or calculus. They can't be troubled. Vittorio even believes that the Olympian equations are like the runes of alchemy, coldly and mechanically revealing the operation of the world. Law. Yes, this is indeed an Olympian formula. I call it the magic conversion equation. Lennon looked at the 3 speakers present and said solemnly, relying on this equation, I found a way to build an energy body. If nothing else, this is a legendary promotion ceremony. Lennon's words were like throwing a huge boulder into a calm lake, which immediately stirred up a stormy sea. What? Are you sure you have found a way to be promoted to legend? Vittorio stood up suddenly, and even his tone became a little trembling. Herav and Aurora on the side were also unable to restrain their excitement. It has been 200 years since they entered the realm of the 6th Ring Great Wizard, and they have been looking for ways to break through this realm. However, they have tried countless methods, but they are still trapped by the limitations of the body, so that they have come to the conclusion the Great Wizard of the 6th Ring is the final conclusion of what human beings can reach. The only proven way to break this limit is to increase your computing power by harvesting souls, or faith. But the poison of faith is like a hanging sword that they dare not touch easily. Now Lin actually said that he had found a new way to advance to legend. How could he not make them feel shocked and excited? The specific methods are in these formulas. Wouldn't you know by looking at them? Lenin said with a smile, and explained the meaning of each symbol. Of course, he did not write out all the derivation process, but left it to himself. But this formula is enough to demonstrate his promotion method. Harov and others immediately picked up the manuscript paper on the table and quickly looked at it. The essence of Mathematical Olympiad is a scientific language that describes and records the world. So it does not require too much explanation. Some of it is contained in the complex symbols and exquisite formulas. So that's it. That's it, Vittorio said excitedly while pacing in the conference room, holding the manuscript paper in his hand tightly. Using the elements of magic mimicry as the foundation and using energy as the core to build a new body is genius. What a genius idea! He has been studying the body structure of the chief judge these days, so he has always been very puzzled as to why Joshua's body is so strange. It has the characteristics of all materials. It can be decomposed using the great disintegration technique. But what is obtained in the end is divine magic. Energy. Now he finally understands. Harov and Aurora, who were slightly behind in their math skills, quickly understood Lin's amazing idea. From the original planetary theory to the law of universal gravitation, to beam measurement, elemental structure, and finally this magic conversion equation. There are so many exquisite magical theories that it is hard to imagine that they were all thought up by the same person. Your magic power conversion equation is definitely the greatest discovery in the entire history of magic. It took Harov a long time to recover from the exquisite calculation in front of him. This formula perfectly combines quality, magic, and energy, making them no longer independent entities, but interdependent, influencing, and transforming. The equations on the manuscript paper that could make a great wizard who is not familiar with arcane mathematics feel overwhelmed, became extremely wonderful in front of Harov. The numbers and symbols on it seemed to be lightly jumping and dancing on the paper. For him, reveal the world's most secret truths. It's not the greatest. My equation only opens up a quarter of the microscopic world. Lin shook his head. When he first created this formula, he had the same idea as Harov. But after his enthusiasm cooled down, this arrogant idea gradually dissipated. If we can unify the four fundamental forces and construct a true picture of the entire universe, then it can be called the greatest equation. Aurora and the others had strange expressions on their faces. According to Lin, they hadn't even been able to touch this corner in the past few hundred years. In short, the formula you see is the promotion method I came up with, Lenin said seriously. Theoretically it is absolutely feasible, but I don't guarantee it will be 100% successful. The three speakers present all knew that any promotion method would always require trial and error. For example, promotion to an official wizard through the source of magic power, and promotion to a great wizard through the alchemy circle, elemental vision, are all based on gradual summation of experience and gradual improvement in magic accidents, so that safety and reliability can be ensured. There are definitely not a few wizards who died in related magic experiments in the past. What Lin gave this time was a method to be promoted to a legendary wizard, and the danger was evident. Then let me do it, Vittorio said suddenly, his eyes very firm. I have already read your equation. The large nuclear explosion technique also proves that energy and mass can be converted into each other. I believe there is no problem with it. Vittorio has been waiting for too long. He can no longer remember how many years he has lived. His passion has gradually disappeared in his heart. But Lin's equations have given him new hope. Just like a person who has been thirsty for a long time in the desert finds an oasis. Whether it is a real existence or an illusory mirage, he must seize it. Lin nodded. Since Vittorio is willing to try this, it would be great. Although there are still 4 six-ring great wizards in the council who can meet the minimum requirements for promotion. According to Lin's inference, the final reshaping of the body is a very delicate job, and one has to control huge amounts of magic and energy at the same time. Naturally, the higher the computing power, the better. Theoretically, the stronger the computing power, the higher the probability of success. Is there anything that needs to be prepared for this promotion ceremony? Harov asked solemnly. We still need an energy-guided alchemy circle. You should be able to solve this. Right. Speaker Vittorio? Lin said with a smile. Although he also has experience in alchemy, it is still beyond his ability to perfectly plan such a large and complex alchemy array. Fortunately, he is not the only alchemist in the council. Vittorio nodded. A mere guidance circle was naturally a trivial matter to him. Besides that, it's a matter of energy. At this point, Lin's expression became solemn. Herav and others also know that this is the real point. How much energy is needed for supply? Aurora asked. Let's put it this way. According to my calculation, it takes about 10,000 times of energy from large nuclear explosions, Lin said thoughtfully. 10,000 times. Big nuclear explosion? Vittorio was completely stunned and felt dizzy. Herav and Aurora also had stunned expressions on their faces, almost thinking that they had heard wrongly. Lin shrugged helplessly. The mass lost in the fission of uranium-235 was only about 9/10,000ths. In other words, only 0.9 milligrams of mass in 1 gram of uranium-235 is converted into energy, which is very inefficient. In fact, the energy generated by 10,000 nuclear explosions is only equivalent to a mass of about 10 to 20 kilograms, and can only reach more than 10% of his body weight, because the bulk of the real consumption in building the elemental body is magic power. Responsible. This is too much. Seeing that Lin didn't mean to joke, Vittorio immediately frowned. A large nuclear explosion is enough to destroy land more than 10 kilometers away and turn a vast city into wasteland. And the magic of connecting 10,000 times can only be described as world-destroying. How about we create a baby's body first? Vittorio suddenly thought. And he felt that this was not unacceptable. Just make it smaller. As long as it works. He doesn't care about face anyway. Lin didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard Vittorio's suggestion. He expected that this energy body was not shaped at will, but was related to the soul. Otherwise it might become unsuitable. Lin explained it rather speechlessly, and then continued to speak. Don't worry too much about the energy problem. I already have a solution. Seeing that Lin was so sure, several speakers present were surprised. The energy of 10,000 nuclear explosions is no joke. Even if they hollow out an entire uranium mine, they may not be able to gather such energy. A lot of nuclear fuel. In the past few days, I have taken the time to improve the large nuclear explosion technique. I used another element as fuel to greatly increase its power, increase the mass loss rate by about 8 times, and make it more powerful. It can continuously release energy. Lin explained eloquently. This can also increase the power 8 times? Vittorio thought about the disappearing mountain peaks and the land turned into glass outside the city of Fire Will. He really couldn't imagine how powerful a nuclear explosion with 8 times the power would be. Herav, on the other hand, looked at the complicated Olympiad formulas on the table and hesitated to speak. He was very curious about how Lin was able to improve the legendary magic while studying the magic power conversion equation. Could it be that he has 2 brains? Maybe this is genius. After Lin elaborated on his idea, he finally concluded. My plan is very simple. That is to build a sun on the ground to provide enough energy. Aurora rubbed her temples. It was difficult to digest the huge amount of information provided by Lin for a while, and it became more and more exaggerated. Build a sun on the ground? If these words hadn't come from the mouth of the magic star, she would have thought they were the gibberish of some wizard. However, the power of nuclear explosions is indeed terrifying. So much so that the citizens of the City of Fire and Oil even rumored that they had pulled down the sun from the sky. It doesn't seem too much to describe it as an artificial sun. You'd better tell us what we need to do specifically. The numerous formulas and novel theories in Lin's mouth made Hera feel dizzy. It was obviously not something that could be explained in 3 or 2 days. Anyway, my new magic requires a lot of heavy water, Lin said solemnly. Harov and others naturally knew that the heavy water that Lin was talking about was deuterium, tritium and other elements extracted from water. It takes a lot. A lot. Lin made a rough calculation and said vividly. Well, the elements extracted from about half the water of Lake Earl should be almost the same. This is undoubtedly a very terrifying amount. But after being bombarded by the magic conversion equation and the concept of artificial sun, Herav, Aurora and Vittorio are no longer surprised. Okay, then send someone over to dry up this lake. Vittorio took the lead in making the decision, not to mention half a lake, as long as they can be promoted to legend. Even if Lin is ready to steam the sea dry, they have to find a way to give it a try. Chapter 450, How can you understand Master Lin's wisdom? On the second day after the internal meeting of the speakers, all the wizards who were proficient in thunder magic were summoned, stopped their work, and started the mode of tritium refining for all. The method used is the relatively ancient electrolysis method. The only drawback is that it consumes too much power. Fortunately, wizards can generate electricity artificially. Hundreds of wizards, who are proficient in thunder magic, gather together, and can process about 10 tons of lake water in a day. Vittorio led a group of alchemists to figure out how to arrange the energy guidance formation. After listening to Lin's description, He truly understood how arduous his task was. He needed to introduce the energy equivalent to 10,000 nuclear explosions into the alchemy circle, and then instill it into the spirit body in an orderly manner. You can imagine how difficult it is. And no! Vittorio was extremely careful, and tried to perfect the magic circle. After all, he was the guinea pig. If he made any mistakes, he would be completely annihilated by this terrifying energy. It is naturally difficult to conceal such a large-scale manpower transfer in the parliament. In order to prevent the leakage of intelligence, Harov let people spread the word that due to the large nuclear explosion technique performed by Lin, the magic star, the water in the river outside the city could no longer be drunk and irrigated. They were thinking ways to solve the problem of radiation pollution. Rumors about water pollution caused a small-scale panic in the city, but they were quickly quelled by the well-prepared council. In fact, the water they drank during this period was not from the big river, but from the river, transferred from Lake Lishu. The wizard spent several days digging a large canal. After extracting the heavy water, the rest was used to supply water to the city residents. However, irrigation of farmland is indeed a big problem. This made Monroe, who had been secretly probing the information, very happy. He found that the wizard had no intention of cultivating the fields at all, and even the original land had been completely abandoned. All the poor people who cultivated the fields had entered the workshops to produce muskets and artillery, or various exotic products. Almost every day, caravans of caravans would drag large sums of gold and silver into the city of fire and oil, and then leave with boxes of goods satisfied. The profits earned were enough to make everyone jealous. Monroe gritted his teeth with hatred for these imperial businessmen who betrayed the Lord and made deals with the devil. But he still endured it, and let these wizards and wealthy businessmen be happy for a while longer. As long as there is a problem with this year's autumn planting, it won't be long before the food reserves are exhausted, and the entire city, and even the entire kingdom, will inevitably fall into the predicament of a great famine. In addition, what Monroe found particularly disgusting was the Wizard Academy courses, considering that the magic skills of the wizards who came to the Empire varied. So after the discussion of the Parliament, they were all thrown into the Wizard Academy for reconstruction. Such a crude move also caused dissatisfaction among some wizards, especially several great wizards who came from afar and did not think they needed to study in the academy at all. But after they actually came into contact with the courses at the Magic Academy, they discovered that it seemed a little different from what they expected. In addition to the basic subjects of elements, shaping, alchemy, and potions, there are also 3 subjects of mathematical Olympiad, physics, and chemistry. After taking several courses, Lucas and others soon discovered that the so-called physics is about learning the laws of the world and is the basis of force field magic. Chemistry is the foundation of elemental magic. The periodic table of elements alone has shocked many elemental wizards. They didn't expect that someone could summarize and classify the various characteristics of the elements into a table, and even rank them. All I can say is that this is indeed a holy place for wizards. Even the great wizards, who had previously been arrogant, had to admit that their basic magic knowledge needed to be improved after seeing the hundreds of elements on the list. Sir Philip, why does this boron element only have a name and a serial number on the ranking list? Is it some kind of novel element that is kept secret? Lucas suddenly noticed a rather strange place on the periodic table of elements. Only half of the elements on the list have detailed descriptions, including mass, density, boiling point, atomic number, atomic weight, etc. The other half of the elements are chrome and chromium, and are blank except for the name and serial number. That is an element that Master Lin and guess may exist, but has not been found yet, Philip explained. Guess? Monroe said with a sneer. Could it be that Master Lin and guessed the entire element ranking list? According to the above statement, the volume of an atom may be only a few thousandths of a centimeter in size, and it will float in the air. How are their weight, density, and volume measured? Monroe's words caused all the wizards present to frown. Based on all the novel things they saw after entering this city of fire and oil, they didn't have many doubts about the contents of the periodic table of elements before. However, after Monroe interrupted, Lucas and others also had the same doubt in their hearts. How did Master Lin measure various data for such a small element? Idiot! Just because you can't figure it out doesn't mean that others can't figure it out. How can you understand Master Lin's wisdom? Philip looked at Monroe with contempt, and then explained to everyone. The ranking order of this periodic table of elements is not random, but is determined based on the number of protons in the structure of the elements. For example, among the many elements they discovered and confirmed, the atomic number of hydrogen is 1. Helium is 2. Lithium and beryllium are 3 and 4. And then the sequence of carbon suddenly jumps to 6. And the sequence of nitrogen and oxygen is exactly 7. 8. But there is no 5. Lin believes that the sequence number 5, protons in the nucleus, must exist. But they have not discovered it yet. The rest of the elements are also predicted in this way. As for their masses, gravity is used as a ruler. And the slight deformation amplification method is used to amplify the slight difference hundreds of times to obtain their masses. Master Lin once said that you don't necessarily need a ruler to measure the length of an object. And you don't need a steelyard to measure the mass of an object. Philip explained Dean Lin's whimsical ideas to the wizards present in a simple and easy-to-understand manner. Monroe, who had limited education, was confused when he heard it. But he didn't dare to reply because the wizards around him all praised him in unison. Using gravity as the ruler and time and space as the curtain. It is indeed a magic star to think of such a method, Lucas said in admiration. Since the ranking of elements is determined by its internal structure, then the Parliament must have figured out the structure of the elements. Right. A gorgeous-looking witch suddenly asked. Lucas and others also looked at Philip. In the past, in their impression, elements were the most basic things that made up the world, and were the foundation of everything. It's just that this concept has been broken in a previous physics class. Because in the study of magnetic fields and electric fields, the wizard responsible for teaching them explained something smaller than the basic elements. That is, electric charge. Moreover, electric charge is ubiquitous in elements, and should be one of the basic substances that make up elements. That's natural. Philip nodded proudly, whetting everyone's appetite, but then changed the topic and continued. Research on the internal structure of elements is currently the most cutting-edge magic theory in the Parliament. It is still in a state of perfection. For the time being, only MPs are eligible to participate. Then how do you enter the Parliament and become a member? The gorgeous witch asked again. Well, of course you have to pass the assessment. Every congressman is a selected elite, Philip said with airs. Becoming a congressman is not an easy task. They are the core members of Parliament and have the right to vote on all major matters. Now is the time of war. These foreign wizards from the Empire must go through a long assessment period if they want to become members of the Parliament. Having said this, Philip paused for a moment. And in order to stimulate the fighting spirit of these foreign wizards and let them share their research results on magic, he spoke again. Actually, there is a shortcut to becoming a member of Parliament, and that is to obtain high enough merit. For example, Master Lin, who proposed the law of universal gravitation as force field magic, won the highest honor of the Parliament, the Medal of the Sun, and was immediately nominated by several speakers. Philip kept talking, and then comforted everyone. After all, there are only a few magic wizards like Dean Lin. In fact, becoming a member of the Parliament does not require the exaggeration of obtaining the Corona Medal, a Silver Moon Medal, or 3. You will be 100% guaranteed to be nominated for the Medal of the Morning Star. A chemistry class quickly ended with Philip boasting. For the entire half of the class, Philip was telling a group of wizards from the Empire about someone's great achievements. From verifying the law of free fall with 2 balls to measuring the circumference of the planet using the angle of icicle projection. There is a picture that as long as you work hard, you can be the next magic star. Absurd. This is simply ridiculous. Monroe couldn't help but yell as soon as he returned to the school's headquarters. Those wizards actually said that the continent under their feet was round and spinning. Could it be that their brains have been hollowed out by witchcraft? How could he come up with such ridiculous remarks? If the continent were a sphere, how would the people at the bottom of the sphere live? Wouldn't they fall head first? Ivina was also thinking about this problem. During the week she entered the Wizarding Academy. Every class she took seemed novel and weird. For example, in physics class, there are vacuum freefall experiments, prism spectroscopy, artificial rainbow creation, etc. What surprised Ivina the most was that many so-called experiments did not require the use of magic at all. The simplest of them was to create a rainbow, which only required a simple water mist device and finding a suitable angle. According to the wizard who taught the class, the development of their magic is actually the process of exploring the truth of the world. Magic only allows wizards to more easily transform the laws of the operation of all things into power. But all these novel experiments combined are still not as shocking as this planet theory. Anyone who hears that the continent under their feet is not flat, but a sphere will find it unbelievable. According to the Bible, the entire world was carved out of the void by the merciful Lord. And all the morning stars, including the sun and moon, revolve around the continent under their feet. This is common sense in the entire empire. However, The world described by the wizard is completely different. The continent under your feet is not only a sphere, but the sun is the center of the entire galaxy. And the other planets are constantly rotating around the sun driven by gravity. The wizard who taught the lesson also explained a lot of evidence. For example, the phenomenon of a lunar eclipse is that the outline of the planet under your feet blocks the moon. Another example is when taking a boat and observing a tall lighthouse in the distance through magic. You must first see the tower spire, then the tower body, etc. Lin, known as the magic star, even used an exquisite pendulum experiment to prove that the planet is rotating, and successfully calculated the circumference of the planet using tall towers and icicles erected on the sea. A total of 43,200 kilometers. The most important thing is that not long ago, they just learned the formulas and laws of triangles and the calculation of the circumference and area of a sphere in the mathematical Olympiad class. Which means that based on these conditions, they can easily calculate it. The exquisite logical reasoning, rigorous mathematical calculations, and various evidences made Ivina not know which side was correct for a while. Common sense over the years told her that the continent could never be round. But logical deduction favored the other side. After all, that star map is so beautiful. The sun is located in the center of the stars, pulling the other planets with its absolute weight. It is orderly and regular, and everything is natural. Ivina turned to look at Monroe, wanting to find someone to talk to about her inner confusion. But she quickly stopped talking. She knew clearly that Monroe had not listened carefully to any of the lessons at all, and could bear to return to the station. You just started scolding, and you have already tried your best. Magic Star. Doombringer. Lin. Ivina was thinking about the most important goal of this mission in her mind. From the moment she entered the city of Fire Oil, she would hear this name mentioned almost every day. Linen's legendary deeds made her ears feel calluses when she heard them. Whether it was various powerful alchemical creations or novel magic theories, they all seemed to be related to this magic star. Just as Ivina was thinking, Monroe suddenly stopped, took out the red crystal ball from his arms, and said happily, "The church has contacted us. Ivina, please look out for me. I need to report the situation here to the Pope in person."